Chapter 1. The Great Qin, Xianying Palace. Ha 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 ha. The immortal technique that belongs solely to me truly transcends life and death, capable of overturning the ledger of the underworld. The 10,000 Realms auction is indeed as renowned as they say. Emperor Ing Zheng of the Qin dynasty instantly opened his eyes, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist. Waves of celestial energy manifested around Ing Zheng. As the supreme emperor, he was destined to possess the immortal technique. Feeling the profound essence of countless celestial arts enveloping him, a scene from a few days prior flashed through Ing Zheng's mind. A few days ago, the 10,000 Realms auction had arrived. It had drawn everyone from the myriad realms and the martial world into its fold. The items up for bid at the auction drove all present to madness. No one was exempt. Even the emperor was swept away in frenzy. Immortal arts. Genuine immortal arts. I wonder what mysterious figure the auction master is. If only I could cultivate a good relationship with him. Ing Zheng thought, a spark of excitement igniting within him. However, he quickly dismissed his trivial thoughts. The individual capable of auctioning off such immortal techniques far exceeded Ing Zheng's imagination. What he needed to do now was to gather more resources in anticipation of the next auction. Ing Zheng raised his head, his voice imbued with unparalleled authority. Zhao Gao, summon Dong Huang Tai Yi, Li Si, and Zhang Han to Xianying Palace immediately. Yes, your majesty. A figure emerged swiftly from the shadows, responding with utmost respect. Moments later, Li Si, Zhang Han, and a mysteriously robed Dong Huang Tai Yi appeared within the palace. Ing Zheng spoke with gravitas. Li Si, I command you to immediately gather all the rare treasures and cultivation techniques possessed by the Great Qin and deliver them to Xianying Palace. Simultaneously, issue an order demanding all sects to submit their techniques. Those who defy shall face dire consequences. Dong Huang Tai Yi, Zhao Gao, Zhang Han, you shall lead the Yin-Yang School, the Luo Network, and the Shadow Secret Guard to mobilize fully. The first batch of sect manuals must be presented before me within 3 days. Upon hearing Ing Zheng's words, Zhao Gao and the others' expressions shifted, realizing this was a massive operation to eradicate the various schools of thought, and that preliminary results were expected within 3 days, an exceedingly difficult task. But the command was immutable, and resistance was futile. Yes, the Great Qin Empire found itself engulfed in unprecedented turmoil. At that moment, the main character of the 10,000 Realms auction, Lin Sheng, sat in his leisure palace in deep meditation. He slowly opened his eyes, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Having traversed worlds to become the sovereign of the 10,000 Realms auction, success in the bidding would yield system rewards, enhancing his strength. The last auction had yielded abundant gains for both himself and the successful bidders. Lin Sheng's gaze fell upon the system panel before him. Host, Lin Sheng. Strength, 3rd stage perfection. Technique, Hongming Emperor Scripture. Wealth points, 135,000. Excellent. This upcoming auction shall surely be a resounding success. Lin Sheng mused, swiftly browsing through the offerings in the leisure mall. Selecting auction items is an art. The right items must meet the basic needs of the masses while also catering to the unique demands of certain elites, ensuring that the prices continue to soar. Based on this principle, Lin Sheng began contemplating potential invitees for the next auction, already forming plans in his mind. Before long, he had selected 5 treasures, nodding in satisfaction. Heh, these 5 treasures will undoubtedly compel you to generously contribute your wealth points. Having determined the auction items, Lin Sheng turned his gaze to the store's products. My shop caters to all within the martial world. I must not merely select expensive items. Practicality and sales volume are key. In the realm of cultivation, the interplay of partners, resources, and territory is paramount. The same applies to the martial world. Medicinal pills, weapons, techniques, and defensive gear must not be overlooked. Soon, Lin Sheng completed the selection of all products and began conceptualizing the store's location. Taking into account the situation in the 9 provinces, he quickly formulated a plan. In the 9 provinces, the Sui Empire, eastern capital Luoyang. Within the palace, Yang Guang sat at the head of the table. Below, a man clad in the attire of the martial world knelt to report. Your Majesty, this is the detailed account of the events that transpired at the auction. The 10,000 Realms auction had become the hottest topic across the 9 provinces. As the emperor of the Sui, one of the 7 nations of the 9 provinces, Yang Guang was instantly electrified upon hearing that Ing Zheng had acquired a technique for eternal life. He set aside his pursuits of beautiful women and his ambitions against Goguryeo, hastily dispatching Yu Wenhua to locate a martial artist who had participated in the auction to gather more information. After listening, Yang Guang gestured for the man to be taken away, turning his attention to Yu Wenhua. Yu Wenhua, what are your thoughts on this 10,000 realms auction? Yu Wenhua exclaimed, incredible, utterly divine. If what that martial artist said is true, this undoubtedly represents a formidable force capable of altering the landscape of the 9 provinces. Any dynasty that can acquire treasures from the 10,000 realms auction will undoubtedly hold a significant advantage in future competition. Your Majesty, we must prepare accordingly. Yang Guang nodded in agreement. Indeed, swiftly gather rare treasures and martial manuals and exchange them for wealth points. Yes, Yu Wenhua replied, cupping his fists. Additionally, summon the masters of the Buddhist and Taoist sects to Luoyang. I wish to confer with them regarding the 10,000 realms auction. About that, Yu Wenhua hesitated. While Yang Guang appeared oblivious to the current situation, Yu Wenhua was acutely aware that the righteous and demonic factions within the Buddhist and Taoist sects were locked in fierce contention. The leader of the righteous path, C.I. Hang Jingjai, was currently preoccupied with selecting an emperor, and Yang Guang's invitation might not elicit a favorable response. Noticing Yu Wenhua's hesitation, Yang Guang's eyes turned cold. What is the issue? There's no problem, Yu Wenhua replied nervously. I'm merely worried that they may not accept the invitation. At that moment, a sudden burst of multicolored light descended from the heavens, illuminating the entirety of Luoyang City, as if a supreme treasure had emerged. Yang Guang and Yu Wenhua were left speechless. Amidst the radiance, a 7-story palace slowly descended to the center of Luoyang City. Immediately, a grand voice resonated throughout Luoyang and across the 9 provinces. I am the master of the Leisure Palace, and seeing the challenges faced by beings in the 9 provinces, I have established a store in Luoyang of the Sui. All in need are welcome to enter. As the voice faded, a grand hall covering 100 meters appeared in the center of Luoyang City, towering 7 stories high, with the word store inscribed on the plaque. The original structures were pushed aside by an unseen force. Lin Sheng sat in the hall of the store, and with a mere thought, he scanned the entire establishment. The first 3 floors were dedicated to the sale of ordinary goods, the first floor for first-tier items, the second for second-tier, and the third for third-tier. Floors 4 to 6 were allocated for guest rooms and meeting halls. The 7th floor was exclusively for Lin Sheng's residence and cultivation. As the grand hall ended, countless figures surged into Luoyang City, all heading towards the store. Simultaneously, the entire 9 provinces heard that resounding voice. C.I. Hang Jingjai. Fang Qingwei's gaze fell upon Shi Feishuan. Is this the voice of the master? Yes, indeed, it is the master. Shi Feishuan's face lit up with surprise and excitement. Fang Qingwei narrowed her phoenix eyes, displaying a look of astonishment. The master must be in Luoyang, able to project his voice to us in C.I. Hang Jingjai. This cultivation is simply unfathomable. Shi Feishuan nodded. I find it difficult to gauge the master's cultivation, but before him, I cannot muster even a thought of resistance. Fang Qingwei sighed. With such a force emerging in the martial world, I wonder whether it is a blessing or a curse. Feishuan, let's make our way to Luoyang. Huang Loxi, upon hearing Lin Sheng's voice, was filled with excitement, turning to the middle-aged couple before him. Renjir, Jinger, did you hear that? That is the voice of the master of the Leisure Palace. He is currently in Luoyang, 1,000 miles from us on Peach Blossom Island. Yet his voice reaches us clearly. There can be no mistake. Guo Jing and Huang Rong exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. Originally, Huang Yaoshi had suddenly departed, returning to demand they gather all the items on the island and submit their martial manuals, claiming it was to exchange for wealth points to save Huang Rong's mother. However, Huang Rong's mother had passed away over 30 years ago. Huang Yaoshi's sudden claim of being able to revive her left them perplexed, leading them to suspect he might have fallen victim to a scam and urging him to remain calm. Just as they were trying to persuade him, Huang Yaoshi heard that majestic and authoritative voice, rendering them speechless. Guo Jing took a deep breath, his expression grave. If this truly is the master's voice, then the master's strength is likely unprecedented across the land of the 9 provinces. Hope flickered in Huang Rong's eyes as she eagerly asked, "Can mother truly come back to life?" Huang Yaoshi sneered, urging, "No more nonsense, quickly hand over your manuals. Without sufficient wealth points, acquiring the means of resurrection at the next auction will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." He furrowed his brows slightly and continued, "It seems that the Lang Fanyun of the Angry Dragon Gang harbors similar intentions. The competition will undoubtedly be exceptionally fierce when the time comes." Guo Jing hesitated for a moment before replying, "Dear father-in-law, The martial arts I possessed, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, were imparted by Master Hong Qigong, while the 90 manual was taught to me by Brother Zhou. These skills are not easily handed over to you. Huang Yaoshi snorted dismissively and remarked, "What does it matter? A man of worth should not concern himself with such trifles. If you truly harbor doubts, then bring us along to the Central Plains to seek out Old Beggar and Old Mischief, and, in the meantime, compel them to surrender their secret manuals." Guijing found himself momentarily speechless, yet ultimately nodded in agreement. In less than half a day's time, Huang Yaoshi, accompanied by Guijing and Huang Rong, set forth on their journey to the martial world of southern Song, laden with all their possessions. In the apricot forest of the Great Song Dynasty, the Beggars' Gang Conference was underway, as discussions regarding Qiao Feng's origins animated the gathering. Suddenly, Qiao Feng forcefully thrust his dog-driving stick into the ground, his voice resonating deep and powerful. "If everyone believes I'm unworthy of the position of leader, then I, Qiao, shall resign. However, I shall personally uncover the truth behind that incident from years ago." With those words, Qiao Feng turned and strode away in the direction of Luoyang. At that moment, Qiao Feng's heart was tumultuous. Having just learned the truth of his lineage, his mind filled with confusion and unanswered questions. Upon hearing Lin Sheng's voice, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Such a formidable master may hold the key to unraveling the mysteries that plagued his heart. Amidst the myriad of prestigious factions at Wudong Mountain, Shaolin Temple, the bright summit of the Ming sect, the palace of Xianyang of the Qin, the mechanized city of the Mahists, the headquarters of the Taiping sect of the Han, the four great clans of the Sui, the Stormy Sky Association, the Chinese Pavilion, and Tiananmen, Lin Sheng's declaration undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the martial world. These factions were taken aback, pondering the true identity of the master and the extent of his strength. Did the Universal Auction House truly possess treasures they sought? After deliberation, various influential groups dispatched core members, either personally or indirectly, to the Great Sui Luoyang. In the palace of the Qing dynasty, Wei Xiaobao had just finished reporting to Kangxi when suddenly, a notification chimed from the Bronze Order. "Would you like to be transported to the shop via the Bronze Order?" Before the entrance of the Xiaoyao Hall, a throng of martial artists had gathered, gazing at the shop as if it were a miraculous apparition. Though eager to enter, none dared to be the first. At that moment, a flash of light appeared, and a figure materialized. This individual, wearing a melon-shaped hat and sporting a rat-tail braid, with eyes that darted about, was none other than Wei Xiaobao. Responding to the call of the Bronze Order, he did not hesitate to teleport. Upon landing, he beheld a majestic and sacred palace, only to turn and find the surrounding martial artists staring intently at him. Wei Xiaobao could not help but take a step back, exclaiming, "Wow, so many people. Never mind, I should leave," he muttered to himself, preparing to turn and enter the shop. The martial artists watched him intently, and Wei Xiaobao quickened his pace, approaching the shop's entrance. With a flick of the Bronze Order in his hand, the doors swung open with an audible response. As he stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere entirely different from the outside. The Grand Hall appeared to be exponentially larger than it seemed from without, the ceiling not composed of ordinary wood or murals, but rather a vast expanse of starry sky, the surroundings spacious and lofty, giving one the sensation of being amidst the cosmos. "This hall is enormous," Wei Xiaobao gasped, his eyes sweeping the area until they fell upon several sales counters. He hurriedly dashed over to inspect. As soon as Wei Xiaobao entered, the crowd of martial artists outside began to buzz with speculation. "Seems fine that person looked unharmed after entering. Does that mean we can go in too? I recognize that fellow. He appears to be from the Qing, and he possesses a Bronze Order. It seems it should be safe to enter." The crowd grew restless, with several martial artists unable to contain their excitement, hastening towards the shop. The Universal Auction House had become the focal point of discussions within the martial realm. Now that the shop had finally materialized before them, everyone yearned to witness it firsthand. Yet, uncertainty lingered about their safety, and they hesitated. However, upon witnessing Wei Xiaobao's entrance, the bolder individuals no longer hesitated and surged forward. Just as they approached within 10 meters of the shop's entrance, a prompt echoed. "Would you like to exchange your wealth points? This shop is only open to those carrying 10 or more wealth points." The crowd stood frozen in place. Of course, the shop had restrictions otherwise. An influx of martial artists would surely lead to chaos. Moreover, what would they even do inside without wealth points? Did they expect to take something for free? The crowd promptly halted, pondering how to exchange for wealth points. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng had turned his gaze towards Wei Xiaobao in the shop, noting the youth's striking resemblance to Stephen Chow, and nodded in satisfaction. Though uncertain if Wei Xiaobao possessed sufficient wealth points, He could see the young man's enthusiasm. However, that golden money braid appeared rather unseemly. It would be best to have it trimmed. As Lin Xing casually moved, he appeared before Wei Xiaobao, startling him. Upon recognizing the lord of the carefree palace standing before him, Wei Xiaobao immediately knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Greetings, Lord. May the Lord enjoy longevity and peace." Lin Xing gestured for him to rise, and Wei Xiaobao felt an immense force lifting him, compelling him to stand. Is this the power of the Lord? Wei Xiaobao marveled internally, his demeanor becoming increasingly respectful. Wei Xiaobao, do you have any requests? Lin Xing inquired. Wei Xiaobao quickly regained his composure, recalling his purpose for being there, to enhance his strength to confront Aobai. With the presence of the Lord. This was the perfect opportunity for a recommendation. Lord, I require items that can bolster my strength, as well as treasures capable of inflicting explosive damage, preferably ones that can slay innate masters outright. Additionally, I need defensive artifacts to protect against collateral damage, Wei Xiaobao hurriedly articulated. Upon hearing this, Lin Xing understood that Wei Xiaobao and Xuanya likely intended to deal with Aobai. He waved his hand, and several items swiftly flew from the counter. The White Cloud Pill, which can augment one's cultivation by a year and rapidly restore true energy, costs 10 wealth points each. The White Spirit Pill, which increases cultivation by 10 years, is priced at 100 wealth points each. Finally, the White Sun Pill, which enhances cultivation by 50 years and can only be consumed once in a lifetime, is available for 1,000 wealth points each. These should suffice to elevate your strength expediently, Lin Xing explained, producing the pills as he spoke. These elixirs were procured at a modest price, the White Cloud Pill for merely 1 wealth point, the White Spirit Pill for 10 wealth points, and the White Sun Pill for 50 wealth points. Lin Xing sold them at tenfold the price, yet demand remained insatiable. This maneuver directly impacted the market for pills in the Shaolin sect, illustrating the fervent desire of martial artists to acquire these treasures. Observing the gleam in Wei Xiaobao's eyes, Lin Xing inwardly chuckled. I want them all. Wei Xiaobao exclaimed excitedly, promptly retrieving his bronze token. Do not rush. There are even better items. Lin Xing smiled slightly, and more items began to soar toward him. The shop was now teeming with people, and from his vantage point on the 7th floor, Lin Xing estimated that over 3,000 individuals had gathered below. Were it not for the unique spatial laws sustaining the shop, it was unlikely they could accommodate even standing room. Lin Xing nodded in satisfaction. His earlier words had led Wei Xiaobao to spend his entire accumulation of 10,000 wealth points. He returned to the upper levels, astonished to see such a surge of patrons within mere minutes. The entry requirement to shop was set at 10 wealth points, a barrier not easily surmountable for all martial artists. These individuals needed to present rare treasures such as ginseng aged over 100 years or snow lotus, or demonstrate proficiency in advanced martial arts to meet this standard. You might think such martial art is common, but that is far from the truth. The social structure of any industry is pyramid-shaped, and those who can produce such resources are a scarce minority. The majority of martial artists are, in fact, ordinary low-tier warriors, or even third-rate fighters. Despite the congestion within the shop, Lin Xing surveyed the exterior and observed that the throng outside was more than tenfold that within. How splendid! These people are walking sources of wealth points, Lin Xing mused, then focused intently on practicing with the supreme artifact, the Hunyuan Treasure Pagoda. As for sales, with such a vast establishment, could there possibly be no self-service checkout? Patrons lingered before the merchandise, frequently exclaiming in awe, "What is this? The White Cloud Pill. Consuming 1 grants a year of cultivation and restores inner strength? Only 10 wealth points. The Frenzy Pill, which instantly doubles combat power. This is truly a miraculous antidote for a desperate situation. And it's only 50 wealth points? The Desert Eagle, capable of penetrating the defenses of warriors below the innate realm, taking heads from 300 meters away, as if plucking them from a pouch. What kind of hidden weapon is this?" These exclamations reached Master Fang Zheng's ears, causing his expression to darken. Fang Zheng had originally come to visit Master Liao Kong of the Jingyan Zen sect, but unexpectedly found himself amidst the shop's arrival. As one of the top forces in the 9 provinces, the Buddhist sect relied on countless elixirs to maintain its standing in the martial world. Yet, upon witnessing the dazzling array of pills within the shop, his heart sank. "Ba, well done, Fang Zheng murmured softly, prompting a nearby disciple of the Jingyan Zen sect to question, "Master Fang, is there something wrong with the items in this shop?" Fang Zheng shook his head, sighing. Whether they are good or bad is hard to judge, but it seems the martial world is bound to see turmoil. The emergence of such a shop inevitably heralded chaos within the martial realm. With the acquisition of superior items from the shop, individuals would next seek to amass wealth points. And conflict is a commonplace occurrence in such pursuits. Inside the shop, Lin Sheng stored away the Hunyuan treasure pagoda, pleased to see wealth points steadily accumulating. Remarkably, within such a short span, he had already earned 100,000 wealth points, indicating that the consumption levels in this martial world were indeed substantial. Just as he was tallying his gains, a commotion erupted outside. The Emperor has arrived. Lord of the Carefree Palace, quickly come forth to pay your respects. Ah? Lin Sheng's eyes turned cold as he rose to his feet. Outside the shop, a path opened among the crowd, flanked by the imperial guards of the Sui dynasty. In the center, Yang Guang, Yuan Hua, and Yuan Wudi approached slowly. Hearing of the shop's arrival, Yang Guang naturally sought to investigate. Upon reaching the front of the shop, Yuan Wudi suddenly shouted, "Why do you not kneel before His Majesty?" Lin Sheng emerged from the pinnacle of the 7-story shop, his gaze coldly surveying Yang Guang and his companions below. As his eye swept over them, a chill enveloped Yang Guang and his entourage. Yuan Wudi, filled with fury, bellowed, "How dare you? You do not kneel before His Majesty." Lin Sheng cast a disdainful glance. A flash of purple light emanating from him as the power of the Hongmeng Emperor's scripture surged forth. Yuan Wudi's body trembled violently, blood gushing from his mouth as he collapsed. "Wudi, what has happened to you?" Yu Wenhua rushed forward, alarmed at Yuan Wudi's ashen complexion, clearly in dire straits. The crowd was astounded, murmuring about Lin Sheng's formidable strength. Heavens, Yuan Wudi has been felled by a mere glance from the Home Master. Just how powerful is he? Even a congenital master cannot withstand his gaze. While the crowd buzzed with speculation, Lin Sheng remained indifferent. He descended gracefully from the void, an unstoppable aura surrounding him. Yang Guang's eyes widened, fixated on Lin Sheng as he approached. Lin Sheng halted before Yang Guang and coldly inquired, "Is it you who wishes for me to kneel?" Standing resolutely, an intangible pressure swept through the air, causing the surrounding martial artists to struggle for breath under the weight of his formidable will. They felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, yet the pressure was fleeting. Yang Guang's legs buckled, hastily exclaiming, "Your Excellency has misunderstood. This was all Yuan Wudi's own doing. He brought this upon himself." A flicker of resentment crossed Yuanhua's eyes as he looked up at Yang Guang. Noticing Lin Sheng's continued indifference, Yang Guang quickly smiled. Addressing Lin Sheng, "Your Excellency, it is our honor to have the shop established in the Sui dynasty," he respectfully proclaimed. "I declare that all within a mile surrounding the shop shall be designated as its property. Furthermore, I shall present 10,000 taels of gold and 10,000-year-old ginseng as a congratulatory gift for the shop's grand opening." Lin Sheng nodded, finding the gifts satisfactory. 10,000 taels of gold and 10 ginseng roots equated to approximately 2,000 wealth points. "Your Majesty is being overly courteous. May I inquire as to your true intentions for visiting?" Lin Sheng asked nonchalantly. Seeing Lin Sheng's demeanor soften, Yang Guang quickly responded, "I heard that Your Excellency will be opening a shop in Luoyang, and I came specifically to extend my congratulations." Lin Sheng acknowledged, "I have received your congratulations. If there is nothing further, please take your leave, so as not to hinder my business." The surrounding martial artists gasped in awe, marveling at Lin Sheng's imposing presence. Yang Guang appeared slightly embarrassed, but soon regained his composure, stating, "There is one more matter. I have heard that Your Excellency is about to hold a second auction. I wish to apply for a bronze token to participate." Lin Sheng nodded, replying, "It was already intended for you. Take it." With that, he handed a bronze token to Yang Guang. Receiving it, Yang Guang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Lin Sheng briefly explained the purpose of the bronze token, and Yang Guang promptly stated he would exchange sufficient wealth points. "Go ahead," Lin Sheng gestured for Yang Guang to leave. As Yang Guang watched Lin Sheng walk away, he exhaled in relief, glancing at the fallen Yuan Wudi, and involuntarily shivered before hastily returning to the palace. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Lin Sheng had devised a new plan. With only 2 days remaining until the second auction, the distribution of the Celestial Decree should commence. Consequently, Lin Sheng initiated the issuance of the Bronze Celestial Decree according to the candidates he had previously determined in his mind. In the Grand Forbidden City of the Great Qing, Wei Xiaobao was reporting to Kangxi, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I have prepared sufficiently powerful weapons to effortlessly eradicate Ao Bai. Please summon him to the palace." Kangxi, of short stature and with a face marked by pockmarks, nodded solemnly and said, "Since you are so confident, Xiao Gui, let us take a gamble. Summon Aobai to the palace under the pretext of discussing the auction of the Myriad Realms. Kangxi has often been portrayed in both fiction and history as a person prone to gambling, impulsive, and narrow-minded. Had he not possessed such traits, he would not have acted against Aobai immediately after stabilizing the Qing dynasty nor pressured Wu Sangui for territorial reductions even in his old age. At this moment, hearing Wei Xiaobao's unwavering confidence, Kangxi, having grown weary of Aobai's arrogance, resolved to take action against him. Soon after, within the Qianqing Palace, Kangxi and Wei Xiaobao stood anxiously, their eyes fixed on the entrance. Outside, Aobai entered with measured steps. Upon receiving the emperor's summons and learning that the discussion would revolve around the auction of the Myriad Realms, Aobai became intrigued. He had heard some rumors about the auction and thought that perhaps the young emperor possessed valuable information that could clarify his queries. However, as he stepped into the Qianqing Palace, Aobai noticed the numerous young guards flanking both sides. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, he sneered. Did the emperor not summon me to discuss the auction of the Myriad Realms? Why are there so many guards present? Kangxi, forcing himself to remain composed, replied, We will discuss the auction later. I have heard that you, Ao Xiaobao, are the foremost bachelor of Manchuria, and I wish to witness it for myself. You are not afraid, are you? At this, Aobai laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Afraid? With these children who have yet to sprout their first hairs. What I have to fear from you all? Kangxi retorted coldly, Aobai, do not underestimate us. Today is the day of your demise. With that, one of the guards could no longer restrain himself and charged forward. A mere speck of dust dares to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Aobai scoffed disdainfully, unleashing a surge of strength that sent all the attacking guards flying in an instant. Begone! Aobai bellowed, his arms quaking with force, sending the last two guards hurtling through the air. At that moment, a resounding gunshot echoed, causing Aobai's body to freeze momentarily as he slowly turned to face Kangxi and Wei Xiaobao. There stood Wei Xiaobao, resolute, brandishing a silver Desert Eagle pistol, smoke curling from its muzzle. Kangxi, filled with anticipation, inquired, Is he dead? Suddenly, Aobai's body convulsed, and a bullet was expelled from his chest. With a sudden and fierce sound, Aobai's official attire was torn asunder, revealing his robust, bronze-hued torso. The 13 guardians had mastered the Golden Bell Shield. Kangxi and Wei Xiaobao exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions reflecting sheer panic. Wei Xiaobao anxiously pondered, the items in the shop are indeed unreliable. As he observed Aobai's frigid demeanor advancing menacingly towards himself and Kangxi, Wei Xiaobao shouted, Aobai, do you intend to commit regicide and revolt? Aobai replied icily, Originally, if the sovereign wishes for his minister to perish, the minister must comply. However, with the emperor's current actions, this old minister shall not acquiesce. He cast a scornful glance at the Desert Eagle in Wei Xiaobao's grasp, his voice dripping with derision. A hand cannon? No, this firearm exceeds the ordinary. Could it possibly be an artifact from the Hall of Leisure? Alas, my golden body remains impervious, displaying a menacing grin. Aobai bared his white teeth and lunged towards Wei Xiaobao with a predatory intent. Mother! Wei Xiaobao exclaimed, swiftly casting several talismans from his hand. A number of fireball talismans soared forth, striking Aobai and sending him hurtling away. To Wei Xiaobao's astonishment, the fireball talismans proved effective. Overjoyed, he continued to hurl more talismans. Ha ha ha. Aobai, you rustic fool, how could you comprehend the might of the Xiaoao Palace? Today, I shall let you witness the formidable power of these talismans. Time and again, Aobai attempted to charge forward, only to be repelled by the talismans, his body marred with wounds. Once more, Wei Xiaobao unleashed a fireball talisman, and Aobai was once again sent flying. With a splutter, Aobai spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as a ghost. How could you possess so many talismans? He exclaimed. Humph. Your grandfather possesses even more formidable ones, Wei Xiaobao declared, as he swiftly produced a flying sword talisman from his hand, transforming it into a soaring sword aimed directly at Aobai. No. Aobai roared in fury, attempting to evade, but Wei Xiaobao's freezing talisman momentarily immobilized him. Just as he found himself unable to escape, the flying sword talisman pierced through Aobai's body. Aobai collapsed heavily to the ground, his face etched with shock, ultimately succumbing to his fate. Huzzah! Aobai has finally perished. Wei Xiaobao leaped with joy, only to realize that this battle had cost him an exorbitant amount of wealth points. Those talismans were mere single-use items, and the ones he had just thrown had depleted several thousand wealth points. He must replenish his wealth points. In Central Plains, at Tianmen, Emperor Shi Tian held the bronze token. Lost in contemplation, the mysterious bronze token had unexpectedly come into his possession, revealing information that the 10,000 Realms auction house possessed treasures capable of granting eternal youth. Emperor Shi Tian had already lived for over 1,000 years. The power of phoenix blood had granted him immortality, yet it could not halt the process of aging. In recent years, his vitality had gradually waned, compelling him to contemplate the slaying of dragons. However, the odds of successfully harnessing the power of the Azure Dragon were not high. Thus, he resolved to rely on the 10,000 Realms auction house to find a solution. Xianyang Palace, I hope you shall not let me down. At Mount Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng examined the bronze token, deep in thought. He turned to his disciple, Yuan Chao, and inquired, "What do you know about the 10,000 Realms auction house?" Song Yuan Chao stood and replied, "Master, the 10,000 Realms auction house has recently emerged. Hosted by the Lord of Xianyang Palace. It is rumored that the Lord traverses the heavens, possessing unfathomable prowess, with the auctioned items being unparalleled treasures. Even the Sword of the Heavens and the dragon-slaying saber are mere mundane weapons, hardly qualifying as magical artifacts. The cultivation methods acquired by Emperor Qin Shi Huang are said to allow one at the Golden Core stage to rival those at the Celestial Realm and live for 500 years. Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng fell into contemplation. Having reached the pinnacle of the Celestial Realm, he had brushed against the boundary of martial saints but was still unable to attain true immortality. The prospect of living for 500 years at the Golden Core stage stirred his interest. It seems I must attend the next auction. In the Central Plains, in a secluded wilderness, an elderly man held a fishing rod, his mind elsewhere. This elder was none other than Xiao Sanshao, the pinnacle of martial arts in the 9 provinces. Having lived for over 4,000 years, he had long since reached his zenith, believing that there was nothing left in the world capable of stirring his emotions. However, the arrival of the 10,000 Realms auction house left him astounded. His instincts told him that the owner of that voice possessed strength rivaling, if not surpassing, his own. Could it be a being over 5,000? Perhaps even 10,000 years old? Xiao Sanshao pondered. Yet, in the past 2 days, he found that the Lord of Xianyang Palace, responsible for distributing the bronze tokens, had not granted him any token, leaving him rather disheartened, as he felt his strength warranted such recognition. While musing over these thoughts, he suddenly heard the taut sound of the fishing line, swiftly redirecting his attention to the task at hand. Observing the line's tension, his eyes brightened, and he quickly pulled up the rod, capturing a golden carp. With a sigh of resignation, he decided to cease his ruminations and prepare to visit Xianyang Palace for further exploration. In the realm of the Han, in Guangzhou, the Yellow Turban Rebellion had entered its final phase. Zhang Jiao stood upon the altar, momentarily dazed, as the sudden appearance of the bronze token plunged him into deep contemplation. His brother, Zhang Bao, rushed over, anxiously reporting the current situation. Zhang Jiao calmly inquired, "Brother, have you heard of the 10,000 Realms auction house?" Zhang Bao paused, responding, "I've heard some rumors recently, claiming numerous treasures are being auctioned, and even that Emperor Shi Huang has participated, though I cannot ascertain the truth." Zhang Jiao's heart stirred as he muttered to himself, "If the rumors hold true, the owner of that auction house may vastly surpass me in strength." Just as he was lost in thought, an angry roar erupted from outside. "Old Zhang Jiao, prepare to meet your end." Zhang Jiao turned to see Guan Yu advancing, wielding the green dragon crescent blade. Facing Guan Yu, Zhang Jiao sneered, "A mere grandmaster dares to provoke me." He raised his staff, unleashing a bolt of lightning that instantly shattered Guan Yu's steed. Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and others arrived, ready to aid Guan Yu. Zhang Jiao triumphantly declared, "You shall never comprehend the might of the Yellow Heaven." On the altar, Zhang Jiao cast a spell to activate the Thunder Prison, with lightning flashing ominously from the sky toward Guan Yu and his companions. However, despite successfully inciting his enemies, Zhang Jiao, still nursing his wounds, was left to endure his suffering, fixating on the bronze token in his hand. "Might there be a treasure within that could restore my injuries?" he murmured softly. Within the Han military tent, the atmosphere was oppressive, as Huang Fusang felt an immense headache over Zhang Jiao's formidable strength. Indeed, Zhang Jiao was extraordinary. How could one at the Celestial Realm hope to defeat him? He sighed. Just then, Cao Cao's laughter shattered the silence. "Ha! Is it merely Zhang Jiao who has stumped everyone? I have a solution." All eyes turned to Cao Cao, who confidently proposed, "The 10,000 Realms auction house possesses spiritual weapons like flying swords, sufficient to slay Zhang Jiao." "Flying swords? Do you possess a bronze token?" A glimmer of hope flickered in Huang Fusang's eyes. Cao Cao chuckled as he produced a bronze token, explaining, "As long as one has enough wealth points, one can upgrade to a silver token and bring 2 companions to the auction." Upon hearing Cao Cao's plan, the assembly was astir. Cao Cao continued, "Once we acquire a flying sword, Zhang Jiao will surely be no match. Yuan Shao and Huang Fusong nodded in agreement, deciding to support Cao Cao's scheme. Thus, it was settled. Following the auction, Zhang Jiao's demise would be assured. Time flew, and the second auction of the 10,000 Realms auction house finally arrived. Various factions entered Xianyang Palace through their bronze tokens, preparing for the imminent auction. Zhu Wushi stood within the grand hall, surveying the surroundings and feeling a sense of pride upon seeing the martial artists of the Ming dynasty. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed silver-level user of Xianyang Palace. Your rank has been upgraded, granting you access to the auction's private box. Would you like to enter? Upon hearing the prompt, Zhu Wushi felt a surge of joy. His bronze token had ascended to a silver token, indicating he could enjoy greater privileges. Indeed, opportunity had arrived. He smiled at the surroundings, noticing that Lang Fanyun was also looking toward him. The two exchanged smiles and proceeded together to the private box. As the auction commenced, more prominent figures began to reveal themselves. This hall is truly magnificent. The aura here is so dense. I feel my cultivation advancing. Is this the legendary Xianyang Palace? In a lavishly decorated private box, Zhang Sanfeng sat quietly with closed eyes, absorbing the rich aura and profound laws within Xianyang Palace. Beside him, Song Yuanxiao reported, Master. There are many participants at this auction, with individuals from the 7 kingdoms of the 9 provinces in attendance. However, the Qing faction is notably sparse, with only a lone young eunuch present, the reason for which remains unclear. Zhang Sanfeng replied calmly, the martial arts of the Qing nation are inherently weak, with their highest practitioners barely reaching the innate realm. Thus, the palace lord naturally pays them no mind. He continued, however, many of the top forces and royal families from the 9 provinces are present, so we can expect fierce competition at this auction. Since we are here, we shall remain at ease. Zhang Sanfeng sighed, feeling a slight relaxation in his mood. Just as the two were conversing, a sudden brilliance emanated from the auction stage, and a formidable figure appeared before them. This figure resembled a divine being, towering 100 meters high, radiating a holy light as if the manifestation of a primordial spirit. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire auction hall, silencing the previously clamorous atmosphere. All fell into a hushed stillness. Zhang Sanfeng abruptly sat upright, his eyes wide open, sparkling with astonishment. The pressure was akin to the oppression of a celestial being. Could this be the path ahead? This figure was none other than Lin Sheng, a peak 3rd-tier cultivator, equivalent to a master in the realm of transcendence, whose primordial spirit's manifestation instantly struck awe throughout the auction hall. Salutations to the Lord. The individuals of the martial world within the grand hall rose in unison, their voices resounding as they reverently bowed to the divine manifestation of Lin Sheng. Those who were momentarily taken aback quickly rose and followed suit, paying their respects to Lin Sheng. Observing this, Lin Sheng raised his hands in a gesture of calm, and instantly, thousands of people stood in perfect alignment. The ethereal figure surrounding him gradually coalesced, and in a swift motion, his towering form condensed into a human shape. Ascending the auction platform, surveying the situation in the hall, Lin Sheng nodded discreetly, satisfaction swelling within him. The attendees numbered over 3,000, predominantly affluent and formidable individuals. Among them were 5 exclusive Heaven VIP boxes, entry to which demanded a minimum of 1 million wealth points. It seemed that today would yield significant rewards, a thought that delighted Lin Sheng. In contrast to the previous auction, this gathering felt more authentic, with participants well-prepared and wealth points far less scarce than before. This time, I shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. With a smile, Lin Sheng addressed the crowd. Welcome, everyone, to the second grand auction of the Celestial Pavilion. I trust you are all acquainted with the rules of the auction, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Without further ado, let the auction commence. With that, Lin Sheng produced a jade box. The first item for bid is the Xiang Resurrection Pill. This is a 5th-tier divine elixir from the Central Thousand Worlds, capable of enhancing one's power, cleansing the soul, and most importantly, it possesses the extraordinary ability to resurrect the deceased. Instantly, murmurs of astonishment filled the hall. Resurrection? It truly can bring the dead back to life. In box number 55, Lang Fanyun clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the jade box upon the platform. Meanwhile, in another box, Huang Rong leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, Father, it's the resurrection pill, a genuine elixir capable of bringing the dead back to life. Huang Yasher's voice trembled as he nodded. I know, I see it. Guojing stood in a daze, struggling to believe that such a divine remedy truly existed. In box 36, Zhang Sanfeng and Song Yuanxiao observed the jade box with grave expressions. Yu Daiyan, seated in a wheelchair, called out with fervor, "Master, we must secure it. Fifth brother, my fifth brother." Zhang Sanfeng glanced at Yu Daiyan, then back at the jade box, his heart laden with myriad emotions. Sensing his master's concern, Yu Daiyan offered a bittersweet smile. "Master, I understand your worries, but as long as I live, there is hope. If my fifth brother can be revived, I would gladly remain in this wheelchair for the rest of my life." Zhang Sanfeng shut his eyes, sighing, "Good child. You have suffered." In the Heaven VIP box, the gaze of the masked Emperor Shirtian reflected disdain. "Resurrection is nothing extraordinary. My Sacred Heart technique can also achieve it." Yet Lin Xing continued, "Though some divine methods can indeed resurrect the dead, most rely on opportunistic tactics, necessitating the spell to be cast immediately after death, as prolonged death renders resurrection impossible. However, the Ziyang resurrection pill is different, regardless of how long the deceased has been gone, as long as the body is intact. The elixir can harness inner strength to gather the 3 souls and 7 spirits, facilitating resurrection." Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyun's expressions shifted, their thoughts swirling. Lin Xing went on, "If the body has not been preserved adequately, our celestial pavilion possesses other treasures that can aid in reconstituting the physical form. Combined with the Ziyang resurrection pill, resurrection becomes feasible. However," he added, "if the body has been cremated, there is no remedy." Upon hearing this, the monks in the hall bowed their heads, a sense of discontent washing over them. "Amitabha," the monk of the Buddhist order whispered a chant, harboring a tinge of discontent within. "Now, let us commence the auction." The Ziyang resurrection pill begins with a starting bid of 20,000 wealth points, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 200 wealth points. The bidding commences. 20,000 wealth points, 21,000 wealth points, 23,000 wealth points, 25,000 wealth points. The voices of the bidders echoed, as the crowd fervently vied for this miraculous elixir of revival. Soon, the bid soared beyond 30,000 wealth points. Within a private box, Huang Yaoshi placed another bid, 31,000 wealth points. However, his wealth points were limited, and this bid nearly exhausted his resources, leaving him feeling immense pressure. Cold sweat beaded on Huang Yaoshi's forehead, and his anxious demeanor was palpable. This was a master of his craft. Yet in the absence of combat, he felt such anxiety, highlighting the turmoil and excitement within him. Guojing and Huang Rong, witnessing their father's distress, could not help but feel anxious themselves, their faces betraying concern. Yet, they were not the only ones feeling the strain. Within another box, Lang Fanyun sensed the pressure as well, gripping his rain-covering sword tightly. 40,000 wealth points, Lang Fanyun declared, offering a higher bid. Though the Angry Flood Gang was financially robust, he remained uncertain about securing the item. In the Tianzi Supreme box, Emperor Shirtian's expression grew increasingly complex. He was astonished that the Ziyang resurrection pill could bring back to life those who had been deceased for many years. What kind of power lay behind it? "My Sacred Heart technique relies on the power of phoenix blood to revive recently deceased individuals. What, then, distinguishes the Ziyang resurrection pill? Perhaps it possesses the ability to delay my aging process." 50,000 wealth points. Emperor Shirtian could no longer restrain himself and placed his bid. This declaration rendered the auction hall momentarily silent, as everyone realized it was the first bid from the Tianzi box. The 5 individuals within the Tianzi box were undoubtedly the most formidable buyers, and with their participation, the auction became increasingly intricate. In the box occupied by Ing Zheng, he observed the auction stage with a hint of a playful smile at the corners of his mouth. "Li Si, do you know who just placed that bid?" Ing Zheng inquired. Li Si shook his head, responding, "Your Majesty." The voice was deep and cold, suggesting he is not an ordinary individual. "Yet I have not heard of him, and am unaware of his identity." Ing Zheng furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to pursue the matter further, expressing little interest in this auction item. "This holds no significance for me. Thus, I am rather curious to see who ultimately secures it." Zhang Sanfeng frowned and raised the bid again. 51,000 wealth points. 52,000 wealth points. Lang Fanyun retaliated without hesitation. 55,000 wealth points. 56,000 wealth points. 60,000 wealth points. 63,000 wealth points. The pace of the bidding accelerated, and Lin Xing on stage was delighting in the unfolding drama. Although the Ziyang resurrection pill was precious, it had only cost 4,000 wealth points, and now the price had exceeded tenfold, promising vast prospects. 80,000 wealth points. Huang Yaoshi gritted his teeth as he raised the bid, approaching the limits of his wealth. With Huang Yaoshi's increase, only 5 formidable competitors remained in the auction hall. 85,000 wealth points. The voice from Yao Yu resounded again, the high bid shocking those around her. Dian Xing behind her wished to dissuade her but ultimately fell silent. Her gaze filled with concern. 86,000 wealth points. 88,000 wealth points. 90,000. The bidding price surged higher, and the atmosphere of the auction grew increasingly tense. 100,000 points. Yao Yu exclaimed venomously, her face a tumult of anger and anguish. I must resurrect that detestable man. How dare he choose my maid over me? Her voice brimmed with resentment, revealing a hint of madness. Lin Xing, observing her expression, felt a chill creep into his heart. Silently lamenting, encountering such a lunatic is truly terrifying. Yet, 100,000 points had already reached the limit for many bidders, and Lin Xing's excitement only intensified. Huang Yaoshi's complexion grew increasingly pallid, his hands trembling as he realized he had reached his own limit. I cannot afford to lose. A hen is still waiting for me. Huang Yaoshi murmured to himself, acutely aware of the weight of his responsibility. He turned to his son-in-law, Guojing, Jingo, I implore you. Exchange the 18 dragon subduing palms and the dual combat technique for wealth points. Guojing's expression reflected his inner turmoil, and ultimately, he did not acquiesce. Huang Yaoshi closed his eyes. His heart racked with anguish, and once more declared the final bid. 100,100 points. 110,000. With the new bid. Huang Yaoshi was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He slumped back into his chair, and in that instant, he seemed to age a decade. Seeing this, Huang Rong hurriedly supported him, saying, Father, please do not be disheartened. We will surely find a way. Guojing also turned to Huang Rong, his face reflecting a struggle and confusion. It was the first time Huang Rong felt a profound sense of disappointment. She had not anticipated Guojing's indecisiveness. 120,000. Zhang Sanfeng could no longer restrain himself and raised the bid, standing by the box window, his gaze firmly fixed on the Ziyang resurrection pill. 150,000 points. Lang Fanyan showed no sign of backing down, continuing to raise the price. 19,000 points. Zhang Sanfeng exerted all his strength, closely following with his bid. 19,500 points. Zhang Sanfeng raised his offer once more, utterly exhausted. 200,000 points. The voice of Lang Fanyan resonated once more. Zhang Sanfeng let out a long sigh and slowly returned to his seat, his eyes filled with resignation. At that moment, the entire hall was enveloped in profound silence. Lin Xing surveyed the surroundings and smiled. Box 55 has bid 200,000 wealth points. Is there a higher bid? No one responded further. Lin Xing continued. 200,000 points, first call. 200,000 points, second call. 200,000 points, third call. Sold. With a sigh of relief, Lang Fanyan finally exhaled, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. Lin Xing gestured, and the jade box containing the Ziyang revitalizing pill floated gracefully into Lang Fanyan's hands. Upon opening the box, he beheld the violet pill, its potent fragrance enveloping him and sending a tremor through his spirit. Ah, how delightful. CC, I shall see you once more. On the auction platform. Lin Xing wore a triumphant smile, his heart brimming with joy. 200,000 wealth points, 200,000. Merely the first item of the auction had surpassed the total amount from the previous event. Truly a fortuitous beginning. Lin Xing proceeded to unveil the next auction item, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. Another jade box? Could it possibly contain another elixir? What about the cultivation techniques? The spiritual artifacts? The flying swords? Why is it still just an elixir? The crowd buzzed with speculation, although elixirs were exceedingly precious. Their repeated appearances at auctions had begun to induce a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Lin Xing observed the expressions of those around him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he mused. These individuals will never fathom what lies within the box. He then proceeded to open the jade box. Instantly, an overwhelming aura surged throughout the auction hall. A formidable martial will surge forth, enveloping all present. They felt as if a force akin to mountains and seas was bearing down upon them, as if an ancient beast of terror had awakened. In the midst of this, a towering figure emerged, exuding dominance, as if prepared to battle all comers. The ferocity of its presence caused even the most elite warriors in the vicinity to falter one after another. In room 3, Emperor Shirtian abruptly rose, a phoenix apparition soaring behind him for protection. A martial saint. This was undoubtedly an entity at the pinnacle of martial saints. In room 36, Zhang Sanfeng stood by the window, the 9 yang true qi surging within him as he struggled to withstand this martial will, exclaiming in shock, a martial saint. In room 10, Zhang Zhao coughed up blood, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at the jade box on the auction stage. The relic of the martial saint. A flicker of madness crossed Zhang Jiao's face. Observing the reactions of everyone within the grand hall, Lin Xing smiled faintly and closed the jade box in his hands. He surveyed the assembly and began to speak. The second item for auction comes from the pinnacle of a martial arts world, the Martial Saint's Golden Dan. This Golden Dan encapsulates the lifetime experiences and vast essence of this martial saint. Upon ingestion, you shall instantly ascend to the realm of a celestial being. Moreover, with the profound experience and indomitable will of this martial saint, you will be able to forge your own Golden Dan, becoming a martial saint yourself. A martial saint's lifespan can extend up to 500 years, with combat prowess reaching its zenith. In all Tier 3 lesser worlds, the martial saint stands as one of the most formidable existences, second only to the earthly immortals. Do you yearn for strength? Do you desire to live for 5 centuries? Then come forth and bid. The starting price for the martial saint's Golden Dan is 50,000 wealth points, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 1,000 wealth points. The auction begins. As his words echoed, the auction house plunged into silence. All eyes fixated on the jade box held by Lin Xing, none daring to place an immediate bid. This was a Golden Dan said to be attainable only by those of martial saint caliber. Securing it would effortlessly elevate one to the ranks of the martial elite, replete with wealth and glory. However, with a starting price of 50,000 wealth points, the majority were unable to compete. The only true contenders were the esteemed guests in the private boxes. Soon, the gazes of the crowd shifted towards the upper boxes. In box number 3, Di Shirtian retracted the phoenix illusion behind him, contemplating with a cool demeanor. He understood that the strength of this martial saint far surpassed his own, even eclipsing that of Wu Wuti, who had once defeated him. Although Di Shirtian had managed to become a martial saint through the power of phoenix blood, he was still considerably distant from a true pinnacle martial saint. He recognized that only through becoming stronger could he extend his life, and this moment presented a rare opportunity for growth. 100,000 wealth points. Di Shirtian was the first to bid, instantly sealing off the path for the other martial artists in the hall. Lin Xing smiled subtly, observing the rising bids. While the price of the Xiang reviving pill was steep, it catered to a specific clientele, whereas this Golden Dan was entirely different. 110,000 wealth points. 120,000 wealth points. 130,000 wealth points. 150,000 wealth points. The price continued to soar, and the atmosphere grew tense. 200,000 wealth points. A resonant voice emerged from box number 4. The hall was filled with expressions of rapture, as if this voice carried an ethereal quality that sent ripples throughout the auction house. In box number 13, a commanding middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he directed it towards the esteemed box. Has she also arrived? He murmured softly, his grip on the knife tightening. In the 4th private box, Shi Feishuan stood behind Fan Qinghui, quietly observing the auction stage. As the abbess of the White Tao of the Great Sway and the leader of the Compassionate Voyage Sanctuary, Fan Qinghui assessed the value of the martial arts elixir with composed diligence. Feishuan, do you understand why I am bidding on this martial arts elixir? After a moment of contemplation, Shi Feishuan replied, Is it to become stronger? Fan Qinghui nodded, then shook her head. Yes, but it is not solely that. Are you aware that our Compassionate Voyage Sanctuary is in grave danger? Shi Feishuan was taken aback. Ah? Fan Qinghui sighed. Though our sanctuary leads the White Tao of the Great Sway, I have been hindered by injuries from my youth, unable to surpass the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. We possess wealth and the compassionate sword cannon, yet lack the strength to match, placing us in a perilous situation. This auction is our opportunity to fortify ourselves. The martial arts elixir is crucial for us. Shi Feishuan nodded. The disciple understands. 250,000 wealth points. At that moment, a calm voice from box number 1 announced the price. Fan Qinghui frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. Ying Zheng remained expressionless, exuding an air of tranquility. 250,000 wealth points is but a trifle for the great Qin. Li Si explained, Your Majesty. This should be the offer from Emperor Yang Guang of Sui. Ying Zheng nodded and continued, What is the status of the remnants of the 6 states and the rebels from various schools? Li Si responded, Your Majesty. Zhang Han continues to hunt down the remnants of the 6 states, and most factions have cooperated. Only the Imo family resists stubbornly. A glint of cold light flashed in Ying Zheng's eyes. The Imo family lacks discernment. In that case, eradicate them. Indeed, Li Si responded with utmost respect. The wealth points surged to 260,000. The 5th private box made another bid. Li Si promptly confirmed, It was the Sui Emperor Yang Guang. Ing Zheng gave a slight nod, his voice low. The Sui Emperor is indeed formidable. Within the fifth box, Emperor Yang sat at the forefront, flanked by Yu Wenhua and his ally, Wang Yanglin. Wang Yanglin had been suppressing a rebellion in Shandong. But the scale of the auction prompted Yang Guang to summon this nobleman, demonstrating his respect. Uncle, do you know how many martial saints exist in this world? Yang Guang gazed greedily at the martial Dao golden pill on the auction stage, turning to Wang Yanglin for insight. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yanglin shook his head and replied, to my knowledge, there are numerous beings at the heavenly man realm, such as Zhang Sanfeng of the Ming, the nameless sword of heaven from Zhangzhou, the imperial master Wang Yu of the Han, and Zhang Zhao of the Yellow Turban Army. However, I have yet to hear of any martial saints. Yang Guang nodded, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Then, if I secure this martial Dao golden pill and consume it, shall I not become a martial saint, the greatest in the realm? Perhaps even the mightiest emperor? Yu Wenhua and Wang Yanglin exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat blank. Clearly, Yang Guang lacked an understanding of the terrifying nature of martial saints, believing that anyone could easily ascend to such a rank. However, Wang Yanglin did not directly dissuade him. Instead, he nodded, stating, in theory, yes. However, the master mentioned that consuming the martial Dao golden pill will only hasten one's ascension to the heavenly man realm. To truly break through to martial saint, one must possess the right opportunities. The heavenly man realm is already quite sufficient, and who knows if I possess such fortune. Yang Guang wore a confident smile. During the auction, the price of the martial Dao golden pill continued to soar, quickly reaching 300,000 wealth points. Without hesitation, Yang Guang raised his bid to 310,000. At that moment, he brimmed with confidence, believing that the wealth of the Sui dynasty could easily overshadow all. However, at that instant, a cold, mechanical voice chimed in, raising the offer by 90,000 points, 400,000. Yang Guang's expression froze instantly. It was from the second private box. Wang Yanglin's face changed. The second box had remained silent until now, yet suddenly raised the bid by such a remarkable amount, leaving everyone astonished. The voice was altered. It did not originate from their true voice, Yu Wenhua coldly analyzed. The use of voice modulation indicated that this mysterious guest was extraordinarily powerful. Curiosity sparked among the crowd regarding the identity of the occupant of the second box. Inside the dimly lit second box sat a solitary figure, a young and indifferent face illuminated by the surrounding shadows. Clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, he was none other than the emperor of the Ming Empire, Zhu Hozhao. Unbeknownst to all, the greatest underground force of the Ming, the Qinglong Society, was under his personal control. Zhu Hozhao was not the debauched tyrant known to the outside world. In truth, he had meticulously investigated the ambitions of the iron-boned god Marquis Zhu Wushi long ago. However, his personal strength had always been relatively weak, despite years of martial training. He remained at the innate realm. The emergence of the martial Dao golden pill now offered him a glimmer of hope for breakthrough. If he could acquire the martial Dao golden pill, he would ascend to the heavenly man realm, perhaps even reach the martial saint level, enabling him to completely overpower Zhu Wushi. Zhu Hozhao calculated calmly. Once he obtained the martial Dao golden pill, he could lead the Ming to unify the 9 provinces. At that moment, Lin Sheng at the auction stage heard this bid and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Wow, the Emperor Zhu Hozhao truly possesses audacity." He immediately offered 400,000 points. It's astonishing. Lin Sheng's perception of this emperor shifted significantly. Does anyone wish to offer a higher bid than 400,000 wealth points from the second private box? Before Lin Sheng could finish, a bid from the third box came through, 410,000. Next, 420,000, 450,000, 600,000 wealth points. Zhu Hozhao's bids rendered the entire hall silent, as if everything had been subdued by his presence. The occupant of the second box is truly formidable, murmured the audience, their gazes fixated on this enigmatic figure. Zhu Hozhao maintained his composure, continuing to raise the price, 600,000, 700,000 wealth points. He remained unfazed. At this moment, even Ing Zheng found himself speechless. The occupant of the second box played by no conventional rules. Zhu Hozhao continued to raise the stakes, 610,000 wealth points. Ing Zheng, deciding to concede, called out, 700,000 wealth points. Zhu Hozhao unhurriedly replied, with 710,000 wealth points. Yang Guang, now increasingly anxious, shouted, 800,000 wealth points. The intensity of his bid was palpable. Yang Guang nearly spat blood in frustration. Your Majesty. Yuanhua and Wang Yanglin rushed to support him. Lin Sheng at the auction stage was astounded by the relentless stream of high bids, never anticipating that the Martial Dao Golden Pill would command such an exorbitant price. What is the need for resurrection? It is strength that is essential. This is the collective demand. Lin Sheng silently mused. 800,000 wealth points. Is there a higher bid? The hall fell into profound silence, as the other private boxes found themselves unable to compete. Ultimately, the second box emerged as the sole victor for the Martial Dao Golden Pill. If there are no higher bids, then 800,000 wealth points, first call. 800,000 wealth points, second call. 800,000 wealth points, third call. Sold. Congratulations to the friends of the second private box. As the auction drew to a close, a cacophony of voices erupted in the hall. Goodness. 800,000 wealth points? That's exorbitant. I couldn't possibly afford such a price. You worry too much. You are worth at most 80 wealth points. The Martial Dao Golden Pill. I am truly curious about who resides in box number 2. Regardless of the identity of the person, it is certain that a genuine martial saint-level expert will soon emerge in the realm, which is quite exciting indeed. Amidst the murmurs, Lin Sheng completed the transfer with Zhu Hojiao. Inside the second box, Zhu Hojiao held a jade box, his face illuminated with excitement and desire. Slowly, he opened the jade box, and a powerful aura of a martial saint surged forth, albeit much gentler than the energy released by Lin Sheng earlier. Upon seeing the golden-hued Martial Dao Golden Pill within, Zhu Hojiao could no longer contain himself and swiftly consumed it. In an instant, a vast energy erupted within him, flooding his mind with a wealth of experiences and memories, while his body instinctively began to circulate its techniques. As the techniques flowed, his momentum soared rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of the innate realm, advancing through the stages of Master until finally achieving the later stages of Grandmaster. In a remarkably brief span of time, Zhu Hojiao's cultivation ascended to the late Grandmaster level, and it continued to rise steadily. Observing Zhu Hojiao's rapid elevation and strength, Lin Sheng nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, the box's isolation shielded the aura and scrutiny. Otherwise, the crowd in the hall would undoubtedly be left in astonishment. Lin Sheng diverted his gaze back to the crowd, still engrossed in discussion, and announced, "Next, we shall auction the third treasure." Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent in an instant, with all eyes turned toward Lin Sheng, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of the third item. The shock from the second auction item was still fresh, leaving everyone impatient to discover what the next treasure would be. Noticing their expectant gazes, Lin Sheng smiled faintly. This time, instead of flipping his hand, he waved his right hand, transforming the space behind him into a vast starry sky. Following this, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the hall. A colossal bear, towering 100 meters and exuding a ferocious aura, appeared against the backdrop of the stars. With a gaping maw that seemed capable of swallowing an entire building, the creature pounded its chest vigorously, unleashing a series of deafening roars. The fierce energy instantly permeated the hall, causing the faces of all present to change dramatically. This overwhelming presence even surpassed that of heavenly beings. How could such a ferocious beast be up for auction? Moments later, the crowd's focus returned to Lin Sheng. Ignoring their astonished stares, he casually waved, and the enormous bear transformed into a beam of light, landing within the beast-controlling token held in his hand. Raising the token, Lin Sheng began to elaborate. This auction item is the third-tier ferocious beast, the Titan Bear. Its temperament is volatile, and its destructive power is immense, rivaling that of heavenly beings, capable of engaging even martial saint-level experts in battle. Winning the bid grants you control over it with this token. Owning it is akin to having a martial saint-level guardian. Whether in combat, defense, or warfare between nations, the Titan Bear serves as a formidable war machine. Imagine the scene when you engage in battle with a rival nation, and suddenly a 100-meter-tall Titan Bear charges into the enemy ranks. Tearing through their formation, the outcome of the battle is surely predictable. In the auction hall, figures such as Ying Zheng, Yang Guang, Cao Cao, and Liu Bei shuddered at his words, their hearts filled with dread. The imagery evoked by Lin Sheng's description was terrifying, as they could vividly picture the Titan Bear rampaging across the battlefield. The audience's attention once more fixated on Lin Sheng, eagerly awaiting his announcement of the starting bid. The starting bid for the third-tier ferocious beast, the Titan Bear, is 50,000 wealth points, with each subsequent bid to increase by no less than 1,000 wealth points. The auction commences. With the utterance of 2,000 wealth points, Lin Sheng's voice resonated. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Jiao from box 26 immediately announced his bid. At that instant, Zhang Jiao's eyes gleamed with a fervent light, for he comprehended that this Titan giant bear was precisely what he required. The Yellow Turban army found itself encircled on all sides. The sole means to alter their predicament lay in either the restoration of their own strength or the enhancement of their military might. He had previously attempted to bid on the Marshall Dow Golden Core, but the fierce competition compelled him to withdraw. Little did he anticipate that the auction of the Titan Giant Bear would present him with an opportunity. This colossal beast would serve as the linchpin for the Yellow Turban Army to turn the tide. At that very moment, in the Han box, Huang Fusang's expression shifted dramatically. It is Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao made no attempt at disguise. He must not obtain this Titan Bear. Cao Cao exclaimed urgently. Quick, bid. Yuan Shao appeared quite anxious. 210,000 points. Cao Cao swiftly announced. 220,000. 230,000. 231,000. 240,000. As Zhang Jiao and Cao Cao took turns raising the stakes, all factions energetically participated in the auction hall. Lin Xing secretly nodded. Fully aware that the Titan Great Bear was intended for the major factions, not merely a wandering hero of the martial world. Although the majority of participants were from the martial realm, there were also numerous top dynasties and forces present at this auction. Such a war beast could alter the very landscape of warfare and even influence the power dynamics among the great dynasties of the 9 provinces. While competition was scarce, the price would undoubtedly be steep. In the VIP room number 3, Emperor Shirtian calmly observed the situation, revealing little interest. Though this fearsome beast was powerful, it exuded a ferocious aura, and its essence likely could not compare to that of the Phoenix Dragon. The potential for immortality was limited, and acquiring it held little significance. It was better to observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in the box of Cihang Jingzhai, Fan Qing we deliberated. While the assistance of such a beast would greatly enhance the odds of her supporters, the substantial costs led her to ultimately forego the bidding. In contrast, the other factions within the VIP box displayed keen interest. In the Sui Dynasty's box, Yang Guang's face was pale. Yet his eyes glimmered with desire at the prospect of the Titan Great Bear. 300,000 wealth points. Yang Lin chuckled beside him, declaring, with this beast, we shall sweep away the Yellow Turbans, Goguryeo, and Turks. A true era of prosperity shall dawn upon the Sui. Yuanhua hurriedly praised Yang Guang, preemptively congratulating His Majesty on acquiring the beast that would undoubtedly bring peace to the realm. Though he bowed in deference, a hint of concealed disappointment and anxiety flickered across his face. I'll bid 33,000 points. In box number 2, Zhu Hoao followed closely with his offer. He mused inwardly that the Titan Great Bear was perfectly suited for him. Should he acquire this creature, it would aid in avenging the Ming, delivering a heavy blow to the Mongols and rectifying the shame of the Tumu fortress. I'll bid 40,000 points. The first Emperor Yingzheng also raised the stakes from box number 1. As the foremost power in the 9 provinces, the Qin dynasty needed to accumulate hidden cards. And Yingzheng understood the immense value of the Titan Great Bear. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? With the bids from the VIP box, the atmosphere in the ordinary boxes grew tense. This is bad. The VIP box is bidding too. We may not secure it. Zhang Jiao's expression darkened, a sense of unease settling in his heart. The 3 factions in the VIP box had already bid, and the price had escalated to 400,000 wealth points. They were running out of funds. Huang Fusang, in a state of great anxiety, exclaimed, what shall we do? Cao Cao laughed heartily. His tone relaxed. General Huang Fu need not fret. Even if we cannot win the bid, Zhang Jiao and his cohorts may not succeed either. They cannot afford this price. Even without the Titan Great Bear, we shall still emerge victorious in the battle at Guangzhou. Huang Fusang sighed with relief, no longer anxious to raise the bid. Indeed, as the factions in the VIP box continued to compete, the bidding from the ordinary boxes gradually diminished, leaving only the contest among the VIP participants. In this fierce struggle, there could only be one ultimate victor, and all eyes were fixated on the Titan Great Bear. 600,000 points. Upon hearing Yingzheng's bid, Zhu Hojiao could no longer contain himself. He pondered to himself, I have already transcended to the Grand Master realm, and in a short while, I shall enter the Celestial realm. Even if I fail to acquire the Titan Bear, I can still sweep across the prairie and exact my vengeance. 650,000 points. Yang Guang quickly followed suit, raising his bid, his voice trembling slightly. 700,000. Yingzheng raised the bid once more. A profound silence enveloped the hall, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation. Within the Daxui private chamber, Yang Guang cast a glance at Yang Lin and Yuanhua, both of whom displayed expressions of inner turmoil. Yang Guang's heart was laden with bitterness as he reflected on the sacrifices he had made for the Daxui dynasty. Now confronted with such dire straits, he understood all too well that failing to capture this formidable beast would render him incapable of altering the precarious situation. 80,000 points. Yang Guang finally erupted in a furious roar, his voice hoarse. This staggering price represented the bid for the second private room, and he was eager to ascertain whether Ying Zheng would continue. Yang Lin and Yu Wenhuaqi's expressions shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by Yang Guang's audacity. Within the first private room, Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. 80,000 points was indeed an exorbitant amount, although the value of the Titan Bear was indisputable. This price was exceedingly high, rendering it difficult to accept. He turned to Li Si and inquired in a hushed tone, "What is the state of the Sui dynasty?" Li Si replied gravely, "The Sui is in a weakened state, embroiled in turmoil, with conflicts erupting and rebellions rampant." Ying Zheng nodded. Having made up his mind, even if Yang Guang were to acquire the Titan Bear, it would pose no immediate threat to our Qin dynasty. Thus, let the Titan Bear be his. Ying Zheng closed his eyes, resolved to relinquish it to Yang Guang. In the Zihong Jingzhai private room, Shi Feishuan anxiously observed Fan Qingwei, her eyes betraying her concern. "Master," Shi Feishuan glanced anxiously at Fan Qingwei, her meaning unmistakable. Should Yang Guang acquire the Titan Giant Bear, the situation of the Great Sui would be irrevocably altered. Fan Qingwei sighed, shaking her head as she replied, "The price of 800,000 wealth points is exorbitant. Nearly depleting all our savings, it is not worth the risk." After a moment of silence, she added, "Following this auction, I shall personally journey to Luoyang to meet with Yang Guang." Standing upon the auction stage, Lin Xing surveyed the grand hall and, after a brief pause, proclaimed, "Box No. 5 has bid 800,000 wealth points. Is there any higher offer? The Titan Giant Bear, a formidable beast of war, possesses the potential to alter the dynamics of the 9 provinces. Is there truly no higher bid?" Within box number 5, Yang Guang impatiently murmured, "What possible higher bid could there be? Announce it already." The assembly remained silent. 800,000 points was already a staggering sum. Observing the lack of further bids, Lin Xing resolved to declare, 800,000 wealth points, once, 800,000 wealth points, twice, 800,000 wealth points, thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of box number 5 for successfully acquiring the third-tier ferocious beast, the Titan Giant Bear. Excellent. Yang Guang exclaimed, rising to his feet in excitement. His fist clenched in triumph. Yang Lin and Yu Wenwei hastily bowed before him, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. With the aid of this colossal beast, the Great Sui shall undoubtedly quell the rebellions and eradicate Goguryeo." Yu Wenwei, equally eager, echoed the sentiment, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Heaven bless the Great Sui. Long live Your Majesty." However, within the recesses of Yu Wenwei's mind, calculations began to form. With Yang Guang's acquisition of the Titan Bear, the power of the Great Sui would swell, rendering Yu Wenhui's ambitions of usurping the throne all the more arduous, necessitating a period of discretion. Disregarding the flattery from Yang Lin and Yu Wenhui, Yang Guang swiftly concluded his transaction with Lin Sheng. As the beast-taming token for the Titan Bear was placed into his hands, Yang Guang could no longer contain his exhilaration, erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Following this outburst, a profound transformation seemed to envelop Yang Guang. The despondency brought on by the threefold threat of Goguryeo and domestic insurrections dissipated, replaced by an aura of overwhelming dominance and ambition. Prince Yang Guang, had returned. Observing this metamorphosis from the auction stage, Lin Xing nodded inwardly. Although he did not fully endorse Yang Guang's ambitions, he possessed a modicum of admiration for him. Yang Guang's inflated aspirations might ultimately lead to the downfall of the Great Sui, yet Lin Sheng harbored a fervent desire for the glory of the empire to be restored. May he rejuvenate the Great Sui, Lin Xing mused, surveying the hall before announcing, "We shall now commence the auction for the 4th treasure." No sooner had he uttered these words than all eyes converged upon him once more. A faint smile graced his lips as he continued. "This auction item is likely to upend the worldview of everyone present." With a snap of his fingers, a large screen materialized behind him, revealing a desolate world where cities had transformed into hell on earth. The screen depicted grotesque monsters, their visages twisted in fury, pursuing and tearing apart humans with rapid ferocity. A wave of nausea swept through the hall as many attendees turned pale, some even retching. What manner of monstrosity is this? It is utterly revolting. So savage. Devouring humans whole. Demons. Where is this place? I must eradicate these creatures. Anger surged through the crowd. Even the followers of the demonic sect displayed expressions of disgust. Countless humanoid monsters were seen mercilessly hunting and consuming the living, and the horrific scene left all in attendance dumbfounded. "Everyone, please quiet down. We shall pose our inquiries to the Lord of the Hall, though he may have no answers. Perhaps I, Zhang Sanfeng, should represent us in questioning. A gentle, aged voice resonated, and the crowd of martial artists fell silent. Zhang Sanfeng, a paragon of martial prowess and a figure revered in the realm, had long ascended beyond the pinnacle of masters, arguably transcending the realm of mortals. His high esteem commanded respect from both righteous and nefarious factions, and the din of the assembly gradually subsided. Zhang Sanfeng stepped forth from his private box and approached the main hall, respectfully bowing to Lin Sheng. Esteemed lord of the hall, I am honored to meet you. Lin Sheng offered a slight smile in return, acknowledging Zhang Sanfeng with a courteous gesture. You honor me. Master Zhang, what inquiries do you have? Zhang Sanfeng inquired. Earlier, you mentioned the auction of the fourth treasure. Might you elucidate its connection to the images displayed behind you? Lin Sheng nodded, a smile gracing his features as he explained. Indeed, the fourth auction item is precisely the realm showcased behind me. What? The crowd below gasped in astonishment. For the fourth item up for auction was none other than the very world before them. Zhang Sanfeng furrowed his brow and inquired with confusion. Is this realm different from the one we inhabit? Lin Sheng nodded and continued. I have previously mentioned that the treasures collected by the Celestial Pavilion originate from myriad realms. These worlds are distinct from one another. Take, for instance, the cultivation techniques and the elixirs capable of resurrecting the dead. They are all sourced from other realms. Within the vast expanse of the multiverse, countless worlds exist, and our Jiuzhou continent is merely a trivial little world among them. Indeed, the expressions of the people within the Grand Hall shifted dramatically. Although they had heard Saint Lin mention multiple times that treasures originated from different worlds, most had merely assumed these came from a certain small realm, never contemplating the notion of other worlds in depth. Now, upon hearing Saint Lin's detailed explanation, they listened intently, fearing they might miss some crucial information. While the myriad worlds of the universe are abundant, they can broadly be classified into 3 categories and 9 tiers. The first to third tier worlds are referred to as the minor thousand worlds, with the highest potential to ascend to the peak of the third tier. The fourth to sixth tier worlds are known as the medium thousand worlds, capable of reaching the pinnacle of the sixth tier. The seventh to ninth tier worlds are termed the major thousand worlds, with the highest potential to ascend to the peak of the ninth tier, the continent on which we reside. The Jiuzhou is classified as a third-tier minor thousand world. Your capabilities can only reach the third tier. Should you surpass this, you would ascend to other realms. Are we truly merely a minor thousand world? Amitabha, our Buddha is merciful. Now I understand. This is the explanation of the minor thousand world. So, the world we inhabit is just a lower-tier realm within the vast cosmos? Within the hall, discussions erupted among the crowd. Even the prominent forces in both the ordinary and elite boxes were astounded. It appears my perspective has been too narrow. Ing Zheng sighed, reflecting. The Jiuzhou continent is merely a minor thousand world. No wonder I believed I could dominate the martial world. Now I realize I am but a frog at the bottom of a well. The mood of Emperor Shirtian also fluctuated intensely. Fortunately, we have the Hall Master. As long as we have the Hall Master's support, our Daxui can not only sweep through the Jiuzhou, but also establish a foothold in the myriad worlds. Yang Guang appeared exhilarated, having resolved to seize tightly onto Saint Lin's golden opportunity. Zhang Sanfeng posed another question. Might I inquire, Hall Master, how is the strength of the first, second, and third tiers defined? The first tier strength, as the name implies, is the most fundamental level of power. Taking the Jiuzhou continent as an example, ordinary individuals with no cultivation, average third-rate experts, acquired masters, and innate masters all fall under first-tier strength. Second-tier strength encompasses grandmasters, great grandmasters, and celestial experts. Master Zhang, you currently stand at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, belonging to the elite of the second tier. Third-tier strength consists of the martial saint and terrestrial immortal realms. Should a third-tier expert advance further, they can undergo a transformation, becoming an immortal and progressing to the fourth tier. As for realms above the fourth tier, they are beyond our comprehension. Saint Lin's elucidation instantly ignited a wave of astonishment throughout the hall. It turns out that upon breaking through to the innate level, I believe myself formidable. Yet in the grand cosmos, I am merely of first-tier strength. Master Zhang is indeed a master of the celestial realm. The celestial realm is merely second-tier strength? Wait. The Hall Master mentioned that the world we inhabit is a third-tier world. Does that not imply the existence of martial saints, or even terrestrial immortals here? My heavens! Who could that formidable being be? What terrifying strength does the Hall Master possess that we have never heard of? The Hall Master's realm must have surpassed the third tier, potentially reaching the formidable sixth or seventh tier. Bow down to the Master. Not only were the individuals in the Grand Hall astonished by Lin Xing's words, but the elite experts in the private boxes were equally shaken. They had not anticipated that Zhang Zhenren had already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. They had thought themselves formidable, yet realized there was still such a vast chasm to the summit. Within the heart of Xiongba, a newfound resolve ignited as he contemplated seizing Wushuang City after the auction, aspiring to unify Zhangzhou and harvest greater resources. In box number 1, Ying Zheng fell into deep contemplation. Zhang Sanfeng, being at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, stood just one step away from the martial sage level. According to the Master's assertions, our world is home to experts of the third tier, and it is reasonable to surmise that the Qin dynasty possesses such a figure. The question is, who is the hidden martial sage? He turned to Li Si and inquired, Li Si, do you believe that the Qin dynasty harbors a martial sage? Li Si pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I dare not speak recklessly. Do tell, I will not hold it against you. After a brief contemplation, Li Si responded, Mr. Dong Wang Tai from the Yinyang family should have reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Whether he can transcend to the martial sage level, I cannot say for certain. Ying Zheng nodded, acknowledging, Dong Wang Tai is enigmatic and rarely takes action, yet based on the prowess of the elders around him, he is undoubtedly a celestial level expert. Li Si continued, Mr. Guguzi from the Zongheng school has been missing for many years. Yet if there is a martial sage in the Qin dynasty, he must be one. His two esteemed disciples, Gai Nye and Wei Zhuang, have both reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster. Guguzi's strength likely surpasses that of a martial sage. Ying Zheng nodded. The image of Gai Nye sweeping across the world with a single sword flashing in his mind. There is also Master Baiming, the teacher of the Taoist Tianzong's Master Xiaoming, who may very well be a powerful martial sage. Upon hearing the name Baiming, Ying Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he calmly remarked, Master Baiming has been absent for many years, yet his disciple Xiaoming's talent is indeed formidable. At merely 18, she has already become the foremost expert of the Taoist Tianzong, stepping into the celestial realm, truly astonishing. After a moment of thought, Ying Zheng's expression shifted. It appears that the path to unify the 9 provinces will be exceptionally arduous. In the hall, upon hearing Lin Xing's declaration, the crowd ceased their skepticism. After all, if even cultivation techniques and elixirs capable of resurrection were available for auction, there was no need for pretense regarding other matters. Zhang Sanfeng remained silent for a moment, exhaling a long sigh. Alas, I did not realize my cultivation was so limited. I have yet to reach the pinnacle of our world, truly a frog at the bottom of a well. The assembly was once again struck by shock. If the pinnacle of the celestial realm considered himself a mere frog, what were they? Those of lesser tiers, second tier, or even grand masters? Lin Sheng smiled gently. Zhang Zhenren, there is no need for such humility. I have observed the vitality radiating from you. Your martial arts are on the verge of a breakthrough. Perhaps it will not be long before you step into the martial sage realm, extending your life by 500 years and advancing further. Gasp. The master has deemed Zhang Zhenren a near martial sage. I have encountered a near martial sage. The Wudong sect is on the rise. Congratulations, Zhang Zhenren. The crowd began to murmur, offering their congratulations to Zhang Sanfeng. In the Amei sect's box, a displeased elderly woman instructed the young girl beside her, draw. After the auction concludes, you and I shall proceed to Wudong Mountain to congratulate Zhang Zhenren. In the Dewan Shaolin's box, the expression of Abbot Kongwen was grim, clearly uneasy. He recalled that it was Shaolin who had pressured Zhang Sanfeng's beloved disciple, Zhang Cuishan, to take his own life years ago. Now, with Zhang Sanfeng on the verge of breaking through to the martial sage level, should he seek vengeance, even the entire temple might not withstand him. Abbot Kongwen's junior, Kong Jin, observed this scene and quietly asked, Abbot, how should we respond if Zhang Sanfeng becomes a martial sage? Kongwen contemplated for a moment before replying in a hushed tone, Amitabha. The enmity between Shaolin and Wudong runs deep. Zhang Zhenren's breakthrough is a fortunate event for our Dewan Han people's martial world. Go, represent Shaolin and extend our congratulations. He paused before adding, as for myself, after the auction, I shall visit Brother Xuanzi at the Shaolin Temple of the Great Song to discuss the Dharma. It was evident that Kongwen was not genuinely interested in discussing the Dharma, but rather seeking external support. After all, should Zhang Sanfeng come seeking retribution, they would likely struggle to defend themselves. Not only Amei and Shaolin, but the other major sects also felt a sense of unease. deliberating on how to proceed to Wudong Mountain to offer their apologies. Meanwhile, Lin Xing remained oblivious to the fact that his casual remark had instilled fear throughout the Dewan martial world. His focus remained steadfast on continuing the auction. Suddenly, Zhang Sanfeng's voice resonated once more. He, I thank the master for your kind words. Lin Xing nodded and continued. Does Zhang Jinren have any further inquiries? Zhang Sanfeng shook his head and respectfully bowed to Lin Shang. No, I am grateful for the master's clarification. With that, Zhang Sanfeng withdrew. After Zhang Sanfeng departed, Lin Xing scanned the assembly once more and proceeded. The earlier explanation regarding the first, second, and third tier worlds has concluded. We shall now commence the auction. The fourth item up for bid is a passageway to a first-tier, small thousand world. Possessing this passage allows entry into this first-tier world. Though it is merely a first-tier world, it possesses the potential for advancement to a second-tier realm. Moreover, it is inhabited by monstrous entities resembling the living dead, referred to as zombies. Defeating these zombies may yield biogenetic flesh, which can be utilized to enhance one's power or exchange for wealth points, a guaranteed profit. Additionally, while this first-tier world is apocalyptic in nature, it was once a technologically advanced realm, harboring numerous powerful weapons, distinctly different from our Jiuzhou continent's technological framework. However, one must exercise caution, for what is being auctioned is the passageway to this world. Should you die within, it would be a true demise. Now that the introduction to the first-tier world is complete, the starting bid for this passageway to the apocalyptic first-tier world is set at 100,000 wealth points, with a minimum increment of 1,000 wealth points. Let the bidding commence. Unlike the fervent atmosphere of previous auctions, this time, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Almost everyone qualified to bid was meticulously weighing the value of this first-tier world. According to Lin Xing's earlier statements, only first-tier strength experts could appear, and the highest level of first-tier strength merely equated to the innate realm. Doubts lingered in their minds. What allure did such a world truly possess? As for defeating zombies and acquiring biogenetic flesh, those zombies appeared weaker than even third-rate experts. Was such an item truly valuable? Furthermore, what was being auctioned was merely the passageway to this world. Once inside, one would have to explore and develop it themselves. Would it not be more advantageous to thrive in the Jiuzhou continent, a third-tier world, and directly reap resources here? Consequently, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Lin Shang scoffed internally, thinking, these individuals truly fail to grasp the potential of this first-tier world. While in terms of potential and item value, a first-tier world may not compare to a third-tier world as a complete world, once conquered and developed. It would provide a continuous stream of resources and talent for its possessor. Particularly, worlds of differing civilizations offer immense assistance in enhancing an entire faction's strength. Moreover, this auction features a unique apocalyptic world. If it could be purchased, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable bargain. Moreover, the cost of this world passage is non-existent. Indeed, it is free of charge. Lin Sheng discovered that the Immortal Palace was consistently probing the first-tier worlds across the myriad realms. Although most first-tier worlds resemble ordinary realms, akin to medieval Europe, with little exploratory value, they are sufficiently abundant for the powers of the Jiuzhou continent to exploit. This rationale underpins his decision to auction the first-tier worlds. As long as the bidders can derive benefits from these realms, he can utilize the shop system to continue selling passages to other first-tier worlds, thereby accruing substantial wealth points daily. However, observing the stillness of the hall, Lin Sheng could not help but frown, pondering whether his initial bid was set too high. Just as he contemplated how to promote it further, a voice suddenly broke the silence with a bid. 100,000 wealth points. Lin Sheng's eyes brightened as he turned toward the source of the bid, which emanated from the premier box. Indeed, the first emperor possesses discerning taste. Lin Sheng mused inwardly. Yet, the reactions of others were somewhat different. Why would the first emperor bid for this? The Qin dynasty already controls 2/3 of the Jiuzhou territory, and resources are not in short supply. Could it be that the first emperor aims to curry favor with the palace master? Indeed, this item had languished without bids if it were to go unsold. It would be a slap in the face to the palace master. The first emperor is truly astute. What does 100,000 wealth points matter? As long as he can leave a favorable impression on the palace master, future benefits are assured. There is merit in that. We must hasten to follow suit. After a flurry of discussion, many factions began to place their bids. 111,000. 120,000 wealth points. 125,000 wealth points. The bidding continued to escalate. Although the increments were modest, the atmosphere gradually grew more fervent. Lin Sheng felt a twinge of helplessness within, yet silently mused. You people certainly know how to flatter. Why can't you, like Emperor Jingde, raise the bid by several thousand points outright? Nonetheless, with the wealth points credited, his mood improved accordingly. 200,000 wealth points. Yingzheng once again announced the price from box number 1, then turned to Fu Su. Fu Su, tell me, why am I bidding on this first-tier world? Fu Su pondered for a moment before replying, though the value of this first-tier world is not particularly high, it is a treasure auction by the Lord. If no one bids for an extended period, the Lord may feel disappointed. If Father engages in bidding, it will leave a favorable impression on the Lord. Upon hearing this, Yingzheng furrowed his brow slightly. Oh, do you share the same sentiment as everyone else? His tone revealed a hint of disappointment. Fu Su's expression shifted slightly. Yet he quickly replied, Your son is indeed dull. I humbly request your guidance, Father. Yingzheng turned to Fu Su, his tone indifferent as he inquired, Fu Su, what do you believe is the most crucial condition for Deqin to unify the 9 provinces? Fu Su contemplated briefly and respectfully answered, in the past. Deqin implemented benevolent governance and generously bestowed virtue, which garnered admiration from the various states. Subsequently, with an army of righteousness, it could conquer all directions, assuredly achieving victory. Yingzheng, upon hearing this, suddenly erupted in anger. Nonsense. Benevolence? Did Deqin conquer the 6 states and subdue 2 provinces through benevolence? In this chaotic era, what use is benevolence? It holds no significance in this tumultuous time. All you do is recite empty words. Do you wish to become Song Xiangong, a mere theorist like Xiaoqua? Fu Su, upon hearing his father's wrath, immediately knelt down in fear. Li Si, witnessing this, quickly followed suit and respectfully addressed Yingzheng. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The eldest son merely made an unintentional mistake. I beseech your Majesty's forgiveness. Li Si privately thought that Fu Su's Confucian ideals, if inherited by Deqin, would ultimately be detrimental to himself, inevitably leading to conflict with Fu Su. Yingzheng, still fuming, continued, War is a matter of national significance. The battleground of life and death cannot be trifled with. What enabled Deqin to sweep across the 6 states and absorb 2 provinces? It was victory earned inch by soldiers' lives, not mere empty talk of benevolence. To achieve victory in war, an empire must possess formidable war potential to support extensive, prolonged conflicts. What constitutes war potential? It is population, resources, and a powerful army. Yingzheng paused momentarily before continuing. Since the reforms of Shang Jun, Deqin has rapidly flourished, yet it ultimately acquired the capacity to conquer the 6 states only by annexing the land of Ba and Shu. Now, obtaining this first-tier world is akin to acquiring Ba and Shu back then. It will provide us with more resources, a larger population reserve, and greater potential. Fu Su knelt deeply, murmuring, Your son understands. Seeing Fu Su's demeanor, Yingzheng waved his hand with a sigh. Very well, rise. Fortunately, I have obtained the cultivation method. Should I wish to live several decades, or even a few centuries more, it shall not be an issue. You may remain by my side. At this moment, Yingzheng was acutely aware that his decision to acquire the cultivation method was profoundly correct. Otherwise, should Fu Su take over Deqin after his demise, turmoil would likely ensue swiftly. As for his other sons, it was best not to mention them. They were inferior to Fu Su. Heaven be praised, for the Lord remains. And may heaven bless Deqin. Lin Sheng, observing the situation in Deqin's box from the auction stage, couldn't help but express admiration inwardly. Yingzheng truly was the first emperor, possessing a clear vision. This judgment was remarkably precise. In contrast, Fu Su appeared somewhat naive. No wonder he was dispatched to the borders to guard against the Xiongnu in history. Perhaps the first emperor intended for him to personally experience the brutality of war. At this moment, with Yingzheng announcing a bid of 200,000 wealth points, the atmosphere fell silent once again. After several rounds of bidding, spending over 200,000 wealth points on this first-tier world indeed seemed unwarranted. Consequently, the number of bidders diminished instantly, just as everyone thought the auction would conclude. A bid rang out from the box of Zihong Jingjai, 210,000 wealth points. Upon hearing Zihong Jingjai's bid, Lin Sheng internally commended them. Zihong Jingjai, as the leader of the righteous path of the Great Sui, despite lacking top-tier experts, would undoubtedly ensure the long-term prosperity of their sect through their insight and wisdom. For a nation, a small world holds paramount importance, and the same holds true for sections. In the cultivation novels Lin Sheng had read in his previous life, some major sects would control multiple mortal dynasties, regularly selecting outstanding disciples from these realms to help maintain their prosperity. Clearly, Sihong Jingjai recognized this as well. As the leader of the righteous path of the Great Sui, Sihong Jingjai faced a scarcity of talent and competed annually with other forces for disciples. If they could possess an exclusive small world as a training base, their strength would surely amplify in the future. Lin Xing couldn't help but regard Fan Qingwei with newfound respect. This elderly nun truly understood the intricacies of the matter, her intellect not to be underestimated. Upon hearing Sihong Jingjai's bid, Ying Jing's brow furrowed tightly as he murmured, "Is a mere sect worth this much? 250,000 points." Ying Zheng raised the stakes without waiting for a response. 260,000 points. 270,000 points. 280,000 points. The bidding became fierce, and the value of this small world soared rapidly. Within the box of Yingguopai, Wan looked at her master, Zhu Yuyan, and softly asked, "Master, could it be that this first-tier world truly holds such immense value? Why are both the Qin Emperor and the representatives of Sihong Jingjai competing for it?" Zhu Yuyan frowned in contemplation and slowly replied, "The material value of a first-tier world is not particularly high, but the value of people is of utmost importance. Especially in such an apocalyptic environment, it can refine one's mindset and serve as the best means for cultivating our sacred sex techniques. We of the Yingguopai shall compete as well. Even if we cannot secure it, we cannot allow that old nun Fan Qingwei to have it easily." 350,000 points. Zhu Yuyan bid without hesitation. Though Yingguopai occupied an ordinary box, they possessed several million wealth points. After all, they were a sect with a history spanning hundreds of years and one of the leaders of the demonic path, naturally abundant in resources. Upon hearing Zhu Yuyan's bid, Fan Qinghui's expression instantly shifted. The demonic path sought to contend for this first-tier world. 360,000 points. 370,000 points. 400,000. The bidding voices rose and fell, and Ying Zheng's expression began to sour. He had initially hoped for a bargain, only to find himself confronted with two formidable competitors, both evidently unwilling to concede easily. In light of this, let the wealth points determine the victor. 500,000 wealth points. Ying Zheng raised the bid without hesitation. Lin Xing's eyes brightened. "Wow, Brother Zheng is impressive. 500,000 points. My cost is 0. This is pure profit." The bid of 500,000 wealth points rendered Fan Qingwei utterly speechless. Although the Sihong Jingjai required disciples, no disciple, regardless of strength, was worth 500,000 wealth points. Upon noticing Fan Qinghui's cessation of bidding, Zhu Yuyan revealed a smirk of satisfaction and promptly refrained from further offers. After all, 500,000 wealth points would nearly deplete their entire treasury, making the pursuit of a first-tier world an unwise investment. Seeing the situation, Lin Sheng inquired once more. The box number 1 bids 500,000 wealth points. Is there a higher offer? No response came, so he continued. 500,000 wealth points. First call. 500,000 wealth points. Second call. 500,000 wealth points. Third call. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of box No. 1. Ying Zheng swiftly completed the transaction, yet a hint of displeasure flickered across his face. He had anticipated an unchallenged bid, allowing him to acquire the item at a low price, but the emergence of two sects as competitors had driven the price far beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, the first-tier world was now his. He gazed at the miniature bronze gate in his hand, closed his eyes, and prepared to embrace the grand finale of treasures. As the auction approached its conclusion, all eyes were eagerly fixed on the final treasure. Lin Xing, no longer playing coy, waved his right hand, causing a jade seal, embraced by 5 dragons, to slowly rise, emanating a dazzling radiance. The 5th item for auction, and the last of this session, is the 5-Dragon Supreme Seal. This seal hails from a 5th-tier Grand World S-Divine dynasty, capable of consolidating the fortune of an entire nation, thereby empowering the emperor. The bearer of this seal can harness national strength to exhibit prowess at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Furthermore, possessing this seal allows one to expend fortune energy, enhancing cultivation speed by 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. This is undoubtedly a treasure that no dynasty can afford to overlook. As Lin Sheng elaborated, the eyes of all emperors sparkled with fervent desire. Qin Shi Huang, Yang Guang, the Zhengde Emperor, the Song Emperor, and even those with potential claims to the throne were riveted, their gazes fixed upon this seal of fortune. Possessing it meant achieving the pinnacle of 3rd-tier strength, along with an astronomical increase in cultivation speed. It was nothing short of an invincible advantage. With it, who would dare oppose them? In an instant, all attention converged upon Lin Sheng, awaiting his bid. Observing the atmosphere reach its zenith, Lin Sheng allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Adopting a teasing tone, the starting bid for the 5-Dragon Supreme Seal is 200,000 wealth points, with each subsequent increase no less than 2,000 wealth points. As soon as he concluded, the hall erupted in a clamor. A starting price of 200,000 wealth points was beyond the reach of most proficient individuals in ordinary boxes. 200,000 wealth points. This is a sum unimaginable for someone like me, who earns less than 20 wealth points a month. Here I am, the illustrious leader of a great faction. Unable to even meet the starting bid, let's see how the magnates perform. At this moment, the 5-Dragon Supreme Seal was tailored for the affluent elite. Lin Sheng had already expended 20,000 wealth points for this treasure. Were it not for the imposed limits, he would have gladly spent 2 million to secure it. With the treasure now revealed, the stage was set for a fierce competition among the great empires. 300,000 points. Ying Zheng's voice resounded, immediately raising the bid by 100,000. 350,000 points. The Emperor Zhu Hozhao of the Zhengde era followed suit. Having acquired the Martial Sage Golden Elixir, he was in urgent need of an external accelerator. The 5-Dragon Supreme Seal would enable him to swiftly ascend to the celestial realm, perhaps even to break through and become a Martial Sage. 360,000 fortune points. This time, the voice emerged from an ordinary box. In the eyes of Emperor Zhao Su of the Song dynasty, a glimmer of desire sparked. He understood that possessing this seal could elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, equipping him to confront external threats. For 100,000 fortune points, Yang Guang promptly announced his offer. Having obtained the Titan Grizzly, he brimmed with ambition. The 5-Dragon Supreme Seal was crucial for him to realize even greater aspirations. 500,000 points. Ying Zheng, unwilling to be outdone, raised the bid once more. Upon hearing Ying Zheng's offer, Lin Sheng couldn't help but think, Brother Zheng truly exudes dominance. 500,000 wealth points would be pure profit. The elite from various dynasties and top-tier factions continued to engage in fierce bidding, with even the once great Emperor Shirtian beginning to show interest. Having once held the title of Emperor, he now saw the potential of acquiring the Supreme Seal of the 5 Dragons, envisioning the establishment of his own realm. With the prospect of a 1,000-fold increase in his cultivation speed, he would need not risk pursuing the rumored treasures of perilous nature. The Divine Dragon, one of the 4 auspicious beasts, could, even in its most diminished state, rival any formidable opponent beneath the celestial beings of the land. Thus, should he be able to harness the national fortune through the Supreme Seal of the 5 Dragons for his cultivation, ascending to the realm of terrestrial immortals would be well within his grasp. 700,000 points. Ying Zheng's bid resonated once more, leaving Emperor Chakra momentarily stunned. Had the first emperor lost his mind? Doubt crept into Chakra's thoughts. For this offer was nearly equivalent to the previous price during the auction of the Martial Sage's Golden Elixir. 71,000 points. After a brief silence enveloped the room, a new bid shattered the stillness. Within the Southern Song's private box, Emperor Zhao Yun's expression turned somber. Although he held the title of Emperor of the Southern Song, he dared not be complacent in his cultivation. Witnessing such a treasure that could augment one's strength without the need for training, he recognized this as a rare opportunity. Yet lamentably, his finances were insufficient to continue raising the bid. His wealth had long since dwindled. Similarly, Emperor Zhao Su of the Northern Song relinquished his pursuit due to financial constraints. The situation swiftly reverted to the elite contenders within the Tenzi box. 75,000 points. Zhu Hozhao placed yet another bid. 800,000 points. Ying Zheng responded with an expressionless demeanor. This price had surpassed all previous auction records. Would it mark the end? 801,000 points. The bid from Emperor Shirtian followed, shattering the auction record. A wave of gasps erupted in the hall. Damn, how could I be so impoverished? Yang Guang coughed a few times, his face suddenly flushed. 801,000 wealth points had exceeded the total of all his remaining wealth points. Yang Lin and Yu Wenhua hurriedly supported him. I require more wealth points, Yang Guang declared with a hint of ferocity, gazing at the two. After the auction concludes, quell the rebellion at once. I shall lead the expedition myself. Your Majesty, you mustn't, Yang Lin and Yu Wenhua quickly urged. Yang Guang sneered. Do you dare to defy me? I do not dare. Humph, since you do not dare, then quell the internal strife and conquer Goguryeo. I shall ensure that the Great Sway unifies the entire region. 850,000 points. Zhu Hozhao's expression grew grave as he placed another bid. This price was already his limit, for he had expended a considerable amount of wealth points in acquiring the martial arts golden elixir, and as the emperor of the Ming, it was difficult for him to offer more. 900,000 points. Ying Zheng's voice resonated once more. At this moment, Ying Zheng appeared to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of wealth points, fervently bidding as if to demonstrate to all who the true sovereign of the Jiuzhou continent was. Amidst this fierce competition, Fan Qinghui merely observed with a detached demeanor. She refrained from participating in the auction. Although Cihong Jingzhai supported the chosen emperor within the court, it was not her own ascension to the throne. Thus, the five-dragon sovereign seal held no tangible value for her. Would she truly gift this treasure to the emperor she championed? Clearly, Fan Qinghui would not make such a sacrifice. Within the Tianzi No. 3 private room, Emperor Shi Tian's agitation grew increasingly pronounced. Damn it! How could Ying Zheng possess such an abundance of wealth points? Am I truly destined to return empty-handed this time? No. I cannot concede. With that, Emperor Shi Tian's gaze intensified, a glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes. Ying Zheng, you have already expended 500,000 wealth points. I refuse to believe you can surpass me. 95,000 points. Emperor Shi Tian bid once again. In the Daqing private room, Ying Zheng remained impassive upon hearing this offer, not even furrowing a brow. 1 million wealth points. In an instant, the entire hall erupted in fervor. 1 million. 1 million wealth points. Good heavens. A jade seal demands 1 million wealth points. The first emperor is indeed as wealthy as a nation. Is this the might of Daqing? How vexing. The expression of Emperor Shi Tian revealed his anxiety. He realized that if he did not raise his bid, Ying Zheng had already surpassed his budget. 1,100,000 points. Without hesitation, Emperor Shi Tian increased his bid once more, this round of bidding encompassing the savings he had accumulated over centuries. 1,200,000 points. Ying Zheng remained as composed as ever, showing no signs of retreat. In the final round of the auction, Ying Zheng decisively raised the stakes, completely disregarding all competition. Emperor Shi Tian's breath quickened, his chest heaving violently, and with a sigh, he lamented, I did not anticipate that the wealth I had amassed at Tianmin was so scant. It appears time has come for me to re-enter the world. Hearing these words, Lin Sheng felt a surge of delight. The final auction results had indeed yielded him significant profits. The prestigious box number 1 bid 1,200,000 wealth points. Was there a higher offer? If not, I shall count. 1,200,000 points. First call. 1,200,000 points. Second call. 1,200,000 points. Third call. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of box number 1 for acquiring the Five-Dragon Supreme Seal. Applause erupted as Ying Zheng had not concealed his identity. The crowd around him extended their congratulations. The first emperor of Qin wore a smile, secretly reveling in his triumph. This auction had indeed been a resounding success for him, having secured 2 treasures while showcasing the formidable strength of the Qin Empire. As the transaction concluded, Ying Zheng held the Five-Dragon Supreme Seal in his grasp. The jade seal adorned with 5 divine dragons emanating an aura of endless nobility and mystery. Following the guidance of the Xiaoyao Hall, Ying Zheng swiftly refined the Five-Dragon Supreme Seal. Moments later, a multitude of information flooded his mind. The process felt prolonged, yet it had only taken 10 seconds. Upon opening his eyes, Ying Zheng exclaimed in astonishment, I did not expect the Five-Dragon Supreme Seal to possess such myriad functions. This truly is a tremendous gain. The Hall Master is indeed a benefactor of our great Qin. A smile graced Lin Sheng's lips. Profit was of little concern to him. After all, he had struck it rich. This auction had seen 5 treasures collectively fetch 3,500,000 wealth points, far exceeding his expectations. This wealth was sufficient for him to accomplish many endeavors. Now that the auction of the 5 treasures has concluded, this session comes to an end. Everyone may leave in an orderly fashion. Should you wish to stay, feel free to visit our shop to select other treasures of interest. The next auction is scheduled to be held in 1 month. Guests of box number 1, please remain. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's face lit up with surprise. Could it be that I have spent too lavishly, and the Hall Master wishes to grant me special treatment? Huang Rong's eyes sparkled. If the Hall Master was willing to meet her, she would have the opportunity to inquire about resurrecting her mother. Hall Master, please wait. I wish to meet you. Might you grant me this favor? Lin Sheng replied with a calm demeanor. Those who wish to meet me may contact me through silver-grade auction tokens or above. Should the need arise, you shall receive a response. Each individual is permitted only one opportunity. If fate does not align, one cannot re-enter the Xiaoyao Hall. With that, Lin Sheng's figure flickered and vanished from the auction stage, returning to the backstage. Instantly, the venue erupted in discussion, with attendees speculating on the true intentions of the Hall Master. Holders of silver and gold tokens grew increasingly excited. At this moment, the prestige of the Xiaoyao Hall ascended to new heights. In the study of the Xiaoyao Hall, Lin Sheng sat at the head, while Ling Zheng respectfully occupied the lower seat. Hall Master, what directives do you have for me? Ling Zheng inquired earnestly. Lin Sheng smiled. There is no need for the Qin Emperor to feel anxious. This is a private exchange. Let us be at ease. How dare I? How dare I? Ling Zheng replied respectfully, though his demeanor noticeably relaxed. Lin Sheng continued, I wish to discuss the auction proceeds regarding the first-tier world with you. Upon hearing this, Ling Zheng immediately straightened his posture and replied earnestly, Please speak, my lord. I am all ears. Lin Sheng nodded and succinctly described the circumstances surrounding that first-tier world. This particular realm was, in fact, a post-apocalyptic world, a rather unique existence among first-tier worlds. You must exercise caution upon entry. Do not fall victim to the zombies. If ordinary soldiers are infected, they may very well transform into zombies themselves. Ling Zheng paused, taken aback, and quickly inquired, How should we respond? A world teeming with zombies will inevitably pose a threat. Are we to send the soldiers of the Great Qin in? If they become infected, how can we proceed with the development? Fear not, Your Majesty, Lin Sheng replied with a smile. I have made the necessary preparations. There are elixirs in the shop specifically designed to combat the zombie virus. You will only need to purchase a batch and provide each soldier entering the realm with one. Furthermore, the shop offers numerous weapons and equipment tailored for the soldiers of Great Qin, which will facilitate the development of this post-apocalyptic world. You may personally select them later. That is splendid. Ling Zheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. With such provisions, the pace of developing this first-tier world would undoubtedly accelerate. And the 50,000 wealth points would soon be recouped. Very well. Unless there is anything else, you may take your leave. Lin Sheng waved his hand, signaling for Ling Zheng to depart. Yes, I shall go to the shop at once. Ling Zheng bowed to Lin Sheng and promptly exited the Hall of Leisure. After Ling Zheng's departure, a crisp notification sound resonated in Lin Sheng's ears. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the routine auction task. You have acquired a third-tier world, the Pacific Rim, a low-grade celestial artifact, the Thundercloud battle armor, and a low-grade celestial pill, the 5-Chi returning origin pill. Congratulations, host, on your privilege upgrade, unlocking the celestial task template. Countless tasks will emerge from the myriad realms every moment. Completing them will yield generous rewards. Oh, what bountiful rewards! Lin Sheng mused. Not only do I possess a low-grade celestial artifact and elixir, but I also have a third-tier world. If developed, it could yield an inexhaustible flow of wealth points. The Pacific Rim was a film he cherished, and the colossal mechas within it had been a youthful dream of his. He recalled that this world harbored many treasures. It was time to embark on third development. Next, he was thrilled to activate the Celestial Task template. With a month until the next auction, he could not solely focus on cultivation. He needed to engage in some activities to stave off boredom. He opened the task template and began to browse through the available tasks. 9th tier, Primordial World, a plea from Tongdian Jiaozhu. Urgent. I am being besieged by Yuan Shirtian Zun, Laozi, Jane Darn, and Juani Darn. Who can assist me? Master, perhaps you should handle this yourself. With the Four Saints attacking, what is the point of gathering more trouble? Lin Sheng shook his head and offered a moment of silence for Tongtian Jiaozhu before moving on to the next task. 9th tier, Journey to the West. A plea from Sun Wukong. Damn it, I have been trapped beneath the Five Elements Mountain for 500 years. Who can rescue me? Fear not, great sage. The one seeking scriptures will arrive to save you shortly, Lin Sheng muttered. A 9th tier world? The connections in Journey to the West are profound. I need not rely on Tathagata Buddha's intervention. The protectors and bodhisattvas will suffice for my needs. 7th tier, Against the Sky World. A plea from Yihei. The dark turmoil has erupted. Though I can withstand it alone, I cannot entirely prevent it. Who will stand with me against this darkness? Dark turmoil, Lin Sheng sighed. That was a dark hour for humanity. He would undoubtedly intervene in the future, but he lacked the strength to do so at present. 10 steps cough, cough, cough. Lin Sheng suddenly coughed, pondering the absurdity of receiving a Tier 10 mission while he, a mere Tier 3 expert, was expected to deliver supplies to the Tier 10 realm. System, Could you not provide me with some reasonable tasks? Please check the task requirements. The system unexpectedly responded. Lin Sheng hastily directed his gaze towards the task requirements. Alas, he had mistakenly examined the missions for realms above Tier 7. It was no wonder the tasks were so challenging. A bead of sweat trickled down Lin Sheng's forehead as he quickly flipped through the pages. Seeking missions for Tiers 1 to 3. For Tier 1, in the courtyard world. He found a plea from Qin Huairu. Must I truly venture to the storeroom for meals in Sudama? Is there no one to assist me? Next. A request from a vampire caught his eye. Lin Sheng smirked, continuing to peruse further. For Tier 1, in the sharpening the sword world. A plea from Li Yunlong read. It's exceedingly difficult to conquer Ping'an County. Can anyone help me transport 2 cannons over? This is feasible. Lin Sheng nodded. First Tier, Jurassic World. Simon's plea for assistance. Eliminate the rampaging dinosaurs. Third Tier, Avengers Universe. Iron Man's request. Resolve the invasion of the Chitauri. Second Tier, Demon Legend World. Yang Yuhuan's entreaty. Rescue her from the coffin. After reviewing the tasks from the first to the third tier, Lin Sheng felt confident that he could accomplish most of them with ease. However, with so many tasks at hand, it was clear that he could not handle them all personally. Perhaps he could enlist the help of experts from the comprehensive martial arts world. Lin Sheng mused that these tasks were predominantly suited for the adept individuals from that realm. Each task offered substantial rewards, generally exceeding 100 wealth points. Calculating the distribution, he reasoned that even allocating 1/10 of the wealth points would be insufficient, as the lower-tier tasks yielded relatively modest wealth. A 50% division seemed more reasonable. After all, once they received their wealth points, they would inevitably patronize his shop, where the goods were priced at a minimum 10-fold markup over cost. Thus, considering the back-and-forth transactions, he could reap a 20-fold profit. When the rewards for higher-tier tasks increased in the future, adjustments to the distribution ratios could easily be made. Sighing, he self-deprecatingly remarked on his own generosity. I am indeed too benevolent, a conscientious proprietor. Having examined the rewards, Lin Sheng finally found the time to peruse the visitation requests within the Celestial Command. Huang Rong, Lang Fanyun, and even Emperor Chakra had come seeking an audience. Lin Sheng swiftly scanned the list of applicants, selecting a few individuals before sending them a message, after which he vanished from the leisure palace. Meanwhile, the first floor of the shop was already bustling with those who had participated in the auction. A direct passage from the 10,000 Realms auction house to the shop saved them 10 wealth points in transportation fees, making it appealing for many practitioners with limited wealth. On the second floor, accessible only to those holding silver-tier celestial commands, items of the second tier were on sale. And the hall was filled with over 100 browsing patrons. Huang Yaoshi, Huang Rong, and Guijing strolled past the counters. Although their eyes were drawn to the precious treasures on display, their thoughts were clearly elsewhere. Ronger, do you think the Lord will grant us an audience? Huang Yaoshi asked anxiously. Having failed to acquire the Xiang resurrection pill, their hopes of reviving his wife rested entirely on the Lord's goodwill. Huang Rong furrowed her brow in response. Do not worry, Father. We were the first to request an audience, and I believe the Lord is inclined to see us. If he intends to summon others from the auction, he will surely prioritize our request. Huang Yaoshi nodded, though a trace of concern lingered on his face. Very well. But our wealth points are limited. What if, esteemed guest, your visitation request has been approved by the Lord? Please have Miss Huang Rong take the celestial command to the 4th floor reception room and wait. Suddenly, a notification echoed through Huang Yaoshi's celestial command, and excitement illuminated his face. Splendid! The Lord has consented. Is that true? Guijing and Huang Rong appeared exceedingly excited. Ronger, swiftly take the token to the 4th floor, Huang Yaoshi exclaimed with fervor. Handing the silver token to Huang Rong. Father, are you not coming? Huang Rong inquired, puzzled. The token indicates that you should go. It seems each person can only bring themselves, so I shall remain behind to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Huang Yaoshi replied with enthusiasm. Ronger, do make a good impression. Remember to be respectful in front of the hall master, Guijing solemnly advised. Huang Rong nodded, mentally preparing herself, and then proceeded to the 4th floor with the Order of the Heavens. After her departure, both Lang Fanyun and Zhang Sanfeng displayed expressions of excitement and followed her to the 4th floor. The rest of the attendees, however, wore expressions of disappointment, clearly having missed the summons from Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng's management style was notably efficient. Once candidates were selected, the other applicants swiftly received rejection notifications, ensuring a streamlined process. After all, coming from the Dragon Country, basic customer service must be upheld. In the fourth-floor reception room, Lin Sheng sat in the main seat. Upon seeing the beautiful young woman gracefully entering, memories of Xiangyang, Linen, and the Mongolian camp flooded his mind. Clearing his throat, he shook his head to dispel such thoughts. Focusing his attention on her, Huang Rong entered the reception room, performed a bow, and spoke with a clear voice. Huang Rong greets the Lord. Lin Sheng nodded slightly, indicating that she need not stand on ceremony, and then asked, "What matter brings the leader Huang here? May I inquire?" Huang Rong lowered her gaze, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. "My lord, I am willing to exhaust all my resources to procure the treasures that can restore life, solely to revive my mother." Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, perplexed, and inquired, "Your mother? She has been deceased for over 30 years, has she not?" Huang Rong replied softly, "Indeed. My father has kept my mother in the ice chamber, caring for her regularly to ensure her body remains well preserved. I had hoped to acquire the Xiang rebirth pill, but unfortunately, I was ill-prepared and ultimately lost to the esteemed Lang Fanun." Lin Sheng paused, contemplating the depth of Huang Yaoshi's feelings. In many adaptations of the legend of the Condor heroes, her mother's body was preserved well, and regardless of the circumstances, Huang Yaoshi had not abandoned this hope. After a moment of thought, Lin Sheng responded, "I do have such treasures in my shop, but as you know, the Xiang rebirth pill does not come at a modest price." Huang Rong's gaze was resolute. "The auction sets a price of 200,000 points. I am willing to pay 250,000 points, but I currently lack a portion of the wealth points. I can pay 100,000 points up front and settle the remaining amount within 3 months." Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. The difference between 200,000 and 250,000 was substantial. Selling at this price would indeed yield greater wealth points. However, he harbored concerns that an excessively high price might tarnish the auction's reputation. Noticing Lin Sheng lost in thought, Huang Rong spoke earnestly, "My father and Jinggu will gather the remaining wealth points within 3 months. My lord, could you grant me this opportunity?" Lin Sheng stared at her and slowly asked, "You currently possess only 100,000 wealth points, while the remaining 150,000 will be raised by your father and Jinggu. What assurance do you have that you will gather these wealth points within 3 months?" Huang Rong found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, securing such a sum within 3 months posed a significant challenge for her. She lowered her head, contemplating for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She then raised her gaze to Lin Sheng. "My lord, I am willing to work for you and heed your commands. My father and Jinggu will undoubtedly gather the remaining wealth points within 3 months." Lin Sheng was taken aback, assessing her from head to toe, contemplating that although Huang Rong was around 30, she remained extraordinarily captivating. At this moment, her presence was particularly striking. Her figure was graceful, exuding an alluring charm. However, Lin Sheng was not one easily swayed by appearances. He replied coolly, "You wish to serve me. But do you understand that I am not Cao Cao and will not easily accept just any form of compensation? What I require is tangible contributions." Huang Rong's face flushed slightly, sensing something amiss in Lin Sheng's gaze. She hurriedly explained, "My lord, there has been a misunderstanding. I am willing to work in the shop to assist you in its better operation." She continued, "I have observed that while the shop offers a self-checkout feature, many customers encounter difficulties when selecting products. If there were dedicated personnel to provide guidance, it would not only boost sales, but also expedite the turnover of goods." Lin Sheng was struck by her insight. He had not previously considered this perspective. Although the self-service model of the shop was convenient, it indeed lacked guidance and service tailored to customer needs. Having dedicated staff would not only enhance customer satisfaction but also increase sales figures. After pondering for a moment, Lin Sheng nodded in approval. "As expected of the leader of the Beggar S sect, your vision is indeed remarkable. If you truly intend to do so, I will appoint you as the manager of the 1st to 3rd floors of my shop. I will also recruit 10 additional employees, whom you will be responsible for managing. As for salary, you will receive a monthly wage of 100 wealth points, along with performance bonuses based on sales." How does that sound? Huang Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately bowed in gratitude. "My lord, I will not let you down." Lin Sheng smiled slightly, retrieving the Xiang rebirth pill from the shop system and handing it to Huang Rong. "This is the Xiang rebirth pill. You have 3 days to prepare, after which you may report to the shop." Huang Rong carefully accepted the pill, bowing deeply. "Thank you, my lord." After her departure, Lin Sheng called for the next guest to enter. Outside the reception room, Lang Fanyun, Zhang Sanfeng, and Emperor Shitian waited quietly, the atmosphere tense, with no one daring to speak. Shortly after, Huang Rong emerged from the reception room, and all three immediately turned their attention to her. Huang Rong nodded slightly, refraining from further words, and hurried downstairs, eager to share this good news with Huang Yaoshi. Following this, Emperor Shi Tian rose and made his way to the reception room. Lin Xin became intrigued by him, as he was the only ninth-tier powerhouse seeking an audience. Upon entering, Emperor Shi Tian felt an invisible pressure. Despite being at the late stage of martial saint, he felt an urge to bow in reverence. "I pay my respects to the Lord," he greeted respectfully. Lin Xin appraised him, speaking nonchalantly. "Su Fu, what brings you here today?" Emperor Shi Tian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lin Xin had discerned his true identity at a glance, which indicated the latter's exceptional capabilities. He bowed his head respectfully. "My lord, you have shown great compassion and have invested so much effort for our Jiuzhou world. I wish to present you with a token of my appreciation." Lin Xin smiled slightly, inquiring, "What token?" Emperor Shi Tian, slightly nervous, replied, "I know of a location that conceals the divine dragon, the foremost among the 4 auspicious beasts of the Jiuzhou continent. I wish to offer this dragon to you, my lord. Unfortunately, my strength is insufficient to capture it, and I would be honored to accompany you to seize it." Lin Xin pondered. The Jiuzhou continent was indeed rich in rare and exotic beasts, and dragons were not uncommon among such legendary creatures. If Emperor Shi Tian could lead him to it, it would be an excellent opportunity. Certainly, Lin Xin agreed, and immediately inquired, "What are your requests?" Shi Tian hurriedly replied, "How could I dare to have requests? However, if we succeed in slaying the dragon, I humbly ask for a portion of dragon essence as a reward for my cultivation." Lin Xin's gaze sharpened. Dragon essence is the quintessence of divine dragons. If he could truly acquire a portion, it would not only benefit Shi Tian, but also prove advantageous for himself. Lin Sheng surveyed Shi Tian, who quickly lowered his head and added, "If the Lord feels this is inappropriate, I would be grateful for a pill that could enhance my cultivation or prolong my life." Shi Tian felt a pang of anxiety. The phoenix blood had already been exhausted. If he could not swiftly advance his cultivation, once the phoenix blood was depleted, his lifespan would also dwindle. For someone as cautious and fearful of death as Shi Tian, this posed a significant threat. Lin Sheng pondered briefly and nodded. "Very well, we shall discuss it later. For now, wait aside." He then summoned Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan to enter. Upon their arrival in the reception area, they noticed Shi Tian standing respectfully to the side, which left them somewhat puzzled. Why had the Lord gathered all 3 of them here? It seemed there were important matters to discuss. "Greetings, Lord." Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan bowed respectfully. Lin Sheng nodded slightly and opened with, "Time is of the essence. There is no need for pleasantries. Please state your needs directly." The two exchanged glances, and Lang Fanyan stepped forward. "Lord, I have procured the Xiang resurrection pill, but my wife has been deceased for many years, resting in peace. Now, only her bones remain. Can this Xiang resurrection pill still bring her back to life?" Lang Fanyan spoke with a hint of guilt. Lin Sheng's eyes flickered as he replied calmly, "I possess 3 methods to resolve this issue." Lang Fanyan's face lit up with excitement. "Lord, I beseech you to guide me." Zhang Sanfeng and Shi Tian looked on in astonishment. After all, Lang Fanyan's wife had long since become mere bones. Could the Xiang resurrection pill truly restore her? The first method is to find someone who has just passed away, while silently invoking your wife's name and recalling all the moments you shared. You can use the Xiang resurrection pill to summon her spirit back, borrowing the body of this recently deceased individual, Lin Sheng explained calmly. Lang Fanyan frowned at this suggestion. Borrowing another's body to resurrect her, can she truly still be called my wife? Lord, are there any other methods? Lin Xing had anticipated Lang Fanyan's concerns and continued. The second method involves a miraculous treasure found in the realm of Zhongqian, called the Spring of Life. Dropping its water onto the bones can restore life and flesh, after which you can use the Xiang resurrection pill to return her spirit. A glimmer of hope appeared in Lang Fanyan's eyes. Spring of Life? Lord, how can one obtain this divine item? Lin Sheng smiled slightly. This treasure will be available in my shop, but the price? Lang Fanyan's heart sank, sensing the price would be steep. Lord, what is the cost? 1 million wealth points per drop, Lin Sheng stated nonchalantly. Lang Fanyan's expression changed dramatically. He thought to himself that 1 million wealth points might be beyond the means of any dynasty in the entire Jiuzhou. Clearly, he could not afford this. Seeing his reaction, Lin Xing sighed helplessly. As a 5th-tier divine item, the Spring of Life could benefit even the most skilled immortal, and the pricing in his shop was quite reasonable. After all, he had previously claimed it could restore life, and now a customer sought after sales support. He could not entirely refuse. Alas, it seems I am too kind. Lin Sheng mused internally. Lang Fanyun's eyes flashed with resignation as he finally asked, Lord, what is the third method? Lin Sheng smiled. The third method is that I will personally intervene to reconstruct your wife's body, after which I will use the Xiang resurrection pill to restore her. Lang Fanyun was taken aback. Lord, you can truly reconstruct her body? Zhang Sanfeng and Di Shitian were equally astonished. Lang Fanyun quickly asked, Lord, what are the conditions for this? Lin Sheng replied calmly, it is quite simple. You would need to join my shop as a guard for 1 year and also pay 20,000 wealth points to enable my assistance. Lang Fanyun was momentarily stunned, but soon responded with a smile, it would be my honor to serve the Lord. However, Lin Sheng, growing impatient, inquired, however, what? Lang Fanyun hesitated for a moment. It is just that after joining the shop, I will be unable to earn wealth points, and that 20,000 wealth points. Lin Sheng interjected, grinning, do not worry. After joining the shop, you will still be able to accept tasks and earn wealth points upon completion. He waved his hand, and a series of tasks appeared on the screen. Tier 1. In the world of drawing sword, assist Li Yunlong in breaching Ping'an County and rescuing Yang Xiuqing. Reward, 100 wealth points. Tier 1. In the world of let the bullets fly, save Liuzi and eliminate the Huang Xilang reactionary group. Reward, 100 wealth points. Tier 2. In the world of Ran Wei. The three of them stared wide-eyed at the abundant task rewards, their hearts filled with astonishment. Lin Sheng continued. These tasks can be accepted by you, Hero Lang, once you join the shop. As for you, Zhang Jinren and Su Fu, you two will not be able to accept these tasks for the time being. We will discuss it when the official launch occurs. Lang Fanyun excitedly bowed. Thank you, Lord, for your gracious bestowal. I shall give my all. Lin Sheng nodded, then turned to Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Jinren, do you have any requests? Zhang Sanfeng stepped forward earnestly. I have a beloved disciple who passed away many years ago. I would like to ask the Lord if there is a way to bring him back to life. Lin Sheng pondered for a moment and replied, this can indeed be done, but it will require waiting until the Xiang resurrection pill is in stock. The method for reconstructing the body will be the same as for Lang Fanyun. Zhang Sanfeng smiled. I am quite aged and have little savings. I cannot afford the 1 million wealth points for the spring of life, nor do I wish for my disciple to be resurrected in another's body. If that is the case, you may also join the shop as a guard, Lin Sheng suggested with a smile. Lang Fanyun, Zhang Sanfeng, welcome to join. Lin Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction within. The future of the shop would surely flourish. Everyone's gaze turned to Di Shitian, their eyes clearly conveying the message. We both intend to join the shop as guards. Do you not plan to join us? Di Shitian felt a wave of panic within, pondering, if I refuse the Lord, will it displease him? However, he understood that he could not adapt to such a transition in a short time. After all, he had enjoyed thousands of years of prestige in this world. How could he accept becoming an ordinary guard? Moreover, he was currently planning a grand return to the martial world to sweep through Zhangzhou and amass a fortune in wealth points. He had no desire to be confined to a shop. Di Shitian averted his gaze from Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyun, maintaining a serene demeanor, focusing his attention inward. Seeing this, Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyun ceased their scrutiny of him. Zhang Sanfeng then turned to Lin Sheng and respectfully stated, Lord, I have one more small request. Lin Sheng smiled faintly, already anticipating Zhang Sanfeng's request. Is it concerning your third disciple? Zhang Sanfeng nodded eagerly. Indeed. Over a decade ago, my third disciple was secretly harmed and had all his joints shattered, rendering him paralyzed to this day. I wish to ask the Lord for a method to see if he can be cured. Hope flickered in Zhang Sanfeng's voice. Lin Sheng nodded thoughtfully. Your disciple was paralyzed due to the great strength diamond finger technique that shattered his joints. Given the lengthy delay, it indeed poses challenges for treatment. However, this poses no challenge for my shop, Lin Sheng said calmly. Zhang Sanfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he implored, Please, master, teach me. Lin Sheng smiled and elucidated. In the grand hall on the second floor, there exists a medicine known as the Purple Essence Bone Marrow Powder. By procuring a few doses for both external application and internal consumption, you shall be restored to health within a few days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng's eyes brightened instantly, followed by a tinge of regret for not having discovered this remedy earlier. So such a treasure was available on the second floor? Zhang Sanfeng marveled. Lin Sheng gently nodded. Indeed. You may go and make your preparations. Return to the shop in 3 days. After Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyun departed, Emperor Shutian hastily bowed to Lin Sheng, asking, "Master, do you have any further instructions?" "No." Lin Sheng rose to his feet and gazed at Emperor Shutian. "Come, let us embark on a journey to witness the divine dragons of the 9 provinces." "Indeed," replied Emperor Shutian. Huang Rong and her father, Huang Yaoshi, were preparing to depart when Huang Rong whispered to her father, "Father, we have secured the item. Let us return to Peach Blossom Island swiftly." Huang Yaoshi glanced around, noticing the many eyes upon them, and understood this was not the place for discussion. He nodded in agreement, and the 3 activated the Celestial Order, vanishing instantaneously from the shop. Upon their return to Peach Blossom Island, Huang Yaoshi, unable to contain his excitement, inquired, "Ronger, where is the item?" Huang Rong produced the Xiang Resurrection Pill, and Huang Yaoshi eagerly accepted the pill box, murmuring, "Splendid. Ahung can finally be revived." After calming himself, he asked, "How did you acquire this pill?" Huang Rong replied, "I offered 250,000 wealth points, and the Lord agreed." Guo Jing's face clouded with concern. 250,000 wealth points? How could we possibly have that much? Huang Rong casually explained, "I initially transferred 100,000 wealth points to the Lord, and for the remaining 150,000 points, he agreed to give us 3 months to repay. To secure this, I put myself as collateral in the shop, working for the Lord. Therefore, we must gather 150,000 wealth points swiftly." Guo Jing asked anxiously, "Ronger, how could you put yourself as collateral?" Huang Rong chuckled helplessly. With a debt of 150,000 points, collateral was essential. Otherwise, how could the shop agree so easily? Huang Yaoshi reassured her solemnly, "Ronger, rest assured, I will amass the 150,000 points." Huang Rong smiled faintly and said, "All right, let us proceed to revive my mother." Above the East Sea, the azure waves stretched endlessly, and a streak of light flashed by. In an instant, the light pierced through the skies, arriving above an island, transforming into a magnificent pagoda. The pagoda shimmered, and Lin Sheng, along with Emperor Shutian, emerged from within. Lin Sheng gazed down at the island and asked, "Is this the island of the divine dragon?" Emperor Shutian, somewhat perplexed, nodded, "Yes, this is indeed the island of the divine dragon." Lin Sheng nodded, extending his hand as the pagoda slowly descended into his grasp. He spoke solemnly, "Now that we have arrived, let us descend. Su Fu, summon the divine dragon." Emperor Shutian hesitated slightly. "Lord, the divine dragon possesses formidable strength. Perhaps we should wait until the time of calamity to eliminate it." Lin Sheng shook his head calmly. "There is no need. It is merely a divine dragon. Proceed." Faced with Lin Sheng's command, Emperor Shutian dared not disobey and swiftly flew toward the heart of the lake. Above the island at the heart of the lake, Emperor Shutian unleashed the Sacred Heart technique, unleashing a powerful martial pressure that descended heavily. He struck a mighty blow, directly targeting the hidden lair of the divine dragon. "How dare you disturb the divine dragon's rest?" A voice from the water echoed as several water beings flew toward Emperor Shutian. He coldly declared, "Sacred Heart 4 techniques." In an instant, icy blades manifested in the air, hurtling toward the approaching water beings. The water beings were swiftly impaled to the ground, and without hesitation, Emperor Shutian unleashed his most potent attack, Sacred Heart 4 Calamities, Divine Punishment. Emperor Shutian's spiritual avatar transformed into a phoenix, plunging beneath the lake's surface. An enraged roar emanated from below, causing the island of the divine dragon to tremble. The divine dragon surged forth, its colossal head crashing against the heart of the island. As it leaped from the water, the divine dragon let out a furious roar, charging at Emperor Shutian. Reacting swiftly, he unleashed an icy blade to confront the divine dragon. The dragon shattered the icy blade upon impact, launching itself fiercely at Emperor Shutian. He was struck back, blood surging within him as he fell heavily to the ground. The divine dragon continued its assault, opening its enormous maw to devour Emperor Shutian. "Ah, Lord, save me," he cried in terror. Lin Sheng, witnessing the scene from above, raised an eyebrow at the formidable presence of the divine dragon. However, upon seeing Emperor Shutian's plight, he no longer hesitated and pressed his hand downward. A powerful aura enveloped the divine dragon. Sensing danger, the dragon halted its movements and looked up at the sky. A colossal hand obscured the sun, descending slowly. The divine dragon roared in defiance, exhaling dragon flames, yet the giant hand remained indifferent, continuing its descent. The dragon charged at the immense hand, but with a deafening crash. The impact proved futile, pinning the entire dragon to the ground. Emperor Shutian was utterly stunned. The divine dragon was utterly powerless before the Lord. A sight that was simply unbelievable. Lin Xing descended slowly, standing atop the dragon's head. The divine dragon, now bloodied and battered, emitted mournful cries. Unable to resist Lin Xing's dominance. The Azure Dragon, a rare bloodline of the continent of Jiuzhou, held significant power but was no match for Lin Xing. Glancing at the information regarding the divine dragon, Lin Xing noted its considerable strength, yet it was still inferior to him. Observing the dragon's lament, Lin Xing spoke in a calm tone, "Azure Dragon, do you wish to submit to me?" Feeling Lin Xing's overwhelming power, the divine dragon dared not resist and, after a couple of roars, lowered its head in submission. Noticing the dragon's understanding, Lin Xing nodded and continued, "Now, release your spiritual consciousness, see." With that, Lin Xing formed a seal with his right hand, causing a primordial talisman to materialize and swiftly enter the dragon's head. The divine dragon let out a terrified roar. Yet it sensed no change within its body. Lin Xing's gaze penetrated through the dragon's eyes, and the dragon felt its very existence was in Lin Xing's grasp, compelling it to lower its head in complete submission. The primordial scripture, being a 10th tier technique, contained numerous powerful secrets, including methods to control souls. By embedding the talisman into the opponent's spiritual consciousness, see, Lin Xing needed only a thought to cause their consciousness to collapse, leading to instant annihilation. Witnessing Lin Xing effortlessly subdue the divine dragon, Emperor Shi Tian, disregarding his own injuries, swiftly approached Lin Xing and respectfully proclaimed, "Congratulations, Lord, on subduing the divine dragon. Your might is unparalleled. I am in complete admiration." Lin Xing paid him little heed, tossing the Hunyuan pagoda into the air. The pagoda swelled in size, hovering directly above the divine dragon, its brilliance enveloping the creature entirely. In the blink of an eye, the divine dragon was captured without a hint of resistance. Drawn into the Hunyuan pagoda, Emperor Shi Tian was astounded by this spectacle. It turned out this pagoda could not only expedite travel but also capture living beings. The divine dragon, a pinnacle of strength within the world, akin to a terrestrial deity, was subdued without resistance. Trembling, Emperor Shi Tian mused, "If I were to face the Lord, I would surely stand no chance." Lin Xing, having secured the divine dragon, turned to face the still bowing Emperor Shi Tian, feeling satisfied with his attitude. "All right, rise. You have performed commendably this time. Thank you, Lord, for your great kindness. This is merely my duty." Emperor Shi Tian replied with utmost respect. Lin Xing nodded, observing Emperor Shi Tian. "The divine dragon has been subdued. You need not concern yourself with the dragon's essence any longer. However, I have noticed that your vitality is continually waning. If you cannot break through, you may not have many years left." Lin Xing disowned Emperor Shi Tian's fundamental issue at a glance. Years ago, in a catastrophic battle against the top 10 martial artists, though he barely recovered, the blood of the phoenix was steadily depleting. Once it was exhausted, his demise would follow. Hearing this, Emperor Shi Tian immediately knelt, anxiously pleading, "I implore you, Lord, save me." Lin Xing nodded, responding coolly, "I promised you before coming. I shall not go back on my word." After speaking, Lin Xing searched the shop, spending 5,000 wealth points to purchase the 9-yang sacred flame pill, which he then handed to Emperor Shi Tian. "Your body relies on the power of phoenix blood for sustenance, yet phoenix blood is of the fire element, inherently conflicting with your technique that embodies the utmost yin and cold. With the depletion of phoenix blood, the balance has been disrupted, and you now find yourself at an impasse. This 9-yang sacred flame pill can harness the power of the utmost yang to harmonize your sacred heart techniques yin cold, achieving a balance of yin and yang, thereby facilitating your breakthrough effortlessly." Emperor Shi Tian was overwhelmed with excitement as he eagerly accepted the 9-yang sacred flame pill. Expressing his deep gratitude, "I am profoundly thankful for the benevolence of the Hall Master. Your kindness is etched in my heart. From this moment forth, should you have any commands, I shall not dare to disobey." "Very well, the matter is resolved. You may take your leave." Lin Xing waved his hand, signaling Emperor Shi Tian to depart. Upon finishing, Lin Xing began to communicate with the shop, and in an instant, he found himself in the leisure hall. The Dragon Island was an unfamiliar territory requiring a journey to reach, yet returning to the shop was far simpler, accomplished through direct teleportation. Upon entering the leisure hall, Lin Xing first reviewed his current attributes. Host, Lin Xing Strength. 3rd stage, Great Perfection Technique. Hongmeng Emperor Scripture Wealth Points. 5,000,000 treasures. Hunyuan Treasure Pagoda. Thundercloud Battle Armor Connected Worlds. 2 3rd-stage worlds. Comprehensive Martial Arts of 9 Provinces. Pacific Rim World. 5 2nd-stage worlds. 21st-stage worlds. After examining his attributes, Lin Xing nodded in approval. Out of the 5 million wealth points, 360,000 had come from the auction, while the remainder primarily derived from shop sales. This indicated that the shop's turnover had exceeded 1 million wealth points in just 2 days, a commendable achievement, yet Lin Sheng believed there was room for improvement. He resolved to reserve 1 million wealth points for future use, while utilizing the remainder to replenish stock and expand the shop's scale. To grow stronger and achieve greater brilliance was Lin Sheng's quiet ambition. Having completed these considerations, Lin Sheng retrieved a low-grade celestial pill, the 5-Qi returning origin pill, and mused, "It is time to advance to the 4th stage." Without hesitation, he consumed the pill, and in an instant, a surge of violent energy erupted within him as he began to circulate the Hongming Emperor scripture, entering a state of cultivation. Simultaneously, the entire 9 provinces continent was stirred by a tempest. In Zhongzhou, at Wushuang City, the forces of the Tianxia Association were encroaching. Xiong Ba, mounted on a flying sword, hovered above Wushuang City, his voice resounding throughout the city. "Dugu Jian, Xiong Ba stands before you. Dare you engage me in battle?" Xiong Ba had come to Wushuang City, challenging the sword saint Dugu Jian. 3 days prior, he had sent Nie Feng to coerce Wushuang City into submission. However, unable to yield against the Tianxia Association, Wushuang City stood firm. Failing in his mission, Xiong Ba decided to confront the matter personally. Deeply frustrated by his inadequate wealth points, having been disqualified from competing for 5 auction items, Xiong Ba could not bear the humiliation of his pride. He led the elite of the Tianxia Association to directly besiege Wushuang City, poised to claim victory. The people of Wushuang City were astonished upon hearing of Xiong Ba's challenge to the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint had traversed the world for decades without a single defeat, while Xiong Ba, merely at the Grand Master level, dared to challenge him, prompting the citizens of Wushuang City to find the situation absurd. Du Gu Yifang scoffed. "Xiong Ba, are you jesting? Do you truly believe yourself worthy of challenging my elder brother?" Xiong Ba cast a disdainful glance at Du Gu Yifang and continued to shout, "Du Gu Jian, should you choose not to emerge today, Wushuang City shall cease to exist. Damn it! Xiong Ba, you are exceedingly overbearing. Release the arrows." With a furious shout, Du Gu Yifang unleashed a torrent of arrows directed at Xiong Ba. Xiong Ba snorted coldly. 3 parts returned to the primal essence. An aura enveloped his body, causing the arrows to rebound upon impact with the protective shield. "Humph. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige," Xiong Ba declared icily, as the Ziyun flying sword transformed into a streak of luminescence, slicing towards the archers atop the city wall. The swift sound of the flying sword sliced through the air, instantly vanquishing the archers, while most of the combatants atop the city walls had already been eliminated. The flying sword did not pause, darting straight toward the neck of the foe Dugu. "Damn it!" exclaimed Dugu Yifang, drawing his sword to parry. With a sharp clang, the counterfeit sword of Dugu Qianfang was cleaved in 2. As Dugu Yifang witnessed the flying sword charging towards him once more, he cried out in panic, "Elder brother, save me!" At that moment, a tempestuous sword intent surged forth from beyond the borders of Wushuang City. "Cease at once!" A commanding voice resounded as the Sword Saint, Dugu Jian, finally made his appearance. "At long last, he has arrived?" Xiong Ba revealed a sinister smile. "Eldest brother, quickly, eliminate Xiong Ba. Eliminate Xiong Ba." Upon witnessing the arrival of the Sword Saint, Donggu Yifang was instantly filled with elation and called out in excitement. However, at that very moment, the Ziyun flying sword unexpectedly activated once more. Before Donggu Yifang could react, the sword pierced through his chest in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Xiong Ba would dare to strike at him even as the Sword Saint approached. Xiong Ba gestured with his hand, retracting the Ziyun flying sword, and soared into the air, turning to face the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint, now aged and frail, was at a disadvantage. Xiong Ba saw this as an opportunity to eliminate the Sword Saint while simultaneously dispatching Donggu Yifang. Such an act would undoubtedly incite the Sword Saint's fury even further. An enraged Sword Saint would be more prone to errors, thus amplifying Xiong Ba's chances of victory. The Sword Saint swiftly arrived before Wushuang City, and upon seeing the lifeless form of Donggu Yifang, whose eyes remained wide open in death, he furrowed his brow slightly before regaining his composure. The true Donggu Yifang had vanished 18 years prior after being invited to witness a duel. This impostor was merely a counterfeit. The Sword Saint harbored no significant sentiments towards him, and his death was of little consequence. At this moment, The Sword Saint was far more concerned with the flying sword at Xiongba's feet. Swordsmanship? The Sword Saint narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired. Isn't that the legendary form of swordplay? If you are capable of wielding it, it must be due to that flying sword, correct? But from whence did it come? Despite having lived in seclusion for many years, the Sword Saint still maintained a keen sensitivity towards sword techniques. With a cold sneer, Xiongba retorted, Dugujian. You are but a frog in a well, unaware of the changes in the 9 provinces. This flying sword of mine is a peerless treasure acquired from the Celestial Palace. And today I shall let you witness the might of the spiritual artifact flying sword. The Celestial Palace? What manner of place is that? A look of confusion crossed the Sword Saint's face as he shook his head. Your heart is impure, and so is your sword path, even with a treasured sword. It remains merely a pearl covered in dust, unable to unleash its true power. That may not be the case. Today, I shall experience the profound techniques of the Holy Spirit swordsmanship. Xiongba bellowed in fury, brandishing the purple cloud flying sword. The sword light flickered as it surged towards the Sword Saint. Sensing the perilous aura emanating from the flying sword, the Sword Saint did not dare to be negligent. In an instant, the unsurpassed sword was drawn, and the Holy Spirit swordsmanship was unleashed. 21 swords. A blade of light, imbued with an aura of destruction, manifested in the air, swiftly cleaving towards the flying sword. With a crisp clang, the flying sword was unexpectedly sent flying away. Xiongba let out a cold snort, his vitality surging as the sword transformed into a streak of light, swiftly slicing towards the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint's aura fluctuated. Each time the flying sword drew near, its speed would dramatically diminish. Ultimately, the Sword Saint's unparalleled sword defense firmly contained the assault of the flying sword. Truly, the prowess of a celestial being is formidable. Xiongba's expression grew grave. Although the Sword Saint was aged and weakened, the oppressive aura of the celestial realm remained potent enough to significantly diminish the power of Xiongba's flying sword. To vanquish the Sword Saint, one must breach his celestial domain. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Xiongba snorted coldly and retrieved a crimson pill from his robe. This was the Blood God pill, which he had purchased from the shop for 10,000 wealth points. Upon consumption, it would double the cultivation of a grandmaster. After swallowing the Blood God pill, Xiongba's true essence surged violently, his complexion turning a deep red. With a roar, he charged fiercely towards the Sword Saint. 3 parts returned to the essence. The energy projectile in Xiongba's hand crashed heavily towards the Sword Saint. With a resounding boom, the Sword Saint was forced back 2 steps. Unfazed, Xiongba seized the Ziyun flying sword with his right hand, his vital energy surging forth, causing the sword to radiate an even more brilliant light. Break! Roared Xiongba, as he merged with his sword, thrusting fiercely towards the Sword Saint. With a sharp sound, the Ziyun flying sword, infused with an overwhelming surge of true essence from Xiongba, tore through the Sword Saint's celestial domain and struck down fiercely. The unparalleled sword in the Sword Saint's hand met the blow, producing a resounding clash. To everyone's astonishment, the legendary unparalleled sword was cleaved in 2. Xiongba, filled with elation, laughed maniacally. Ha ha! The unparalleled sword is destroyed. Sword Saint, prepare to meet your demise. As he spoke, Xiongba's flying sword lunged toward the Sword Saint's chest with ferocity. However, the Sword Saint's voice suddenly resonated. Do you truly believe victory is yours? In that instant, Xiongba felt the surrounding space-time freeze, rendering his body immobile and suspended in midair. Behind the Sword Saint, a colossal spiritual entity emerged, emanating a devastating aura that oppressed the gathered members of the Tiandahui below. Niafeng and the others, in a state of panic, struggled to withstand the onslaught of sword intent, their gazes fixed upon the fierce confrontation between the Sword Saint and Xiongba. 23 swords. The Sword Saint bellowed, unleashing a torrent of sword energy toward the formidable Hongba. I am doomed. A profound sense of dread enveloped Xiongba, rendering him as helpless as a sheep awaiting slaughter. Yet, at that moment, the Ziyun flying sword in his grasp suddenly detached itself, transforming into a semicircular shield that intercepted the Sword Saint's lethal sword energy. All of the Sword Saint's attacks were deflected by this violet shield, leaving Xiongba utterly unscathed. The Sword Saint was taken aback. What manner of weapon was this, capable of autonomously protecting its master? Xiongba was equally astonished, never expecting that the spiritual weapon would instinctively shield him. Seizing the fleeting moment of the Sword Saint's astonishment, Xiongba swiftly activated a teleportation talisman, vanishing from his spot. When Xiongba reappeared, he found himself already 10 miles away. With a sudden gasp, Xiongba expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. Although the spiritual artifact, the flying sword, had saved him, the sword energy unleashed by the sword saint continued to erode his insides, rendering him nearly unable to endure the agony. Damn it! My spiritual artifact, the flying sword. Xiongba cursed inwardly, only to discover that the sword had been abandoned on the battlefield. At this moment, terror gripped Xiongba, compelling him to flee towards the stronghold of the Tianxia Society. The sword saint, gazing at the vacant expanse ahead, felt his expression shift dramatically. Xiongba had managed to escape. A victory that had seemed nearly certain now eluded him. The sword saint couldn't help but wonder if this was somehow connected to the Xianyao Palace. Narrowing his eyes, he resolved to delve deeper into this matter. Turning his attention toward the Tianxia Society's ranks, he noticed Nie Feng and his companions, who, in their astonishment, hurriedly retreated. Quickly, we must find our master. Qin Shuang commanded swiftly, and the trio hastened away, abandoning the other members. The remaining members of the Tianxia Society, witnessing the unfolding chaos, scattered in a frantic bid for survival. The sword saint descended slowly to the ground, picking up a now dull flying sword, his eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly, his complexion turned ashen, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood, appearing as though he had aged a decade. The forced utilization of Sword 23 had drained him entirely. The sword saint was now a mere shadow of his former self. In the city of mechanisms belonging to the Mo family in the Great Qin, Wei Zhuang and Qi Lian stood atop a mountain, gazing down at the mechanism city, their minds already formulating strategies. Suddenly, a voice rang out. His Majesty has arrived. Your Majesty has arrived? Wei Zhuang's eyes narrowed, filled with doubt. How could the Emperor be here? He turned around and beheld Emperor Yingzheng, floating on the winds like a legendary alchemist, holding the supreme seal of the 5 dragons. Li Si, the Grand Minister, along with the lesser ministers, followed closely. Standing guard by his side, Wei Zhuang clasped his hands in salute and said, I pay my respects to your Majesty. What brings you here? Yingzheng cast a glance at Wei Zhuang and replied indifferently, I have come to test the power of the treasures within the Hall of Leisure. Is it the Hall of Leisure? Wei Zhuang's face displayed a look of confusion. Yingzheng did not elaborate further. Instead, he raised the supreme seal of the 5 dragons and began to channel the power of the nation's fortune. The strength of the supreme seal of the 5 dragons coalesced, and in an instant, Yingzheng's aura surged, reaching the pinnacle of martial saint. The crowd within the Mo family's mechanism city was utterly astonished by this overwhelming presence. Indeed, Your Majesty, the expression on Gai Nie's face changed instantaneously. This cannot be. How could His Majesty possess such formidable strength? As a former personal guard of Qin Shi Huang, Gai Nie had acquired some understanding of the Emperor's swordsmanship. Based on his deductions, Yingzheng's prowess should not exceed the level of a grandmaster. How could he have ascended to the realm of a martial sage? Could it be due to the 10,000 Realms auction house? A fleeting glimmer of cold light passed through Gao Jianli's eyes. It was rumored that Yingzheng had acquired numerous treasures from the 10,000 Realms auction house. Could that be the source of his newfound might? The gentle voice of the Snow Woman carried a hint of allure and sorrow as she spoke. Gai Nie shook his head, responding solemnly, even with treasures. It is inconceivable to elevate oneself from Grandmaster to Martial Sage in such a short span, unless the power of the 10,000 Realms auction house far exceeds our imagination. Humph, the might of the 10,000 Realms auction house is beyond the comprehension of you traitorous scum. You shall all meet your demise. In the air, Yingzheng connected to the power of the Qin dynasty through the supreme seal of the 5 dragons, an overwhelming aura enveloping him as he sneered. He can actually hear our conversation. Tianming's face was a mask of shock, disbelief etched across his features. Yingzheng, damn him. A flash of fury ignited in Xiao Yu's eyes as he glared at Yingzheng above, hatred flickering like a flame. Yet, Yingzheng paid them no mind. He tossed the supreme seal of the 5 dragons into the air, where it soared above the mechanized city, expanding dramatically in the wind to transform into a colossal jade seal spanning a mile. The 5 dragons upon the seal writhed with vitality, suffused with the essence of fortune. Break! Yingzheng bellowed, unleashing the full force of the martial saint. The supreme seal of the 5 dragons descended upon the Mo family's mechanized city like a mountain crashing down. Oh no! The expressions of Gai Nie, the Snow Woman, and others changed dramatically as they hurriedly retreated into the city with Tianming and the others. A resounding crash reverberated through the air as the supreme seal of the five dragons descended with tremendous force, causing the Mo family's mechanism city to tremble and ultimately collapse half of the city. Countless disciples of the Mo family perished in an instant. On the mountain peak, Wei Zhuang, Yu Shun, and Deci Ming stood in utter shock at the unfolding scene. It was inconceivable, utterly unfathomable. Wei Zhuang shook his head in disbelief. He had spent an extensive period preparing for this mechanism city and had never dared to decisively launch an attack. Yet, to his astonishment, Ying Zheng had arrived and, with a single blow, demolished this renowned stronghold. As Ying Zheng surveyed the devastation he had wrought, a satisfied nod of approval came from him. With a wave of his right hand, he summoned back the supreme seal of the five dragons and turned away, no longer concerned with the aftermath. He commanded that all masters and above from the various schools gather in Xianyang within 3 days. Those who failed to arrive in time would face the fate of such a city. With that, Ying Zheng's figure flickered as he invoked the ascending to immortality technique and soared into the distance. The Yin-Yang faction followed closely behind, leaving only Wei Zhuang and Qi Lian at the scene. Wei Zhuang gazed down at the tragic state of the Mo family's mechanism city, a glimmer of confusion manifesting in his eyes. Is it the Hall of Leisure? Outside the Wagong stronghold, the armies of the Great Sui were locked in fierce combat. Suddenly, a colossal bear, towering 100 meters high, descended from the heavens, crashing into the ranks of the Wagong forces. In its wake, the soldiers of Wagong were instantly routed. The Titan bear continued its relentless advance, and within a single day, the first force of the Great Sui rebels was reduced to ashes. The Great Sui was undergoing a transformation. At Wudong Mountain, Zhang Sanfeng gazed at Yu Daiyan, who was staggering to his feet, tears welling in his eyes. On Peach Blossom Island in the southern Song, Huang Yaoshi and his daughter Huang Rong wept tears of joy as they beheld a stunning woman slowly awakening from an icy slumber. In the palace of the Ming dynasty, a profound aura emanated from a chamber, then swiftly contracted. Zhu Hozhao opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he calmly instructed Chao Jingchun, summon the iron-willed god Marquis to the palace. In the Qing dynasty, Wei Xiaobao frantically rummaged through the treasures hoarded by Ao Bai, his mind wandering to the items that could enhance his strength, leading to thoughts that should not have arisen. Perhaps, I too could seize a piece of the Qing dynasty's dominion. In the Hall of Leisure, as the entire 9 provinces continent was engulfed in endless strife, a formidable aura suddenly surged forth. Lin Sheng slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, celestial laws swirled around him, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the surroundings. Had it not been for the Hall of Leisure's self-sustaining nature, this pressure could have shattered the very heavens of the martial world. At last, I have ascended to immortality. Lin Sheng's face lit up with excitement as he stepped into the 4th stage of human immortality, finally completing the transformation from mortal to divine. The Hongming Imperial Sutra rendered him invincible among his peers. Now, even if he were to face celestial beings 2 levels above him, he would emerge victorious. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your promotion to the 4th stage of human immortality. The celestial ranking function has been activated. The greater the influence of the rankings, the more substantial the rewards you shall receive. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your ascension to the 4th stage. The store system now allows for the random acquisition of a world passageway from the 1st to 2nd stage each day. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Lin Sheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. A ranking system? Influence? How absurd. My store is already the foremost power in the 9 provinces. The impact of the rankings cannot be trivial. The functionality of the world passageways has been upgraded. Now, I can obtain a passageway from the 1st to 2nd stage daily, and the value of a 2nd stage world surpasses that of the 1st. Lin Sheng began to devise plans on how to have Ying Zheng develop the apocalyptic world thoroughly, enabling him to reap substantial profits before selling these world passageways. These must be sold swiftly, opportunities for profit wait for no one. After preparing, Lin Sheng turned his attention to the rankings. The store remained bustling with patrons, countless martial artists selecting elixirs, martial arts techniques, and other treasures. The most basic elixirs cost merely 10 wealth points, making them affordable for nearly everyone. Suddenly, the entire store trembled as a beam of light shot skyward, suspended in the air, revealing a segment of information. In order to better serve the 9 provinces and to express gratitude for the support from the continent's patrons, the Hall of Leisure has established various rankings based on the strength of different factions. Those who make the list shall receive special rewards provided by the Hall of Leisure. Rankings? Rewards? The patrons within the store began to murmur among themselves. Simultaneously, the same message appeared in the sky. Celestial Ranking Part 1. The Top 10 Dynasties of the 9 Provinces. As the rankings were unveiled, the 9 provinces erupted in excitement. An imperial ranking. Emperors could obtain top-tier spiritual artifacts. The auction house of all realms had only auctioned low-tier spiritual artifacts. Top-tier ones are exceedingly powerful. Who could possibly be in first place? The 10th dynasty on the list was the Shinjo dynasty, rewarded with a low-tier spiritual artifact, the Fire Spirit Flying Sword. The revelation of the 10th place astounded the crowd. How could the Shinjo dynasty be so low? Wasn't it the strongest dynasty in Zhongzhou? It turns out the power of the Zhongzhou dynasty was under the control of the martial world, rendering the dynasty itself weak. As discussions erupted, the formidable Xiongba, having retreated to the Tiandi society, lit up at the sight of the Fire Spirit Flying Sword reward. Perfect. My flying sword was destroyed in battle against the Sword Sage. This Fire Spirit Flying Sword is just what I need. If this old emperor is wise, he will return the sword to me. Otherwise, his throne may not be worth keeping. Xiongba was already contemplating a palace coup. At that moment, the second name appeared in the sky. The 9th dynasty was the Turkic dynasty, rewarded with a low-tier spiritual artifact, the purple gold Dao robe. Is the Turkic power so feeble? Were they not said to have pressured the Great Sui? Not at all. The Turkic forces were recently thrashed by the Great Sui. In the royal palace of Luoyang, Emperor Yang of Sui scoffed at the ranking. A mere Turkic dynasty dares to enter the imperial rankings. I shall extinguish them sooner or later. As the light shifted, the third name materialized. The 8th dynasty was the Southern Song dynasty, rewarded with a low-tier spiritual artifact, the Red Gold Pagoda. The 7th was the Northern Song dynasty, rewarded with a mid-tier spiritual artifact, the Heavenly Origin Sword. Seeing these 2 dynasties, the crowd buzzed again. What a pity for the 2 songs. If they had not fractured, they might have surged into the top 3 of the dynasty rankings. Would this ranking incentivize their unification? Unification was uncertain, but the 2 songs had long been dubbed the weak song. Now, each possessed a spiritual artifact, and it seemed the Liao and Jin would soon come to demand tribute. Surely the song would not be so timid? Has the song not always been timid? The rankings continued to shift. The 6th dynasty was the Qing dynasty, rewarded with a mid-tier spiritual artifact, the cold, chilling, evil whip. The 5th was the Yuan dynasty, rewarded with a mid-tier spiritual artifact, the purple gold Gale Spear. The 4th was the Han dynasty, rewarded with a superior spiritual artifact, the Biyuan Golden Cauldron. The 3rd was the Ming dynasty, rewarded with a superior spiritual artifact, the Xianfeng Red Scale Armor. The 2nd was the Great Sui dynasty, rewarded with a superior spiritual artifact, the purple Jade Xiantian Seal. And finally, the 1st was the Qin dynasty, rewarded with a top-tier spiritual artifact, the Songlong Breaking Waves Flying Ship. With the announcement of the rankings, the 9 provinces trembled. Indeed, the Qin is the supreme dynasty. How could the Qing rank so highly, given its low military prowess? The Qing cavalry is formidable. Perhaps their army is simply more capable. How could the Great Sui, engulfed in chaos, still be ranked 2nd? Brother, do you not know? The emperor has acquired a 3rd stage beast, the Titan Bear, which has swept through the rebellious forces, leading all Great Sui traders to surrender. Impressive. This is a war beast auctioned off at the auction house of all realms. The Hall of Leisure is indeed the greatest game-changer in the 9 provinces. The various dynasties of the 9 provinces were set ablaze with fervor. In the Qin Empire, Ing Zheng gazed at the suspended rankings, his eyes narrowing. The 9 provinces are on the verge of chaos. In the Han dynasty, atop Guangzhou city, Zhang Jiao scowled at the rankings. Though he had not obtained treasures at the auction house of all realms, he had purchased numerous items from the store, restoring a significant portion of his strength. He had planned to fully recover and sweep away the besieging Han army. However, upon the release of this list, it is likely to provoke unforeseen upheavals. Outside the city of Guangzhou, within the grand camp of the Han army, Cao Cao's eyes sparkled upon seeing the list, and he exclaimed, "This is not good. What is the matter?" Yuan Shao and the others turned their gaze. Cao Cao's expression darkened. With this list release, chaos shall surely ensue across the 9 provinces. If we fail to swiftly quell the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the remaining 6 nations will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to launch an offensive against us, making it exceedingly difficult for the Han dynasty to maintain its current standing. Huang Fusong, Liu Bei, and others exhibited drastic changes in their countenance, while Yuan Shao revealed a different expression. "General, please report to His Majesty at once and summon the sword god Wang Yu to slay Zhang Jiao." Cao Cao bowed deeply to Huang Fusong. As the sword god of the Han, Wang Yu seldom intervened, and until now, he had not stepped out of Luoyang. However, at this moment, with the list unveiled, Cao Cao could no longer afford to hesitate. Yuan Shao, with a glint in his eye, also bowed to Huang Fusang. Please, General, inform His Majesty and request the sword god Wang Yu to emerge. Huang Fusang pondered for a moment before finally nodding. The Ming, Qing, the two Song dynasties, and even the non-listed foreign dynasties like the Liao and Jin were stirred into commotion. Within the halls of the Carefree Pavilion, Lin Sheng observed the reactions of the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. The list is splendid. The list is marvelous. Only with its emergence can the vast lands of the 9 provinces be set into tumult. As for what to do once the tumult begins? What profits most in times of war? Certainly, it is the arms dealers. Now, who is the largest arms dealer on the 9 provinces? Lin Sheng smiled enigmatically. The treasures listed, ranging from inferior spiritual artifacts to supreme ones, had system procurement prices generally between 2,000 to 50,000 wealth points, totaling less than 100,000 wealth points. By leveraging these treasures to stir the winds of the 9 provinces, and with the desire to avoid inaction, those dynasties would have to fervently purchase various elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and equipment to enhance their own power. Lin Sheng roughly estimated that the procurement amounts of the major dynasties in the 9 provinces within a month or 2 would surely exceed 8 figures. This is a profit margin exceeding 100-fold. This is not merely a major sale at an auction. Even regular sales would have a 10-fold markup. Without the list, the purchasing desire of the dynasties might be moderate, but with the list, who would dare to refrain from buying? An investment of less than 100,000 for a return of at least several million. This business is ripe for the taking. Lin Sheng foresaw the explosive growth in sales for the shop in the coming month. It was time to consider hiring more staff. The service must be impeccable. Let the GMV soar. Inside the shop, the crowd continued to discuss the dynasty rankings. The list in the sky gradually dissipated, and soon, information appeared on the large screen. Hiring. The shop is recruiting 10 clerks, aged under 25, regardless of gender, with formal labor contracts to be signed. Well, the shop is hiring. Sharp-eyed individuals quickly spotted this news and gasped. Instantly, the entire hall erupted in excitement. The shop was seeking employees. This news spread like wildfire from the Great Sui S. Luoyang throughout the entire 9 provinces. In no time, the recently shaken 9 provinces were abuzz once more. The shop had become the hottest place across the 9 provinces. The Great Sui had obtained a 3rd-tier ferocious beast, drastically increasing its combat power, and all rebellions had submitted. Now, this transcendent force above all major dynasties was hiring. Although they sought clerks, the position was anything but ordinary. Becoming a clerk meant joining the ranks of the Carefree Pavilion. For many, this signified the opportunity to meet the pavilion master and enjoy countless unforeseen benefits. The prominent figures of the various factions in the 9 provinces began to take notice. Yang Guang sat in his study, his mood buoyant. No longer mired in debauchery and despair as he had been days prior, he had truly become the sovereign of the Great Sui. Though his expression bore a hint of contemplation, he regarded Yang Lin, Yuan Huaji, and other esteemed ministers with the demeanor of a master, saying solemnly, "Our Great Sui possesses the shop in Luoyang, which undoubtedly brings honor to our dynasty. With the pavilion master now hiring, we must lend our utmost support." Yuan Huaji promptly knelt, proclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise. Since the pavilion master has issued a command, we shall certainly devote ourselves fully." Yang Lin nodded in agreement and then addressed Yang Guang. "The pavilion master is a truly extraordinary figure. How can we miss this opportunity to select talent? Your Majesty, I propose we choose beautiful and gentle young women under the age of 20 to send to the shop for recruitment." Yuan Huaji internally rolled his eyes, thinking, this is not about selecting clerks. It is clearly about choosing concubines. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Yang Guang gravely nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed. We must be meticulous in our selection. My daughter Rui is now 18, her beauty unmatched. If she could serve the pavilion master, it would certainly reflect our Great Sui's intentions." Yuan Huaji was left utterly dumbfounded. The emperor was so unrestrained as to directly offer his daughter. He couldn't help but lament that if he had a daughter, perhaps he too could be so bold. "Your Majesty is wise," Yang Lin quickly echoed. Yang Guang continued, "The Buddhist and Taoist forces in Luoyang should have gathered by now, correct?" Yuan Hua replied, "Indeed, Your Majesty. After eliminating the rebels in Shandong, both righteous and wicked sects have arrived and are currently awaiting your summons." Yang Guang nodded. Among these sects, Many disciples possess exceptional talents and striking beauty. Send them all to the shops. Yu Wenhua was left speechless, pondering. It's one thing to request martial resources from the sects, but now they are to send their female disciples as well. Yang Guang cast a cold glance and said icily, "What? Do you have any objections? Serving the palace master is a blessing earned through 3 lifetimes of cultivation." Yu Wenhua, frightened, quickly knelt. "Yes, I shall obey." Yang Guang then turned to Lai He and Yang Lin, inquiring, "Lai He, how is the army's preparation?" Lai He respectfully responded, "Your Majesty, 500,000 heavenly troops have gathered at Zhou County, ready to march east at your command." Yang Guang's expression hardened as he rose, declaring, "Excellent. This time, I shall lead the charge myself. I will not rest until Goguryeo is defeated." Within Luoyang City, at the Compassionate Voyage Quiet Chamber, Fan Qingwei said to Shi Feishuan, "Feishuan, this is our opportunity. We must strive to become shop attendants and get closer to the palace master." Shi Feishuan nodded gently, "I understand, and I will do my utmost." At the Yin Gui faction's encampment, Zhu Yuyan looked at Wan Wan and smiled. "Wan Wan, are you confident in becoming a shop attendant?" Wan Wan replied with a confident smile, "Rest assured. With my abilities, I will surely succeed." At the Long Guard Villa of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Wushi looked sternly at Haitang, speaking heavily. "Haitang, I entrust you with this matter regarding the shop attendants." Shangguan Haitang, dressed in male attire, appeared even more dashing and exuded an extraordinary aura as she saluted Zhu Wushi. "Father, do not worry. Haitang will not disappoint you." Zhu Wushi nodded, cautioning, "This matter concerns the safety of our Ming dynasty. You must give it your all. Depart immediately. I shall now go to the palace to meet the emperor." Inside the Ming palace, Emperor Jingde, Zhu Hozhao, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not turning around as he asked, "Uncle, how has your communication with the border generals been recently?" Zhu Wushi paused slightly, then replied, "I do not understand your majesty's meaning." Zhu Hozhao turned, revealing a cold smile as he slowly said, "Uncle, how goes the secret training of the assassins?" Zhu Wushi's expression changed dramatically, his heart racing as he sensed that the emperor seemed to know all the secrets. "I do not understand," he stammered. Zhu Hozhao continued with a chilling smile. "Though the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi are formidable, if their martial skills are exposed, they will no longer pose a threat." "Uncle, truly a clever strategy." Zhu Wushi was struck with shock, unable to believe that his clandestine training had been so easily unveiled by Zhu Hozhao. "You are not the emperor," Zhu Wushi said gravely, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. Zhu Hozhao smiled. "I am indeed the emperor, Zhu Hozhao of the Zhengde reign." "Uncle, were you not curious to know who I am?" Zhu Wushi sneered. "Impersonating the emperor is a grave crime. I must see who you truly are." He then unleashed his absorption technique, attempting to draw Zhu Hozhao closer. Just as the force was about to take effect, a powerful aura erupted from Zhu Hozhao, instantly countering the absorption technique's fluctuations. A transcendent being. Zhu Wushi shouted in terror, summoning all his strength to retaliate. The fierce clash between them shook the entire palace, causing it to collapse into ruins, leaving Zhu Wushi kneeling in disarray, bloodied. "Quick! Capture the assassin." Chao Zhengchun rushed in, and upon seeing the scene, he froze in shock. Zhu Hozhao remarked nonchalantly, "There is no need to shout. I was merely sparring with the Divine Marquis." Only then did Chao Zhengchun regain his composure and hurriedly kneel. "Your Majesty, this old servant pays his respects." Zhu Wushi trembled, kneeling as he declared, "Your Majesty's prowess is unparalleled. I have lost composure. I beg for your Majesty's pardon." Zhu Hozhao chuckled lightly. "Uncle need not worry. While the death penalty can be avoided, living penalties cannot escape. Henceforth, the privileges of Long Guard Villa are revoked, and all intelligence shall be made public." He then coldly added, "As for your assassins, I command you to send them immediately to the grasslands to assassinate the Tatar leader. In 3 days, I shall personally lead a campaign. The grasslands will surely be in turmoil." Zhu Wushi understood that this was not a matter for discussion. His face pale, he finally spoke. "I have no objections, Your Majesty." "Good, Divine Marquis. Prepare accordingly." Zhu Hozhao waved his hand. Zhu Wushi, bowing, hastily departed, seemingly fearful that Zhu Hozhao might change his mind. Zhu Hozhao approached Chao Zhengchun, squatting down to pat his face with a smile that was both warm and icy, saying, "The Eastern Depot is my hound. A dog is still a dog. If it disobeys, it can only be replaced." Chao Zhengchun hastily knelt, his head bowing repeatedly, "Your Majesty, this old servant is utterly loyal." With no second thoughts, Zhu Hozhao chuckled coldly. "Well then." He rose and turned to leave for the inner palace, prepare the grounds. "I want to see a new palace by tomorrow." Indeed, indeed, Xiao Zhenchun exclaimed with delight, only to realize, upon lifting his head once more, that he was drenched in sweat. The ominous cloud of war was gradually enveloping the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent. The unranked forces yearned to break into the list, while the established dynasties strived to maintain their current standings. An unprecedented tension permeated the entire Jiuzhou continent. Lin Sheng, however, remained indifferent to this turmoil, as he was engaged in a meeting with the first batch of employees for his shop. In the reception room on the 4th floor, Lin Sheng wore a smile as he regarded the three individuals before him. Lang Fanyan, Zhang Sanfeng, and Huang Rong arrived punctually. Within 3 days, the arrangements had been thoroughly made. After resurrecting her mother, Huang Rong spent a day reuniting with her family before resigning from her position as the leader of the beggars' sect. Upon learning of Huang Rong's intention to join the shop as the manager, the higher-ups of the beggars' sect vehemently opposed her decision to step down. Tempted by the allure of the shop, they made fervent attempts to retain her, but ultimately, Huang Rong chose to retain her leadership role, delegating all responsibilities to Liu Youjiao. After healing Yu Daiyan, Zhang Sanfeng began to address his own affairs. The Wudong sect opposed Zhang Sanfeng's decision to join the shop in order to resurrect Zhang Zuishan. However, after persistent advocacy from Zhang Sanfeng, the Wudong sect ultimately acquiesced, embarking on a vigorous quest to amass wealth points. Lang Fanyan's situation was straightforward. After joining the shop, the current leader of the Angry Flood Gang, Shang Waning, feigned attempts to dissuade him, but ultimately consented under Lang Fanyan's insistence. Shang Waning pledged that the Angry Flood Gang would provide unwavering support to Lang Fanyan and would neither oppose nor hinder him. Lin Xing gazed at the trio with a welcoming smile. Welcome to my shop. Now, let us proceed to sign these 3 contracts. With a casual wave of his hand, 3 contracts and pins appeared before the trio. After a thorough examination, they expressed no objections and promptly affixed their signatures. Now, I shall upgrade your Tianling tokens to employee badges, Lin Xing continued. The badges flew forth, transforming into a pristine white, inscribed with their names and likenesses. As the trio immersed themselves in the tokens, a wealth of information surged into their minds. Lin Xing further elucidated, the 6th floor is designated as the employee accommodation area, where you may bring one family member to reside with you. The room numbers are contained within your badges. Huang Rong, the shop is currently recruiting staff, and I entrust you with the selection process, ensuring the enhancement of the shop's performance. Huang Rong nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Lin Xing then turned to Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan. That you serve as the shop's guardians, you may also undertake tasks to earn wealth points, aiding in the resurrection of your loved ones. Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan displayed expressions of joy, respectfully bowing to Lin Xing. Lin Xing gestured with his hand. You may prepare yourselves now. After the trio departed, Lin Xing once again issued a new announcement. On the large screen in the hall on the 1st floor, several pieces of information manifested. Welcome Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan to the shop as guardians. Welcome Huang Rong to the shop as the manager. Huang Rong is fully responsible for the recruitment of staff. The moment this news broke, the shop erupted with excitement. Wow! The esteemed Zhang and the venerable Lang have joined the shop as guardians? They are titans of the martial world, yet they choose to serve as guardians? What is wrong with serving as guardians for the shop? The Lord is at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, while Zhang Sanfeng is merely at the peak of the celestial realm. The disparity is quite significant. Are you perhaps misplacing your focus? The most crucial matter is that Huang Rong has assumed the role of manager and is responsible for recruiting staff. Ah, indeed, it seems so. Conversations flourished within the shop, gradually shifting to the subject of Huang Rong. As she entered the 1st floor hall, she felt the weight of countless gazes fixated upon her. On the 7th floor of the shop, Lin Xing looked at the prepared Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan, smiling. Are you ready? Let us embark on our tasks. Indeed, master. Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan replied with a respectful gesture. The 3rd stage, in the Pacific Rim world, the mission, to vanquish the vengeful Obsidian in the Battle of Sydney, and to rescue Senmatsi and Xiao Liwen, the president of the Xiao Group. In the Pacific Rim world, Sydney, at the headquarters of PBDC. A decade ago, humanity struggled to overcome extraterrestrial monstrosities and sealed the wormhole that connected both realms, allowing Earth to enjoy a decade of tranquility. However, beneath this veneer of calm, a violent tsunami was on the verge of eruption. Xiao Liwen emerged from a luxury vehicle, clad in a silver uniform, her expression impassive and demeanor sharp. She cast a glance around, noticing a colossal mech, the Vengeful Wanderer, standing nearby, along with demonstrators brandishing protest placards. Paying them no heed, she continued onward. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned, observing seabirds taking flight in the distance, seemingly fleeing from some lurking monster. Within the Vengeful Wanderer mech, Jack and Beckett also sensed the anomaly. The mech slowly pivoted, fixating on the location where the seabirds had ascended. Beneath the surface of the sea, a dark silhouette began to emerge. With a thunderous roar, a shadow erupted from the water, and a colossal mech landed upon the vacant space adjacent to the Sydney Opera House. The Avenging Wanderer issued a stern warning. Unregistered mech. Immediately shut down the power and vacate the cockpit. However, the Vengeful Obsidian offered no response. Missiles were launched directly, targeting the PPDC headquarters. Boom, boom, boom. Three thunderous sounds reverberated as the helipad of the skyscraper plummeted towards Miss Xiao Liwen. Lin Sheng, Zhang Sanfeng, and Lang Fandin stood atop a nearby building, their expressions shifting dramatically at the sight. Miss Xiao Liwen was in peril. Zhang Sanfeng exclaimed, ready to rush forward, but Lin Sheng restrained him. Urging caution, let us first assess the situation. Lin Sheng had already discerned the unfolding narrative. At this moment, Xiao Liwen was in no actual danger. Even if peril did arise, he could effortlessly manage it. The true threat, he surmised, emanated from the male protagonist's sister, the character who played the leading role in Pacific Rim 1. At this juncture, Lin Sheng intended to allow the two ancient individuals from the continent of Jiuzhou to personally experience the awe of a mecha battle. Before the PPDC, the Vengeance Wanderer swiftly extended its arm, securely catching the helipad that was about to descend. Xiao Liwen endeavored to maintain her composure, hastily following her bodyguards to evacuate the scene. Seizing the opportunity, the Vengeance Obsidian launched an assault, charging directly at the Vengeance Wanderer. Soon, the Vengeance Wanderer retaliated, igniting a fierce confrontation. The two colossal mechas, each nearing 100 meters in height, collided with ferocity, blending the beauty of power and technology, igniting the blood with exhilaration. Bang! Thud! Each resounding impact sent Lin Sheng's heart racing uncontrollably. The visceral thrill of the live Pacific Rim 2 surpassed even that of the IMAX experience. Yet, the absence of a soundtrack rendered it somewhat lacking in flavor. Lin Sheng mused, while Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyun stood utterly astonished. Having lived in an agrarian society, they had never witnessed such a pinnacle of technological warfare. The sheer audacity of these massive metallic constructs, capable of movement and mutual destruction, bewildered Zhang Sanfeng. Not only could they engage in combat, but these mechas could also activate protective energy shields to withstand incoming bombs. Lang Fandin mistakenly perceived the mecha's protective barrier as a form of personal energy. How terrifying! The combat prowess of these steel giants rivaled that of top-tier experts at the second stage. In the dynastic struggles of Jiuzhou, their destructive capability would even surpass that of our celestial beings. Lang Fandin reflected deeply. As the spectators observed, the mecha battle began to reveal its outcome. The pilot of the Vengeance Wanderer, having been out of practice, lacked the necessary synergy, and compounded by an initial ambush, gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Bang! The Vengeful Wanderer was struck down by the chainsword of the Vengeful Obsidian. With unwavering resolve, it retaliated, pushing the Vengeful Obsidian back. At that moment, a missile from the shoulder of the Vengeful Obsidian was launched once more, aimed directly at the helicopter where Senmatsu was located. Oh no! The expressions of Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyun instantly froze. Boom! The helicopter was struck by a missile, violently shaking and beginning its descent. Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fandin immediately turned to Lin Sheng, awaiting instructions. Lin Sheng nodded, and Zhang Sanfeng exchanged a glance with Lang Fandin before soaring into action. Before the PPDC, Jack was engaged in battle with the Vengeful Obsidian when he suddenly spotted his sister's helicopter under attack, a wave of anxiety washing over him. His sister was in danger. The Vengeful Wanderer deployed a gravitational slingshot to repel the Vengeful Obsidian and race towards the falling helicopter. However, due to the earlier delay, time was no longer on his side to save the helicopter. No! Jack exclaimed in despair as the colossal figure of the Avenger rushed towards the helicopter with great speed. Yet, it was still a hair's breadth away. The giant hand of the Avenger swiped past the front of the helicopter. Jack's gaze met that of Mori, and they could only watch helplessly as the helicopter plummeted. Just as despair enveloped the moment, the helicopter miraculously began to ascend slowly. Jack and Beckett looked down in astonishment, discovering an ethereal old man supporting the helicopter as it rose. Good heavens! Is this a superhero? Beckett gasped. Perhaps he should be called the Chinese Superman? Jack murmured to himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several missiles once again surged toward them. It was then that Jack and Beckett remembered they were still engaged in battle with the Vengeful Obsidian. The two immediately spread their arms wide, positioning themselves in front of the helicopter, bracing for the impending missile strike. However, the anticipated assault did not materialize. The vengeful wanderer turned to behold an elderly figure clad in ancient attire behind them. With a wave of his right hand, a barrier manifested in the air, suspending all missiles mid-flight. Am I dreaming? Beckett was utterly astonished. This defies the laws of science, Jack exclaimed, equally astonished. Meanwhile, the global audience watching the live broadcast was left in a state of utter disbelief. What was happening? How could these two elderly gentlemen possibly soar through the air? How could they withstand the assault of nearly 100 meters of mechanized fury? Was this still a society grounded in scientific principles? Before long, the viewers' worldviews were utterly shattered. The two venerable figures were none other than Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyun. After Lang Fanyun employed a barrier from the realm of celestial beings to deflect a missile, he waved his right hand, causing all the missiles to rebound towards the vengeful obsidian. The vengeful obsidian swiftly attempted to evade, yet several missiles still struck it, causing it to stagger backward. In an instant, Lang Fanyun advanced with haste, wielding the rain-covering sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that sliced toward the vengeful obsidian with remarkable speed. The vengeful obsidian immediately raised a protective shield. However, the sword energy effortlessly breached the barrier, shattering it into a myriad of fragments. Simultaneously, the thunderous roar of helicopters filled the air once more as the vengeful obsidian glanced into the distance, where three colossal mechs were rapidly approaching. Realizing the precariousness of its situation, it dared not persist in the battle and hastily retreated towards the sea. Lang Fanyun swiftly stepped forward, blocking the path of the vengeful obsidian. This path is impassable. Lang Fanyun, with sword drawn, stood resolutely, effectively obstructing the passage of the formidable mech hunter. Simultaneously, Zhang Sanfeng skillfully set down Sanmazi's helicopter, rescuing the occupants within. After a brief pause, he swiftly soared behind the vengeful obsidian, joining forces with Lang Fanyun in a concerted assault. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vengeful obsidian activated its sonic weapon, its dual chain blade striking fiercely at the two individuals. The two superhumans aimed for the head, knowing the cockpit was there. The vengeful wanderer rose, observing the two formidable beings blocking the vengeful obsidian, and hastily shouted. To ensure they understood, he deliberately employed the Chinese language. This was somewhat redundant, as part of the task assigned by the Celestial Palace. All participants were capable of comprehending each other's languages. Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyun exchanged glances, nodding in acknowledgement. Immediately, Zhang Sanfeng unleashed his formidable aura, as the essence of heaven and earth surged, coalescing in his hands. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Sanfeng unleashed his formidable Jiuyang divine art, forcefully repelling the vengeful obsidian. In that fleeting moment, Lang Fanyun sprang into action, gliding towards the head of the vengeful obsidian like a shadow. The radiant brilliance of the rainstorm sword surged, embodying Lang Fanyun's utmost swordsmanship resolve as he thrust it into the protective barrier of the vengeful obsidian. The sword's aura swiftly penetrated, utterly annihilating the extraterrestrial beings within the cockpit. The obsidian of vengeance lost control, its massive form kneeling on one knee before crashing heavily to the ground. The vengeful wanderers quickly approached and opened the cockpit of the obsidian, revealing a sight that left Jack and Beckett utterly stunned. Not far away, Xiao Liwen and Sun Matzi had also arrived. Upon witnessing the extraterrestrial creature within the cockpit, they were all rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? Xiao Liwen demanded angrily. It's quite simple. This mech was created by Dr. Newt of the Shao Corporation using his technology, and the alien creature was also his creation, intended to control the mech hunters, or rather, the unmanned mechs. A calm yet authoritative voice echoed from above. The group turned to see a handsome man gracefully descending from the sky. It was none other than Lin Xing. Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyun immediately bowed in respect, addressing him as Your Excellency. Xiao Liwen and the others were taken aback. These two elders, capable of easily defeating the vengeful wanderers with their physical prowess, were showing such deference to this young man. Even Xiao Liwen could not help but temper her icy demeanor. Lin Xing landed steadily, ignoring the assembled crowd of the Pacific Rim world, and spoke directly to Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyun. The mission is complete. You are now familiar with the process and may return to accept new assignments. Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyun confirmed the completion of their task through the celestial orders, each receiving 2,000 wealth points. Yes, Your Excellency, they replied in unison before clicking the return button, their figures vanishing in an instant. Xiao Liwen and Jack were once again astonished. They had not perceived how Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyun had departed. Lin Xing wasted no time in revealing the truth. The Obsidian of Vengeance was indeed crafted by Dr. Newt of the Shao Corporation. Moreover, many of the unmanned mechs produced by the Shao Corporation had already been implanted with alien creatures for control purposes. Once these mechs proliferate around the globe, Earth's defense would be under the dominion of these extraterrestrial beings, leading to unimaginable consequences. Xiao Liwen broke into a cold sweat, despite her desire to deny it. The evidence presented by Lin Sheng and Samatsi, alongside the discovery of the pioneer brain within Newt's residence, rendered her position indefensible. Xiao Liwen might even face imprisonment. Lin Sheng, however, remained unfazed, instructing Xiao Liwen to construct for him the most powerful mech, equipped with the most advanced technology, superior firepower, and propulsion systems, disregarding any operational complexities. Upon the completion of the mech, Lin Sheng personally approached the leaders of various worlds for a friendly dialogue. Xiao Liwen emerged unscathed, with all responsibility shifted onto the already fled Newt and the Pioneer. Subsequently, Lin Sheng piloted an uncontaminated unmanned mech and silently departed the Pacific Rim world. As Lin Sheng departed, deep within the Pacific Ocean, on a remote island, Newt's face contorted with rage. Damn it! Who is this unexpected individual that has thwarted my plans? Nevertheless, Earth is destined for destruction. The pioneers shall surely conquer this land. No sooner had he spoken than several mechs emerged from the sea's surface. Within the Xianao Palace on the Jiuzhou continent, Lin Sheng completed the preliminary tasks of the Pacific Rim world in just one day. From the perspective of Blue Star technology, the Pacific Rim world appeared to be an ordinary second-tier realm. Yet, with the presence of the pioneers and stable wormhole connections, its value could not be underestimated. If this world were composed of countless planets, its worth would be immense. Lin Sheng paid no mind to Newt's escape with the mechs, rather. He anticipated the release of monsters through the wormhole. The thought of engaging in a mech battle against small monsters was indeed exhilarating. After resolving matters in the Pacific Rim world, Lin Sheng returned to the Xianyao Palace to continue his cultivation of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. At this time, Huang Rong had become the busiest figure in the shop, wielding considerable power and rapidly ascending to the position of the second most influential person in the Jiuzhou continent. Countless individuals began vying for the opportunity to enter the shop, as it signified an elevation in status. Some even commenced focusing on Guijing, Huang Yaoshi, and Huang Rong's daughter, Guofu. Despite being dubbed the female Zhuge and having overseen the beggars sect for many years, Huang Rong still felt an immense weight of pressure. However, she remained steadfast in her duties, refusing to indulge in favoritism. After a rigorous selection process, Huang Rong ultimately chose 20 candidates from numerous applicants to present to Lin Sheng for final approval. Outside the reception room on the 4th floor of the shop stood 20 young individuals, all the girls exceptionally beautiful. Among them were Shi Feishuan, Wang Wan, Yang Rui, and Shangwan Haidang. The male candidates, however, were few, numbering only 4. In a corner, 2 young men whispered amongst themselves. Lin Xiao, this situation is unusual. Why are all the applicants for shop staff beautiful women? Do we even stand a chance? These 2 were Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, who had acquired the longevity technique and were constantly pursued. Upon hearing that the shop was hiring, they rushed to apply, hoping to change their fortunes. Su Xiling expressed concern, saying, hiring shop staff must not solely be based on appearance. Ko Zhong shook his head, replying, who knows? What if the Lord favors beautiful women? Su Xiling hurriedly covered his mouth, urging caution. Just then, the female candidates were also stirred. Oh, isn't that Shi Feishuan from the Cihang Jingshai? Here to serve the Lord as well? Wan remarked with a smile. Shi Feishuan coldly responded, I am merely here to better assist the martial arts community. Wan scoffed. If you want to throw yourself at him, just say so. We all have the same intentions. She scanned the surrounding girls, noting their unfriendly glares. Yet, Wan remained unfazed. Turning her attention to Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. Oh, 2 little handsome boys have arrived as well. Competing with so many beauties, feeling the pressure? Ko Zhong dismissed her, saying, we are here to be shop staff. Eloquence is all that matters. What use is appearance? Quite confident, aren't we? Wan chuckled lightly, her tone laced with mockery. Just then, the door to the reception room swung open, revealing Huang Rong's enchanting figure before the gathered candidates. She surveyed the applicants and then turned to Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. Ko Zhong, Su Xiling, please come in. Ko Zhong was instantly overjoyed, exclaiming, Lin Xiao, the Lord has called for us. The 2 celebrated their fortune and hurried into the reception room. The other candidates stood in shock, puzzled as to why the Lord had chosen to interview 2 boys over the beautiful women. Inside the reception room, Lin Sheng sneezed, wondering, who was speaking ill of me behind my back? He murmured to himself as he continued to peruse the materials in his hands. Within a mere 2 days, Huang Rong had meticulously sifted through thousands of applicants, and Lin Xing couldn't help but admire her efficiency. Gazing at the remaining 20 candidates, he noted that each was an elite among elites, hailing from the 7 nations of the 9 provinces. From the Great Qin, there were Xiao Siming, Tian Yin, and Duanmu Rong. From the Northern Song, Wang Yuyin and Zhu. From the Southern Song, Qing Ying, Yang Guo, and Lu Shuang. From the Han Dynasty, Xinjiang. From the Sui Dynasty, Shi Feishuan, Wan Wan, Yang Rui, Ko Zhang, and Su Xiling. From the Ming Dynasty, Shangwan Haidang and Ren Yingying. From the Qing Dynasty, A Ke. And from the world of Fengyun, Duan Lang, Luo Xian, and Yu Rua. Lin Xing scanned the list, his mind already formulating plans. When Ko Zhang and Su Xiling entered the meeting room, Lin Xing was somewhat surprised that these two had passed the preliminary screening. Upon communicating with Huang Rong, he learned that despite their youth, they possessed exceptional eloquence and vibrant personalities, making them well-suited for the role of shop assistants. As they entered the room, they immediately knelt, paying their respects to the lord of the hall and pleading for his acceptance. Lin Xing calmly inquired, "Why should I take you in?" Ko Zhang and Su Xiling were momentarily taken aback, but Ko Zhang quickly explained, "We have grown up on the streets, skilled in our trade, and are certain we can excel in this position." He also mentioned the longevity secret and the treasures of Yanggong, offering to present some of those treasures to the Lord. Lin Xing was taken aback, not expecting such cleverness from the two. "This is precisely the kind of talent my shop requires." Lin Xing silently praised. "They are indeed teachable." He nodded, "Very well, you are both accepted." Ko Zhang and Su Xiling erupted with joy, embracing each other tightly, exclaiming, "We have been hired." Cough, cough, Huang Rong could not suppress a light cough. The two immediately reacted, kneeling once more, apologizing profusely for their overexcitement. "Since you have been hired, you may leave," Lin Xing gestured with his hand. After expressing their gratitude numerous times, they exited the meeting room. Lin Xing proceeded with the final selection, ultimately choosing 10 staff members. Outside, the other candidates anxiously awaited their fate. Yang Guo, standing beside Ko Zhang and Su Xiling, enviously remarked, "You two brothers are truly fortunate. The Lord is meeting with you first. You are sure to be retained. I am so envious." Ko Zhang, beaming with joy, was about to speak, but Su Xiling interjected, "We are merely fortunate. Whether we remain depends on the Lord's decision." Although they had received confirmation from Lin Xing, Su Xiling understood that such matters awaited the Lord's personal announcement. Not only Ko Zhang, but others who had been summoned were laughing and chatting nearby, their spirits high. Conversely, those not summoned appeared restless and anxious. At last, the door to the meeting room swung open once more, signaling that the results of the selection would soon be revealed. Huang Rong emerged from the room, and 20 pairs of eyes immediately fixed upon her, brimming with anticipation and unease. Surveying the crowd, Huang Rong proclaimed, after careful consideration, "The final 10 selected are Shi Feishuan, Wan Wan, Yang Rui, Ko Zhang, Su Xiling, Yang Guo, A Ke, Shangwan Haidang, Wang Yuyin, and Duanmu Rong." The chosen ones erupted in joyous exclamations of yay, while those not selected displayed their disappointment with a collective sigh of alas. The feeling of being overlooked weighed heavily on their hearts, particularly among such a pool of exceptional talent, leading them to feel inferior. The acknowledgement from the Celestial Palace seemed to indirectly affirm their lesser status compared to others, a notion intolerable for those who held themselves in high regard. Even the typically expressionless young girl, Xiao Siming, could not conceal the turmoil of emotions crossing her face at that moment. Huang Rong sharply commanded, "Silence before the Lord." Instantly, all fell quiet. She continued, "Those selected shall await the Lord's arrangements, while the unselected may return and await the next recruitment." Indeed, the crowd echoed, dividing into 2 factions. Those not selected activated their tokens and departed, while the remaining individuals congratulated each other with palpable excitement. "Congratulations, Brother Ko and Brother Su." Yang Guo joyfully expressed his felicitations to Ko Zhang and Su Xiling. He felt a surge of exhilaration within, for his training environment in the Ancient Tomb sect had been less than satisfactory. After spending a considerable time there, he was overwhelmed by a sense of solitude. Upon hearing the rumors from the outside world, he resolved to sign up for the selection of staff at the Xiao Hall. To his astonishment, he not only passed the assessment but successfully remained, rendering his joy ineffable. "Haha, Brother Yang, we share your joy. I never anticipated you would also stay. This is truly splendid." Su Xiling conveyed his happiness to Yang Guo. Ko Zhang patted Yang Guo's shoulder, chuckling, "We are all brothers here. There is no need for formality." From now on, you shall call us Young Master Zhong and Young Master Ling, and we shall call you Young Master Gua. How does that sound? That sounds wonderful. Young Master Zhong and Young Master Ling. Yang Guo responded with exuberance. As the three engaged in pleasant conversation, a shadow loomed nearby. Duanlang's face was darkened, his anger unmistakable. Among the four male candidates, three had succeeded in remaining, while he had been dismissed, which filled him with resentment. He refused to accept being looked down upon at the Tianxia Society, nor would he tolerate a similar fate at the Xiaoao Hall. After a moment of hesitation, he chose not to activate his token to leave, remaining rooted in place. Witnessing the joy of others, Duanlang could no longer suppress his feelings. He knelt on one knee and shouted, "I refuse to accept this. Why can't I stay? If the hall master were to see me, I am certain I would remain. I refuse." Huang Rong's expression shifted, and she admonished coldly, "Impudent. How dare you raise your voice before the hall master?" Duanlang, with an earnest look, implored, "Wang Hall Master, grant me a chance to meet the hall master. I believe I can prove my worth." However, Huang Rong retorted icily, "Those who remain have been personally chosen by the hall master. Leave at once, or I shall not be so courteous." Duanlang's face paled instantly, his hands clenched tightly. Words caught in his throat. He understood that the hall master's decision was final. If he did not depart, he would invite unnecessary trouble. Despair washed over him as he faced the bleakness of his future. Just then, a voice echoed from the reception room, "Let him in." Duanlang's head shot up, excitement flickering in his eyes. "This is Duanlang, paying my respects to the hall master." Upon entering the reception room, he immediately knelt and bowed 3 times in reverence. Lin Xing regarded the youth before him. Though he bore a stubborn countenance, it was far removed from that of a future villain. Despite Duanlang's noble lineage, his fate had been fraught with misfortune, leaving him unappreciated. Lin Xing, not concerned with past grievances, spoke calmly, "Duanlang, do you have something to say?" Duanlang lowered his head, his tone sincere. "Since childhood, I have admired the Xiaoao Hall and beseeched the hall master to grant me the opportunity to serve." Lin Xing replied coolly, "Why should I accept you? Should the hall master desire my service, I am willing to do anything, unafraid of any hardship." Duanlang declared resolutely, maintaining his deep respect by keeping his head bowed. Lin Xing pondered for a moment, deciding to make an exception for Duanlang. "Since you are so earnest, I shall allow you to join, but the quota is full. For now, you shall serve as a disciple in menial duties." Duanlang's body trembled upon hearing the term menial disciple, a wave of unease surged within him. Yet, considering the boundless opportunities that the Xiaoao Hall could offer, he reassured himself that this was not necessarily a bad turn of events. He bowed once more, pleading, "I thank the hall master, and I shall remain loyal to you." Lin Xing casually altered Duanlang's token, transforming it into one that identified him as a Xiaoao Hall employee. "Follow me." Duanlang rose, exhilaration coursing through him as he felt the change in his token. Although he restrained his outward expressions of joy, he obediently followed Lin Xing, his demeanor humble and compliant. Outside the door, a crowd awaited further instructions. At that moment, the reception room door swung open again, revealing an extraordinarily handsome young man, radiating an aura of distinction. Shifei Xuan, Shangwan Haidang, and others glanced at him, their hearts racing, and instinctively lowered their heads. However, Wanwan boldly maintained her gaze on Lin Xing. Lin Xing regarded her, unmoved, contemplating the audacity of a novice employee attempting to employ charm. "Young lady, you tread a precarious path." Lin Xing surveyed the assembly and smiled. Addressing them, "Welcome to the Xiaoao Hall. Although you are but staff members for now, I make you a promise. The individual among you who achieves the best performance shall, by the next full moon, be directly promoted to an outer disciple, gaining access to techniques, elixirs, and spiritual tools, along with my personal guidance." Well, the crowd erupted in delight, for the status of outer disciples signified a higher standing and greater opportunities. This promise greatly invigorated everyone's enthusiasm for work, and all the newly recruited staff brimmed with energy. Lin Xing nodded inwardly, recognizing the vitality of youth. Just a few words of encouragement had rekindled their fighting spirit, suggesting a promising performance for the shop. He mused that the institutions of the great celestial empire were indeed advanced, fostering motivation effectively. Lin Xing continued, "Your celestial orders have been upgraded to employee orders. From now on, follow the arrangements of shopkeeper Huang." "Indeed," the crowd responded in unison. Lin Xing offered no further words, his figure flickering as he returned to the Hall of Leisure. Simultaneously, the screen in the shop's main area illuminated with a message, "Congratulations to the 10 newly appointed staff members. Future customers may consult them for inquiries." The hall erupted with a cacophony of voices as the chosen candidates were announced. To my astonishment, not a single one of our formidable warriors was selected. 5 individuals from the Great Sui were chosen. There must be some underhanded dealings at play. How dare they? Just look at the dynasty where this establishment is situated. Amidst the clamor, the list of 10 shopkeepers swiftly circulated throughout the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Within the headquarters of the Heavenly Association in Central Plains, the countenance of the formidable Lord Xiongba darkened instantly. To his dismay, Yurua had failed to secure a position among the shopkeepers. His emotions surged tumultuously. Yurua, his cherished treasure, was someone he had meticulously shielded from any harm. He had intended for her to join the Hall of Carefree, ensuring her a safe future, free from threats. Yet, the outcome left him profoundly disappointed. Her exclusion weighed heavily on his heart. Unable to direct his ire towards Lin Sheng, he buried his fury within, contemplating ways to augment his own power. If I am strong enough, no one shall harm my daughter. The auction of the myriad realms is about to commence. I must continue to gather resources. With the sword Saint guarding Wushuang City, I must tread carefully. First, I shall oust the emperor from his throne. Xiongba, shall ascend as emperor myself? After a moment of deliberation, he summoned the cunning Wen Chou and instructed him to quickly gather the 3 hall masters, Shuangyun and Feng. I shall personally march on the imperial city. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the Heavenly Gate, the imposing Emperor Shi Tian sat upon his throne. Gazing sternly at the kneeling figure of the Divine Mother, Luo Xian, disappointment etched across his face. Divine Mother, you have left me utterly disillusioned. Please forgive me, Master. Luo Xian immediately knelt down, her face filled with remorse. Emperor Shi Tian coldly shook his head and sighed. Alas, alas. To be unable to serve the Master is a sign of your misfortune. You can never fathom the extent of my power. Though kneeling, Luo Xian spoke with unwavering determination. Master, there will be another opportunity. I will spare no effort to participate in the recruitment for the Xiaoao Hall once more, and I shall not disappoint your expectations. Emperor Shi Tian raised his gaze to her, his tone indifferent, then let it be for the next time. Suddenly, he shifted the topic. The winds of chaos are rising once again across the 9 provinces, and the 10,000 realms auction is about to commence. Our heavenly gate can no longer remain inconspicuous. Summon the people from the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, and set forth immediately to attack the imperial city of Zhongzhou. Injuan. Within the grand tent of the Sui army, Yang Guang gazed at the information relayed from the shops, his heart brimming with excitement. Aha! Rui has successfully been selected. Moreover, 5 individuals from our Great Sui have been chosen, occupying half of the slots. This proves that the Hall Master favors our Sui. Fate is on our side. Fate is indeed on our side. Yang Guang laughed heartily, his joy beyond words, convinced that the Xiaoao Hall was the destiny of the Great Sui. The generals of the Sui army in the tent also wore expressions of delight, congratulating Yang Guang in unison. Congratulations, Your Majesty. With the support of the Hall Master, our Great Sui shall undoubtedly sweep across the 9 provinces. Suddenly, a guard clad in bright armor entered the tent and knelt on one knee before Yang Guang. Your Majesty, the envoy from King Ingung of Goguryeo has arrived to submit a tribute of submission, requesting our Great Sui to withdraw its troops. Instantly, the tent fell into a profound silence. Yang Guang coldly regarded the guard, his expression shifting as he spoke in a frigid tone. To surrender just like that? Is there such a good fortune in this world? Our Great Sui does not accept surrender. Execute the envoy and send his head back. Your Majesty is wise, exclaimed Huerth, immediately dropping to his knees, his face alight with fervor. I am willing to be the vanguard and clear the path through Goguryeo. I must lead the charge. The generals within the tent echoed their eagerness to be at the forefront. Yang Guang laughed heartily. Excellent. The valiant spirit among you all fills me with great joy. This time, I shall personally lead the expedition against Goguryeo, and I vow not to return. Indeed, the generals responded in unison. Prepare yourselves. We shall commence at the hour of Qin tomorrow. Yang Guang declared with a sweeping gesture, his spirit aflame with the fervor of impending conquest. In the grand palace of Xianyang, Ingzheng furrowed his brow upon hearing news of the shop recruitment. How is it possible that only one individual from our Qin has been selected, and a rogue from the Mo family at that? Displeasure etched itself deeply on his countenance. Below him, Li Si, Dong Huang Tai, and Zhao Gao bowed their heads in silence. Dong Huang, your Inyang school is renowned for its abundance of beauties. How is it that even the Mo family surpasses you in this regard? Ingzheng reproached Dong Huang Tai. With an awkward expression, Dong Huang Tai replied, Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. We did not anticipate that the palace master would choose such a type. Xiao Ximing is our representative from the Inyang school, and it is indeed surprising that she was not selected. We shall exercise greater caution in the future. The selection for the Xian Yao Palace must yield fruitful results for our Qin. Ing Zheng's tone remained one of dissatisfaction. Indeed, responded Dong Huang Tai Yi, Li Si, and others in unison. Ing Zheng then inquired, have all the masters of the various schools arrived? Zhao Gao replied, Your Majesty, except for the masters of the Imo school. All other eminent figures from the 100 schools are present. Excellent. Ing Zheng nodded, as the auction house of the Myriad Realms was about to open. Our Qin must exert every effort to gather resources, particularly the zombies of the first-tier world, which must be conquered swiftly. He waved his hand and stated, Since the masters of the 100 schools have arrived, let us assemble immediately and prepare to depart. In the first-tier apocalyptic world. Zhao Lin stealthily rounded a corner and spotted several zombies wandering the streets, slowly moving away into the distance. His objective was the convenience store across the street, where food was his sole hope. The apocalypse had persisted for 3 months. Water Blue Star had been overrun by zombies and mutated creatures, leaving humanity to survive only in a few gathering places while others struggled to survive in the cities. Zhao Lin gritted his teeth, determined to take a chance. With no food at home, he and his sister would starve if he did not act. Drawing a deep breath, he sprinted toward the convenience store, threw open the door, and swiftly snatched up bread, biscuits, instant noodles, and other provisions, preparing to leave. Just then, a zombie charged at him, and the others soon noticed him. Beginning a frenzied pursuit, Zhao Lin ran with all his might but stumbled to the ground, exhausted from days without food. The zombies quickly surrounded him, and he gazed at their fearsome fangs, his heart filled with despair. Was he to perish at the hands of these monsters? What a wretched world this is! In the depths of his hopelessness, the ground trembled violently, causing the zombies to halt and turn their gaze toward the distance. Zhao Lin looked up to see a colossal light membrane, nearly 100 meters high, materializing above the street. As the membrane opened, a verdant flying vessel emerged gracefully, emanating an aura of authority. The light arrows launched from the vessel instantly obliterated the pursuing zombies. Zhao Lin murmured in astonishment, Is this the arrival of a savior? Before he could ponder further, he lost consciousness. On the azure dragon-flying vessel, Ing Zheng stood at the bow, hands clasped behind him, surveying this world starkly different from the 9 provinces. Behind him, the masters of the various schools were engaged in discussions about this unfamiliar realm. Your Majesty, there is a person below, Zhao Gao reported suddenly. Ing Zheng cast a glance downward, waved his hand, and a gust of wind lifted Zhao Lin, bringing him aboard the vessel. Upon awakening, Zhao Lin beheld the formidable figures before him and could not help but exclaim, Are you the celestial warriors from mythology? At that moment, Lin Xing was unaware that the major factions of the 9 provinces were industriously gathering resources for the impending third auction, bustling with activity. He was observing the growth of wealth points among his subordinates, Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan, nodding in approval. The 2 elders were truly fighting for their families. Over the past 3 days, they had completed more than 20 tasks. Although most were low-tier missions, every little bit added up. Each had earned 7,000 to 8,000 wealth points during this time. Of course, while Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan had earned a considerable amount, Lin Xing had accrued even more. After all, they could only receive half of the wealth points from task rewards, and special items were utterly beyond their reach. The Xiaoao Hall indeed required more manpower. With more individuals, greater wealth points could be amassed. Lin Xing contemplated the future organizational structure of the Xiaoao Hall, intending to draw inspiration from certain traditional cultivation novels. He planned to establish positions such as miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, true inheritors, and holy sons and daughters, as well as high-ranking positions like outer and inner elders. He also contemplated emulating the model of state-owned enterprises and banks, positing that to become an outer disciple, one must first serve as a shop assistant, accumulating performance before having the opportunity for promotion. A perfect system of internal competition, the Xiaoao Hall would undoubtedly prosper. As long as everyone worked together, he would soon ascend to the 10th tier. The more Lin Xing thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. After organizing his ideas, he communicated them to the system, allowing employees to access relevant information via their employee tokens. The first floor of the shop was bustling with activity, as the busiest area. Huang Rong had arranged for 6 shop assistants. Ko Zhong, Su Xiling, and Yang Gua, 3 small-time ruffians from the lower echelons of the martial world, were stationed on the first floor, while the other 3 assistants were Aku, Wang Yuyan, and Duan Murong. Wang Yuyan, possessing a solid foundation in martial arts, was well-suited to receive a multitude of martial practitioners on the first floor. Although Aku was powerful, she was merely a second-tier expert, making her ill-equipped to handle high-end clients on the second or third floors. As the leader of the Imo family, Duanmu Rong interacted frequently with the lower-tier disciples, making her suitable for first-floor duties. Duanlong, serving as a miscellaneous disciple, was responsible for maintaining order and cleanliness on the first floor, akin to a security guard. The second floor was staffed by Shi Feishuan, Qian Qian, and Shangguan Haidang, while Huang Rong and Yang Rui managed the third floor. Yang Rui, as the princess of the Sui dynasty, was given a position on the third floor after Huang Rong deliberated, despite not caring much for Yang Guang's attitude. Ko Zhang had just assisted a second-tier martial practitioner in finding the required elixir and, with nothing pressing on his agenda, began chatting with Su Xiling. Young Masterling, there truly seems to be no future for us on this floor. Look at those old lecherous men crowded around Aku and Wang Yuyan. They stand there doing nothing. And yet their performance is far superior to ours. The two surveyed their surroundings, witnessing the throng of martial practitioners surrounding Aku and Wang Yuyan, each person exceedingly courteous. Miss Yuyan, I wish to practice my swordsmanship. Do you have any relevant manuals? Miss Aku, where can I find the Baiyan pill? Miss Duanmu, my throat feels uncomfortable. Do you have any suitable elixirs? These inquiries set Ko Zhang and Su Xiling's tempers aflame. Suddenly, Ko Zhang's expression changed. Young Master Ling, the employee token has new messages. The two hurriedly focused their attention on the tokens. Amidst the crowd, Wang Yuyan, Aku, and Duanmu Rong also bid farewell to their customers. Engrossed in the information from their employee tokens, Duanlong, maintaining order in the hall, noticed the new message as well and excitedly gleaned the latest internal promotion information from his token. Miscellaneous, outer, inner. True inheritor, once a miscellaneous disciple accumulates sufficient contribution and completes the promotion tasks, they may ascend to outer disciple status. I, Duanlong, will undoubtedly become an outer disciple. Determination gleamed in Duanlong's eyes. Though he merely performed menial tasks each day, the customers in the shop consistently showed him respect. He firmly believed that a bright future awaited him. On the second floor, Qian Qian, Shi Feishuan, and Shangguan Haidang reviewed the promotion information on their tokens, their gazes sparking with competitive fire. The title of the first outer disciple shall be mine, Qian Qian declared confidently. With her enchanting charm, she had garnered a significant amount of performance on the second floor in recent days, inciting envy in Shi Feishuan and Shangguan Haidang. Just then, a flash of light appeared, and a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe suddenly appeared on the second floor. Qian Qian immediately approached him, smiling sweetly. Master Zhao, why the haste? Have you encountered trouble? I am Qian Qian, a shop assistant at the Xiaoao Hall. You can count on me to resolve any issue. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Su, the emperor of the Northern Song dynasty. Upon hearing Qian Qian's words, he hastily responded, Miss Qian, save me. The coalition of the Jin and Liao armies has reached the gates of Kaifeng. The Song is on the brink of collapse. Qian Qian calmly replied, do not worry. Take your time. Yet inwardly, she could not help but chuckle. It would be best if Kaifeng fell. This emperor would certainly pay a handsome price, ensuring ample performance. She cast a triumphant glance at Shi Feishuan and Shangguan Haidang. Shi Feishuan's expression darkened with anger. Damn it, that enchantress has outpaced me once again. What to do? However, Shi Feishuan ultimately resolved to abandon her hesitation and began to take action against her admirers. Jibai, are you there? This is Feishuan. At that moment, Wanan learned from Zhao Su that the Northern Song and Southern Song dynasties were under a joint assault from the Liao and Jin states, in a desperate bid for peace. Zhao Su even presented the Tianyuan sword to the Liao Emperor Yelhongji. They claimed that if the Tianyuan sword were surrendered, their troops would withdraw. Wan could hardly accept this revelation. The emperor of the Song dynasty had surrendered the Tianyuan sword to the enemy in a bid for survival. How cowardly these people were. Nevertheless, Wan did not lose heart and quickly sprang into action. We have just acquired new war machines, come with me. She led Zhao Su to the counter. Pointing at a pure white mech, the autonomous combat machine brought back from the Pacific Rim world by Lin Xing. With a smile, Wanan promoted the mech and relayed the information via the employee token to Zhu Hozhao. The situation for the two Song dynasties was dire. Swift action was imperative. For speed in warfare was of the essence. She had resolved to secure this major client, as the support of Emperor Zhu Hozhao of the Ming dynasty was crucial for her future. Standing atop the grasslands, Zhu Hozhao surveyed the scene below. Hundreds of thousands of Tatars lay slain, their cattle and treasures sent southward to the Great Wall, his expression devoid of emotion. Days prior, Zhu Hozhao had personally led 500,000 Ming cavalry into the Tatar encampment amidst chaos, resulting in a fierce battle. Despite the Tatars' defenses from the Sorcerer Palace, They were ultimately besieged by the elite of the Ming martial artists and the Qinglong Society. Sorcerer Pang Ben attempted to capture Zhu Hozhao but was met with the full display of Zhu Hozhao's peak celestial prowess, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Although Pang Ben was a formidable opponent, Zhu Hozhao's superior strength, clad in the Xianfeng red-scaled armor, rendered Pang Ben's attacks ineffective. After a brutal struggle, Pang Ben fled wounded, causing the Tatar forces to collapse. Zhu Hozhao then ordered the execution of all captured men, with the Wala tribe completely exterminated, leaving no women or children alive. This battle allowed the Ming dynasty to cleanse the humiliation brought by Zhu Qizhan, resulting in a spectacular victory. Just as Zhu Hozhao reveled in his military achievements, a sudden message from the Heavenly Command changed his expression. After perusing the information, a smile graced his face, and he turned to Zhu Wushi behind him. He immediately commanded, "The Song dynasty is in peril, with Liao and Jin forces approaching Bianjing. The Song emperor is incompetent. I have resolved to lead the troops myself to provide aid." However, Zhu Hozhao was acutely aware that this rescue mission was likely to parallel Liu Bei's expedition to the west, a journey from which one might not return. The 10,000 Realms auction is imminent. Divine Marquis, remain on the grasslands and plunder the wealth of the Grassland dynasty. I wish to see a fortune of 1,000,000 wealth points. Zhu Hozhao's gaze was intense as he fixed it upon Zhu Wushi, who bowed in agreement. "Yes. I shall not disappoint your majesty." "Excellent. I shall proceed to gather the army." Zhu Hozhao nodded, his Xianfeng red-scaled armor shimmering as he transformed into a streak of light. Darting toward the military headquarters, Zhu Wushi watched him depart, pondering, this imperial nephew is increasingly imbued with the aura of a sovereign, his brilliance undeniable and unstoppable. With merely half a month remaining until the 10,000 Realms auction, various dynasties had entered a frenzied phase of resource collection. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight passed. Within the Celestial Hall, Lin Sheng slowly opened his eyes, stabilizing his fourth-tier cultivation, having fully mastered the subtleties of the Hongming Emperor's scripture. Glancing at the time, he noted that only 3 days remained until the third auction, and he had already formulated a plan. It was time to select the auction items. Lin Sheng contemplated as he began browsing the shop system. After a month of gathering, the major dynasties and factions had nearly plundered all available resources. The flames of war now engulfed the Jiuzhou continent, with conflicts among the dynasties intensifying. Lin Sheng resolved at this time, the auction items would closely align with the demands of the various factions. With a preliminary selection in mind, he swiftly acquired 5 treasures, a hint of anticipation gracing his face. "Hiki, these treasures will surely incite a frenzy among the factions. I wonder what staggering total will be reached at this auction." Filled with excitement, Lin Sheng issued a notice. In 3 days, the third 10,000 Realms auction will commence. As the news spread, the Jiuzhou continent erupted in fervor. In the imperial palace of Zhengzhou, Emperor Shi Tian lounged lazily upon his throne. The Heavenly Gate had abruptly appeared in the royal city half a month ago. After a fierce battle, Emperor Shi Tian, having recovered from his injuries and restored his phoenix blood thanks to the elixirs bestowed by Lin Sheng, had reached the pinnacle of martial sanctity, just a step away from ascending to the realm of terrestrial immortals, making him one of the strongest beings in the 3-tier world. In the face of his formidable might, the resistance of the Zhengzhou dynasty crumbled like paper, easily vanquished. The Heavenly Gate announced the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, with Emperor Shi Tian proclaiming himself the Holy Emperor, embarking on a campaign to conquer all of Zhengzhou and amass various resources. The Tianxia Society, initially prepared to attack the royal city, retreated immediately upon witnessing the might of the Heavenly Gate. "Divine Mother, how fares the resource collection in Zhengzhou?" Emperor Shi Tian inquired of Luo Xian, his expression calm. "Your Majesty, aside from the Tianxia Society and Wushuang City, all sects of Zhengzhou have surrendered to the Great Xia dynasty, offering vast amounts of resources. Currently, we have amassed approximately 110,000 wealth points." "Well done," the deity nodded in approval, then commanded. "The auction of the myriad realms is about to commence. The Heavenly Society and the city of Wushuang are temporarily unable to launch an offensive. We shall thoroughly scour the resources we have seized. Within 3 days, I require the collection of an additional 500,000 wealth points." "Indeed," replied Luo Xian respectfully. In Goguryuo's capital, Pyongyang, the formidable army of the Sui dynasty, numbering 500,000, loomed ominously, their ranks stretching like a surging tide for 10 miles. Before the army, a colossal bear, towering 100 meters high, stood resolutely on the grassland, surveying the Goguryeo royal city and exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. The Sui's campaign was relentless, conquering over 30 cities within a fortnight, plundering all available resources. Yang Guang, mounted at the forefront, fixed his gaze upon a massive mountain ahead. which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a mound of countless corpses. This was a monument formed from the bodies of Sui soldiers, igniting a fervent sense of humiliation within the entire army. "My brothers, I am deeply sorry for you." Lai Hua suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down his face as he bowed reverently to the mound. Standing beside him, Qin Xiong spoke softly, urging, "Duke, do not despair. We shall wash away the filth from Pyongyang with blood and avenge our fallen brothers." Yang Guang began to chant softly, "Do not venture to Liaodong. The road is long and arduous." As he sang the lament of dying in vain, tears filled his eyes. Dying in vain? No, not in vain. You shall not have died without purpose. This time, I shall annihilate Goguryeo. With unwavering resolve, Yang Guang commanded, "Break the city, slaughter its inhabitants. Erase Pyongyang from the map." Upon hearing this, the entire army erupted in a resounding cheer. "Long life Yang Guang. How can you be so merciless? Goguryeo is willing to surrender. Can we not be spared?" At that moment, a peculiar-looking middle-aged man soared above Goguryeo's royal city, the nation's guardian deity, Fu Kalen. "Spare you? Who dares to do so?" Yang Guang retorted angrily, pointing to the monument of Sui soldiers. "I, Goguryeo, am willing to dismantle the monument to provide a proper burial for the soldiers of the Sui." Fu Kalen pleaded urgently. "It is too late," Yang Guang replied coldly. "Today, the Sui dynasty shall exact blood for blood. Kill." With Yang Guang's command, the Titan Bear lunged fiercely at Fu Kalen. His sword technique. Fu Kalen unleashed a wave of sword energy to fend off the assault. Yet the Titan Bear shattered the sword aura with a single blow, sending Fu Kalen soaring. Subsequently, the Titan Bear collided with the city walls, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The Goguryeo royal city crumbled with a resounding crash. The city laid to waste. "Kill!" roared Lai Hua, brandishing his iron spear as he charged into battle, leading the army like a surging tide towards the royal city of Goguryeo. "Kill! Kill! For the vengeance of our fallen brothers. Leave none alive." The warriors of the Sui dynasty roared as their formidable army of 500,000 surged forth under the leadership of the Titan Bear, sweeping through the royal city of Goguryeo with unrelenting force. Since the establishment of the Sui dynasty, Goguryeo had incessantly harassed the borders and slaughtered the populace. Today, it was finally eradicated. Just as Yang Guang reveled in the fruits of victory, news from the celestial decree caught his attention. 3 days hence, at noon, the third universal auction would commence. A flicker of excitement graced Yang Guang's visage, for he was already prepared to embrace the challenges of the auction. 3 days later, within the grand hall of the universal auction, what had once been a vacant space suddenly filled with figures entering the venue. "Ah, Your Majesty the First Emperor. How has your month been?" Zhu Hozhao, clad in a dragon robe, broke the stillness of the gathering. Over the past month, Zhu Hozhao had rapidly risen in the Ming dynasty, vanquishing the Tatars and aiding the Northern Song in their defense, nearly claiming half of their territory. The news of his acquisition of the precious Martial Saint's golden pill had spread throughout the realm. Ing Zheng cast a glance at Zhu Hozhao, responding nonchalantly, "Not bad." In the realm of the Lord of the Hall, the gains have been considerable. A flicker of confusion crossed Zhu Hozhao's eyes as he whispered, "Is it truly possible to amass such wealth in a first-tier world?" Ing Zheng sighed. "It pales in comparison to your conquest of the Tatars and your devouring of the Northern Song within the span of a month." Zhu Hozhao chuckled lightly, waving his hand. "Oh, Your Majesty, do not speak so. I merely assist China in fending off foreign invasions." Ing Zheng sneered. "Oh, is that so?" Zhu Hozhao, feeling a touch of embarrassment, decided to change the subject. "The auction is about to begin. I must prepare." With that, he activated the golden celestial decree and vanished from the VIP box. As Zhu Hozhao departed, a glimmer of coldness passed through Ing Zheng's eyes. It seemed that after the auction, the Qin dynasty would take action against other dynasties, with the Han as their target. Having made up his mind, Ing Zheng's figure flickered and he disappeared from the spot. No sooner had they left than Wei Xiaobao and Kangxi appeared in the hall, accompanied by the money rat figure. The past month had seen tumultuous changes across the continent, with multiple nations falling, including the Central State dynasty, ranked among the top 10. This left the Qin dynasty deeply unsettled, particularly Kangxi, who was nearly paralyzed with fear. To avoid becoming the next target of annihilation, he urgently implored Wei Xiaobao to bring him to the auction. Shortly after their entrance, the figure of Yuan Shun Emperor appeared, clad in Mongolian robes, striding confidently. Lin Xing took note of Kangxi and Yuan Emperor's arrival, a faint smile gracing his lips. For this auction, Lin Xing had made numerous adjustments based on the experiences of the previous two, especially concerning the rules. Firstly, he instituted a registration system, allowing anyone with sufficient wealth points to participate, with a minimum requirement of 100,000 wealth points, observing the gradual strengthening of other Chinese dynasties. Foreign dynasties such as the Qing, Yuan, and Liao Jin resolved to participate as well, lest they become marginalized. Although Lin Xing did not explicitly state it, he was acutely aware that the wealth points of these foreign dynasties were precisely what he sought. Another adjustment was the increase of VIP boxes to 10, with the top 10 wealth points automatically assigned to boxes rather than ranked by wealth. Additionally, the auction would no longer provide services to alter voices or conceal identities, thereby allowing opposing forces to engage in bidding wars, consequently elevating the value of items. Finally, the auction would be broadcast live, enabling those unable to attend in person to partake, stimulating their consumption desires. As the lights flickered, the hall gradually filled with spectators. In the box of Cihong Jingjai, Fan Qingwei gazed at her ordinary box with astonishment. Last time, she had been a distinguished guest in a VIP box. How was it that this time there were 10 VIP boxes? A sense of concern welled within her, clearly indicating that the competition was exceptionally fierce this time. In the Qing box, Kangxi looked at his ordinary box with a hint of disappointment. Xiaobao, we possess over 1,000,000 wealth points. Why are we still in an ordinary box? Wei Xiaobao explained helplessly, Your Majesty, perhaps other factions are wealthier. Kangxi's expression soured, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. Does that not mean our wealth points are wasted? Wei Xiaobao attempted to console him, not necessarily. We might stumble upon items others do not desire and obtain them at a bargain. At that moment, a dazzling light flashed on the auction stage, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A figure exuding a mysterious aura gracefully approached the podium, his presence awe-inspiring, as if embodying the vastness of the cosmos. This individual was none other than Lin Xing, the most enigmatic entity on the continent, the master of the Celestial Palace. Behind him, the endless starry sky converged, and he radiated an unparalleled brilliance, resembling a deity. The audience below was left in astonishment, as though they could sense a divine pressure emanating from him. Lin Xing surveyed the crowd, calmly stating, Welcome to the Celestial Palace. I hereby declare the third universal auction officially commenced. As his words resonated, all eyes were riveted upon him, awaiting the unveiling of the first auction item. Lin Xing did not disappoint, extending his right hand. A jade box emanating a misty purple glow materialized before them. Is it yet another jade box? Could it be a pill? Or perhaps another Marshall St. Golden pill? In an instant, the crowd in the hall began to speculate eagerly. Simultaneously, countless hearts brimmed with anticipation. The last time the Marshall St. Golden pill made an appearance, it was seized by Zhu Hozhao, directly facilitating the formidable rise of the Ming dynasty. Now, it subtly exuded the aura of the second great dynasty of the world. Even the Sui dynasty found it difficult to assert its dominance. Lin Xing paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd and promptly opened the jade box. In that moment, an overwhelming aura swept through the venue. Inside box No. 6, Xiao Sanxiao's body tensed suddenly, and he gasped in astonishment. Earth Immortal. As one of the longest-lived beings in the Jiuzhou continent, Xia Sanshou had already attained the realm of Earth Immortal. Arriving at the shop more than half a month in advance, he had been observing cautiously, astonished by the vast array of goods on display. Eventually, he could not resist secretly signing up for the multiverse auction, eager to discover what extraordinary treasures might be auctioned off. To his surprise, during the first auction item, he sensed the aura of an Earth Immortal. Lin Xing calmly introduced, The first item for auction is a martial arts crystal, born from the rebirth of a peak Earth Immortal who failed in a fourth-tier breakthrough. This crystal contains all the experiences and true essence of an Earth Immortal. Utilizing this martial arts crystal will allow you to ascend effortlessly to the Martial Saint realm. And for those who are Martial Saints, it will enable an immediate breakthrough to the Earth Immortal realm. An Earth Immortal. This is the highest realm attainable in our current third-tier world. With it, you may have the opportunity to become the most powerful individual in the entire Jiuzhou continent. The starting bid for the Rebirth Martial Arts Crystal of a Peak Earth Immortal is 500,000 wealth points, with minimum increments of 5,000 wealth points. The bidding begins. As Lin Xing's words echoed, the entire hall and shop erupted in excitement. Incredible! It's a martial arts crystal of an Earth Immortal. My goodness. Consuming it could make one an Earth Immortal. Are there still Earth Immortals in this world? The Martial Saints were surely going wild if they secured this. They would immediately advance, and the subsequent auction would undoubtedly be tumultuous. 500,000 is the starting price. Why am I so poor? Amidst the discussions. In the VIP box, Emperor Shirtian's eyes lit up. If a Martial Saint consumes it, they can instantly break through to the Earth Immortal realm. ISNT this tailor-made for me? 500,000 wealth points. Emperor Shirtian placed his bid. Having obliterated the Zhengzhou dynasty, he could now be described as wealthy beyond measure. He was determined to acquire this first auction item. 501,000, 502,000, 505,000. As Emperor Shurtian's bids rang out, the other boxes quickly followed suit, the atmosphere intensifying. In the main hall of the shop, a large screen displayed the luminous martial arts crystal. While images of the bidders flashed across the center screen, Zhang Sanfeng and Huang Rong stood at the forefront, providing commentary. As an employee of the Shao Hall, Zhang Sanfeng naturally refrained from participating in the auction. However, Lin Xing had paired him with Huang Rong to enhance the live broadcast experience. Esteemed customers, the Earth Immortal Realm is no trivial matter. It represents the true pinnacle of our current world. Achieving the Earth Immortal Realm grants a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Zhang Sanfeng explained, his expertise in martial arts training undeniable, captivating the audience of martial artists. When will I reach the Earth Immortal Realm? Dream on. Achieving even the innate realm would be remarkable for you. Who are you looking down on? With the shop around, I can break through in no time. Enough talk. 1,000 years. I also wish to live that long. I'm off to buy elixirs for cultivation. As the auction progressed, many ordinary martial artists, witnessing the affluent bids of the elites, began to act impulsively. In the Grand Hall, the auction of the martial arts crystal reached a fever pitch. 1 million wealth points. Emperor Shurtian bid again, successfully pushing the first treasure's price over 1 million wealth points. Lin Xing nodded in satisfaction. Emperor Shurtian was indeed astute. It seemed he could trust Zhangzhou to him. In the box of Xiongba, his expression darkened like a stormy sea. Damn, this Emperor Shurtian has amassed so much wealth. The Heavenly Gate? They've grown so strong. If they acquire this martial arts crystal, will I ever have a chance to rise again? Must I truly submit to them? 110,000. Another bid echoed from box number 5, where two burly, fierce-looking middle-aged men gazed intently at the martial arts crystal on stage. Humph. Securing this crystal will allow my brother and me to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm. At that point, even the old man won't stand a chance. Humph. It's time for my grand calamity to descend upon Jiuzhou. In box number 6. Upon hearing this bid, Xia Sancho's expression changed drastically. Is it Xia Jingshan? They've come, AOC? In the adjacent room were none other than Xia Sancho's two sons, the great demon god Xia Jingshan and the great leader AOC. No, I cannot allow them to acquire this martial arts crystal. Otherwise, Jiuzhou will surely fall into disaster. Xia Sancho muttered to himself and joined the bidding. 120,000. In box number 5, the great demon god and the great leader were momentarily stunned. This old fellow has come too? Damn. He is already an Earth Immortal. Why is he still competing with us? 130,000. The great demon god roared again. 140,000. Xia Sancho refused to back down. At that moment, for the first time in this auction, a fierce bidding war erupted. Lin Xing watched with amusement, inwardly marveling. What a spectacle! This is truly a rebellious showdown between father and sons. He wondered who among them would emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Emperor Shurtian was left bewildered. What on earth? Wasn't this supposed to be mine? Who are these suddenly emerging bidders with such aggressive offers? In the box of the Great Qin, Yingzheng narrowed his eyes. The bidders in boxes 5 and 6 were ruthless, treating wealth points as if they were nothing. Li Si, Zhao Gao, do you know the backgrounds of these two individuals? This time, Yingzheng had not brought Fusu along, as he had been disappointed by Fusu's performance in the last auction and had instructed him to reflect on his actions at home and study the works of legalism. Li Si, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, Your Majesty, I have never heard their voices before, and I truly do not know their origins. Zhao Gao shook his head, responding, Your Majesty, our intelligence network has no information regarding these two. They may be reclusive individuals from the Jiuzhou continent. Li Si pondered for a moment, saying, These two are bidding so fiercely, with the price already reaching 170,000, they must belong to a significant force. Yet, we in the Great Qin have never heard of them, which can only imply one thing. Within the confines of box number 5 and number 6, one can undoubtedly find formidable powers established by top-tier masters, either at the level of a martial saint or beyond, who have long concealed themselves behind the scenes of the Jiuzhou continent. Yingzheng furrowed his brow and murmured, Have even these ancient relics been lured by the 10,000 Realms auction? It seems that the forthcoming endeavor of my Great Qin to unify Jiuzhou will inevitably encounter numerous unforeseen obstacles. As he spoke, Yingzheng's mind raced with calculations. With the assistance of elixirs and the supreme seal of the 5 dragons, my ascension to immortality technique has successfully advanced to the Golden Core realm, granting me a lifespan of 500 years. Simultaneously, my strength is now comparable to that of a celestial being. However, it is still insufficient. Presently, Anyone emerging from the 10,000 Realms auction is likely to be a martial saint or even a terrestrial immortal. As the Emperor of Great Chain, my power must not be lacking. I must also ascend to the third tier. The might of Zhu Hozhao has made Ing Zheng acutely aware of the tremendous potential wielded by an emperor endowed with martial prowess, intensifying his insatiable thirst for power. 180,000 wealth points. Ing Zheng placed his bid. The first emperor has placed a bid. Great Qin is formidable. Has not the first emperor already acquired the cultivation technique and the supreme seal of the 5 dragons? Why then pursue the auction of this crystallization of martial arts? On the first floor of the establishment, numerous individuals from Jiuzhou began to discuss Ing Zheng's bid. Zhang Sanfeng chuckled and explained, as the foremost power in Jiuzhou, Great Qin possesses the qualifications for this auction. Furthermore, although His Majesty the First Emperor has already obtained a cultivation technique, both immortality and martial arts require the absorption of the world's vital energies. This crystallization of martial arts contains the essence of a peak terrestrial immortal. If consumed, His Majesty's cultivation technique will undoubtedly advance rapidly. Perhaps he will soon reach the pinnacle of the third tier, sparing decades of arduous training. Indeed, the crowd in the shop nodded in agreement. Within the private chamber of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Hao furrowed his brow upon witnessing the first emperor also placing a bid. My lord, how many wealth points do we currently possess? Zhu Hozhao inquired, glancing at Zhu Wushi, who stood beside him. This time, Zhu Hozhao did not personally attend the auction of the Myriad Realms. Instead, he summoned Zhu Wushi and the leader of the Qinglong Society, Bai Yujing. In previous auctions, Zhu Wushi had attended in person, but this time he was merely a member of Zhu Hozhao's entourage. Nevertheless, Zhu Wushi dared not express any discontent. After all, following the last auction, he had come to realize that it would be nearly impossible for him to secure any items on his own amidst the formidable power of the great dynasties and top forces across the Jiuzhou continent. Thus, under Zhu Hozhao's generous treatment and the promise of hereditary titles, he ultimately decided to unite with Zhu Hozhao to harness the strength of the Ming dynasty for participation in the auction. After all, as a descendant of the Zhu family, he understood that only by strengthening the Ming could he partake in the benefits that had previously eluded him despite his utmost efforts. Your Majesty, after plundering the Tatars and consolidating half of the Northern Song's territory, we have amassed a total of 5 million wealth points for this auction, which is sufficient for us to stake our claim in this event. Well, splendid, Zhu Hozhao exclaimed with delight, and promptly declared, in that case, this martial arts crystal must be fiercely contested. 2 million wealth points. Zhu Hozhao directly raised the price of the first auction item by an additional 200,000 points. Within the private box numbered 5, the great demon god furrowed his brow. How infuriating. Aside from that old fellow, are there truly so many formidable dynasties across the Central Plains? Humph. An abundance of resources does not equate to overwhelming strength. Once we seize this martial arts crystal, these Central Plains dynasties will become nothing but tender prey for my brother and me. The chief chuckled coldly, eyeing the boxes of the Deqin and Deming families as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter. 220,000 points. The great demon god continued to bid. Damn it, it has already reached 220,000 points. Emperor Shutian cursed under his breath. He had pooled the resources of the Heavenly Gate, along with the accumulated wealth from the various eras of the Zhangzhou dynasty, which amounted to only 3 to 4 million wealth points. He had initially anticipated a bountiful harvest, only to find the first auction item rapidly climbing to 220,000 points, leaving him in a precarious position. 225,000 points. Emperor Shutian gritted his teeth and announced his bid. 230,000 points. Ing Zheng followed suit with his offer. 240,000 points. The great demon god showed not a hint of hesitation. 250,000 points. Emperor Shutian nearly shouted his bid through clenched teeth. Quite impressive. At the auction platform, Lin Xing felt increasingly elated upon hearing the current bid. This martial arts crystal had merely cost me 50,000 wealth points from the system's marketplace. I initially thought that raising the starting price to 10 times its value was already quite audacious, yet here we are, with the price soaring to 50 times. I wonder if it might even surpass 100 times. Lin Xing felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart, though he deemed the possibility rather slim. After all, it was the first item up for auction, and during the last auction, the prices of treasures had been relatively modest. Thus, it was conceivable that items could fetch prices exceeding 100 times their original value. As of now, achieving 50 times was already quite commendable. Lin Xing mused, feeling thoroughly satisfied with the current outcome, 260,000 points. Just then, from the previously silent Box 8, a sudden bid echoed forth. Within the Daoist Tenzong's chamber, Upon hearing this sound, the once tranquil Master Xiaoming, the leader of the Daoist Tianzong, instantly raised his head. Indeed, Master. On this occasion, the highest bid for the private room number 8 was made by none other than Bei Mingzi, the former leader of the Daoist Tianzong and the revered master of Xiaoming. Seated within room 8, Bei Mingzi gazed at the martial arts crystal on the auction stage, his eyes betraying a flicker of desire. Behind him sat another elder, whose imposing presence was equally formidable. To his surprise, this elder was Guguzi, the master of the Zongheng school and the mentor of both Gainye and Wei Zhuang. Both men had already attained the realm of martial saints, yet they had long been unable to break through, retreating from the world in pursuit of enlightenment. Despite their efforts over the years, progress had been elusive. However, the recent emergence of the esteemed Xiaoao Hall in the martial world had reignited their hopes, particularly after visiting the remnants of the Mechanism City, which had crumbled under the might of Yingzheng's seal. They gained a clearer understanding of the Xiaoao Hall's formidable strength. If a mere artifact auctioned at this event bore such extraordinary power, one could only speculate how potent the Xiaoao Hall truly was. Rumors circulated that the third auction would showcase even more precious items than the previous two. Might there be artifacts capable of enabling them to transcend the martial saint realm? Indeed, the first item auctioned was precisely that. Yet, the exorbitant price posed a challenge for the two. Nevertheless, the allure of becoming terrestrial immortals compelled them to take the risk and place their bid. However, shortly after their bid, an unexpected voice emerged from the first private room. 270,000 points. The distribution of the private rooms had been random, and surprisingly, Yingzheng was not in the first room. The voice emanating from there was unfamiliar. Inside the second room, Yingzheng furrowed his brow. Who could this be? Li Si and Zhao Gao exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of embarrassment as they knelt before Yingzheng, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, forgive us." It seemed likely that it was yet another hidden power. In the first room, two elders, one clad in black and the other in white, were discussing the martial arts crystal on the auction stage. My brother and I have contemplated the Tai Xian Jing for decades without success. It must be due to our insufficient cultivation. If we could procure this martial arts crystal, it would surely enhance our abilities and ultimately unravel the mysteries of the Tai Xian Jing. Lin Xing, overseeing the auction, noticed the situation in the first room and felt a stirring in his heart. Surprisingly, the occupants of room 1 were none other than the enigmatic island masters, Longmu, from the renowned Hero Island in the land of Jiuzhou. These two masters were obsessed with the Tai Xian Jing, regularly sending emissaries to the northern martial world to invite individuals to Hero Island for shared cultivation. Over the years, numerous martial experts had mysteriously disappeared, presumed to have visited Hero Island. With the passage of decades, Hero Island had amassed an impressive collection of martial arts techniques and rare treasures. Thus, the island masters, Longmu, had accumulated sufficient wealth points to enter the Tianzi private room. As the anticipated figures began to assemble, Lin Xing reflected on who would ultimately claim the martial arts crystal. As the atmosphere grew increasingly hushed, he resumed his role as the auctioneer. The island master in room 1 has bid 270,000 points. Is there a higher offer? Who is this island master? Murmured the crowd, with those in the private room equally puzzled. Sir, have you heard of the island master? Zhu Hozhao inquired. Zhu Wujia shook his head, replying, I have not, but given the title, it likely denotes a hidden power from overseas. Indeed, Zhu Hozhao nodded, sighing. This vast land of the 9 provinces truly conceals countless talents. However, the more so it is, the more I must safeguard this culmination of martial arts. 3 million points. Zhu Hozhao is evidently preparing to employ a tactical deterrence strategy. I will raise the bid by 300,000 points. Do you dare to pursue further? Is it Zhu Hozhao again? Yingzheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and then let out a cold snort, following suit. 3,100,000 points. Alas! Exclaimed the deity, his frustration palpable as he realized he could no longer keep pace. To think that my wealth remains at the bottom. 3,200,000 points. 3,300,000 points. 3,400,000 points. 3,500,000 points. The bidding echoed throughout the room, the price surging past 3 million points, igniting a fervent wave of competition. It appears that those still capable of placing bids are acutely aware that this is the final showdown. Within box 8, Bei Mingzi let out a sigh. Who could have imagined that the sum of our efforts would fail to secure even the first auction item? Guguzi shook his head, lamenting, alas. A single individual's strength is indeed insufficient to contend with these premier dynasties and sacred realms. In box 1, the 2 island masters of Longmu chose to withdraw as well. On the auction floor, only Yingzheng, Zhu Hozhao, the great demon god, and the duo known as Zaya Sancho remained in contention. 3,600,000 points. Ing Zheng called out once more. This had reached the pinnacle of his psychological expectations, despite the abundant resources of the chain. It seemed imprudent to squander such wealth on the very first treasure. Zhu Hojiao, torn with indecision, ultimately opted to relinquish his pursuit. After all, he had yet to fully absorb the spiritual energy of the martial sage's golden core, and acquiring this martial crystallization would be somewhat wasteful. Humph, old fellow. It seems you are the last one standing. Let us see how you intend to compete with me. The great demon god declared boldly, 3,700,000 points. This time, even Ing Zheng remained silent. Zaya Sancho pondered for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to continue the bidding. 3,750,000 points. 3,800,000 points. The great demon god shouted once again. With a sigh, Xiao Sanshao finally ceased his bidding, as he had exhausted his wealth points. Lin Xing observed the auction hall, calmly announcing, the great demon of box number 5 has bid 3,800,000 wealth points. Is there a higher offer? If not, the martial Dao crystal will belong to the esteemed guest of box number 5. After a prolonged silence, the hall was enveloped in stillness. Inside box number 5, the great demon erupted in laughter. Ha ha. The martial saint's golden core is ours. No one can thwart our endeavor to instigate a grand calamity. Just then, an unfamiliar bid suddenly echoed through the hall. This voice does not seem to belong to any of the previous 4 boxes. Who is this? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Your Majesty, it is our great Su Dynasty sovereign. What? Yang Guang? How is that possible? A wave of discussions arose. And as the crowd began to recognize the voice that had made the bid, many faces turned pale. Inside the luxurious box 10, Yang Guang gazed eagerly at the martial arts crystal below. A crystal of martial arts at the realm of earthly immortals. Once I acquire it, I shall swiftly ascend to the martial saint level. Indeed, becoming an earthly immortal is not beyond my reach. At that time, who in the great Su Dynasty would dare oppose me? Lin Xing was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, how many resources did Yang Guang plunder from Goguryeo? To open with a bid of 4 million wealth points is astonishing. Meanwhile, within box 5, the cackling demon god suddenly froze in place. Wasn't the martial arts crystal supposed to be mine? Who is this unexpected contender? For million points? Who is so ruthless? The demon god felt as if he were losing his mind. The combined wealth points of him and his brother barely amounted to 4 million. Damn it! Damn it! I will kill him! I will kill him! The demon god roared in fury, yet he found himself unable to continue bidding. Observing the demon god's impotent rage, Lin Xing scoffed. What good is a lack of wealth points in this auction? In this arena, strength reigns supreme, and wealth points are symbols of power. Noticing that the demon god had ceased his bidding, Lin Xing continued, the esteemed guest of box 10, Yang Guang, has offered 4 million wealth points. Is there any higher bid? After scanning the room and seeing no further bids, Lin Xing declared, since there are no higher offers, I shall count it down. For million points, first time. For million points, second time. For million points, third time. Sold. Congratulations to His Majesty Yang Guang of Box 10 for acquiring the martial Saint Crystal. As Lin Xing's words echoed, the auction house erupted in uproar. Hooray! The martial arts crystal belongs to our great Su Dynasty. Ha ha ha, our Su Dynasty is invincible. Long live the Emperor. Long live. Long live. Within Box 10, Yang Guang trembled with excitement as he held the martial arts crystal. The martial arts crystal. With this crystal, our great Su Dynasty shall rise triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. Yang Guang laughed heartily, utterly satisfied at this moment. After annihilating Goguryeo, he had plundered ruthlessly, nearly digging 3 feet into the ground, resulting in over 280,000 wealth points acquired from Goguryeo, more than the wealth points amassed by the Su Dynasty this time. For the Su Dynasty, which commanded 3-tiered war beasts, what was now lacking was undoubtedly top-tier experts. And if that expert were the emperor, it would be the best outcome, ensuring that the opposing forces of the Su Dynasty would be wholly subjugated. Thus, Yang Guang's primary purpose in attending the auction was to acquire items that would enhance his own strength. Now, he had finally achieved his goal. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations. Your Majesty. Yuan Hua and Yang Lin hurried to flatter Yang Guang. With this martial arts crystal, Your Majesty shall extend your life for 1,000 years. And our great Su Dynasty shall truly reign for eternity, unifying the 9 provinces. Your Majesty, quickly consume this martial arts crystal. Ha ha ha. Yes. The sects of the Su Dynasty shall await my ascension to earthly immortal. Yang Guang declared before swallowing the martial arts crystal whole. In an instant, a surge of violent energy erupted within Yang Guang's abdomen, transmitting boundless martial mysteries deep into his consciousness. Simultaneously, his aura began to ascend dramatically. On the auction platform, Lin Xing, noticing that Yang Guang had consumed the martial crystallization, wasted no time and announced the commencement of the auction for the second treasure. Immediately, the once clamorous hall fell into a profound silence, the collective attention shifting from Yang Guang to Lin Xing. With a flick of his right hand, a jade tablet materialized above him, emanating a radiant glow that unmistakably signified its extraordinary nature. Experienced patrons, their eyes widening in astonishment, recognized it as a technique, a cultivation technique. They recalled that the first auction had introduced a similar technique, stored in the form of a jade tablet. Now, a new technique had emerged. A palpable anticipation filled the air as the crowd turned their eager gazes toward Lin Xing, speculating whether this would unveil a second path to cultivation. Lin Xing, keenly aware of their expectations, proceeded without delay, speaking in a calm tone. Indeed, the second item up for auction, as you can see, is this jade tablet in my possession, which contains a cultivation technique. The revelation sent waves of excitement through the audience. Indeed, another cultivation technique. How astonishing. What hope do we martial practitioners have when the path of immortality beckons? The auction hall erupted in fervor, particularly within the shops, where martial artists felt their own practices pale in comparison to the allure of cultivation techniques. Lin Xing, undeterred by the crowd's reactions, waved his left hand, and a large screen suddenly appeared behind him. The screen displayed a scene of dazzling starlight, showcasing a tall man standing atop a mountain that towered to the heavens. As he breathed, celestial energies descended from the sky, flowing into his being. With a mighty roar, the starlight transformed into visible beams of stellar power, converging into his form. With a resounding roar, the man's figure, once of ordinary stature, surged skyward, reaching an astonishing height of 1,000 fathoms. Enveloped by swirling stars, he emanated an overwhelming aura of dread and authority. Break. The man, enveloped in a celestial glow, unleashed a formidable punch that crashed down upon the towering mountain beneath him. This peak, soaring to a staggering height of 10,000 feet, was utterly obliterated by a strike. In an instant, the audience at the auction was left in a state of shock. What immense power was required to shatter a mountain with a single blow? The man then tore through the fabric of reality, stepping into the void, heedless of the terrifying storm that raged within, and vanished from sight. As the grand screen slowly faded, the crowd remained entranced by the spectacle of the man's monumental feat. Lin Xing's voice resonated once more. The second auction item is a cultivation technique, the Yuanshan Starlight Art, derived from a pinnacle 6th-tier world. This technique encompasses 3 realms: the physical body, the extraordinary, and longevity. In the longevity realm, one can extend their lifespan to 10,000 years. Moreover, when paired with the accompanying star elixir from my shop, even an ordinary mortal can swiftly transcend into the realm of longevity, achieving a lifespan of 10,000 years with a power equivalent to that of a 4th-tier initiate. The starting bid for the Yuanshan Starlight Art is set at 500,000 wealth points, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 5,000 wealth points. Let the bidding commence. 10,000 years of life. This is the true essence of eternal life, exclaimed the crowd, their excitement palpable. Such a terrifying cultivation technique. And with accompanying elixirs, one can cultivate directly to the longevity realm, surpassing the limits of our current world. This is true invincibility. As soon as Lin Xing finished speaking, the atmosphere in the auction hall erupted. The allure of the cultivation technique that promised longevity and a direct path to the 4th tier was irresistible. Within the luxurious box number 5, the great demon god and the boss, who had just missed out on the martial Dao crystal and were seething with anger, felt their spirits lift again. Such a technique. The Xiaoao Palace possesses such divine arts. It is truly formidable. If I can acquire this technique, I would disregard the martial Dao crystal and the old man. After all, the martial Dao crystal merely elevates one to the earthly immortal realm, while this directly leads to the 4th tier, a stable path to immortality. I must buy it. Let us not even bother with 500,000. Let us go straight to 1,000,000 wealth points. As the great demon goddess bid echoed through the hall, a brief silence ensued, soon followed by a renewed frenzy of bids. 110,000 points, exclaimed Xiao Sanshao, who had been angered by the earlier events. 120,000 points, countered Zhu Hojiao. The bid soared, with numbers flying back and forth in a frenzy. Clearly, the allure of the second cultivation technique, which could effortlessly usher one into the 4th-tier secret realm, was too enticing for anyone to resist. Lin Xing observed the escalating excitement with a subtle smile, pondering the amusing spectacle that would unfold once the Yuanshan Starlight Art was finally claimed. The initial price of 50,000 wealth points was merely a strategic starting point. as the ultimate price would be determined by the fervor of the bidders. Though the Yuanshan Starlight Art could indeed be paired with the Star Elixir for rapid advancement, the cost of the elixirs would be astronomical. Even with Lin Xing's considerate pricing, a staggering 10 million wealth points would likely be required to reach the 4th-tier longevity realm. But this was inconsequential. He merely suggested that the elixirs would facilitate rapid breakthroughs without disclosing their exorbitant costs, ensuring that he was not misleading the consumers. As the auction reached 2 million wealth points, Ying Zheng triumphantly called out his bid. He felt an overwhelming sense of fortune for qualifying to participate in this auction, having seemingly acquired a cultivation technique at a bargain price. 210,000 points. The great demon god's visage darkened as he realized that, despite being a significant figure behind the scenes of the entire continent, he was being outbid by seemingly lesser forces. 220,000 points. Xiao Sanxiao, oblivious to the turmoil of his sons, was resolute in preventing them from winning the coveted technique. 230,000 points. Came the gridded response from the 7th box, where Emperor Shi Tian, compelled by the allure of the Yuanshan Starlight Art, was unwilling to relent. 250,000 wealth points. Just then, a voice emerged from box number 9, previously silent, causing many faces in the auction hall to pale in response. Yuan Emperor? Ying Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. To his astonishment, the mysterious box 9 was occupied by none other than Emperor Yuan Shun, seated in the main position. Emperor Yuan donned a traditional Mongolian robe, while beside him stood a master clad in Tibetan attire, adorned with a lama hat. This was none other than the foremost master of Mongolia, the leader of the esoteric Buddhism, the Grand Master of the Great Yuan, Basiba. Flanking Basiba was a stunningly beautiful young woman with a mischievous glint in her eyes, none other than Princess Shaman of Mongolia. One of the heroines of the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhao Min. Ha ha ha, with the Yuanshan Starlight technique in hand. The Grand Master will surely achieve a seamless breakthrough to the 4th tier. At that time, our great Yuan Empire will obliterate all the dynasties of the Central Plains, transforming the entire Jiuzhou continent into our Mongolian pasture. Basiba possessed the strength of a terrestrial immortal. He smiled faintly, shaking his head as he spoke. The outcome remains undecided. We have yet to acquire this cultivation technique, and everything is still uncertain. He paused, casting a respectful glance at Lin Xing, who appeared as a celestial being atop the auction stage, and continued, the key to unifying Jiuzhou does not lie in my ability to break through to the 4th tier, but rather in the intentions of the Hall Master. The mention of the Hall Master's intentions caused Zhao Min's expression to shift. She instinctively looked up to meet Lin Xing's gaze. Sensing something, Lin Xing turned towards box 9, inadvertently locking eyes with Zhao Min. Her cheeks flushed. Yet Mongolian women were known for their boldness. She quickly regained her composure and gazed back at Lin Xing. However, Lin Xing's attention had already wandered elsewhere. As if he had merely glanced in passing, Zhao Min felt as though she had been struck mute, her confidence in her own allure wavering for the first time. If Lin Xing were privy to her thoughts, he would undoubtedly dismiss them. Do you think you are beautiful? The Hall Master traverses countless realms, encountering an array of exquisite beauties. Not to mention, in the realm of fantasy, the enchanting maidens of the prominent sects are unparalleled in both beauty and grace. Furthermore, through the enhancement of spiritual energy, their physiques resemble flawless jade. Surely, I can find captivating cultivators without needing to concern myself with the charms of these martial arts world-s beauties. Why would I stoop to being a sycophant? At that moment, within box 9, after hearing Basiba's words, Emperor Yuan Shun's expression shifted as well. With furrowed brows, he remarked, Hall Master, it appears you harbor a certain disdain for our kind. Just a few days ago, we were not invited to the auction. And this time we could only attend after pooling our own wealth points to register. If the Hall Master opposes us, can we truly unify Jiuzhou? Basiba shook his head. No, I cannot ascertain the full extent of the Hall Master's capabilities, but the mere hint of his imposing aura has left me breathless. If he so desires, I believe he could erase the entire Great Yuan from existence. Both Emperor Yuan and Zhao Min involuntarily gasped. It is important to note that the individual speaking before them is none other than the foremost expert of Mongolia, who at the tender age of 16 was bestowed the title of King of the Western Regions by the Mongolian Khan. Now, his cultivation has ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, making him truly one of the world's elite masters. Yet, this formidable figure claims that merely a hint of the Palace Lord's latent aura can render him breathless. How immensely powerful must that be? Emperor Yuan's face contorted with grim determination as he finally declared, No, we must alter the Palace Lord's perception of our Mongolia. Min, you are the most beautiful woman in Mongolia, the jewel of the vast grasslands. I entrust this mission to you. Emperor Yuan intends to employ the strategy of enchanting beauty. Ah? Zhao Min was momentarily taken aback. However, recalling Lin Xing's earlier calm and indifferent gaze, she could not help but question herself. Could she truly manage this? 2,600,000 points. Ying Zheng placed another bid, recognizing the voice of the Yuan Emperor. He certainly would not allow this cultivation technique to fall into the hands of foreign tribes. 2,700,000 points. 2,800,000 points. 2,900,000 points. 3 million points. Amidst the fervent bidding, the price of the Yuan Chan Starlight technique finally surpassed the 3 million mark. 3,100,000 points. The great demon god proclaimed once more. At this moment, he had resolved to acquire the Yuan Chan Starlight technique at any cost. 3,200,000 points. 3,300,000 points. 3,400,000 points. 3,500,000 points. 3,600,000 points. Another round of bidding commenced. Inside box number 7, Emperor Tianqian sighed, leaning back in his chair, his expression one of profound disillusionment. What kind of auction is this? 10 individuals possessing such wealth. As the esteemed leader of the Heavenly Gate and the current emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, having lived for over a millennium, how can it be so difficult for me to procure something at an auction? Is there no chance left for me? Alas, auctions are destined to reward the highest bidder. Without wealth points, one is condemned. 3,800,000 points. The great demon god shouted his bottom line once more, veins bulging on his forehead. 3,900,000 points. Xiao Sanxia chimed in. Old fellow, why must you oppose me? The great demon god bellowed in anger. Jingtian, turn back. With me here. You shall not acquire anything. Xiao Sanxiao sighed, his tone calm yet resolute. Old man, you shall not succeed. The great demon god ground his teeth. Contemplating a confrontation with Xiao Sanxiao in the adjacent box, even if the latter was his father. At the 10,000 Realms auction house, disrupting the order is strictly forbidden. Violators will be expelled from the Celestial Hall and barred from re-entry forever. Just then, Lin Xing's voice resonated, imbued with boundless authority and presence. In an instant, the great demon god felt an immense force bearing down upon him, rendering him immobile despite his peak martial saint prowess. The strength was so overwhelming that it seemed the Hall Master could obliterate him with a mere thought. My Lord Hall Master, forgive my transgression. I was in the wrong. The great demon god quickly submitted. Lin Xing cast a detached glance at him, and upon witnessing his plea for mercy, retracted his imposing aura. In the adjacent box, Xiao Sanxiao's expression changed dramatically as he murmured, that pressure just now undoubtedly surpassed that of a terrestrial immortal. This Hall Master appears so youthful, yet possesses such terrifying power. For million points. As Xiao Sanxiao was lost in thought, a bidding voice suddenly resonated from the previously silent box number 4. Within the De Yuan compartment, the eyes of Basiba gleamed with sudden excitement. It is he. Who? Emperor Yuan Shun inquired with a hint of bewilderment. The Supreme Master, Ling Donglai, appeared in the private chamber of the Heavenly Emperor, adorned in a flowing Taoist robe that exuded an air of ethereal grace, resembling not a universally acknowledged Supreme Master, but rather an ordinary practitioner of Taoism. However, as a top-tier expert at the terrestrial immortal realm, Ling Donglai's cultivation had long transcended into the realm of returning to simplicity. After being trapped in the 10 Absolute Pass for many years, Ling Donglai now harbored a singular ambition to break through the terrestrial immortal stage and ascend to that coveted pinnacle of existence that all aspire to. Yet he had not succeeded thus far. Today, however, at the auction of all realms, he beheld a glimmer of hope for his breakthrough. For 1,100,000 points. At this moment, the voice of Ying Zheng resonated once more. He was indifferent to whether Ling Donglai was indeed the Supreme Master. He was unwavering in his resolve to acquire the Yuanshan Starlight technique. For 1,200,000 points. Ling Donglai furrowed his brow slightly and placed his bid. For 1,500,000 points. Just then, a bid emerged from the private chamber number 3, that of the Ming Emperor Zhu Hozhao. Although the martial arts crystal and the martial saint golden pill overlapped, this cultivation technique posed no conflict, and he too was determined to possess it. Ling Donglai's brow knitted in concern, and he promptly issued another bid. For 1,600,000 points. For 1,700,000 points. The voice of Emperor Yuan also rang out in response. 5 million points. Zhu Hozhao nearly went all in. Inside the VIP room number 1, Ying Zheng furrowed his brow. 5 million points, he murmured, for this had far exceeded his expectations. He possessed the methods of cultivation himself. And while acquiring another at a reasonable price would have been acceptable, 5 million was simply untenable. Shaking his head, Ying Zheng sighed. Very well, let this young man, Zhangda, have it. Within the Tianzi number 4 private room, Ling Donglai squinted his eyes, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Alas, after many years of seclusion, he had not had the opportunity to amass resources, thus regrettably missing out. Ling Donglai sighed, contemplating that perhaps once the auction concluded, he should end his retreat and venture out into the world. In the Duyuan private room, Emperor Yuan Shun furrowed his brow tightly, remarking on Zhu Hozhao's extravagant nature. With a sigh, Emperor Yuan shook his head and ultimately chose to forego the bid. At the auction stage, observing the now quiet venue, Lin Xing inquired in a calm tone, "Does Tianzi number 3 private room's Zhu Hozhao bid 5 million wealth points? Is there a higher bid? If not, then I shall count it down. 5 million points, first call. 5 million points, second call. 5 million points, third call. Sold." Congratulations to Ming Emperor Zhu Hozhao for acquiring the second auction item, the Yuan Shin Star Radiance technique. Congratulations, congratulations. Immediately, the hall resonated with a chorus of jubilations. "Excellent!" exclaimed Zhu Hozhao, his expression brimming with excitement. Although he had wagered nearly all his wealth, he had successfully acquired the coveted cultivation technique. The allure of the fourth-tier immortal realm and the promise of longevity captivated him to the point of near obsession. Swiftly completing the transaction, Zhu Hozhao finally grasped the jade slip containing the Yuanshan Starlight technique. As soon as the slip was in his possession, he pressed it fervently against his forehead. Instantly, waves of cultivation information surged into his mind, and he found himself involuntarily commencing his practice. The multiverse auction, designed by Lin Xing, was adorned with celestial wonders. At this moment, as Zhu Hozhao subconsciously began his cultivation, streams of starlight poured into the VIP room number 3, almost tangible in their brilliance. Is he truly starting his practice already? Zhu Hozhao's diligence is remarkable. The sheer volume of vital energy he absorbed was astounding. Indeed, this cultivation technique was formidable. Was it appropriate to draw such energy from the main hall? Inside the grand hall, discussions erupted among the attendees. Lin Xing remained unfazed. The leisurely hall connected to myriad realms, perpetually infused with boundless spiritual energy. Whatever was consumed would be replenished in kind. Should Zhu Hozhao be willing to expend his wealth points, Lin Xing could facilitate his cultivation indefinitely in this sanctuary. Glancing at the murmuring crowd, Lin Xing proceeded with the auction. The next item was about to be presented. Instantly, the hall fell silent, all eyes converging on the auction platform. With a flick of his wrist, the grand screen behind him illuminated once more. The image of a vast city appeared, nestled beside an expanse of forest, bustling with diverse individuals engaged in trade. Outside the city, groups of adventurers ventured into the deep, shadowy woods for hunting. However, just as tranquility enveloped the scene, a thunderous roar erupted. From the forest's edge, countless warriors screamed in terror as they fled. Yet, before they could escape, an overwhelming tide of beasts surged forth. Ferocious creatures, their strength rivaling that of innate experts, surged toward the city like a swarm of ants. Numerous warriors were consumed in the chaos. The overwhelming aura sent shockwaves through the assembly, transforming their expressions to one of dread. This was a beast tide. Comprised entirely of innate beasts, the scale of this onslaught was such that if unleashed upon the Jiuzhou continent, no dynasty could withstand it. An entire nation would be devoured. A profound silence enveloped the multiverse auction, even those in the VIP room fixated on the grand screen. Just as the beast tide threatened to breach the city's protective barrier, 5 resonant clangs echoed through the air. From deep within the city, 5 towering beams of light erupted skyward. In an instant, 5 flying swords surged from the columns, ascending above the tide of beasts and forming a sword array. In an instant, streams of sword energy crisscrossed, shredding the leading beasts to mere fragments. A resounding roar echoed through the air, causing the fierce beasts to charge even more recklessly. However, 5 swords of light surged downward with great intensity, slicing through the tide of beasts and penetrating deep into the heart of the forest. In an instant, the several-mile-long wave of creatures transformed into a path of blood, as the beasts in their wake were utterly obliterated. Soon after, a mournful cry from a colossal beast resonated from the depths of the woods. Instantly, the advancing tide of beasts halted momentarily, only to retreat in a frenzy moments later. From the depths of the forest, the 5 flying swords emerged, swirling gracefully in the sky. Subsequently, the grand screen vanished, and these 5 swords soared forth, slicing through the air as they landed gracefully into the palm of the forest sage, transforming into 5 elemental swords representing wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Astonishingly, they had truly emerged. The power of these flying swords was fearsome indeed. Could they really be up for auction? How terrifying. The entrance was utterly stunning. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd, all captivated by Lin Xing's remarkable display. Observing their reactions, Lin Xing nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that the program's effect was maximized. He then chose not to prolong the suspense and spoke directly. The 5 elements flying swords, all classified as spiritual artifacts, could form the 5-element sword formation. When unleashed together, these 5 swords could easily overpower any enemy, regardless of their vast numbers, on the continent of Jiuzhou. With such weapons, a martial saint could defy even the earthly immortals. For those earthly immortals, even a master of celestial level could be challenged. It was indeed an indispensable item for those seeking to transcend their limits and traverse the heavens. The starting bid for the 5 elements flying swords was set at 300,000 wealth points, with increments no less than 3,000 wealth points. The auction commenced. The price seemed somewhat low. After all, being an external object, it could not enhance one's cultivation, which likely accounted for its reduced value. Yet, while it may not augment one's cultivation, it could certainly bolster combat prowess. Who would ever begrudge having fewer spiritual artifacts? As the crowd murmured, Lin Xing's expression remained unchanged. Despite the impressive display of the 5 elements flying swords in the video, they were merely ordinary flying swords from a 4th-tier realm. One could find such items even in the smallest border towns. The cost price was merely 30,000 wealth points. Setting a tenfold markup for the auction base price was still profitable. It remained uncertain how many wealth points it would ultimately fetch. Within the Emperor's box number 5, the once frustrated demon god, having failed to bid twice in succession, now had a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Could a martial saint truly defy an earthly immortal? Such a divine artifact, and it only required 300,000 points? I must acquire it. The demon god exclaimed in astonishment, promptly raising his bid. 300,000 points. Upon hearing the bid from the great demon god, Lin Xing's eyebrows twitched slightly. These 2 foolish sons of Xia Sanshou truly lack composure. Have they been in Japan for too long? Nevertheless, their enthusiasm is undeniable. 350,000 points. The voice of Xia Sanshou resounded once more, provoking the great demon god to the brink of exasperation. 400,000 points. 450,000 points. 460,000 points. 500,000. The echoes of bidding resonated once more, igniting the atmosphere with fervor. Within the prestigious box number 1, the 2 island masters of the Dragon Clan exchanged glances. Master Long shook his head and sighed, regrettably. Neither of our cultivation methods centers around swordsmanship. Otherwise, we could have made a bid for this 5 elements flying sword. Master Mu nodded in agreement. Such a formidable artifact, even with the combined efforts of my brother and I, we would likely be unable to secure it. Master Long nodded, then let out a wry smile. Alas, it seems that we are destined to leave this auction empty-handed. However, within the shop, there are still numerous treasures. After the auction concludes, we might as well take a look. Indeed, Muko responded in kind. Meanwhile, within the auction hall, numerous affluent yet formidable figures, each possessing considerable wealth but struggling to emerge as the ultimate victor, harbored similar intentions. Lin Xing's thoughts traversed these matters, and he too felt a surge of inspiration. It seemed that once the auction concluded, it would be prudent to refresh the store's offerings. Within the esteemed box 10, Yang Guang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the previously somewhat corpulent figure had vanished, replaced by a robust and powerful physique. The wrinkles on his face had dissipated, lending him an appearance as if he had regained 20 years of youth. Simultaneously, an aura of martial sanctity emanated from him, prompting Yang Lin and Yuan what an Elin reverence. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on ascending to the martial saint realm, they exclaimed. Aha, my loyal ministers, rise. Yang Guang clenched his fists, feeling his once void body now brimming with strength. Is this the might of a martial saint? To live for 500 years so. I shall have 4 more centuries to reign supreme. At this moment, Yang Guang was filled with grand aspirations. He lowered his gaze toward the ongoing auction, realizing they had already reached the 3rd round. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, how has the auction fared so far? Exchanging glances, Yuanhua and Yang Lin stepped forward to report. A staggering 5 million wealth points for a cultivation technique. Alas, we have missed it. Yang Guang lamented, striking his chest in dismay. Your Majesty, even had you participated just now, the outcome would likely have been the same. Our wealth points are insufficient, Yang Lin gently reminded him. Ah, Yang Guang momentarily paused, his expression shifting as he gritted his teeth and declared, we must acquire more wealth points. Within the ordinary private room, Wu Ming gazed at the 5 elemental flying swords on stage, listening to the continually rising bids for wealth points, and couldn't help but sigh. He had always considered himself to be at the pinnacle of celestial beings, one of the few formidable warriors in this world. Yet now, witnessing so many individuals bidding millions of wealth points for a single treasure, he profoundly felt his inadequacy. Having secluded himself in the Zhonghua Pavilion for many years, he could only muster a meager few 100,000 points, a dismal sight indeed. As a master of swordsmanship, the existence of the heavenly sword tormented him, and the sight of these flying swords, unattainable, even made him contemplate ending his seclusion. Wu Ming was not alone in his thoughts. Xie Xiaofeng, Shimen Shui, Yi Guqing, Yin Shisan, Feng Qingyang, and other top swordsmen of the 9 provinces were similarly shaken by the allure of these elusive flying swords. Such a magnificent weapon, yet unattainable, was the greatest torment for any swordsman. In this moment, many of these elite swordsmen began to entertain the notion that after the auction concluded, they must thoroughly search the shops for any available flying swords. Lin Xing, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of these swordsmen, found himself stirred by the soaring price of 2 million wealth points for the 5-elemental flying sword. He could hardly believe that an ordinary 5-elemental flying sword could fetch such a price, especially since many dynasties had already obtained the right to use spiritual artifacts. This was a matter Lin Xing had not delved into deeply. Although the dynasties on the top 10 rankings could use spiritual artifacts, the Northern Song had relinquished their spiritual artifacts to the Liao Emperor. However, the mere possession of spiritual artifacts by others posed a risk. If one could not maintain their rank, they would not only lose the right to use the artifacts but might also jeopardize their nation and their very lives. Moreover, while the top 10 dynasties had access to spiritual artifacts, other factions, particularly the martial arts sanctuaries, were devoid of such treasures, naturally compelling them to bid actively. Thus, the price of this 5-elemental flying sword showed no signs of diminishing. 310,000 points. At this moment, the great demon god made another bid, pushing the price of the 5-elemental sword array beyond 3 million points. 320,000 points, he stated calmly. 330,000 points. Within the Tianzi No. 9 private room, Yuan Emperor also joined the fray. With the 5-elemental sword array in hand, even terrestrial immortals could contend against celestial beings. Although Lin Xing's claim was somewhat exaggerated, it certainly guaranteed invincibility in this Tier 3 world. The great Yuan, possessing the terrestrial immortal Basiba, would have no concerns over high-tier combat power if they acquired the 5-elemental flying sword. 340,000 points, Ling Donglai also placed a bid. Basiba furrowed his brow. Could it be that Ling Donglai was interested in the 5-elemental flying sword as well? Inside the Ming private room, the radiant power of countless stars began to dissipate as Zhu Hozhao slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a beam of starlight flashed from his eyes, illuminating the entire room. Simultaneously, a heavy, chaotic aura emanated from Zhu Hozhao. The Yuanqin starlight technique was indeed formidable. It was worthy of its reputation as a cultivation technique. Zhu Hozhao marveled as he realized that merely accepting the cultivation method had involuntarily transformed his true essence into stellar spiritual power, far surpassing the potency of his original essence. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for mastering this divine skill. Zhu Hozhao promptly offered his commendations. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your successful cultivation. Our great Ming shall surely soar across the seas. Bai Yujing, the leader of the Qinglong Society, echoed the praises. Ha ha ha, this is all thanks to the blessings of the Hall Master. Zhu Hozhao laughed heartily, then turned his gaze toward the 5 flying swords dancing on the auction stage, a hint of eagerness flashing in his eyes. Unfortunately, hearing the bid surpassing 350,000 points, he could only sigh at the unattainability of the swords. Wealth points were indeed scarce. It seemed he would need to expedite the annexation of the Northern Song after the auction concluded, a resolute gleam appearing in his eyes. 360,000 points. At this moment, another bid rang out, originating from the Tianzi No. 2 private room, which belonged to the Qin Empire. Inside, Ing Zheng narrowed his eyes, observing the items on the auction stage, and spoke in a calm tone. As I practice the cultivation techniques of immortality, wielding the exquisite spiritual artifact, the Songlong Breaking Waves flying boat, paired with this 5-elemental flying sword, would be quite fitting, would it not? Li Si stepped forward eagerly, saying, It is indeed a perfect match. I can hardly wait to see Your Majesty soaring with the boat and the sword, embodying the figure of an immortal. Ing Zheng nodded, stating nonchalantly, in that case, the 5-elemental flying sword shall be acquired by our great Qin. 370,000 points. The great demon god, still unwilling to concede, announced his bid once more. For a million. Ing Zheng declared the bid with an impassive expression. Bang. Inside the Tianzi No. 5 private room, the great demon god struck the table with a powerful fist, producing a resounding noise. Remarkably, this seemingly fragile table, under the might of his martial sage strength, not only remained unbroken but also bore no marks whatsoever. The great demon god's expression shifted as he suddenly recalled that they were within the confines of the Xianyao Hall. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he cast a furtive glance at Lin Xing on the auction stage, catching the casual yet piercing gaze directed his way. Embarrassed, he quickly lowered his head. Lin Xing, harboring a cold smirk within, was acutely aware that the Xianyao Hall was a product of the system, with every item within it imbued with its power. It was inconceivable for a mere martial sage, let alone even a fourth-tier celestial being, to cause any damage. Ignoring the great demon god's flustered demeanor, Lin Xing surveyed the surroundings and calmly proclaimed, "The Emperor Qin Yingzheng from Tianzi No. 2 private room has bid 4 million wealth points. Is there a higher offer?" 4 million points had already surpassed the limits that most patrons in the Tianzi private rooms could afford. After a lengthy silence, Lin Xing nodded and declared, "Since there are no higher bids, I shall call it. 4 million points, first time. 4 million points, second time. 4 million points, third time. Sold. Congratulations to the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng, on successfully acquiring the third auction item, the 5 Elements Flying Sword. Congratulations, congratulations. Indeed, Emperor Qin is exceedingly wealthy. The Qin Empire, after all, stands as the foremost power among the 9 provinces, so its affluence is hardly surprising. It is said that the last time the Qin Empire acquired a complete world from the Lord through auction, it has already commenced large-scale development. I wonder what the yields are like? To trade an entire world. Should we commend Emperor Qin for his prowess, or should we extol the Lord's capabilities? Undoubtedly. It is the Lord who deserves our admiration. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yingzheng had already completed the payment. Observing the 5 petite flying swords, black, white, red, blue, and yellow, hovering in his hand, he clenched his palm, and the 5 swords were drawn into his body. Even now, Yingzheng remains a golden core practitioner. And consolidating spiritual artifacts within his Dantian poses no challenge. With the flying swords auction concluded, the event transitions into the latter half of the auction. Addressing the eager audience below, Lin Xing continued with composure, "We shall now commence the auction of the 4th item. Please direct your attention to the large screen." Following his words, a vast battlefield materialized on the screen behind him. On this battlefield, flying swords darted about, and practitioners danced amidst the chaos. Below, an endless army clashed like a relentless meat grinder, enveloping the entire scene in an atmosphere of carnage. This was a battle between 2 cultivation dynasties. In an instant, the sovereigns and generals from various dynasties focused intently on the display. The sheer might of such a conflict would undoubtedly devastate their forces in a heartbeat. Just as the battle reached its zenith, one commander suddenly raised his hand and cast forth an 8 formation diagram, which gradually enveloped an elite unit. Instantly, the soldiers of this elite unit radiated a brilliant light, merging with the diagram, and charged forward with ferocity. Wherever they passed, it was as if boiling water met ice. Utterly unstoppable. Above the 8 formation diagram, a wave of murderous intent surged, and the surrounding enemy forces were swiftly annihilated. At that moment, 2 practitioners, sensing impending doom, hastily summoned their flying swords to engage. Yet, they were met with a furious roar from the soldiers within the 8 formation diagram. 2 streaks of sword energy erupted forth, sending the 2 practitioners hurtling away, blood spurting from their mouths, their survival all but guaranteed. Subsequently, the soldiers beneath the 8 formation diagram penetrated the enemy's central command, causing an instantaneous collapse of the opposing forces and bringing the fierce battle to a close. What is this? A formation diagram? It appears capable of consolidating one's power. This is indeed a formidable weapon on the battlefield. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Lin Xing retracted the large screen and began his introduction. The 4th item for auction is the divine weapon of formation, the 8 formation diagram, as showcased in the video. With that, Lin Xing extended his right hand, revealing a formation plate adorned with the 8 trigrams and images of arrows and spears, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The 8 formation diagram can coalesce an 8 trigram battle formation, requiring a minimum of 1,000 participants and capable of accommodating up to 10,000 soldiers. The greater the number of soldiers, the more potent the power unleashed. In theory, if 10,000 innate experts were to deploy the 8 formation diagram, they could even contend against peak 3rd-tier masters. Moreover, once within the grand formation, as long as the diagram remains intact, the soldiers are nearly invincible, with any injuries healing instantaneously. Such a battlefield weapon shall be auctioned as a welfare offering this time. The starting bid is set at 200,000 wealth points, with increments of no less than 2,000 wealth points. Let the bidding commence. It is indeed a favorable price. Although the cost of the 8 formation diagram is merely 20,000 points, it is being auctioned at a tenfold markup. However, to be candid, Formation diagrams are rarer than spiritual artifacts. In certain unique worlds, even a 100-fold increase would see dynasties vying for purchase. Naturally, those with discerning eyes were present at the venue. Upon hearing Lin Xing announce the price, Emperor Qin immediately raised his bid. 500,000 points. This directly inflated the price to double, rendering small nations like Dali and Xixia utterly ineligible to compete in the bidding. Zhu Hozhao gazed at the military formation. A pang of regret tightening in his heart. He truly wished to acquire this item. Unfortunately, having already wagered all his wealth points on the auction of the Yuanchen Starlight technique, he found himself with scant wealth points remaining, making any bid impossible. Alas, I can only hope that this 8 formation diagram does not fall into the hands of foreign factions, otherwise, our Chinese dynasty would face dire consequences. 600,000. As Zhu Hozhao's words echoed, a voice emerged from within a private room. Lin Xing couldn't help but pay attention. Inside the room, 2 men with distinctive money-style braids were intently staring at the 8 formation diagram on the auction stage. These 2 individuals were none other than Wei Xiaobao and Kangxi. Having already participated as members of the Atmosphere team for 3 rounds, Kangxi was unable to tear his gaze away from the diagram the moment he laid eyes on it. The reason was simple. The Qing dynasty desperately needed this 8 formation diagram. Despite the formidable strength of the 8 Banners cavalry, they had long suffered from a lack of high-level combat power, with not a single grandmaster within the entire dynasty. They were even compelled to rely on the Yuan dynasty to occasionally send over some masters to maintain appearances. Now, confronted with the prospect of acquiring a diagram capable of consolidating military spirit and countering formidable foes, Kangxi felt that the opportunity had arrived. With this 8 formation diagram, the Qing dynasty would no longer have to fear a sudden assassination by the masters of rival dynasties. Xiaobao, we must obtain this 8 diagram, Kangxi declared, his face reflecting unwavering determination. However, Wei Xiaobao's expression turned grim as he muttered, but we only have a little over 1 million wealth points. We can't afford it. Damn it. Kangxi's expression instantly turned grim. Simultaneously, he fervently hoped that no one would compete with them. Unfortunately, his intentions were destined to be in vain. 700,000. A voice called out, and it was none other than Zhao Yun, the emperor of the Southern Song dynasty. The Southern Song, despite being one of the 10 great dynasties, had unfortunately prioritized civil affairs over military might, and its emperor was notably timid. However, witnessing the fate of the Northern Song, Zhao Yun was genuinely alarmed. Not only had they been defeated by the Liao and Jin, but now half of their territory had been seized by the Ming. Even if they ultimately repelled the Liao and Jin, it seemed unlikely that they could evict the Ming. The Southern Song was clearly facing a dire predicament. In his fear, Emperor Zhao Yun finally resolved to bolster his own strength significantly. 800,000. The Turkic also joined in the bidding. 900,000. The Liao kingdom followed with a bid. 950,000. The Jin kingdom also entered the fray, observing the successive offers from these dynasties. A faint smile crept upon Lin Xing's lips. This 8 formation diagram truly deserves its title as a weapon of the battlefield, the reactions of the top martial artists notwithstanding. Both great and small nations are fiercely competing for it. 1 million points. Zhao Yun exclaimed once more. The military strength of the Southern Song was mediocre. Yet it ranked among the 7 great dynasties, primarily relying on its prosperous economy. Put simply, it was wealthy. In this moment of desperation, Zhao Yun was willing to risk everything. 1,100,000 points. The Great Yuan Empire also entered the fray. The Yuan was inherently formidable, with its Mongolian cavalry sweeping across the world. With the assistance of the 8 formation diagram, their military prowess would surely surge once more. Within the private chamber of the Qin, Yingzhong scoffed. Did these foreign tribes dare to covet the divine artifact? Humph. 1,200,000 points. 1,300,000 points. 1,400,000 points. The bids rose in a flurry, and Kangxi sank into despair. The Qing was once again relegated to mere spectators. In the Tianzi No. 5 chamber, the great demon and the chief stared blankly. Having failed in 3 consecutive rounds of bidding, their spirits dampened. At this moment, their interest in this evident battlefield asset, so suitable for a dynasty, had waned entirely. Even if they regained interest, the looming presence of a formidable rival next door dampened any desire to participate. Suddenly, the chief's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he shouted, "I've got it." The great demon jumped in surprise, retorting, "What do you have? Do you possess the means?" "Not that, brother. I mean, I have a strategy to deal with that old fellow," the chief proclaimed excitedly. "Really? Speak quickly." The great demon's spirits lifted immediately. The chief explained, "Look, that old man simply does not want us to acquire anything valuable. Therefore, whatever we bid, he will follow suit. However, I do not believe his wealth points are infinite. Now, let us bid for this 8 formation diagram, pushing it to the highest point. After he places his final bid, we will relinquish this nearly useless item to him, depleting his wealth points without granting him any real advantage. As a result, he will be unable to compete with us for the last treasure. That makes sense, brother. The great demon was also invigorated. However, he soon inquired, what if someone bids higher than the old man? The chief shook his head, saying, that won't happen. I've observed that the main competitors for this 8 formation diagram are mostly emperors from various dynasties. Yet, its true value is not as substantial. If we reach vermilion, no dynasty will follow suit, ensuring that old man gets thoroughly duped. The great demon nodded vigorously, excitedly patting the chief on the shoulder. Brother, you truly are a genius. 200,000 wealth points. The great demon declared outright. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. 2 million. This was a staggering increase of 60,000 wealth points. And the bidder was seemingly not affiliated with any dynasty. What could they possibly want with this? Lin Xing was momentarily taken aback. What were these two mischievous youths doing bidding? Until now, the great demon and his companion had been relatively quiet. And Lin Xing certainly had not been so bored as to monitor their every move. Hearing their bid, he grew curious. Regardless, it mattered little. For any client willing to raise the price was a welcome one. With this thought, Lin Xing's mood brightened. Within the Tianzi number 6 chamber, Xiao Sanxiao furrowed his brow. Why were the eldest and second bidding on the 8 formation diagram? Were they plotting against him? Indeed, given their influence in the East, they might muster a few thousand innate experts to confront him. With this realization, Xiao Sanxiao's expression darkened. He could not allow these 2 rebellious sons to succeed. With indignation, he declared, I cannot let this stand, and promptly followed suit with a bid. 210,000 points. In the Tianzi number 5 chamber, the great demon and the chief exchanged glances, their faces illuminating with smug satisfaction. They immediately raised their bids. 220,000 points. 230,000 points. 240,000 points. In a matter of moments, the auction hall transformed into a spectacle solely between the chambers of Tianzi number 5 and number 6. 390,000 points. The great demon called out, reaching his maximum bid. For million points. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Sanxiao called out again. However, shortly after, there was no further bid from the VIP room number 5. Instead, the boisterous laughter of the great demon god echoed. Ha ha ha. Old man, you've been fooled. At last, you've fallen into our trap. In the VIP room number 6, upon hearing the great demon god's laughter, Xiao Sanxiao's face displayed a hint of confusion. What is this rebellious child laughing about? Lin Xing's eyes, however, sparkled with understanding, realizing the great demon god's intentions. What a clever fellow. I had thought him merely a mischievous child. Clearly, the great demon god had strategically raised the bid to exhaust his father's resources, with Xiao Sanxiao unwittingly playing along. With a slight smile, Lin Xing quickly composed himself and declared, Xiao Sanxiao from VIP room number 6 has bid 4 million wealth points. Is there a higher bid? Silence enveloped the room, and a sense of foreboding crept into Xiao Sanxiao's heart. If there were no higher bids, then, for million wealth points, going once. For million wealth points, going twice. For million wealth points, going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to Xiao Sanxiao from VIP room number 6 for successfully acquiring the 8 formation diagram. As Lin Xing's words fell, the great demon god erupted in laughter. Congratulations, old man. Take good care of the 8 formation diagram. Within VIP room number 5, the great demon god and his brother celebrated their success, having finally drained the old fellow's resources. In VIP room number 6, Xiao Sanxiao's face was one of astonishment. This isn't how it was supposed to go. There should have been someone else to take over. How did the 8 formation diagram end up in my hands? What use do I have for it, being all alone? This was a naive assumption on Xiao Sanxiao's part, as 4 million wealth points far exceeded the actual value of the 8 formation diagram. Most who desired it were from powerful dynasties. However, smaller dynasties lacked the wealth points needed to bid, and those who could afford it either had just exhausted their resources or were powerful enough not to require the diagram. Suddenly, Xiao Sanxiao's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by a realization. Damn it, I've been duped by those 2 rascals. In a fit of frustration, he struck his thigh within the room. Lin Xing, however, chose not to dwell on the machinations of the father and sons, observing the gathered gazes. A smile graced his lips as he announced, Next, we arrive at the final segment of this auction, the most exhilarating part. Upon hearing Lin Xing's words, the crowd seemed to awaken, their attention sharpening. Now, we present the fifth auction item, our grand finale. With that, Lin Xing spread his arms wide, and suddenly, an endless void appeared behind him, within which a myriad of morning stars twinkled. As the focus drew nearer, it settled upon the surface of a colossal planet, breathtaking in its grandeur. Just then, a resonant dragon's roar reverberated through the void, and a golden dragon of unfathomable length emerged, dwarfing the planet beside it. The dragon coiled around the planet, its massive jaws open wide as if to consume the heavens, unleashing torrents of dragon power upon the planet. The once tranquil sphere underwent a magnificent transformation, gradually morphing into a gigantic Dragon Ball. The golden dragon roared with triumph as it swallowed the transformed Dragon Ball, then bellowed again, charging directly towards the auction hall. Ah, the dragon has arrived. Good heavens! This colossal creature is capable of devouring an entire planet. Run! The crowd in the hall was utterly terrified, scurrying to find refuge. Silence. At that moment, Lin Xing's voice resonated, akin to a gentle spring breeze sweeping through the auction hall, instantly calming the panicked hearts of the crowd. Subsequently, Lin Xing lowered his arms, extending his right hand, and the majestic golden dragon surged forth, transforming into a diminutive golden dragon. As the mini dragon spiraled, it morphed into a droplet of golden blood, gracefully floating above Lin Xing's palm. A formidable pressure emanated, and merely the aura of this blood caused hearts in the hall to race with trepidation. Had it not been for the sight of the golden blood firmly grasped by the hall master, it was likely that half of the attendees would have fled in an instant. This dragon, or rather, this blood, could it be the final piece de resistance of the auction? Did such colossal dragons, larger than planets, truly exist? Were we witnessing a mythological tale? The crowd buzzed with incredulity, their faces reflecting disbelief. After all, the earlier display of the golden dragon on the light screen had been nothing short of sensational. The ability to consume and refine an entire planet in mere moments. What unimaginable power was this? Within the Tianzi number 7 box, Emperor Shi Tian was left dumbfounded. Was that truly a dragon on the screen? How did it differ so vastly from the azure dragon they had slain together with the hall master? Had something gone awry? In the Tianzi number 2 box, Ing Zheng found his breath quickening. This dragon's blood, it was precisely what he required. As the true dragon son of heaven, this dragon's blood was something he must possess. In the other boxes, nearly every individual gazing upon the dragon's blood wore a mask of fervor. Observing the crowd's expressions, Lin Xing recognized that the atmosphere was ripe. He smiled gently and, with a calm demeanor, announced, the fifth item for auction is the essence of a celestial-grade dragon, a top-tier item of the 4th rank. The starting bid is 1 million wealth points. Let the bidding commence. Instantly, the auction hall fell into a profound silence. A celestial being, indeed, a celestial being. Though the Zhongwu continent primarily practiced martial arts, who had not heard of the illustrious name of the celestial? It represented a realm from myth and legend, a deity to whom they paid homage during the New Year festivities. Yet now, within the halls of the Xiaoao Pavilion, they proclaimed that the crowning item for auction was the essence of a celestial-grade dragon. Was this a dream? A wave of intense surrealism washed over them, leaving many feeling somewhat dizzy. Lin Xing was unfazed by the crowd's reactions, after all. This was the level of a celestial being who had not heard the legends surrounding the celestial. Moreover, the distinction between top-tier 4th rank and top-tier 3rd rank was monumental. One could assert that a mere fragment from a 4th rank powerhouse could propel a 3rd rank individual to great heights. This celestial dragon's blood, albeit a single drop from a battle, was undeniably the blood of a divine dragon. With a starting price of 1 million wealth points, was that not reasonable? The expressions of the great demon god and the chief grew fervent once more. With the path cleared of obstacles, they were poised to annihilate any who stood in their way. 105 million wealth points. The great demon god was about to call out his bid when, before he could finish, a voice rang out with a bid that took him completely by surprise. 5 million points. The starting price for the coveted golden dragon's essence was 1 million points, and yet someone had the audacity to bid 5 million right off the bat. Instantly, the entire hall erupted in excitement. The great demon god's composure shattered. What kind of auction is this? How can it be played like this? After all the hard work my brothers and I put into outsmarting that old man, we were counting on this final wave of profit. Yet now someone's first bid has already surpassed all our combined assets. How can we compete? They're all frauds. The great demon god vented his frustration wildly. Fortunately, the hall was a product of the system, incredibly sturdy, so no matter how much he thrashed about, it would not be damaged. Meanwhile, Lin Xing was equally astonished. Who is this person so extravagantly wealthy, starting off with such a bombshell bid? Indeed, this is the grand finale. Can they truly do as they please? Oh, it's Zheng Ge, Then there is no problem. As Lin Xing's gaze shifted, he recognized that the one making the bid was none other than Ing Zheng. The emperor of the Great Qin Empire, the most powerful nation in the 9 provinces, and he immediately felt reassured. The wealth points of the Great Qin are indeed abundant. Within the other luxurious boxes, the attendees were equally awestruck by Ing Zheng's ostentatious display of wealth. 5 million wealth points, an astounding sum. Alas, my wealth points are insufficient. Why must I auction the Yuanshan Starlight technique? Zhu Hozhao lamented, his face filled with regret. If I could acquire this golden dragon's essence, who would need to cultivate any other immortal technique? Consuming this essence would likely allow me to ascend instantly. In the sway box, Yang Guang also expressed profound regret. Damn it, this golden dragon's essence is precisely the treasure I should possess. In the Yuan box, the usually composed Basiba could no longer contain his excitement. Great Khan, we must secure this golden dragon's essence for the Yuan. Yuan Emperor nodded gravely and stated, our Yuan Empire has swept across the seas, and now our territory is even broader than that of the Great Qin, albeit outside the 9 provinces. In terms of wealth, I am confident we are not inferior to Ing Zheng. 510,000 wealth points. Upon hearing the bid from the Yuanshan Emperor, Lin Xing's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but nod. However, he soon shook his head slightly. While I appreciate your bidding attitude, the amount you've increased does not please me. Moreover, Zheng Guo's bid surged by 5 times, starting at 5 million points. While you merely added 100,000, you've already been overshadowed in momentum. Is it true, as they say, that foreign races inherently lack such spirit? 6 million wealth points. As expected, within the second luxurious box, Ing Zheng called out yet another bid. Zhu Hozhao was taken aback. Just how many wealth points does Ing Zheng possess? Is the Great Qin Empire truly this affluent? He has already bid on a treasure. Zhu, disregarding this, shook his head and commented, though the Great Qin holds 2 of the 9 provinces, they should not possess such an abundance of wealth points. Perhaps the Great Qin has acquired wealth points from other sources? Bai Yujing, the leader of the Qinglong Society, offered his perspective. Other places? Zhu Hozhao narrowed his eyes slightly. And then a gleam of insight flashed within them as he recalled the scene of encountering Ing Zheng upon entering the venue before the auction began. That first-tier world. Zhu Hozhao gritted his teeth and uttered the words. It was impossible. What could there be in that first-tier world? Just a bunch of zombies, right? Zhu dismissed it. His face filled with confusion. No, never underestimate any item that emerges from the 10,000 Realms auction. That first-tier world is not simple, Zhu Hozhao stated earnestly. Feeling a twinge of regret for not having contested Ing Zheng for that first-tier world during the last auction. He should have disregarded it merely because it was a first-tier world. Now, it was too late for regrets. Clearly, those who could enter the Tianzi box were no fools. Yang Guang also contemplated the potential of the first-tier world. Damn it, had I known. I would have bid for that first-tier world too. Yang Guang lamented, furrowing his brow. I wonder if the Lord still has any first-tier worlds left. I've come to realize that no matter how small a first-tier world may be, it is still a complete realm. With development, it surely holds the promise of yielding wealth. Within the Daiyuan box, the Yuan Emperor had not attended the previous auction. Although he had heard of the events concerning the Great Qin in the first-tier world, he had no direct experience of it. However, now, under the overwhelming bidding of Ing Zheng, he felt a surge of frustration. 650,000 points. The Yuan Emperor declared once more. This price had already eclipsed the other dignitaries within the Tianzi box. The crowd at the 10,000 Realms auction began to murmur. Wow, is Daiyuan really that wealthy? Someone remarked. Of course, Daiyuan is the foremost among foreign dynasties and has long conquered vast lands beyond the 9 provinces. Accumulating such wealth is quite normal. The internal strife among the various feudal lords of Daiyuan prevents them from uniting. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly rank among the top 2 in the list of 10 great dynasties. There was speculation about who would win the bidding for this final item, Great Qin or Daiyuan. It's hard to say. Although Great Qin is powerful, they have just spent 400,000 wealth points on the 5 elements flying sword. They might not have enough points left. Not necessarily. I still have faith in His Majesty the First Emperor. After all, it is Great Qin. Amidst the discussions, Ing Zheng's expression remained unchanged. He extended his hand, revealing a Zhutian Ling. Strangely, this Zhutian Ling was not the golden one he had brought last time, but a pure white copper iron one. This was indeed a platinum Zhutian Ling, obtainable only by recharging at least 10 million points. How could the foreign dynasties comprehend the might of Great Qin? 7 million wealth points, Ing Zheng announced boldly. With the addition of the points spent on the 5 elements flying sword, he had amassed a total of 11 million wealth points. The wealth points of the first emperor had astonishingly exceeded 10 million. In an instant, The crowd was left speechless. Great Qin was terrifyingly wealthy. Within the Daiyuan box, the Yuan Emperor swallowed hard, astonished at the revelation that Great Qin truly possessed over 10 million wealth points. 7,500,000 wealth points. The Yuan Emperor called out again, his hand clutching the golden Zhutian Ling drenched in sweat. In the Tianzi number 2 box, Ing Zheng squinted slightly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Still want to compete? Then, it is time to end this. 10 million wealth points. The entire auction hall fell into a hushed silence. 10 million wealth points. The auction had reached an astonishing price. Lin Xing was also taken aback. Wow. Does Zheng Ge really have that much wealth? Instead of raising to 8 million when they called for 7 million, he jumped straight to 10 million. Excellent. Is this a gesture of goodwill towards me? Lin Xing couldn't help but marvel. Indeed. Ing Zheng had only spent a few thousand wealth points on the auction of the cultivation technique and merely several 100,000 on the first-tier apocalyptic world. However, from these two auction items, Ing Zheng had reaped tremendous benefits. Yet, Ing Zheng knew that all of this was granted by the Lord, even without the Lord's explicit instruction. He understood the necessity of seizing the moment. Furthermore, competing against the foremost foreign dynasty, he could not afford to lose momentum. Inside the Daiyuan box, the Yuan Emperor leaned back in his chair, his face alternating between pale and flushed, feeling the bitter taste of being overwhelmed. Damn it! Wealth points! I need wealth points! He exclaimed, turning to look at Basi Ba. National Master, after the auction, I need to consolidate Mongolia thoroughly and invade the 9 provinces. From now on, the Mongol Empire, shall govern Mongolia in collaboration with the National Master's esoteric sect and the Demon Master's palace, splitting all treasures obtained from the shops in the 10,000 realms auction evenly. Upon hearing the Yuan Emperor's words, Basi Ba's eyes lit up, then quickly returned to calm as he nodded. The power of Mongolia was too fragmented, unable to unite as one. However, in this tumultuous era of great conflict, we cannot afford to waste time. The esoteric sect is willing to assist the Khan's plans. As for the Demon Master's palace, I will personally negotiate with the Demon Sect's Ming Qihang. Wonderful. With the National Master's involvement, this will surely succeed, the Yuan Emperor said excitedly. Basi Ba continued, May I ask where your majesty plans to invade in the south? The Yuan Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, snorting disdainfully, humph. The Han has already raised the banner of war, teetering on the brink of collapse, daring to rank above me in the list of 10 great dynasties. Damn it. The first battle of the southern invasion will be the annihilation of the Han. Within the Ming dynasty box, Zhu Hozhao slammed his hand heavily on the table. The first-tier world must be that first-tier world. Otherwise, Ing Zheng wouldn't possess so many wealth points. Damn it. Why didn't I bid for that? Alas. It was too late for regrets. On the auction stage, Lin Xing observed the crowd still in shock over the first emperor's extravagance and did not delay further, directly asking. For the final auction item, the first Emperor Ing Zheng from the Tianzi number 2 box has bid 10 million wealth points. Is there any higher bid? He asked symbolically, not truly believing anyone would bid higher. If not, then 10 million wealth points once. 10 million wealth points twice. 10 million wealth points 3 times. Congratulations to the Great Qin's first Emperor Ing Zheng for acquiring the final auction item, the essence of the celestial level golden dragon. Congratulations, congratulations. Hail to His Majesty. The first Emperor. Ha ha ha, the essence of the golden dragon ultimately belongs to our Qin. The first Emperor has reaped substantial rewards from these 3 consecutive auctions. The strength of Qin is ever increasing. It seems that Qin is poised to unify the 9 provinces. After the auction, it is certain that the 9 provinces will be thrown into turmoil. Inside the Tianzi number 2 private box, Ing Zheng completed the transaction, and in his hand, a drop of golden dragon blood radiating infinite majesty appeared, prompting him to take a deep breath. The mere aura of the golden dragon's blood made Ing Zheng feel a loosening in his cultivation. Carefully, he placed the golden dragon blood into the jade vial provided by Lin Xing and respectfully bowed in Lin Xing's direction. Thank you, Master Xie. On the auction stage, upon witnessing Ing Zheng's gesture, Lin Xing nodded. He then addressed the crowd below with a calm demeanor. This concludes today's auction. Thank you all for your presence. The next auction will be held in 1 month. Until we meet again in a month. With that, the starry sky shimmered behind Lin Xing, swirling forward as he transformed into a beam of starlight and vanished from sight. Master, as several voices called out, attempting to stop Lin Xing. He paid them no mind and proceeded directly into the depths of the relaxation hall, retreating to his cultivation chamber. Within the auction venue, Yang Guang and Zhu Hozhao displayed expressions of discontent. They had intended to consult Lin Xing regarding matters of the First Order world, yet he had disregarded their presence. It seemed they would have to seek out manager Huang Rong at the shop for answers. After a brief deliberation, they activated the universal order, vanishing from the auction hall. Congratulations, host, on flawlessly completing the third auction task. You have received the 7th order treasure, the Chaos Spirit Fire Seed. The blood essence of a 6th order Supreme Tai Golden Immortal 5-clawed Golden Dragon, and the superior immortal weapon, the Sword of Judgment. Congratulations, host, on your privilege upgrade. Unlocking the Infinite Fusion and Simulation function, which allows the consumption of wealth points to merge various martial arts techniques into higher forms of martial arts. Congratulations, host. On activating the Infinite Lottery system, which allows the consumption of wealth points for a chance to win treasures such as the Pangu Axe, the Taiji Diagram, and the Chaos Pearl, as well as even greater innate treasures. Congratulations, host, on your privilege enhancement. Allowing you to randomly search for 4th order world coordinates once a month and enter the 4th order world. Upon reviewing the system's rewards, Lin Xing's Spirit Sword. Goodness. This system is truly extravagant. The Chaos Spirit Fire Seed, the blood of a Tai Golden Immortal Dragon, and the Sword of Judgment. At last, I have assembled an arsenal of offensive treasures. Previously, Lin Xing had acquired the Hunyuan Treasure Tower and the Thundercloud Battle Armor through his earlier tasks, one being an auxiliary treasure and the other a defensive one. Now, with the Sword of Judgment at his disposal, Lin Xing was well equipped for both offense and defense. Moreover, he had unlocked several new privileges. The fusion and simulation function intrigued him, as nearly all martial arts techniques in this comprehensive martial world had been exchanged for wealth points, most of which were of lower tiers, fetching only meager prices. If he could fuse higher-level techniques, it would be a boon. He mused about the prospect of those rare materials automatically evolving into elixirs, envisioning a scenario where he could sell them for substantial profits, his heart racing at the thought. As he contemplated the infinite lottery function, he noted the potential to win remarkable treasures like the Pangu Axe, the Taiji Diagram, and the Chaos Pearl. Is this merely a scheme to entice my spending? I, the dignified master of the relaxation hall, who has never spent a dime on games like League of Legends or Onmyoji, am expected to indulge in this. Despite his initial disdain, he found himself captivated by the array of treasures displayed within the lottery pool. Perhaps I should try my luck just once, he pondered. Host, Lin Xing. Strength, 4th Order Beginner, Human Immortal Realm, Technique, Hongming Emperor Scripture Wealth Points, 45 million treasures, Hunyuan Treasure Tower, Supreme Dao Artifact, Thundercloud Battle Armor, Low-Grade Immortal Artifact, Sword of Judgment, Superior Immortal Artifact, Chaos Spirit Fire Seed, Golden Dragon Blood Essence. Surveying his wealth points, now nearing 50 million, Lin Xing nodded in satisfaction. These wealth points were amassed during this auction alone, totaling 27 million, more than 100-fold profit. Over the past month, his shop had also generated nearly 20 million in sales. Since the launch of the Top 10 Dynasties rankings, sales had skyrocketed, attracting not only the dynastic powers but also larger sects and sacred lands eager to purchase numerous items. With the onset of conflict, those equipped with weapons and gear from the shop, wielding attack talismans and consuming elixirs, would have a distinct advantage over those who possessed nothing. The dynasty's purchases had triggered a frenzy among martial factions and ordinary martial artists alike. If Lin Xing had not adhered to his principles of integrity and service to the people of the 9 provinces, refusing to raise prices, he likely would have seen even greater sales. With such abundant wealth points, it seems there is little harm in indulging a bit. Clicking on the lottery function, he observed the categories. Bronze level lottery, 100 wealth points per draw, guaranteeing at least one first-order item with chances for second and third-order items. Silver level, 1,000 wealth points per draw, ensuring a second-order item. Gold level, 10,000 wealth points per draw, guaranteeing a range from third-order beginner to intermediate. And platinum level, 100,000 wealth points per draw, ensuring a third-order upward to top item. Must there be such tiers for spending? Lin Xing furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar pattern in the design. Should I partake in the lottery? He wrestled with indecision, yet considering his substantial wealth of 45 million points, a small gamble seemed inconsequential. Very well, I shall attempt the platinum level lottery. Let's test my luck. System, commence 10 bronze level draws. Beep. Consumed 1,000 wealth points for 10 bronze level draws. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have obtained weeds, a common rope, coarse cloth, a box of instant noodles, a backpack, a ribbon, a flashlight, and a first-order diamond talisman. Poof. Lin Xing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What on earth was he drawing? Weeds? Ribbons? And instant noodles? Damn, a first-tier Vidrat talisman? I only purchased 200 wealth points for each at my shop. The cost price is merely 20 wealth points. In essence, I have spent 1,000 wealth points to acquire something worth 20 wealth points, and I am essentially losing 49 times the amount to the system? Lin Xing was at a loss for words. He had always been the one reaping the benefits from others, yet today, he found himself at the mercy of the system. Breathe, it's all right. It's only bronze tier, after all. A mere 1,000 wealth points, no big deal. I've got wealth points in abundance. Let us try another round of silver tier draws. Ding. Consume 10,000 wealth points for 10 consecutive silver tier draws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a case of cola, a century-old ginseng, a century-old snow lotus, hemp cloth, silk, 10 tails of gold, a fireball talisman, a tiger whip, a spirit-grade snow silkworm silk belly wrap, and a copy of the Analects. With a sharp intake of breath, Lin Xing nearly choked. What have I exchanged for my 10,000 wealth points? Did these items even amount to 2,000 wealth points combined? The sole second-tier item is merely a silk bodice of spiritual quality? Am I to wear this? I am not a cross-dressing enthusiast. Gazing at the gossamer bodice in his hand, Lin Xing felt a surge of madness. Although the material was exquisite and the texture delightful, it served no purpose for him. Nor did he have any female companions to utilize it. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lin Xing's eyes. Although he lacked a female companion, he did have employees. He could simply present it as a reward for the best-performing staff member. With this thought, images of Shifei Xian, Wan Wan, Shangguan Haidang, and even Huang Rong adorned in the snow silk bodice flashed through Lin Xing's mind. Cough, cough. Lin Xing hurriedly cleared his throat, dispelling the thoughts swirling in his mind. I am merely contemplating how to provide benefits to my employees. It is certainly not because I wish to indulge myself. After all, as a conscientious employer, I would never exploit my staff. Yes, precisely. Moreover, the system's buyback price is merely half of the purchase price. If I return these items to the system, wouldn't I be incurring a loss? This is all based on maximizing profits. Lin Xing fervently justified to himself as he proceeded to initiate the third round of 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Consuming 100,000 wealth points, commencing 10 golden level consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 10-year-old ginseng, 2 deer antlers, 1 first-tier spirit orb herb, 1 first-tier blood lotus flower, 1 first-tier vermilion fruit, a mid-grade treasure, the vitality immortal pot, and 1,000-year thunderstruck peachwood. Lin Xing squinted slightly. At last, he had not drawn any trivial items such as weeds or instant noodles. However, the value of the items? These medicinal herbs collectively amounted to merely a few hundred wealth points. While the 1,000-year thunderstruck wood was worth only 1 or 200 wealth points, the most valuable item was the mid-grade treasure, which could fetch several tens of thousands of wealth points. Yet why was it a kitchen utensil? Did the system think I needed a set of cooking tools? Have I become so extravagant as to cook with treasures? Lin Xing felt numb. This is the last time. System, I will trust you one final time. Initiating 10 platinum level consecutive draws. Ding. Consuming 1 million wealth points, commencing 10 platinum level consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the returning essence powder, the superior grade treasure, the Xian crystal soul locking spear, the cultivation technique, the Tai Chi Xian Qing record, frenzy pills, rejuvenation golden pills, purple essence golden pills, the spring of life, a low-grade storage ring, superior-grade spirit equipment, Xian eye stockings, and the special item, the 5 fires gathering essence stand furnace. Lin Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. Well, I've struck it rich. Indeed, the system still favors me. This round has restored my losses. He quickly calculated the haul from this round of 10 consecutive draws, not to mention the several pills worth a few thousand wealth points. The superior-grade treasure, the Xian crystal soul-locking spear, alone was valued at over 300,000 wealth points. The spring of life, capable of reviving the dead, was worth 100,000 wealth points per drop due to its rarity and uniqueness. When Lin Xing had introduced it to Lang Fanyan, he charged him a mere 1 million wealth points, considering he had won Lin Xing's auction item at the auction. Otherwise, the price would have been upwards of 2 million wealth points, which Lin Xing could not afford. Just these 2 items nearly reclaimed half of his investment. However, what delighted Lin Xing the most was the last treasure, the 5 fires gathering essence stand furnace, a 4th-tier immortal grade special item, capable of accommodating materials below the 3rd tier for automatic alchemy, randomly producing pills of 1st to 4th tiers in varying quantities. This truly was a manifestation of desires. With this furnace, he no longer had to return all those heavenly materials to the system for buyback. He could directly utilize the furnace for alchemy. How delightful. However, this furnace can actually perform automatic alchemy. It isn't an ordinary immortal artifact. Its value could even rival some 5th-tier items. Just this one item alone recouped his costs. Satisfied, Lin Xing nodded, his spirits lifted. After several rounds of draws, he exited the lottery function. A man must possess self-control, having vowed to draw only once. He adhered to it. As Lin Xing retrieved the 5 Fires Gathering Essence Stand furnace, he felt waves of scorching energy emanating from it. Lifting the lid, he peered inside. To his astonishment, the center of the furnace revealed a boundless void. Within this void, 5 types of flames danced about, seemingly capable of incinerating everything. Let us test the effects. Lin Xing waved his hand, casting various spirit herbs and fruits into the 5 Fires Gathering Essence Stand furnace. Concurrently, he added a range of auxiliary alchemy waters, spirit woods, and even spirit crystals. The furnace appeared to have no limit. Lin Xing poured in heavenly materials worth over 1 million wealth points before ceasing. He closed the lid, and instantly, the 5 Fires Gathering Essence Stand furnace radiated a crimson glow, whirring into operation. Observing that the alchemy process would take some time, he turned his attention to the system's functional area. Once a month, one could search for coordinates of a 4th-tier world, although the duration seemed lengthy. Considering the scarcity of 4th-tier worlds, it was still bearable. Contemplating, Lin Xing decided to utilize this once-a-month detection function. System, initiate the search for 4th-tier world coordinates. Ding. Congratulations to the host for detecting the coordinates of the Dopa world. Wow, Dopa? Lin Xing's eyes instantly lit up. This was indeed a splendid world. An array of beautiful women, various rare fires surged forth. The alchemy industry flourished. As a 4th-tier world, it also housed numerous 4th-tier powerhouses. Precisely the kind of world he sought. The 10,000 Realms auction has already taken place 3 times in this martial arts world, essentially depleting its potential. If nothing changes, the next auction will likely yield no greater rewards than the current one. Suddenly, the emergence of a 4th-tier Dopa world brought forth many affluent families. Their participation would undoubtedly elevate the next auction to unprecedented heights. As Lin Xing mused, a triumphant smile crept across his face. He could hardly wait to venture into the Dopa world and issue celestial decrees to the influential figures, urging them to prepare resources in advance. However, while Dopa was a 4th-tier world, it was still subordinate to the Great Thousand World, which was no less than a 7th-tier realm. No. I must enhance my strength. With a resolute plan in mind, Lin Xing retrieved the essence blood of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal Level 5-Clawed Golden Dragon. This was genuine essence blood, not just an ordinary drop from the dragon. It contained the spirit, energy, and essence of the 5-Clawed Golden Dragon. With a single drop equivalent to hundreds of ordinary drops, the essence blood glimmered with vitality, and as it rose into the air, it transformed into several mini golden energy dragons that swirled around incessantly. A tremendous surge of spiritual power flooded the training chamber, causing Lin Xing to feel the concentration of spiritual energy in the room increase manifold. Without further delay, Lin Xing swallowed the golden dragon's essence blood. Instantly, a massive surge of vital energy erupted within him, a wild force coursing through his body. To his astonishment, dragon scales began to emerge on his skin, and 2 dragon horns gradually sprouted from his forehead. The essence blood of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal Level Giant Dragon was indeed terrifying. As it initiated the dragon transformation within Lin Xing almost immediately, Lin Xing let out a muffled grunt, not daring to delay as he fully immersed himself in the cultivation of the Hongming Emperor's scripture at the celestial level. Instantly, torrents of ferocious dragon blood essence were drawn into his body's energy points, causing the dragon scales and horns that adorned Lin Xing to gradually vanish. Simultaneously, his aura intensified with each absorption of the dragon blood essence. Meanwhile, within the shop, Huang Rong found herself encircled by numerous prominent figures. Shopkeeper Huang, I implore you to convey my message. I truly have matters to discuss with the esteemed lord of the hall, Zhu Hozhao implored, urgency etched upon his face. Although Huang Rong felt a sense of urgency in her heart, she maintained a smiling demeanor as she responded to the crowd, Your Majesty. It is not that I am unwilling to relay your message, but rather that the lord of the hall is currently absent from the establishment, and I have no means to notify him. However, I have acquired the Yuanshan Starlight technique, and the lord of the hall mentioned that it is best utilized in conjunction with the star elixir. I wish to inquire where I might procure this potion. Well, Huang Rong hesitated momentarily. It appeared that Zhu Hozhao indeed had matters to discuss with the hall master. And I truly wish to acquire a Tier 1 world. Yang Guang also stepped forward at this moment. Huang Rong furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before saying, "How about this, your majesties? Please return for now, and I shall leave a message for the Hall Master regarding your concerns. Once I receive a response, I will inform you accordingly." Seeing no other viable options, Zhu Hozhao and the others nodded in agreement, departing from Huang Rong's side, some heading back to their kingdoms, while others continued to peruse the shops on the third floor. Huang Rong let out a sigh of relief, finally managing to see these emperors off. She then turned her gaze toward the other individuals present in the third-floor shops, a faint smile of bitterness crossing her lips. The third floor was exclusively open to clients holding the Golden Celestial Order and above. Initially, there had been few patrons. However, as antiquities and various hidden forces emerged, the foot traffic had surged. While a bustling crowd is generally a positive sign, the current scene was far from pleasant. "You old fool, why do you insist on pursuing us relentlessly?" At one display stand on the third floor, the great demon god and the chief were furiously berating an elderly man. This elder was none other than Xiao Sanxiao. After the auction concluded, he had ventured into the third-floor shop, hoping to find some suitable items. To his surprise, he stumbled upon the great demon god and the chief browsing goods at a counter, prompting him to approach them. However, the reunion between father and sons lacked any warmth. Xiao Sanxiao sighed, "Alas, you both are my sons. I cannot stand by and watch you stray from the right path. Come back with me." "Return with you? Dream on. You won't even give us the true blood of the Xuanwu. Do you expect us to go back with you?" The great demon god sneered. Xiao Sanxiao frowned. "The true blood of the Xuanwu has long since merged with my being. How could I possibly give it to you? You're just unwilling to part with it. Old fool. Get lost." The great demon god cursed vehemently. At that moment, Huang Rong approached, addressing the three, "Gentlemen, fighting and causing disturbances within the shop is strictly prohibited. If you have grievances, please resolve them outside, as we cannot delay other customers here." "Did you hear that? The shopkeeper is telling you to leave." The chief scoffed. "You ungrateful wretches." Xiao Sanxiao exclaimed in anger, yet he refrained from escalating the situation, reluctantly departing toward the second floor. "Ungrateful wretches? Is this man their father?" He seems to be a prominent figure from box number 6. At that moment, Emperor Zhao Yun of the Southern Song, who was selecting items, perked up, calling out excitedly, "Esteemed elder, please wait." Xiao Sanxiao paused, turning to regard the speaker with curiosity. "And you are?" Zhao Yun eagerly stepped forward, kneeling before Xiao Sanxiao. "I am Zhao Yun, the Emperor of the Southern Song dynasty, and on behalf of the countless subjects of the Southern Song, I earnestly beseech you to save our great song." Smiled Xiao Sanxiao, momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. Realizing that the Southern Song dynasty was on the brink of chaos, and feeling his own inadequacy, he understood that he was seeking the support of the strong. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, he turned to Zhao Yun and suggested, "Let us find a more suitable place to converse." With that, the two vanished from the third-floor shop. Within the establishment, a private space for discussions was readily available, allowing the two to engage in their dialogue. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the hall displayed expressions of astonishment. After all, Zhao Yun was an emperor listed among the top 10 dynasties. Yet he had publicly knelt before an elderly man and then proceeded to have a private conversation with him. Such behavior seemed rather peculiar. The great demon lord and the chief, visibly angered, exchanged glances. "Damn it. The old fool is also making a move? It appears our plans must be expedited. The Southern Song, are they courting death?" On the other side, Yang Guang, witnessing Zhao Yun's departure, couldn't he help but express his disdain. Seeking the favor of a rogue? Even if he is a hidden powerhouse, can he rival the Hall Master? If one is to seek support, it must surely be from the Hall Master. Contemplating this, Yang Guang turned to his daughter Yang Rui, saying, "My dear, the safety of our Sui dynasty rests upon your shoulders. You must present yourself well before the Hall Master." Yang Rui bit her lip, determination gleaming in her eyes. "Yes, I understand. Please rest assured, father." "Haha, good daughter. Come, let us go procure some goods," Yang Guang chuckled, leading Yang Rui off on a shopping spree. Not far away, Huang Rong observed this scene and sighed deeply. Alas, how can a Ke and Shi Feishuan hope to compete with Yang Rui? She has the backing of an entire great dynasty. Is this not somewhat unfair? With a shake of her head, Huang Rong entered her office to contact Lin Xing. Lin Xing, however, was indifferent to notions of fairness. He was not one to impose equality upon the Jiuzhou continent. His purpose here was to amass wealth points, and as long as one excelled in performance, regardless of how customers were drawn in, the rewards would be substantial. At that moment, Lin Xing was within the leisurely hall, diligently practicing the Hongming Emperor's scripture. As the endless essence of golden dragon blood surged within him, his cultivation progressed steadily. From mid to late human immortal, reaching the pinnacle of human immortal. Then from early to mid, late, and finally achieving the great perfection of earth immortal. Upon attaining the great perfection of earth immortal, Lin Xing finally opened his eyes. With a sigh, Lin Xing furrowed his brow. Achieving a breakthrough to the perfect realm of earth immortal was commendable. However, there still remained a substantial amount of golden dragon essence blood power concealed within his body, yet to be fully harnessed. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly suffice for my ascension to the celestial immortal realm. Wait, do I not also possess a seed of chaotic spirit fire? If I were to absorb it, perhaps I could indeed surge into the celestial immortal realm. Contemplating this, Lin Xing's right hand revealed a faint ember floating delicately within it. This ember radiated a profound chaos. Devoid of color, with a glimmer of chaotic light faintly visible at its core. Upon closer examination, Lin Xing sensed his very soul being singed. Withdrawing his consciousness, he summoned the primordial spiritual energy within his body, instantly enveloping the seed of chaotic spirit fire. The primordial emperor's scripture could condense the true fire of primordial chaos. Though it required rare flames from the myriad realms as a catalyst, the chaotic spirit fire seed would serve perfectly for this purpose. With this thought, Lin Xing fully unleashed the fire control techniques of the primordial emperor's scripture. As waves of spiritual energy surged forth, he gradually drew the chaotic spirit fire into his own being. In an instant, a wave of searing heat enveloped Lin Xing, causing him to feel as though the very cells of his body were on the brink of combustion, prompting a suppressed groan to escape his lips. Such formidable flames. Merely the seed of fire is enough to render my primordial body overwhelmed by an unbearable heat. How fortuitous it is to have you for the cultivation of the primordial true fire seed. A series of thunderous roars echoed through the air as chaotic flames erupted from Lin Xing's body. In an instant, the previously concealed essence of the golden dragon's blood vitality was unleashed once more. With a soft thud, Lin Xing's body was unexpectedly dissolved by the chaotic spirit fire, transforming into a sphere of primordial hue. After a considerable time, the color of the flames enveloping the primordial sphere gradually shifted, evolving into a radiant purple glow. Soon after, the flames abruptly contracted inward, all converging within the primordial sphere. With a resounding bang, the primordial sphere violently shattered, revealing a tall, striking figure of extraordinary beauty as if sculpted by divine hands. It was Lin Xing. Absorbing the surging spiritual power coursing through his being, every movement of his seemed capable of shattering planets. Lin Xing nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, he had ascended to the realm of celestial beings. Moreover, with the aid of chaos spiritual fire and the power of the five-clawed golden dragon at the Tai golden immortal level, Lin Xing had successfully cultivated the primordial body described in the Primordial Emperor's Sutra. This primordial body was indestructible and impervious to all evils. Even in the realm of celestial beings, Lin Xing could traverse chaos and roam the primordial void, even in a ninth-tier prehistoric world. It is well known that the chaotic aura is exceedingly toxic to most cultivators. In chaos, numerous calamities lurk, and prehistoric cultivators must attain at least the quasi-saint level to navigate carefully through the chaos. Yet now, Lin Xing, merely at the celestial being level, was able to transcend 4 major realms to achieve this feat. Alas, the seed of the true primordial fire remained unformed. Lin Xing sighed and probed with his consciousness. Deep within his dantian, a primordial energy sphere was slowly rotating. At the core of the seed, a flicker of purple-yellow light dimly glimmered, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Although the chaos spiritual fire was formidable, it was still a tier lower than the true primordial fire. And being merely a seed of spiritual fire, it fell short of becoming a higher-tier primordial fire seed. If it were a large mass of chaos spiritual fire, there would be hope. However, there were still ways to remedy this. Lin Xing squinted thoughtfully, a plan forming in his mind. The Doper world seemed promising. Although its levels only reached Tier 4, it was among the lower echelons in the middle 1,000 worlds. Yet, its upper realm was a genuine 7th-tier grand world. Most importantly, this world contained a wealth of exotic fire. If he could gather some and refine it into his primordial fire seed, surely it would solidify into a true primordial fire seed. Exotic fire is a wondrous entity. Even the Flame Emperor Xiaoyan, with his Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, became a top-tier powerhouse upon ascending to the grand world of the Dominators. Therefore, Lin Xing concluded that exotic fire was undeniably extraordinary. Collecting it would undoubtedly enhance his strength. It was time to venture into the Dopa world. Lin Xing narrowed his eyes, already formulating his intentions. Having reached the celestial being level and attained the pinnacle of Tier 4, with his primordial body cultivated, he could contend even with 5th-tier powerhouses. System. Lock onto the coordinates of the Dopa world. Ding. The coordinates of the Dopa world have been locked. Commencing descent into the Dochi continent. This realm belonged to Dochi, devoid of flamboyant magic. Instead, it thrived on the evolution of Dochi to its zenith. In the northwest region of the Dochi continent, in the Gamma Empire, in the city of Wutan, within the Shao family. A voice filled with anger and defiance resounded. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Inside the Shao family hall, a slender yet resolute young man was pointing at a stunningly beautiful woman seated to his right. Today, it is not you who cancels the engagement, it is I who am ending it. From this day forth, you are expelled from the Shao family. The youth held up a divorce decree, emblazoned with a bloody handprint. The girl before him was filled with shock and fury. You, how dare you divorce me? Rising to her feet, her aura surged dramatically. Beside her, an elder who had accompanied her also stood, his face twisted in anger, coldly declaring, Young man, you have gone too far. Arrogance comes with a price. Anger without strength is meaningless. Guyi, what do you intend to do? The patriarch of the Shao family suddenly stood up, and the atmosphere in the hall became charged with tension. High above, Lin Xing observed the unfolding scene below. A smirk playing on his lips. Ah, how fortuitous. All the iconic moments are present. The scene below was indeed the renowned moment from the beginning of Dopa, where the well-known web fiction character Murong Yen and, in this harmonious era, she simply goes by Murong, came to annul her engagement with the protagonist. Hearing Xiaoyan proclaim the phrase, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Lin Xing felt a sense of fulfillment, as if his past frustrations from watching Dopa had finally found resolution. It seemed it was time for him to make his entrance. Observing the escalating tension below, Lin Xing's face broke into a playful smile. First, let us review the tasks. In the Tier 4 Dopa world, Task 1, the protagonist's wish, to restore his former talent. I just want to tell others that what I lost must be reclaimed. Task rewards. Task 2, Yao Lao's wish. I no longer wish to hide as a remnant soul. I desire a complete body. Task rewards. Task 3, Queen Medusa's wish, to evolve into human form and ascend to the Do Zone level. Task rewards. Since I have arrived in the Dochi continent, I might as well complete these tasks, for even the smallest of mosquitoes is still meat. Below, Murong Yen advanced step by step, pressing towards Xiaoyan. Yu sooner slowly stood up and approached Xiaoyan's side. Xiaoyan clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he longed to regain his former strength and personally defeat the woman who had brought immense humiliation to him and his father. Unfortunately, he was now but a waste. Possessing only the 3rd stage of Dochi, how could he contend with the formidable daughter of Yunlan's sect, a 3-star Do master standing before him? Why? Why can't I become strong again? Why am I not a Do master? Xiaoyan's heart screamed in rage when, at that moment, a gentle and serene voice resonated. Do you wish to become stronger? Do you wish to restore your former talent? Who? At once, everyone in the hall turned their gaze outside. There, seemingly materializing from thin air, stood a figure. This individual, a youth of 17 or 18 years, possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, with a tall and slender frame that appeared chiseled from stone, clad in flowing white garments. He emanated an ethereal aura that invoked a sense of inadequacy in those who beheld him. The newcomer was none other than Lin Xing. Within the hall, the young women of the Shao family, including Xiao Mei, flushed at the sight of Lin Xing, completely forgetting the 5-star warrior from the Yulan sect. Even Gu Suner and Mu Rongyan found themselves momentarily entranced by Lin Xing's presence, for this youth was, undeniably, strikingly perfect. Conversely, Xiaozhan and Gu Yi wore expressions of discontent. This young man, appearing like a specter, had materialized without a trace, and despite their formidable strength, they had sensed nothing. Moreover, there was an absence of any fluctuations in his fighting spirit, indicating one of two possibilities. Either he was an ordinary person devoid of cultivation, or he was a powerful being whose strength far surpassed theirs. But how could that be? How could someone so young possess such prowess? In that moment, both men felt a surge of tension. However, Xiaoyan was oblivious to their concerns. His mind was solely occupied with Lin Xing's recent words. You mean you know the reason for my decline? You have a way to restore my talents? His eyes were filled with longing as he looked at Lin Xing. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, the crowd turned their attention towards him. What was happening? Could Xiaoyan truly regain his former genius? Lin Xing regarded Xiaoyan without further ado. He extended his right hand. Instantly, the ancient black ring adorning Xiaoyan's finger detached itself and flew into Lin Xing's grasp. What? Instantly, the crowd was once again taken aback. To remotely control a ring to one's hand, what caliber of strength was this? Such mastery over Do-Chi seemed beyond even a Doling. Moreover, they had not sensed any fluctuations of Do-Chi just moments ago. Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned as well, although the ring was indeed on his finger. It had inexplicably flown into the hands of the young man before him without him feeling a thing. Gazing at the ancient black ring in his hand, Lin Xing swept his spirit across it and sensed a powerful remnant soul within. With a subtle smile, Lin Xing lifted the ring and remarked, "The reason your cultivation has been in decline these past few years lies within this ring. Impossible. That is a relic left to me by my mother. How could it possibly harm me?" Xiaoyan immediately refuted. With a hint of amusement, Lin Xing responded, "The ring itself will not harm you. But what resides within it might." As he spoke, Lin Xing turned his attention to the ring, asking, "Will you emerge on your own, or shall I summon you forth?" In an instant, a powerful aura swept across the entire hall, and a translucent figure appeared in the air. This apparition was that of an elderly man, who, with a wary expression, gazed intently at Lin Xing and gravely inquired, "Who might you be? Have you been sent by the Soul Palace to capture me?" Upon witnessing the emergence of this ethereal elder, Xiaoyan instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by fear. Fallen soul. Xiaozhan's expression abruptly turned grave. The formidable presence of the fallen soul loomed large. Gu stepped forward, shielding Murong Yin and behind him. Beside Xiaoyan, Gu Suner felt a flicker of golden flames in her eyes at the mention of the Soul Palace, her brows furrowing in concern. As a princess of the ancient clan, she was well aware of the Soul Palace's reputation. However, how could such a powerful entity possibly extend its reach to this remote location? Could it be? Gu Suner's expression shifted slightly. In the shadows, the protector of Gu Suner, the Gu clan's Do Wang, Ling Ying, gradually revealed himself. In contrast to the suddenly tense atmosphere in the hall, Lin Xing remained entirely unperturbed. When questioned by Yao Lao, he offered no response. Instead, turning to Xiaoyan and saying, "All the Do-Chi you have cultivated over the past 3 years has been absorbed by this remnant soul. This remnant soul once belonged to a powerful Dozun. After its death, it suffered severe injuries and now relies on absorbing your Do-Chi to sustain itself. If you doubt my words, try cultivating again and see if your Do-Chi still disappears." As Lin Xing's words echoed, the crowd in the hall was once again astonished. A Dozun? What level is that? Surely it surpasses a great Do Master? Perhaps even stronger than a Do Wang. But is there a realm above Do Wang? Can such a formidable being truly perish? Unlike the murmuring crowd, Gu Suner, Xiaozhan, and Gu Yi, who understood the implications of a Dozun, all paled. Yao Lao's expression changed dramatically. This individual seemed to know his secrets all too well. Could he be from the Soul Palace? Damn it, I must escape, Yao Lao thought, as he summoned his immense soul power and transformed into a fleeting shadow, attempting to flee. Flying is prohibited here. Lin Xing extended his right hand, and with a mere utterance, Yao Lao's soul form plummeted to the ground. The Homing Emperor Scripture, a superlative technique of the 10th tier, encompassed innumerable mystical spells. The manipulation of time and space was merely a trivial application of its power. Yao Zun, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I am not from the Soul Palace. I wish to engage in further discourse with you, Lin Xing beckoned. Yao Chen felt his soul involuntarily pulled back, completely unable to control his own essence. This child is terrifying beyond measure? Unfathomable. In his heart, Yao Chen was filled with trepidation, yet he managed to force a smile, saying, "Oh, not at all. I merely found the hall a bit cramped. Since this esteemed gentleman has matters to attend to, I shall patiently wait here." With that, Yao Chen obediently stood motionless in a corner of the hall. Xiaoyan, after a moment of daze, regained his composure and shouted at Yao Chen, "It's you. You orchestrated all of this? You turned me into a worthless fool? Why? Why would you want to harm me?" Ahem, Yao Chen awkwardly smiled and said, "Well, young brother, it was not my intention. It just so happened that I was hiding in this ring, and you happened to wear it. Moreover, I require the absorption of fighting spirit to sustain my life. Isn't that quite a coincidence?" "A coincidence, my foot." Xiaoyan erupted in fury, ready to charge at the old man who had turned him into a mere shell of himself. However, Lin Xing suddenly called out to him, "Enough. We shall discuss your matters later." Xiaoyan turned towards Lin Xing, steadied his mind, and said, "Thank you, elder brother, for helping me uncover the reason for my downfall." "Not so fast, it is not yet over," Lin Xing replied with a slight smile. "Did I not just inquire whether you wish to grow stronger?" "Ah?" Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of the individual before him possessing the ability to enhance his strength. Lin Xing produced a jade vial and addressed Xiaoyan. Inside this vial lies a Do Yuan Dan. Upon consumption, It will elevate you from the Doqi stage to the Grand Do Master level instantly. Furthermore, it will double your Doqi recovery and absorption rates in the short term. So, what do you think? Would you like it? What? Such a pill exists? Mo Rongyan and Ngu Yi, along with others, were all astonished. Compared to this elixir, the energy-gathering powders they had brought were utterly worthless. Yu Sunar also bore a look of disbelief. A pill that could enhance cultivation and simultaneously double both recovery and training speeds was something their ancient clan did not possess either. The expression of the medicine elder shifted. For as the foremost alchemist of the Doqi continent, concocting pills that enhanced cultivation or accelerated training was not particularly challenging. However, achieving such multifaceted effects in a single pill was considerably more demanding. Listening to Lin Xing describe the pill's effects, Yao Chen harbored some doubts. Xiaoyan, however, was unconcerned with the intricacies and promptly nodded in agreement upon hearing Lin Xing's words. Desire. I desire it. Lin Xing observed the fervent expression on Xiaoyan's face and smiled gently as he spoke. Desire is one thing, but I wonder what price you are willing to pay? As soon as Lin Xing's words faded, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Indeed, what a tremendous cost might be required for such a miraculous elixir. Could the Xiao family afford it? Did they not witness how merely 3 portions of the gathering qi powder had caused several elders of the Xiao family to turn against one another? Attempting to coerce the clan leader, Xiao Zhan, into acquiescing to Murong Yinran's request for a divorce? The gathering qi powder merely facilitates a breakthrough from the fighter's qi to the fighter level, whereas this Do Yuan Dan could elevate one directly to the great fighter. Even the clan leader, Xiao Zhan, is merely a great fighter. How terrifying. This is a divine pill that the Xiao family could scarcely covet. Gu Ye's face mirrored anxiety and longing as he stepped forward, addressing Lin Xing, Master. We, the Yulan sect, are also interested in this elixir. Might I inquire if? Gu Ye cast a glance at Xiao Zhan and the others, his expression hardening as he declared, regardless of what price the Xiao family might offer for this pill. We, the Yulan sect, are prepared to pay double the amount, simply requesting that you bestow this elixir upon us. From this moment forth, you shall forever hold the friendship of our Yulan sect. Gu Ye, you are outrageous. Xiao Zhan erupted in fury, his voice echoing throughout the hall. The other elders of the Xiao family, momentarily disregarding any loyalty to Xiao Zhan, stood resolutely by his side, glaring fiercely at Gu Ye. However, Gu Ye remained unfazed by their glares. To him, the Xiao family was inconsequential, and their anger held no weight. As he had just stated, anger devoid of power is utterly insignificant. Lin Xing chuckled, casting a bemused glance at Gu Ye and Murong Yanran. The friendship of the Yulan sect? What is the Yulan sect worth? You presume to bestow upon me your friendship? Gu Ye's countenance shifted dramatically. Lin Xing's eyes turned icy as he cast a glance at Gu Ye. In that instant, Gu Ye felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of despair. Drenched in cold sweat, with a thud, he fell to his knees, his entire being collapsing like a puddle of mud. What? In an instant. Everyone in the grand hall was taken aback. With just a glance, Elder Gu Ye, a master of the 7 stars, had knelt down. Who exactly was this young man before them? What was the source of his formidable power? Elder Gu, are you all right? Murong Yin rushed forward, only to find Gu Ye's eyes clouded, his demeanor akin to that of a soulless puppet. Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This individual was astonishingly powerful. It seemed that the restoration of his own talents was not merely a distant dream. Yao Chen also lowered his head. Overwhelmed by the terror of this youth's might, he had effortlessly defeated a grandmaster with a mere glance. However, Lin Xing did not linger on Gu Ye. The strength of a grandmaster was merely that of a first-tier elite. He himself had reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier, and the disparity was too vast to warrant his interest. Turning his attention to Xiaoyan, Lin Xing continued to inquire. Have you considered what price you are willing to pay? Xiaoyan felt a surge of anxiety. What could he offer? What did he possess that would hold any significance for the other party? Observing his distress, Xiao Zhan promptly stepped forward, declaring, Esteemed sir, our Xiao family is prepared to pay any price, solely seeking your benevolence in bestowing this elixir. Lin Xing smiled faintly. Any price, you say? In truth, he did not require the Xiao family to offer anything at all. He was here to fulfill a mission, after which he could reap ample rewards from the system. Nevertheless, since he was already present, it seemed inappropriate to leave without gaining something in return. Moreover, Lin Xing was not one to fawn over the protagonist. He would never engage in something that was offered freely without merit. Despite the Xiao family's modest stature, they possessed items of genuine interest to him, such as the fragmented relic of the ancient Emperor Tuashi. Looking at Xiao Zhan, Lin Xing said with a smile, Then, I shall require your clan leader's token. Clan leader's token? Xiaozhan was taken aback. The clan leader's token was merely an ordinary piece of ancient jade. The Xiao family had had numerous clan leaders over the generations who had experimented with it, but no peculiarities had ever been discovered. How could it be that this person before him was requesting it? Seeing Xiaozhan in a daze, Lin Xing did not hesitate and directly inquired, "What, are you unwilling?" No. Xiaozhan hastily exclaimed, perplexed as to why this esteemed individual sought a seemingly trivial token. To you, it may hold little significance. For the Xiao family has languished in obscurity for centuries, living in fear of assassination. Consequently, the matter of the Tuo Shi ancient Emperor Jade has remained shrouded in silence, even within the family. Thus, it came to pass that even Xiaozhan was unaware that this insignia of the clan was, in fact, a treasure intertwined with the mysteries of the Dodi. Ignorance is of no consequence, I am well aware. It possesses its own utility. Should you consent? This elixir shall belong to Xiao Yin, Lin Xing remarked casually. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaozhan finally nodded, saying, "Very well. Since this esteemed gentleman values it, we shall entrust our insignia to you." With that, Xiaozhan produced an unassuming piece of ancient jade. Upon witnessing this, Gu Suner's gaze shifted dramatically. Could this ancient jade be? Lin Xing glanced at Gu Suner before waving his hand, causing the fragment of the Tuo Shi ancient Emperor Jade in Xiaozhan's possession to fall into his grasp. As Lin Xing's consciousness swept over it, he sensed the formidable will contained within and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, this jade was a fragment of the Tuo Shi ancient Emperor Jade. This elixir is now yours, Lin Xing declared, tossing the pill directly to Xiao Yin. The latter caught it, his excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Gu Suner fixated her gaze upon the ancient jade in Lin Xing's hand. It was likely the very object that had drawn her to the Xiao clan. As a princess of the ancient clan, one of the continent's most eminent figures, she had spent years in this desolate place for a singular purpose, to acquire the fragment of the Tuo Shi ancient Emperor Jade. Now, it had been seized by another? Instantly, anxiety enveloped her. "Esteemed sir, might you be willing to relinquish that ancient jade to me? I am prepared to offer treasures in exchange." "Absolutely not." Lin Xing emphatically shook his head. Gu Suner was taken aback. Did this person not know how to haggle? "Very well, Xiao Yin, you should take this elixir now." Lin Xing directly instructed Xiao Yin. "Excellent." Xiao Yin hurriedly poured out the medicinal pill, and in an instant, a rich fragrance permeated the air. The onlookers in the hall felt their own fighting energy stir merely from the aroma. "If I swallow this, I shall become stronger." Xiao Yin gazed at the Do Yuan Dan with fervor, ready to consume it. At that moment, a loud shout echoed through the room. "Stop, Xiao Yin. You cannot take it." Everyone turned to see the second elder rising, directly intervening to halt Xiao Yin. This pill was exchanged with the patriarch's token and should rightfully be administered to the more exceptional and promising youths of the clan. Xiao Yin, being merely at the third stage of Doqi, was unworthy to partake. Yet before the second elder could finish his admonition, a spark suddenly appeared in the air, descending upon him. He had no time even to scream, as he was instantaneously incinerated, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. What is happening? Where is the second elder? Just moments ago, he was standing right there. At this moment, inquiries regarding the second elder's whereabouts persisted. However, those with keen eyes were already trembling in fear, hesitant to speak. Lin Xing, with an expression of calm, surveyed Xiaozhan and the other two elders, and spoke in a tranquil tone. "Did I not make myself clear? I instructed that Xiao Yin consume the pill. Do any of you have objections?" "Second brother." The faces of the other two elders turned ashen. Upon hearing Lin Xing's query, they hastily retreated 2 steps, their expressions filled with terror as they exclaimed, "And no objections." At this moment, everyone realized that the second elder had been reduced to ashes in an instant, merely for voicing a disagreement. No, there was not even any ash left. Yao Chen felt the cold fire within his bones quaking in fear, as if confronted by a formidable adversary at the sudden appearance of a flicker of flame. Could it be that this young man possessed a rare flame? Or perhaps a flame of the highest rank? Yao Chen's shock deepened. Hiss. The second elder was utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye? This individual is truly ruthless. How terrifying. The younger members of the Xiao family dared not mention revenge, each of them retreating a few steps, fearful of inadvertently being tainted by the starfire, following in the footsteps of the second elder. Xiao Yin was also taken aback. However, his disdain for the 3 elders had long reached a boiling point. Now, witnessing the second elder's swift demise, he felt a surge of relief within. Without further delay, Xiao Yin consumed the Do Yuan Dan. Instantly, a powerful wave of battle aura erupted from him, and his cultivation began to ascend rapidly. From the 3rd stage of Do Qi to the ranks of Do Shi, and then to Do Shi 1, to Do Shi 3, and finally to Dosher 4. In the span of just a quarter of an hour, Xiaoyan's cultivation leaped from the third stage of Doqi to Dosher 4. Such astonishing speed rendered the entire hall in stunned silence. Even Yochun was taken aback. In his lifetime, as the foremost alchemist of the Doqi continent, he had concocted countless elixirs, yet he had never encountered one capable of facilitating such an unobstructed ascension from Doqi to Dosher in a mere 15 minutes. What grade of elixir was this? Terrifying, utterly terrifying. As Xiaoyan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him, he could not help but shed tears of joy, bursting into laughter. Ha! My talent has finally returned. I am now a Dosher. With that, a suit of battle aura armor materialized around him, exuding an overwhelming visual impact. Battle aura transforms into armor, Dosher. Xiaozhan was elated. Wonderful. Yenner. This is splendid. You have finally recovered. Indeed. Father, I have not brought shame upon you. Xiaoyan retracted his armor and bowed deeply to Xiaozhan. Just as the two were about to continue their touching father-son moment, Lin Xing, feeling rather uninterested, interrupted them. All right, save your words for later. Xiaoyan, now that your talent is restored and your strength has increased, are you satisfied? This is what awaits your commendation. It was then that Xiaoyan recalled the great figure who had facilitated his restoration standing nearby. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he quickly bowed to Lin Xing. I am indeed satisfied. Thank you for your immense kindness, great one. I shall never forget this. From now on, should you have any commands, I shall never decline. Lin Xing nodded, and a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Xiaoyan's wish has been fulfilled. Reward, top-tier divine ability. What is Wrath Imperial Flame Lotus, the first-ranked, Emperor Flame, and 100,000 wealth points. Quite impressive. As expected of the protagonist, the rewards from the system are indeed bountiful, granting the top-tier divine ability that will allow the Flame Emperor to traverse the vast world in the future, along with the first-ranked Emperor Flame. Excellent. Lin Xing was greatly pleased, helping Xiaoyan to his feet. Rise, and should any promising tasks arise, you can reach out to me through this. With that, Lin Xing handed Xiaoyan a bronze token inscribed with the words All Heavens. Though you have bestowed upon me such generous rewards, including your divine abilities cultivated decades hence, we cannot break the rules. The bronze token can still be utilized. At worst, you can upgrade to gold or diamond yourself later. As Xiaoyan accepted the token and saw the words All Heavens, his eyes instantly gleamed. Lin Xing paid him no further heed and turned to Yao Chen. Yao Chen, come with me. I can fulfill your wish and reconstruct your body. What? The apothecary was instantly taken aback. Let us depart. With a swift motion of his right hand, Lin Xing summoned the medicinal dust into his black ring, and then he prepared to take his leave. Slow down. Gu Suner called out to Lin Xing. Unable to contain herself any longer as she saw him about to leave, Lin Xing cast a glance her way, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied. Little girl, I know what you wish to convey. If you desire the fragment of the Tua Shi Gu Di Jade, there will be an auction in a month where I shall personally put it up for bidding. Return to the ancient clan and have Gu Yuan prepare for it. With that, Lin Xing paid her no further heed, his form suddenly dissolving into starlight, vanishing without a trace. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Gu Suner's exquisitely beautiful face, quickly replaced by a flash of irritation. Throughout her life, she had always been the center of attention, adored by many. Yet, at this moment, she found herself completely overlooked by a youth merely a few years her senior. Just as she stood there, momentarily dazed, Ling Ying had already approached her side, urgently stating, Miss, matters concerning the ancient emperor cannot be delayed. We must notify the clan leader at once. Indeed, Gu Suner realized that her mission to obtain the shattered fragment of the ancient emperor Jade from the Xiao family had ended in failure. To make matters worse, the precious fragment had been taken by someone else, a grave situation that demanded immediate action. With urgency in her heart, Gu Suner swiftly activated the treasured artifact left to her by her father, Gu Yuan, to establish contact. In an instant, a void portal appeared above the Xiao family estate in Wutan City, and a man emanating terrifying energy materialized before them. As soon as he arrived, he swiftly positioned himself in front of Gu Suner. Suner, what has transpired? Have you encountered any danger? Gu Yuan inquired with palpable concern upon seeing his daughter. Father, I am unharmed, Gu Suner reassured him hastily. See the patriarch. Ling Ying promptly bowed to Gu Yuan. It is well, it is well. Gu Yuan nodded, but soon after, his expression shifted. Here, the fluctuations of formidable elemental energy. This power is not inferior to that of a Do saint. What? Gu Suner and Ling Ying were once again taken aback. Although Lin Xing's earlier display had already left them astounded, Gu Yuan's evaluation now rendered them utterly speechless. Dousheng? How could that young man be of such an age? Even if he had been cultivating since infancy, he would not have reached Dousheng by now. Noticing the unusual expressions on Gu Suner and Ling Ying's faces, Gu Yuan couldn't help but reveal a perplexed look. Is there a problem? He inquired. Observing the crowd gathered around them. Aware that this was not an appropriate place for a discussion, he suggested, let us return and talk. With that, Gu Yuan intended to lead Gu Suner and Ling Ying away. At that moment, a chilling laugh echoed from the sky. Humph, Gu Yuan. Are you so eager to leave without spending time with an old friend? Gu Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he gritted his teeth as he responded. Soul Emperor. In the sky, a man in his 30s, exuding an air of refinement, suddenly appeared and strode directly toward Gu Yuan. As soon as he landed, a frown creased his brow. The aura of the Shao clan. How intriguing. Gu Yuan, you have concealed much from me. Hand over the fragment of the ancient emperor's jade of the Shao family. The Soul Emperor had once led an assault against the ancestor of the Shao clan, Shao Xian. Thus his sensitivity to the bloodline of Shao Xian's descendants was profound. Upon his arrival, he immediately sensed that he stood on the ground of Shao Xian's lineage. And with Gu Yuan's presence here, it was likely that the fragment of the ancient emperor's jade had already fallen into the hands of this ancient being. This thought ignited a fierce anger within the Soul Emperor. What ancient emperor's jade fragment? I have never seen it. Gu Yuan scoffed coldly, preparing to depart with Gu Suner. The members of the Shao clan were left in utter bewilderment. Who were these two seemingly terrifying figures? What was the ancient emperor's jade? Shao Zhen felt a tremor within. Could it be that the mysterious youth who had just departed with the clan insignia was indeed linked to the ancient emperor's jade fragment? Observing the confrontation between the two, Shao Zhen realized just how deeply the Shao clan had been ensnared in this scheme. Had that formidable figure not appeared unexpectedly, the Shao clan would likely have faced utter annihilation over this so-called ancient emperor's jade fragment. Shao Yan's expression also shifted. As a bystander, he had sensed something amiss from the moment Gu Yuan made his entrance. His childhood companion, Suner, was actually the daughter of this eminent figure before him. Why would Suner, a cherished jewel of such a prominent family, come to the Shao clan? Surely it was for that ancient jade coveted even by the mysterious youth. Yet, Gu Suner had never revealed any of this to him, and in an instant, Shao Yan's gaze toward her transformed. Having recently endured a broken engagement, he was particularly sensitive, and feelings of betrayal began to fester within him. Sensing Shao Yan's eyes upon her, Gu Suner turned, her face reflecting a hint of remorse. Brother Shao Yan, things are not as you perceive. I will explain everything to you in due course. No need for explanations, Shao Yan interjected, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. What could a noble princess such as yourself possibly need to explain to me? As Gu Suner yearned to continue her argument, the Soul Emperor began to mock her. Ah, Gu Yuan, for the sake of the Tuashi ancient emperor's jade, you are willing to forsake your own daughter, resorting to the charm of a beauty. I must commend you. Upon hearing those words, Shao Yan's complexion darkened further, his fist clenching involuntarily. In a single day, he had been wounded twice by the two most significant women in his life, causing his psyche to shift unsettlingly. Soul Emperor, do not slander recklessly, Gu Yuan huffed. And disregarding him, he prepared to lead Gu Suner away. Just as the Soul Emperor attempted to intervene, two beams of light suddenly descended from the sky, landing directly in the hands of Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor. They were, astonishingly, two bronze tokens of the myriad heavens. Upon grasping these tokens, a voice, calm yet authoritative, resonated in their ears. 1 month hence, the Myriad Realms auction will feature the auction of fragments of the Tuashi ancient emperor's jade, along with the secrets of the Dou Emperor. 1 month hence? Both Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor lifted their heads, exchanging a glance before violently tearing through the void, retreating instantaneously. Within the Hall of Freedom, after distributing the bronze tokens of the myriad heavens to the influential and resourceful leaders of the Douqi continent, Lin Xing returned to this place. With a casual wave of his hand, the figure of Yao Chen materialized within the hall. Where is this place? Yao Chen was momentarily taken aback, only to soon perceive the vibrant energy surrounding him, which left him in awe. Such a rich essence of vitality. It has fortified my soul. As he spoke, Yao Chen turned to gaze at the figure seated majestically in the main seat, exuding an otherworldly presence akin to that of a celestial being. As the lord of the idyllic hall, every word and action within its depths was imbued with profound significance. In this moment, Lin Xing truly resembled a deity, evoking a deep sense of reverence and a desire to worship. Greetings, my lord. Yao Chen could not help but bow his head in reverence to Lin Xing. You may simply address me as the palace master, Lin Xing replied, a thought causing Yao Chen's soul to rise. He continued, Yochen, I am aware of your desire to reconstruct your physical form. Are you willing to join my carefree palace? If you consent, I shall assist you in the revitalization of your body. If not, I am willing. Yao Chen quickly knelt down. After many years of decline, the prospect of regaining his physical form was irresistible. As for joining the power of the Lord of the Hall before him, the overwhelming vitality pulsating within the Xiao Hall far surpassed that of his own maternal clan. The Yao clan. Such a formidable force, how could he possibly refuse? Very well, let us commence, Lin Xing declared, waving his hand. Instantly, an array of rare treasures and materials materialized before them. The essence of the Azure Dragon, the blood-melding elixir, the remains of the Fire Phoenix, and other precious components floated in the air. Lin Xing then activated the Hongming Emperor scripture, channeling a stream of primordial energy into these materials. In an instant, they began to dissolve, coalescing into the nascent shape of a complete body. With a flick of his hand, Yao Chen's lingering soul was drawn into this embryonic form. Lin Xing then opened his right hand, revealing a droplet exuding a rich aura of life. Indeed, it was the fountain of life he had previously acquired. A gentle flick sent this essence cascading into the developing body. In a matter of moments, the form began to grow swiftly. After a quarter of an hour, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, took shape within the Xiao Hall. His visage bore a faint resemblance to Yao Chen. Yet he appeared to have regained decades of youth. Yao Chen opened his eyes, feeling the solidity of his new body, and was immediately overcome with joy. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. I, Yao Chen, have finally returned to life. I express my deep gratitude for the Lord's great kindness. With that, Yao Chen bowed deeply to Lin Xing. Lin Xing nodded calmly and replied, no need for such formality. You are now a member of Xiao Hall. It is only right that I assist you in reshaping your body. However, the cost of the materials will need to be reimbursed later. Of course, of course. Yao Chen quickly responded. May I inquire about the total expense? Not much, merely 1 million wealth points, Lin Xing casually replied. Indeed. The cost of materials amounts to perhaps 300,000 to 400,000. Asking for 1 million wealth points is quite reasonable, Lin Xing continued. After all, as an internal member, one must have an internal rate. Absolutely. Yao Hua agreed without hesitation. At this moment, he remained unaware of the true significance of 1 million wealth points. Otherwise, he certainly would not have consented so readily. Very well. Lin Xing expressed his admiration for Yao Chen's demeanor, then furrowed his brow and added, now, please don your attire. Shortly, I require you to accompany me. Ah, Elder Yao exclaimed awkwardly, only to realize that he was still unclothed, despite having lived for an extensive period. Yao Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. However, Lin Xing paid him no mind and proceeded directly to the location where the automatic alchemy furnace had been set up. At this moment, the furnace was nearing completion, about to be opened. With a resounding thud, the lid of the alchemical furnace burst open, and soon after, numerous pills soared forth from within. The sheer volume of them formed a veritable torrent in the air. A rich aroma of medicinal essence wafted through the space, permeating both the interior and exterior of the room, invigorating the senses and enhancing one's spiritual energy. What a staggering amount! Lin Xing marveled at the deluge of pills, refusing to hesitate for even a moment as he promptly produced the exquisite Dao artifact, the Celestial Tower. The artifact possessed its own dimension. Even if there were 100-fold more pills, it would effortlessly accommodate them all. At that moment, Yao Chen emerged, now dressed, and was rendered speechless by the sight of the radiant Celestial Tower and the enigmatic 5 fire-gathering pill furnace. The spectacle of the pill torrent left him utterly astonished. What kind of alchemical technique is this that can produce such a multitude of pills in one go? Though they may be of lower quality, the sheer quantity is astounding. At last, with a swift motion, the last pill was absorbed by the Celestial Tower. Lin Xing estimated that approximately 100,000 pills had been harvested. Among them, 80% were ordinary first-tier pills, 1.5% were second-tier pills, and less than 0.5% were third-tier pills. Most of these pills were designed to enhance cultivation or heal injuries, while others could accelerate the training process or even augment one's inherent potential. In terms of variety, the selection was indeed abundant. If one were to consider the current market prices for similar pills, these newly concocted ones could yield a staggering 5 million wealth points. Such a remarkable increase, 5-fold no less. It is no wonder that in every tale, alchemists and pharmacists are renowned for their affluence. The process is almost akin to robbing the treasury. Reflecting on this, Lin Xing retracted the Celestial Tower and turned to Yao Can, inquiring about his thoughts on the recent deluge of pills. Mr. Yu Can, still enraptured by the astonishment of the moment, pondered Lin Xing's question earnestly before responding. Such alchemical techniques are utterly unheard of. It appears they have never manifested in the Duki continent. To produce so many pills at once while ensuring their efficacy is truly astonishing. I observed the 5-colored flames rising from the furnace. Infused with a surging vitality of fire element energy, it is likely the furnace's inherent power. However, while this furnace is commendable, the majority of the pills produced are of lower grade. If I were to take control, I could certainly refine a significant number of high-quality pills. Indeed. Then the task of alchemy shall fall to you henceforth. Lin Xing had initially sought to incorporate Yao Qin into the Xianyao Hall precisely due to his remarkable alchemical prowess. Thus it was only fitting that he would oversee the creation of the pills. The prospect of generating a larger quantity of high-quality pills would undoubtedly lead to greater profits for Lin Xing. As for your observation regarding the technique being unfamiliar to the Duki continent, that is to be expected, for it originates from a different realm altogether. Another world? Yao Chen was taken aback. He had always believed that Lin Xing was a prominent figure from some hidden power within the Doqi continent. However, upon hearing Lin Xing's recent words, it appeared otherwise. Take a look at this. Lin Xing offered no further explanation and handed Yao Chen a staff token from the Xiaoao Palace. To his surprise, the token bore the title of Elder Steward. Given Yao Chen's considerable age, being a disciple seemed inappropriate. Thus, becoming an elder suited him better. Lin Xing had already devised a hierarchy for the elders, categorized as Elder Steward, Outer Gate Elder, Inner Gate Elder, Guest Elder, and Grand Elder. As Yao Chen had just joined the Xiaoao Palace, he naturally began at the lowest rank of Elder Steward. Upon receiving the staff token, Yao Chen extended his consciousness. And immediately, a stream of information flooded into his awareness. So it is, Yao Chen exclaimed, astonished. He never imagined that there existed myriad realms beyond the Doqi continent, and within those realms, the Xiaoao Palace stood as an extraordinary entity. What merit did he possess to be granted the opportunity to join such a formidable force? All right, you can delve into the information about our Xiaoao Palace later. Lin Xing remarked, casting a glance at Yao Chen's physique. Are you satisfied with your current body? Indeed, extremely satisfied. Yao Chen nodded vigorously. This body, even when compared to his former one, was exceptional. Moreover, upon his rebirth, his strength had returned to its former peak, leaving him utterly content. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the task, Yao Chen's wish has been granted, rewarding him with 50,000 wealth points, the true understanding of Pill Dao from the myriad realms, and the highest grade pill from the Dopa world, the Emperor Pill. Indeed, Lin Xing nodded appreciatively, unexpectedly rewarding the Imperial Dan. With this, 2 treasures for the upcoming auction had already been established. The patriarchs of the ancient families on the Doqi continent would surely be driven to madness upon witnessing the Imperial Dan. One could only wonder if the individual fortunate enough to secure a fragment of the Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade would, upon acquiring it, find their joy shattered by the subsequent auction of the Imperial Dan. With this thought, a playful smile graced Lin Xing's lips. As for the concern regarding the high value of the Imperial Dan and whether the influential figures of the Doqi continent could afford it, there was no need for worry. These ancient families possess deep reserves, and they should be more than capable of bidding on the Imperial Dan. Having concluded the reward, Lin Xing turned to Yao Chen and said, "Come with me. I shall introduce you to the colleagues within the palace." With that, he promptly summoned the members of the Xiaoao Palace for a meeting. An hour later, within the conference room of the Xiaoao Palace, Huang Rong, Fei Xian, Duan Lang, and the rest of the staff were all present. When the palace master called for a meeting, no one dared to be negligent. They hurriedly wrapped up their current tasks and activated their employee tokens to arrive at the palace. As for the sales operations of the shops, the self-checkout feature ensured everything would be in order despite their brief absence. Huang Rong and her companions arrived swiftly, while Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan, having been engaged in tasks, rushed back as quickly as possible after receiving Lin Xing's summons, disregarding the completion of their assignments. Manager Huang, may I inquire what matter necessitated the palace master's sudden gathering of us? Zhang Sanfeng asked Huang Rong with curiosity. I am uncertain as well, Huang Rong replied, shaking her head. It seems there must be an announcement of some significance. This marks the first time the Lord of the Hall has convened a meeting for the employees of our Xiaoao Hall. Indeed, Zhang Sanfeng nodded, refraining from further inquiries. While the assembly awaited, the door to the conference room swung open, revealing Lin Xing and Yao Chen entering in succession. The presence of Yao Chen, following closely behind Lin Xing, astonished everyone. What was happening? Why was there an outsider? Observing the expressions of the crowd, Lin Xing smiled reassuringly. There is no need for concern, everyone. The purpose of gathering you all today is to address a few matters. Firstly, I would like to introduce our new employee at the Xiaoao Hall, Elder Yao Chen. Yao Chen promptly stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Yao Chen is a premier alchemist hailing from a fourth-tier world, possessing unparalleled prowess in alchemy. From now on, he will serve as the steward elder of our Xiaoao Hall, specifically overseeing alchemical endeavors. Please extend a warm welcome to him. As Lin Xing concluded, Wang Rong, Zhang Sanfeng, and others erupted into applause. Yao Chen quickly returned the gesture, humbly stating, "Your Excellency, the Hall Master, is overly generous in your praise. My skills in alchemy are unworthy of mention before you. There remains much for me to learn, and I hope to receive the support of my esteemed colleagues moving forward." Although Yao Chen was still adjusting to the term colleague, he maintained a positive demeanor towards those within the hall. "I will now introduce you to our current personnel," Lin Xing continued, presenting each member of the Xiaodao Hall to Yao Chen. Once the introductions were complete, Yao Chen was invited to take a seat at the lower end of the table. Subsequently, Lin Xing surveyed the assembly and stated, "The second matter at hand is to review everyone's performance from last month. As previously mentioned, those who excelled in their duties may have the opportunity to be promoted to outer disciples. Now, let us disclose the performance results from last month." "Indeed," Wang Rong nodded, sweeping her gaze across the assembly before commencing her discourse. In an instant, the atmosphere within the grand hall grew tense as the 10 attendants, Wan, Shifei Xuan, and the others felt the weight of a moment that would determine their fates. Last month, our shop staff and self-service sales amounted to approximately 18.3 million wealth points. Among these, the attendants alone contributed around 5.8 million wealth points, with the rankings for the 6th to 10th places as follows. The 6th place, Ko Zhong, with 330,000 wealth points. The 7th place, Su Xiling, with 320,000 wealth points. The 8th place, Duan Murong, with 300,000 wealth points. The 9th place, Aku, with 280,000 wealth points. The 10th place, Yang Gua, with 250,000 wealth points. Upon reading the rankings, Wang Rong surveyed the attendants, noting that those whose names had been called bore expressions of dismay. Yang Gua, in particular, had lowered his head deeply. Without further ado, Wang Rong took a brief pause before continuing. The 5th place in sales performance was Wang Yuyan, with 380,000 wealth points, who also ranked first among the salespeople on the first floor. Although Wang Yuyan lacked martial arts prowess, she was a theoretical master. Her ability to discern the needs of ordinary patrons in the first floor shop allowed her to provide them with precisely the right products, leading to an ever-increasing influx of customers, ultimately securing her position as the top seller on the first floor despite her lack of combat skills. In 4th place was Shangwan Haidang, with 520,000 wealth points. The 3rd place went to Shifei Xuan, with 680,000 wealth points. As the last two positions remained, Wan and Yang Rui's expressions grew increasingly anxious. This was a pivotal opportunity to determine who would become an inner sect disciple. Wang Rong did not keep them in suspense for long and promptly announced the results. The 2nd place was Wan, with 930,000 wealth points. Upon hearing this, Shifei Xuan visibly relaxed, having a rivalry with Wang Quan. She felt disappointed not to have secured first place, yet she found solace in the fact that Wan, the enchanting adversary, had not claimed the top spot. And in first place, Yang Rui, with a remarkable sales figure of 2.08 million wealth points last month, with an exclamation of surprise. The moment the sales figures were announced, the faces of all the shop attendants transformed. The total sales volume was astonishing, with everyone else still in the six-figure range, while this figure soared to an impressive 2 million wealth points. However, upon reflection, this was not entirely unexpected, as Yang Rui was situated on the 3rd floor of the shop, exclusively catering to clients with golden-level celestial orders and above. Moreover, since the prospect of promotion to an outer disciple of the shop was contingent upon achieving good sales, Emperor Sui Yangguang frequently visited to boost his daughter's performance. With such a prestigious dynasty enhancing sales figures, it would be rather peculiar if the numbers were not elevated. Lin Xing, however, was not overly concerned with the means by which these figures were achieved as long as the sales increased. As long as there was no compromise to the interests of the Xiaoao Hall and no unethical conduct was involved, he remained indifferent. Upon reviewing the performance metrics, it became clear that aside from the 580,000 points generated by the 10 attendants, Wang Rong herself contributed an additional 220,000 points, culminating in a remarkable total of 800,000 wealth points, nearly half of last month's total sales. This was only the first month, And with the team still mastering their roles, future sales were expected to rise even higher. With this thought, Lin Xing's spirits lifted. Indeed, I am quite pleased with everyone's performance. As previously stated, the employee with the highest sales will be directly promoted to outer disciple. Thus, from this day forth, Yang Rui would be recognized as an outer disciple of Xiaoyao Hall. With a wave of his hand, her employee token soared into the air. As Lin Xing pointed, a radiant glow enveloped the token, and when it dissipated, the words outer disciple appeared prominently upon it. Yang Rui, brimming with excitement, received the token and bowed deeply to Lin Xing. Thank you, esteemed hall master. Witnessing this, Shi Feishuan and the others displayed expressions of envy. Understanding their sentiments, Lin Xing realized it was time to motivate them further. There is no need for envy, as long as you all work diligently and meet your performance targets. In 3 months, those among you with the top 3 total sales will also be promoted to outer disciples. Thank you, esteemed hall master. Wanan and the others rejoiced, bowing deeply to Lin Xing. However, the expressions of Yang Guo, Ko Zhang, and Su Xiling were somewhat awkward, as they doubted their ability to reach the top 3. Observing their faces, Lin Xing felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, in the world of martial arts, there were always more men than women, and naturally, they gravitated towards the beautiful female attendants. Within the shop, the allure of attendants like Shi Feishuan and Wanan gave them a considerable advantage over Yang Guo and his companions. In the realm of martial arts, where tension was a constant companion, who wouldn't want to linger among the beautiful attendants? Perhaps while also replenishing their stock of medicinal herbs and talismans. Why seek out the male attendants instead? Nevertheless, Lin Xing had already formulated a plan. For those whose sales do not rank among the top 5, there are still avenues for promotion to outer disciples. Within Xiao Hall, various tasks exist. You need only complete a set number of tasks to accumulate contribution points, and ultimately, fulfill a 3rd-tier task to achieve promotion. This includes you, Duan Lang. As Lin Xing spoke, he directed his gaze toward Duan Lang, who immediately sat up straighter, listening attentively to Lin Xing's words. Thereafter, once you have completed your regular duties within the shop, you may also undertake additional tasks to expedite your entry into the shop. Duan Lang and the others were elated, bowing respectfully to Lin Xing in unison. Yes, we shall not disappoint the hall master's expectations. Indeed, Lin Xing nodded and then remarked, next, we shall discuss the 3rd matter. 1 month hence, the multiverse auction will not only feature participants from the Jiuzhou continent, but also formidable beings from the 4th Order world. The value of each item up for bid will far surpass that of previous auctions. However, the competition will be significantly more intense. If the Jiuzhou continent does not exert itself, it may find it exceedingly difficult to secure any gains. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Huang Rong and the others shifted dramatically. The upcoming auction would not merely involve individuals from the Jiuzhou continent, but also from the 4th Order world. The 4th Order world possesses strength that greatly eclipses that of the Jiuzhou continent, a 3rd Order realm. This represents not just a disparity in rank, but a vast chasm between the lesser 1,000 worlds and the middle 1,000 worlds. What could the dynasties of the Jiuzhou continent possibly bring to bear in such a contest? For a moment, the crowd appeared rather disheartened. The shop attendants, regardless of their individual relationships, were all from the Jiuzhou continent. Witnessing their realm pitted against one evidently more powerful naturally instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Observing this, Lin Xing offered a gentle smile and reassured them. There is no need for concern. The purpose of sharing this information with you is to ensure that you can duly notify the dynasties in the martial community of Jiuzhou, allowing them to prepare in advance. Furthermore, the Celestial Palace will soon open celestial missions to the Jiuzhou continent. Individuals from various dynasties in the martial community may directly undertake these tasks. Upon completion, they shall earn wealth points, thereby accelerating their accumulation of riches. At this declaration, the eyes of the assembly sparkled with renewed hope. However, Yao Chen's demeanor remained unchanged. He surmised that the 4th Order world participating in the auction was indeed their own. He felt no concern over who among their world would procure the superior items, for he had been reborn and had now become a member of the Celestial Palace. His ties to his former world had grown tenuous. Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan, both venerable elders who had completed numerous tasks, appeared considerably more at ease. Alas, the Palace Master has shown remarkable benevolence towards our Jiuzhou continent. On behalf of its citizens, I extend my heartfelt gratitude, Zhang Sanfeng expressed, bowing respectfully to Lin Xing. There is no need for such formalities, Zhang Zhenren. Very well, let us conclude this meeting here. Everyone may return to their respective affairs. Indeed, as the meeting concluded and the crowd returned to the shop, news swiftly spread across the 9 provinces. A month from now, Formidable beings from the Fourth Order world would join the competition at the auction. The presence of such powerful entities alongside the denizens of the minor Thousand Worlds rendered the auction a daunting affair. Fortunately, further good tidings soon followed. The Lord of the Hall, in his benevolence towards the citizens of the 9 provinces, had graciously established a task system exclusively for those holding the celestial orders from the 9 provinces. By fulfilling the numerous tasks issued within the Blissful Hall, one could amass wealth points, thus enabling a rapid accumulation of resources and preparation for the impending auction. In the Qin Empire, within the majestic Xianyang Palace, Ing Zheng, having reviewed the newly added tasks in his Platinum Celestial Order, opened his eyes and surveyed the gathered assembly. With the impending auction facing competition from the Fourth Order world, our Qin must not falter in its endeavors. Ming Tian, Li Xian, you two shall lead the forces northward to vanquish the Xiongnu. I expect to see them subdued within a fortnight. Ming Tian and Li Xian promptly rose to their feet, kneeling on one knee in response. Understood. Ing Zheng then turned to Li Si and spoke directly. Li Si, you shall oversee the apocalyptic realm. Within half a month, eradicate all the zombies and gather all valuable resources within that world, converting them into points of wealth. Indeed, Li Si responded with a respectful gesture. Zhao Gao Zhang Han and Dong Huang Tai, you are to select the finest elites from the various schools of thought and swiftly accomplish the tasks outlined in the Celestial Edict. All necessary resources can be requisitioned from the treasury of the Great Qin. Ultimately, all acquired wealth points will be consolidated into my Celestial Edict, and Great Qin shall purchase them at their true value. Indeed, Zhao Gao and the others responded promptly. The entire Qin dynasty unleashed its full military might, and once again, the war machine of the Great Qin dynasty commenced its relentless operation. Concurrently, various factions across the 9 provinces, upon receiving the news, sprang into action. Under the pressure of the fourth-tier world, the 9 provinces erupted with all its latent potential. The Great Yuan world, the Ming sect, and the Bright Summit. The 6 major sects had already encircled the members of the Ming sect before their headquarters. The momentum of the storyline remained robust. Even the emergence of shops could not hinder the occurrence of the siege on the Bright Summit by the 6 sects of the Great Yuan. On the Bright Summit, Zhao Min stood atop the surrounding peaks, clad in masculine attire, exuding an air of striking elegance. Beside her were the 2 elders of Xianming and several others. At her side stood a refined and handsome young man, whose position seemed scarcely inferior to hers. Observing the standoff below, she nodded in satisfaction. This time, they would surely capture all the righteous factions and the traitors of the Ming sect, thoroughly eradicating the persistent ailment afflicting the Great Yuan. Subsequently, Zhao Min addressed the elegant young man. Mr. Fong, might I inquire about the current condition of your esteemed master, Lord Pang Ban? This refined young man was none other than Fong Yeyu, the closed-door disciple of the sorcerer Pang Ban, reputed as the Little Sorcerer. As the foremost existence among the alien dynasties, the Great Yuan's internal demonic sect and esoteric sect wielded considerable influence over the entire Grasslands martial realm. Sorcerer Pang Ban had long been regarded as a guardian deity of the Daming Totters. However, after the Totters were vanquished and Sorcerer Pang Ban was defeated and severely wounded by Emperor Zhengde Zhu Hozhao, he retreated with the Sorcerer's Palace back to the Great Yuan. Fong Yeyu replied with an easy demeanor, with my master's ancestor taking action, my master has made a complete recovery. His ancestor, naturally, was the master of Sorcerer Pang Ban, a figure whose prowess was nearly on par with the Mongolian royal sorcerer, Basiba. Zhao Min nodded, her face adorned with a confident smile. In this era of great contention, with the emperor, the national master, and lord of the demonic sect all emerging from seclusion, decrees have been issued to the various grassland factions. The Great Yuan shall undoubtedly sweep through the central plains in the forthcoming battles. Now is the opportune moment to achieve great feats, starting with today's siege on the Bright Summit. Indeed, the 2 elders of Xianming and others bowed respectfully, their faces alight with excitement. Atop the Bright Summit, Zhang Wuji finally appeared, repelling the masters of the 6 major sects one by one, aiming to persuade them to withdraw their forces. However, at that moment, the members of the 6 sects suddenly began to sway, tears streaming down their faces, their bodies collapsing to the ground. This is bad. It's the bitter sorrow breeze. Song Yuanxiao's expression changed drastically as he recognized it to be the exclusive poison of the Western Xia, the bitter sorrow breeze. Haha, Master Song is truly knowledgeable. This is indeed the bitter sorrow breeze. Just then, a melodious laughter rang out, and everyone turned to see a handsome young man emerge, fanning himself with a folding fan. Surrounded by a throng of individuals, each appearing quite formidable, it was none other than Zhao Min. You dare to poison us? Zhang Wuji's anger flared. Zhao Min glanced at Zhang Wuji. Had she not encountered the Lord before, she might have found him somewhat appealing. However, having witnessed Lin Xing's celestial presence and being urged by Emperor Yuan to serve Lin Xing as much as possible, she could hardly regard a mere mortal like Zhang Wuji with any esteem. Humph, I did not expect there to be a fish that escaped the net. Elders of Xianming. Deal with him. The rest, capture everyone from the 6 sects and the Ming cult and take them away. Stop, Zhang Wuji urgently exclaimed. However, the dual assault of the 2 elder Xianming had already surged forth, ensnaring him instantly. Just as Zhao Min was about to lead away the members of the 6 major sects, a voice suddenly resonated from the heavens. Slow down. As the crowd looked up, they beheld an ethereal elder gracefully descending from the heavens. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Sanfeng. Having just concluded a meeting within the blissful hall, he promptly activated his advanced teleportation skill upon receiving a distress signal from Song Yuan Chiao, arriving before the Summit of Light. Although Zhang Sanfeng had joined the blissful hall, the restrictions imposed by Lin Xing were rather lenient. Thus, when personal matters arose, he was naturally granted leave without hesitation. Master, Song Yuan Chiao and the others were instantly filled with joy. Master Zhang. The crowd from the 6 major sects was suddenly filled with excitement. With the arrival of Master Zhang, they felt a renewed sense of security against this unforeseen force. Zhao Min, upon seeing Zhang Sanfeng, was taken aback momentarily, but quickly composed herself and bowed. Junior Zhao Min pays her respects to Master Zhang. Zhang Sanfeng gently supported her and replied, "There is no need for such formalities, Miss Zhao." As Zhao Min rose, she inquired, "Might I ask if Master Zhang is here representing the Xianyu Hall, or is it solely on your own behalf?" Zhang Sanfeng, now affiliated with the Xianyu Hall, made his sudden appearance here, leading to speculation that the hall might be seeking to intervene in the ongoing conflicts of the 9 provinces. If that were indeed the case, their efforts would be in vain. The 2 elders of Xianming and Zhang Wuji also ceased their actions, anxiously regarding Zhang Sanfeng. The difference in their tension was palpable. The Xianming elders were filled with dread towards the Xianyu Hall, while Zhang Sanfeng experienced a blend of fear and anticipation upon encountering his esteemed master. With a chuckle, Zhang Sanfeng remarked, "What merit do I possess to represent the Xianyu Hall? I am here merely on my own accord." Upon hearing this, Zhao Min and the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure exerted by the Xianyu Hall was overwhelming. Had Zhang Sanfeng truly been their emissary, they might as well retreat to the capital and abandon their efforts. However, Zhao Min, still feeling uneasy, asked, "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Master Zhang?" Zhang Sanfeng surveyed the defeated members of the 6 major sects sprawled across the ground and sighed. He understood that the 3 top experts of Mongolia had returned, and soon they would undoubtedly sweep across the land. Meanwhile, the 6 major sects remained embroiled in internal strife with the Ming sect, an endeavor that could lead to their downfall. Shaking his head, Zhang Sanfeng addressed Zhao Min. "I come with a request. I hope Miss Zhao will consider sparing the 6 major sects and the friends of the Ming sect. I promise that upon returning, the members of each sect will immediately withdraw from the Great Yuan, including our Wudong sect." Master, Song Yuanchao's expression changed dramatically. However, Zhang Sanfeng swiftly gestured to silence him. Zhao Min furrowed her brow, pondering for a considerable time, yet she hesitated to confront Zhang Sanfeng, who had already allied himself with the Xiaoao Palace. Moreover, as all the forces of the martial world withdrew from the Great Yuan, she felt that her mission was, albeit reluctantly, accomplished. In the end, she merely nodded and said, "I hope that Master Zhang will fulfill his words. Let us depart." With that, Zhao Min led everyone away, upon witnessing Zhang Sanfeng approach alone. His mere words were enough to drive Zhao Min and her followers back, leaving the gathered crowd of the Great Yuan both astonished and elated, hastily expressing their gratitude towards Zhang Sanfeng. "Thank you, Master Zhang. Thank you for saving our lives." However, amidst these expressions of gratitude, an incongruous voice emerged. "Master Zhang, you mentioned that you would have us all withdraw from the Great Yuan. May I inquire if that is indeed true?" The speaker was none other than the formidable Mistress Mieju. Zhang Sanfeng turned to her, nodded, and sighed as he spoke. The 3 unparalleled masters of the Mongolian Empire, Meng Qixing, Si Hanfei, and Ba Siba, have all emerged from seclusion decades ago. It is no longer tenable for us to remain in Mongolia. What is there to fear from just a few masters? Mieju retorted with disdain. Zhang Sanfeng regarded her with a solemn gaze and replied, "All 3 of them possess the strength of terrestrial immortals." Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. In the sanctuary of the Xiaoao Hall, within Lin Xing's grand office, Huang Rong stood somewhat awkwardly before the exquisitely carved jade desk, awaiting Lin Sheng to speak. After the staff meeting concluded, Lin Sheng had retained Huang Rong for a conversation. Observing her nervous demeanor, Lin Sheng smiled and said, "There's no need for formality. Please take a seat. I wish to discuss the performance bonuses of the store." Huang Rong, along with 10 employees, had achieved an astounding sales total of 8 million wealth points, a figure that seemed almost unbelievable. Should bonuses be awarded, the sum would be astronomical. Typically, clothing store commissions hover around 12%, yet if calculated accordingly, bonuses could reach several 100,000 wealth points. Huang Rong's salary was merely 100 wealth points, while the other 10 employees earned only a few dozen wealth points each month. The prospect of distributing such substantial bonuses left Lin Sheng, who prided himself on being a conscientious employer, feeling quite uneasy. It was not that he was unwilling to distribute the funds, rather, he feared that the employees might regret mishandling such a windfall. As Lin Sheng pondered this, his expression remained unchanged. Huang Rong, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly interjected, "There is no need for that. It is already an honor for us to join the Xiaoao Hall, and we cannot possibly accept performance bonuses." Hearing her words, Lin Sheng internally nodded, acknowledging Huang Rong's eloquence. Her statement held truth. Joining the Xiaoao Hall was indeed a dream for countless individuals across the Jiuzhou continent. Even without bonuses, the employees would still strive earnestly to be part of it. However, after careful contemplation, Lin Sheng concluded that bonuses should still be awarded. Firstly, he had made prior commitments, and as the hall master, he must uphold his word. Secondly, as the Xiaoao Hall reaches into higher realms, it would be detrimental if the employees' abilities remained insufficient to carry out their duties. A modest distribution of bonuses would facilitate their rapid development. Nonetheless, the bonuses could not be directly tied to sales commissions. Given that the store enjoyed a monopolistic position in sales, any manager would achieve commendable results. After thorough deliberation, Lin Sheng ultimately resolved to allocate bonuses based on sales rankings. The first place would receive 1,000 wealth points and a low-grade spiritual weapon, while the second to fifth places would be awarded 500 wealth points and a common magical item. The 6th to 10th places would receive 300 wealth points and either a first-tier talisman or a rare resource. In total, the bonuses would amount to approximately 8,000 to 9,000 wealth points, roughly 1,000th of their sales revenue, which was quite commendable. Even if they were not employed as staff, they could earn several hundred to thousands of wealth points monthly by undertaking tasks from the celestial orders. With resolve, Lin Sheng addressed Huang Rong. "The performance bonuses must be distributed. After all, we made a commitment when you joined the Xiaoao Hall. Therefore, the first place will receive 1,000 wealth points and a low-grade spiritual weapon." Upon hearing the arrangement, Huang Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The hall master is exceedingly generous. I shall convey my gratitude on behalf of Rue Yi and the others." "Indeed." Lin Sheng nodded, then remarked, "As for your reward." Huang Rong's eyes instantly sparkled, yet she quickly demurred. "I suppose I shall forego it." "Haha, the lord of this realm speaks with conviction. When a bonus is promised, it shall be bestowed. As the manager, your reward will undoubtedly surpass that of others. You now have 2 choices. First, I can grant you 5,000 wealth points directly. Second, I can offer you the right to wield a superior spiritual artifact. Choose wisely." Superior spiritual artifact? Huang Rong, who had been the shop manager for some time, was naturally aware of the immense value of such artifacts. They could fetch several million wealth points at an auction, making 5,000 wealth points seem insignificant in comparison. "I choose the usage rights for the superior spiritual artifact," Huang Rong exclaimed without hesitation. However, realizing the artifact's extraordinary value, she quickly added, No. The superior spiritual artifact is far too precious. I cannot accept it. My lord, I would prefer to be rewarded with wealth points instead." "Is it precious?" Lin Sheng paused for a moment, realizing it might indeed hold some value. However, he originally intended to reward the exquisite ice silk stockings obtained from a tenfold draw. This item was of no use to him personally, and selling it back to the system would yield only 4,000 to 5,000 wealth points, half of its original price. Such a loss was unacceptable. As for selling it to individuals from the Jiuzhou continent, setting a high price would deter buyers, while a low price would disrupt the balance. Ultimately, Lin Sheng decided it would be best to reward the employees of the Xiaoao Hall with the item. After all, it was for their use. And since they were all part of the same team, the price became irrelevant. "Well then, this is what you deserve. Your diligent work in return is the greatest reward for me. However, Any items rewarded by Xiaoao Hall are strictly prohibited from being resold. Violators will be expelled from the hall. Lin Xing wished to avoid further complications regarding this matter and made a firm decision. Yet he still established a restriction for the staff, ensuring that resale would not be permitted. Otherwise, it would disrupt the normal business operations of the Xiaoao Hall. Indeed, Huang Rong lowered her head, yet her heart was already set on repaying the esteemed lord of the hall. You may take this exquisite spiritual artifact. With that, Lin Xing nonchalantly tossed the Xianbing stockings to Huang Rong. She gazed at the transparent stockings in her hands, momentarily taken aback. Such a high-quality spiritual artifact? Additionally, you may also distribute these rewards for the staff, Lin Xing continued, presenting Huang Rong with the low-grade spiritual artifact, the Snow Silkworm Silk Bodice, as well as Lingzhu Grass and the Diamond Talisman. Huang Rong stared at the nearly translucent bodice, her astonishment deepening. What on earth are these rewards? Could it be that the Lord of the Hall harbors lewd intentions? If that is the case, we might be in peril. What shall we do if the Lord truly desires us? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Huang Rong felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Noticing her expression, Lin Xing felt a twinge of awkwardness. Damn it, if these items weren't so difficult to sell, I wouldn't be rewarding you with them. Clearing his throat to interrupt Huang Rong's contemplation, he said, All right, you can examine these later. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Actually, there is something. At his words, Huang Rong quickly composed herself and began to gather the rewards. Just as she was about to exit, an idea struck her, and she turned to Lin Xing, saying, Emperors Zhu Hozhao and Yang Guang have inquired if we possess any surplus first-tier worlds for sale. Zhu Hozhao is also asking about the Starry Dan. This matter, Lin Xing said with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, has finally ensnared these powerful factions. Today, the store will unveil a comprehensive array of new products. At that time, first-tier worlds, star essence pills, and even spiritual weapons will grace our shelves. Simply inform them to come and select their purchases. Huang Rong's eyes sparkled with delight. The new arrivals promised an increase in the store's sales. Indeed, I shall prepare this at once, Huang Rong exclaimed excitedly before swiftly exiting. As Lin Xing watched her leave, he began to contemplate the new items to be introduced. Currently, the inventory primarily consisted of first-tier and second-tier goods. Moreover, to accommodate the auction house's business, spiritual weapons had not been included in the previous inventory updates. However, given that the last auction had featured exquisite spiritual weapons, the next event would, at a minimum, showcase treasured artifacts, thus allowing spiritual weapons to be displayed in the store. He resolved to offer inferior and medium-grade spiritual weapons at prices ranging from 50,000 to 500,000 wealth points. The acquisition cost for these inferior and medium-grade spiritual weapons typically ranged from 2,000 to 8,000 wealth points. Nonetheless, due to their scarcity, marking them up several times was entirely reasonable. As for first-tier worlds, a portion would naturally be included, while second-tier items could await the next update. Lin Xing's thoughts raced. Finally arriving at the realm of martial arts techniques, it was time to test the system's fusion capabilities. With a sigh of realization, he activated the system's fusion function. System: fuse all martial arts manuals collected from the Jiuzhou continent. Ding. Fusion of martial arts manuals in progress. Congratulations, host. Fusion successful. You have obtained a top-tier third-level martial arts manual, Wujing. Additionally, you have acquired 3 ordinary third-level manuals, Yijing, Duhang, and Comprehensive Refining Techniques. Excellent. I have unexpectedly acquired 4 third-level manuals. Lin Xing's eyes gleamed as he retrieved the 4 manuals. Wujing, being the sole top-tier third-level manual, encompassed internal arts, external techniques, secret skills, hidden weapons, and forbidden moves, offering a comprehensive array that could lead one to the realm of terrestrial immortals. As of now, the world's pinnacle techniques, such as Tai Xian Jing'an War Goddess Codex, had yet to be fused. Should they be integrated, Lin Xing believed the level of Wujing would undoubtedly ascend to 4th tier. With this manual, the entire Jiuzhou continent could witness a martial renaissance. With a sigh of contemplation, Lin Xing mentally designated the selected products for display in the store. Instantly, the ambience within the shop erupted. Look, the store's inventory has been updated, a martial artist shouted, and in an instant, the eagerly awaiting crowd surged toward the counter. Wow. A magical sword talisman. Only 1,000 wealth points. With this, my sword rain task is guaranteed to succeed. Wujing? A top-tier third-level manual? It can lead to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Can we truly purchase such a technique? Be aware, you can only acquire the first tier of Wujing on the first floor. Moreover, The first tier requires 1,000 wealth points. Can you afford it? Even if I cannot afford it, I shall embark on the celestial tasks to accumulate wealth points. Indeed. As a top-tier third-level manual, Lin Xing had priced Wu Jing at 1 million wealth points, a sum beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, to ensure that martial artists across the Jiuzhou continent could cultivate such divine techniques, Lin Xing divided Wu Jing into 5 segments. The first floor would allow access to the first 2 segments, enabling practitioners to reach the initial stage of the second tier. The combined price for these 2 segments was merely 10,000 wealth points, with the first segment available for just 1,000 wealth points, ensuring that most martial artists could strive to make a purchase. This was not merely a scheme to exploit the masses, it was a genuine effort to facilitate the cultivation of the Jiuzhou continent's practitioners. Lin Xing pondered earnestly, feeling a sense of responsibility for the well-being of the continent's inhabitants. On the second floor, Shimin Shui stood before a counter, his gaze transfixed on a spiritual weapon flying sword displayed within. Master Fei Xian stood beside him, providing an explanation. Hero Shimin, this flying sword is among our newly listed items today, an inferior-grade spiritual weapon, the Frost Jade Sword. It can enable flight and possesses an ice attribute that can hinder an enemy's movements. Should you be interested, you are welcome to try it. Shimin Shui nodded, his typically cold demeanor revealing a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the shop would offer spiritual weapons for sale. With a sigh of appreciation, he accepted the Frost Jade Sword offered by Master Fei Xian, feeling its icy grip. Simultaneously, an immense surge of spiritual energy rushed forth, threatening to freeze his arm. With a cold snort, Shimin Shui's internal essence surged, resonating with the Frost Jade Sword. Excellent sword. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Shimin Shui's eyes. If the esteemed hero, Shimin, were to take a liking to it, he could readily acquire this frosted ice jade sword for the mere sum of 80,000 fortune points. While it may seem somewhat extravagant, it is undeniably the perfect embodiment of Shimin's identity as the sword god. Fei Xian continued her eloquent sales pitch, seamlessly weaving her words into the art of persuasion. 800,000. Shimin Shui narrowed his eyes slightly, then nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall take it." "Excellent. I will settle the bill for the esteemed Shimin hero right away." On the second floor, the saleswomen, Fei Xian and her companions, were busily promoting their wares, while Huang Rong on the third floor was not as occupied. At this moment, she was explaining the first-tier world to several owners of the Golden Heavenly Orders. "Your Majesty, this is a first-tier superior martial arts world, renowned for its specialty known as the snake flower fruit. Once you possess it, you will be able to cultivate the snake flower fruit in abundance within this realm, ensuring a stable income of wealth points. It is undoubtedly a worthy investment." "Indeed. How many wealth points does this first-tier world require?" Zhu Hozhao inquired, gazing at Huang Rong. "Only 500,000 wealth points," Huang Rong replied with a warm smile. 500,000 wealth points? That is the same price as the first-tier top-tier world that the Qin Emperor acquired. Zhu Hozhao's dissatisfaction began to surface. Huang Rong elucidated. "It cannot be said that way. At the time of that auction, none of you placed a bid, allowing the Qin Emperor to take advantage of the opportunity. But consider how many wealth points His Majesty has gained from that first-tier world. Acquiring a world for 500,000 is absolutely reasonable." Huang Rong spoke with fervor, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhu Hozhao. Reflecting on the previous auction where Qin Shi Huang had triumphed, Zhu Hozhao furrowed his brow deeply before ultimately nodding decisively. "Very well. I shall make the purchase." Just as the store was bustling once more due to the arrival of new merchandise, the war across the land of Jiuzhou reached its climactic finale. In the city of Guangzhou, the Yellow Turban Rebellion, which had persisted for over 6 months, was finally poised for resolution. Outside the city, renowned figures such as Huang Fusong, Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, and Liu Bei surrounded a venerable swordsman clad in white. This swordsman, though advanced in age, emanated a piercing sword intent that seemed capable of cleaving through all that surrounded him. He was none other than the revered sword god, Wang Yu, a royal patron of the Han dynasty. Despite the decline of the Han dynasty, Wang Yu's presence, a formidable being of celestial caliber, ensured its stability. It could be said that the very fate of the Han realm rested upon his shoulders. This was precisely why, despite the severity of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Emperor Ling of Han had refrained from deploying Wang Yu to eliminate Zhang Jiao. Wang Yu's safety was paramount. Should anything befall him, the Han imperial family would find it impossible to quell the numerous noble clans beneath them, jeopardizing the very essence of the dynasty's rule. Although Emperor Ling was somewhat indulgent, He was not foolish, which explained his reluctance to unleash Wang Yu even amidst the emergence of the 10 Great Dynasties ranking. Fully aware that the Han could no longer permit the Yellow Turban uprising to persist. However, the emperor could no longer bear the burden of inaction. The upcoming auction promised the emergence of a fourth-tier world, and if the Yellow Turban rebellion remained unchecked, the Han would struggle to develop normally, growing increasingly weak until ultimately consumed by surrounding dynasties or nomadic tribes. Ultimately, Emperor Ling gritted his teeth and resolved to send Wang Yu into action, albeit with numerous cautions regarding his safety. Sword God, Zhang Jiao is within Guangzhong City. I beseech you to eradicate this fiend. Huang Fusang respectfully bowed before Wang Yu. We implore the Sword God to vanquish the sorcerer Zhang Jiao. Yuan Shao, Liu Bei, and Xiao Chao all bowed in reverence to Wang Yu. Yet, a barely perceptible smirk crept across Yuan Shao's face. Observing the crowd kneeling before him, Wang Yu nodded and spoke in a chilling tone. I shall solely take responsibility for the demise of Zhang Jiao. Thereafter, I will return to the royal capital. The remaining matters shall rest with you. Your command shall be obeyed, Sword God. The crowd responded with utmost respect. With that, Wang Yu advanced without hesitation, the sword intent enveloping him and manifesting as a sharp, radiant energy outside Guangzong City. On the battlements of Guangzong, Zhang Jiao and his two brothers observed Wang Yu's approach, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Eldest brother. This Wang Yu is courting death by daring to challenge you. He must be eliminated. Zhang Bao's face was icy, his eyes fixated on Wang Yu, eager to strike him down at once. Zhang Jiao narrowed his eyes, his countenance serious as he remarked, Wang Yu, as a seasoned celestial master, possesses astonishing swordsmanship. His approach is a clear indication of him gathering strength. We cannot allow him to proceed any further. Zhang Jiao discerned Wang Yu's intentions and his expression hardened with resolve. Sword God. This is the legendary figure. Today, let me witness the true might of a celestial swordsman. Zhang Jiao shouted fervently. Heavenly Lord, grant me power. With a thunderous roar, he ascended into the air, the skies darkening with ominous clouds, flashes of lightning illuminating the heavens. Wang Yu, prepare to meet your doom. Zhang Jiao bellowed, pointing his staff toward the roiling clouds above, and instantly, bolts of lightning crackled. From the tempestuous storm, a colossal figure of thunder materialized. Go forth. With the swift motion of Zhang Jiao's staff, the colossal thunder giant surged forward, enveloped in an endless torrent of lightning, charging towards Wang Yu. With his eyes wide open, Wang Yu bellowed, one sword shatters myriad loss. In an instant, a brilliant beam of sword light emerged, darting towards the thunder giant. The formidable sword radiance pierced through the lightning unleashed by the giant, propelling itself towards its very essence. Boom, boom, boom. Blades of light slashed across the body of the thunder giant, leaving behind a multitude of scars, causing the thunder giant to stagger backward repeatedly. How audacious! Wang Yu dares to defy the might of the yellow heaven. Zhang Jiao roared in fury, propelling himself forward and merging into the thunder giant. In an instant, the thunder giant radiated with brilliance, wielding a formidable thunder spear that effortlessly sent Wang Yu's sword flying. Wang Yu swiftly leaped forward, catching the sword and striking back at the thunder giant. For a time, the two were locked in an intense struggle, leaving both the Han army and the Yellow Turban forces outside and inside Guangzong City in a state of astonishment. Break. After a prolonged battle, a thunderous roar erupted from Wang Yu in the sky. In an instant, a beam of sword light soared, piercing through the body of the thunder giant, who let out a deafening howl before dissipating into nothingness. Amidst this spectacle, the figures of Wang Yu and Zhang Jiao emerged. At that moment, Wang Yu's sword had penetrated Zhang Jiao's chest, leaving his complexion ashen and blood gushing from his mouth. Wang Yu's garments were in tatters, his body charred and battered, reflecting his own dire condition. Brother! On the walls of Guangzong City, both Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang exclaimed. Splendid! The sword god is magnificent! Huang Fusang and the others immediately erupted in fervent cheers. Zhang Jiao gazed at Wang Yu, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he burst into laughter. Wang Yu, do you truly believe you have emerged victorious? From the moment you stepped out of the Han Imperial City, your demise was sealed. What? Wang Yu's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Behind Wang Yu, a long spear suddenly materialized, surrounded by a phoenix soaring gracefully, radiating an endless brilliance as it lunged toward him. No, Wang Yu exclaimed, his face pale with shock. Just as he attempted to draw his sword to parry, Zhang Jiao tightly grasped the hilt, rendering him unable to move it even slightly. In an instant, the spear lunged forth, piercing through Wang Yu's celestial domain, ripping through the fabric of his back and penetrating his chest. Gazing at the tip of the spear protruding from his torso, disbelief etched itself upon Wang Yu's visage. The 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, You are Tong Yuan. Turning his head, Wang Yu beheld an elderly man clad in simple coarse cloth, gripping the other end of the long spear. It was none other than the renowned Northern Spear King, Tong Yuan of the Han Dynasty. Darkness enveloped Wang Yu's vision as he glanced towards the direction of Huang Fusang and the others, a realization dawning upon him. So, you were all in league together. In his daze, he caught sight of Tong Yuan's icy countenance, saw the triumphant smirk upon Yuan Shao's face, and the astonished expression of Huang Fusang. Just before closing his eyes for the final time, he glimpsed a massive wheel rising in the northern expanse of Guangzhou City, exuding an overwhelming force as it slowly descended upon them. Subsequently, his body fell alongside the spear as it was withdrawn, plummeting to the ground with Zhang Jiao. General of the heavens, Zhang Jiao, is dead. The sword god of the Han, Wang Yu, is dead. Before the Han army's encampment, Cao Cao suddenly turned to Yuan Shao, shouting, "Thank you, what have you done?" Liu Bei, seemingly struck by a realization, along with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, found themselves unable to distance themselves from Yuan Shao. With frosty eyes, Yuan Shao declared, "The Emperor of Han is foolish. In this age of great contention, he is unworthy to govern the Han. The Han shall belong to the great clans. Today, the sword god has perished, and with Master Tong Yuan's assistance, our noble houses shall achieve greatness. Moda, do you wish to aid me?" Cao Cao, confronted by Yuan Shao's aggressive demeanor, felt his expression stiffen. At that moment, Huang Fusang's voice suddenly resounded, "Not good. Look to the sky. High above, a colossal wheel slowly ascended from the north, inexorably approaching Guangzhou City. Before it even arrived, the oppressive aura it emanated caused the northern city walls of Guangzhou to collapse as countless yellow-turbaned soldiers screamed and struggled, their lives snuffed out beneath the weight of this formidable wheel. What is this? Yuan Shao and the others were all struck with terror. In the sky, Tong Yuan's expression changed dramatically as he gripped his spear tightly. At that moment, a spear suddenly shot out from beneath the massive wheel, arriving before Tong Yuan in the blink of an eye. Startled, Tong Yuan raised his spear in an attempt to block it, but the spear, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, swiftly pierced through his celestial domain and his body. The immense will of martial arts obliterated all traces of life within Tong Yuan in an instant, and his body fell thereafter. The Northern Land's king, Tong Yuan, is dead. What? The faces of Yuan Shao and others changed dramatically. They never expected that Tong Yuan, whose cultivation had already reached the celestial realm and had just ambushed the sword god Wang Yu, would be pierced through by a spear. The spear recoiled, soaring towards the great wheel in the sky. It landed in the hands of a magnificently tall man, adorned in Mongolian imperial robes, exuding an imposing aura. Beside him stood a towering monk clad in a monk's robe, wearing a llama hat. These two were none other than the national master Basiba and Su Liawu, the younger brother of the former Emperor Kublai Khan of the Yuan dynasty, known by his Han name, Si Hanfei. The great Yuan has arrived. The two soared in the air, observing the standoff between the Yellow Turban Army and the Han army below. Behind them, clouds of dust billowed as a formidable cavalry of the Mongolian Yuan surged forward with great speed. Humph! The Han people are fond of internal strife. It appears that annihilating the Han dynasty will be as easy as turning over a hand. Su Liawu snorted coldly and directly addressed Basiba, saying, "National Master, let us join forces and slaughter this battlefield." Basiba intoned a Buddhist chant. Umaba, all beings suffer. One must enter the cycle of life and death to purify one's sins. The great will of life and death. As Basiba spoke, he joined his hands in prayer, and the immense great wheel behind him slowly descended towards Guangzhou City. Within the city, over 100,000 yellow-turbaned soldiers turned pale with fear. "Stop!" At that moment, a resounding shout echoed, and immediately, a series of talismans materialized out of thin air, standing resolutely beneath the wheel of life and death. Astonishingly, the seemingly colossal wheel was halted by these seemingly insignificant talismans. Basiba gazed ahead with a hint of perplexity. Before him appeared an elder clad in a Taoist robe, the illustrious Suosi. The countenance of Huang Fusang instantly brightened. The visitor was none other than the celestial figure of the Han dynasty, Suosi. It was unexpected that Suosi possessed such formidable prowess. A look of astonishment also crossed Cao Cao's face. Suosi stood suspended in the air. Addressing Basiba and Si Hanfei, "Why does the Mongol Yuan invade our Han territory without cause?" Su Liawu snorted disdainfully in this era of great conflict. "My Mongol Yuan shall unify the realm. I presume you are the guardian deity of the Han. Today, I shall slay you and see who can thwart my Mongolian cavalry." As he spoke, the long spear in his hand was gradually raised. "Mongol Yuan? They are formidable warriors of the Mongol Yuan. The one wielding the yin-yang cycle of life and death is indeed the state sorcerer of the Mongol Yuan. Damn it, can Zhuo Xi withstand a 2-on-1 confrontation? In front of the Han army camp, Huang Fusong, Cao Cao, and others began to converse. In the air, Zhuo Xi remained vigilant against Su Laiwu and Ba Ziba. While simultaneously advising Huang Fusong and the others, the Mongol Yuan invades, General Huang Fu, quickly withdraw your troops and fortify for assistance. The Mongol Yuan cannot be resisted by our Han alone. Urgently seek aid from the Central Plains nations. Indeed, Huang Fusong responded hastily. Retreat, retreat, he bellowed. And in an instant, the Han army commenced a rapid withdrawal, abandoning even their tents. In the skies above, the great battle finally commenced. Go, Su Laiwu bellowed, thrusting his spear towards Zhuo Xi. Simultaneously, Ba Ziba pressed his palm down, and the yin-yang wheel of life and death crushed towards Zhuo Xi. Facing two opponents, Zhuo Xi, amidst the turbulent surge of his mystical powers, summoned wind, rain, thunder, and lightning to counter their assault. In an instant, the fierce battle among the three transformed the surroundings into a chaotic and perilous realm. A day later, the news that the formidable Zhuo Xi of the Great Han had been grievously wounded and repelled by the Mongolian Yuan's two land immortals, Ba Ziba and Su Laiwu, spread throughout the Central Plains. In the palace of Xianyang, Qin Shi Huang sat in a high position, while Wei Liao reported below. Your Majesty. The Mongolian Yuan advances with great ferocity, claiming that 3 land immortals are personally leading the charge, accompanied by 300,000 archers. They have launched a surprise attack on the Great Han, and our forces are in retreat. The Mongolian Yuan's vanguard has reached the capital of the Great Han. As our Qin borders the Great Han, we must prepare for the worst. Qin Shi Huang narrowed his eyes and spoke in a contemplative tone. Land immortals? How could the Mongolian Yuan possess such a multitude of them? At this moment, Zhao Gao stepped forward to report, Your Majesty. The 3 land immortals of the Mongolian Yuan, Su Laiwu, Ba Ziba, and Ming Qi Hang, have been renowned figures for over a century. When the Mongolian Yuan swept across the frontier and invaded the 9 provinces, it was they who provided support from the shadows. Now, a century has passed. And with the era of great conflict upon us, they can no longer remain passive. Upon hearing Zhao Gao's words, the expressions of the courtiers in the hall changed drastically. The Mongolian Yuan had been a nightmare for the Central Plains a century ago. During their invasion, it took a coalition of major dynasties to barely withstand their onslaught. Even so, the Mongolian Yuan had annihilated the Jin dynasty, which occupied a province, leading to the slaughter of countless Chinese citizens. Now, with the Mongolian Yuan returning and 3 land immortals in tow, how could one not feel anxious? Qin Shi Huang nodded, observing the expressions of those present in the hall, and with a cold snort, declared, They are merely land immortals. Does our great Qin not possess them as well? With that, a vast aura emanated from Qin Shi Huang, and an overwhelming pressure shook the court. The countenances of all present changed dramatically. Land immortal? Zhao Gao's expression changed instantly. Indeed, Ying Zheng proclaimed with an air of arrogance, I am grateful to the esteemed lord of the hall, having now consumed the blood of the true dragon. I have transcended to the great ascension stage of the feathered ascension technique. As I stand at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, I am curious to see if the 3 terrestrial immortals of the Mongolian Yuan can withstand my 5 elements flying swords. Upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, the assembly within the grand hall erupted with joy, all kneeling in reverence. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your breakthrough to the great ascension stage. Long live Your Majesty. Long live the esteemed lord of the hall. With a countenance of authority and a voice as cold as steel, Ying Zheng commanded, Wei Liao, inform Emperor Liu Hang of Han to submit to our great Qin and merge into our dominion. I shall personally lead the expedition to slay the invading foes. Understood. In the shop, within the employee dormitory. Despite the shop's flourishing business, Lin Xing harbored no intention of allowing the employees to experience the fruits of their labor. Thus, the working hours remained a standard 8 hours, and post-work, each employee was free to manage their own time, be it for cultivation or outings. Now, an additional option had emerged, the ability to directly engage in celestial tasks to accumulate wealth points. Inside the dormitory, Duan Lang gazed at the servant-disciple-employee token in his hand, his expression shifting. Just moments ago, after work, Huang Rong had distributed the performance rewards to the staff. And upon witnessing Shifijuan and Chanxian each receiving at least 1 piece of extraordinary treasure, along with some even awarded a spiritual artifact, his heart ignited with fervor. What if these rewards were his own? Without delay, he returned to his dormitory and retrieved his employee token. It was time to commence task hunting. He must strive to become an outer sect disciple at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, he would gradually be outpaced by those employees. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Duan Lang immersed himself in the celestial tasks, rapidly searching for suitable missions. First-tier task, in the courtyard world, identify the thief who has stolen from Su Damao's household. With a reward of 50 wealth points. The reward was too meager. Dismissed. First-tier task, in the apartment of Love World. Assist Sang Shaoxian in realizing his dream of becoming a television host, with a reward of 100 wealth points. What is a television host? Never mind, on to the next. Duan Lang swiftly browsed through the tasks, yet most failed to meet his expectations. At last, his eyes brightened as he stumbled upon a fitting task. First-tier task, in the world of Bright Sword, aid Li Yunlong in conquering Ping'an County and rescuing Shouqin, with a reward of 200 wealth points. That's it. Duan Lang decisively seized the opportunity, and upon clicking, he vanished from the dormitory. In the world of Bright Sword, the independent regiment was fiercely assaulting Ping'an County. However, atop the county walls, several machine guns unleashed a relentless barrage, preventing the soldiers of the independent regiment from advancing. Li Yunlong ripped off his hat and shouted towards his men behind him, "Battalion commander, where the hell is your Italian cannon?" Zhang Dabu quickly grasped Li Yunlong's arm. His face filled with urgency as he implored, "Commander, please don't fire the cannon yet. Let me lead the brothers in one more charge." Li Yunlong, fire the cannon. Don't make me lose faith in you. Fire. Li Yunlong bellowed. Commander, I implore you. Zhang Dabiao desperately obstructed the Italian artillery, pleading with Li Yunlong. After all, that was the beloved wife of their esteemed commander, and if she were to be blasted to oblivion, the iron-willed men of the independent regiment would never forgive themselves for eternity. Do you require assistance? At that moment, a chilling voice resonated through the air. Li Yunlong and Zhang Dabiao turned to see a man in a blue uniform, wielding a long sword, slowly descending from the heavens. It was Duan Lang. What the hell? This kid can actually fly? The 2nd Battalion Commander's face displayed astonishment. Who is this brat? This battlefield is no place for your theatrics, Li Yunlong remarked icily, scrutinizing him. Are you here to rescue the woman on the city wall? Duan Lang disregarded their inquiries, directly addressing the wall of Ping'an County. I'm asking you a question. Where do you come from? Li Yunlong, already seething with rage over his wife's capture, felt his fury intensify at Duan Lang's brazen demeanor. Zhang Dabiao swiftly stepped forward to shield Li Yunlong, addressing Duan Lang. Yes. We are indeed here to save the woman on the city wall. At this moment, Zhang Dabiao had clearly discerned that the man before them was anything but ordinary. On the city wall, Shouqin cried out once more, Li Yunlong. I, young Shouqin, am yours in life and yours in death. Fire away. Yamamoto Ichimu. Witnessing young Shouqin's utter defiance against his orders to surrender to Li Yunlong, was immediately incensed. He drew his command blade, prepared to strike down young Shouqin. Shouqin, Li Yunlong exclaimed in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, Duan Lang sprang into action, soaring forward with remarkable agility. Mid-air, he hurled a concealed weapon, which, astonishingly, struck Yamamoto Ichimu's command sword from a distance of 1 to 200 meters, shattering it into 2 pieces. Baka! Kill him! Yamamoto bellowed furiously. Instantly, the machine guns atop the city walls unleashed a barrage of fire toward Duan Lang. Yet, suspended in the air, Duan Lang activated his protective aura, deflecting all incoming bullets. While he swiftly approached the walls. What? Witnessing the bullets proving ineffective against Duan Lang, both the Japanese soldiers and the members of the independent regiment were utterly astonished. Goodness! Is this man a deity? The bullets cannot harm him. How terrifying! This Chinese individual is truly formidable. Oh no, he is charging forward. Death! Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Duan Lang ascended the city wall, drawing his sword with a swift motion. Yamamoto Kazuki barely had time to evade before his head was severed, blood gushing forth and splattering onto Shouqin. Ah, he has slain the colonel. Charge forth, avenge the colonel. On both sides, the Japanese soldiers of Yamamoto's special forces surged towards Duan Lang. Humph! Duan Lang let out a cold snort, and amidst the swirling sword chi, the Japanese soldiers atop the city wall were swiftly vanquished. Subsequently, with a single stroke of his sword, Duan Lang cleaved open the gates of Ping'an County, thereby breaching the city. The gates are open, brothers, charge with me. A fierce battle ensued, and Ping'an County fell into their hands. Li Yunlong approached Duan Lang, embracing young Shouqin tightly, and then expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Duan Lang. Ah, my brother, your skills are truly remarkable. With such prowess, I feel we could even conquer Taiyuan. Duan Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement as a notification resonated within the mission center. Ding! Congratulations, employee Duanlong has activated a hidden mission. Attack Taiyuan City. Would you like to accept? A smile graced Duanlong's face as he turned to Li Yunlong and said, Attack Taiyuan? Excellent. Meanwhile, within the halls of the Celestial Pavilion, Lin Xing also received a notification. Your miscellaneous disciple, Duanlong, has activated a hidden mission in the world of the Blade of the Sword to attack Taiyuan City. Oh, this Duanlong is quite impressive. Lin Xing's eyes gleamed with excitement, astonished that Duanlong had stumbled upon such fortune to trigger a hidden mission, which promised substantial rewards. He then swept his consciousness across the entire establishment and observed that most of the female attendants were resting, while the male attendants were busy undertaking tasks, amassing wealth points in the mission world. It appeared that the male attendants were aware that advancing to become outer disciples of the Celestial Pavilion through performance was exceedingly challenging, prompting them to pursue alternative paths. However, Lin Xing was unconcerned. Everyone has their own way to tread. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the door of his bedroom. My lord, are you asleep? Outside stood Yang Rui, clad in a flowing white gauze dress, exuding an ethereal aura akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. After the day's business concluded, she officially ended her duties at the shop and moved from the staff quarters into the serene confines of the Xiaoao Palace. Now, as an outer disciple, she had the privilege to reside directly within the disciples' quarters of the palace. However, recalling the scene from earlier when Huang Rong distributed the performance rewards, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Initially, she had been exhilarated when Huang Rong announced that she would receive a low-grade spiritual artifact. This was a treasure typically reserved for beings of divine stature. She could hardly fathom that she was to possess one. In all of the great sway, only those who ranked among the top 10 dynasties could even dream of being granted such a privilege. Indeed, one must maintain their position on the list for 3 months without being ousted to rightfully claim ownership of the artifact. The mere thought of possessing such a treasure filled her with uncontainable excitement. Yet, upon seeing the artifact, her face flushed crimson. It was, to her dismay, a delicate, gossamer-like spiritual artifact known as a belly band. Even now, the memory of the gazes cast upon her by the other women in the room caused her cheeks to warm. How could the Lord reward her with such an artifact? Once back in her room, Yang Rui gazed at the ethereal silk belly band, her mind wandering into a realm of fanciful thoughts. Could it be that the Lord had taken a liking to her, hinting at something deeper? Should she acquiesce to his desires? As she contemplated her father's expectations and the precarious fate of the Great Sway, which had teetered on the brink of collapse over a month ago, her heart surged with emotion. It was all thanks to the Lord that the tide had turned. Otherwise, her father would have remained in his usual state, and the Great Sway would likely have been even more fragmented than it was now. Ultimately, as she recalled Lin Xing's handsome and ethereal visage, akin to a celestial being, Yang Rui resolved to act. After bathing and changing, she approached Lin Xing's door. Inside, Lin Xing, hearing the sound, felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. Was that Yang Rui's voice? What could she possibly want? Come in, Lin Xing said directly. As the door swung open, he lifted his gaze towards the entrance, and his eyes widened in astonishment. There stood a breathtaking beauty, clad in a sheer gown. Her face flushed with shyness as she looked at him. The hem of her gown swayed gently, revealing her enchanting figure. Beneath it, she wore the low-grade spiritual artifact, the snow silkworm silk bodice. In that instant, Lin Xing felt a surge of warmth coursing through his veins. My goodness, has Yang Rui become so audacious? Sensing Lin Xing's gaze upon her, Yang Rui blushed even more. Yet, she eventually took a few hesitant steps forward and bowed before Lin Xing. For the great kindness you have shown to the Great Sway and to me, I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. I wish to serve you wholeheartedly from this day forth, and I implore you to take me in. Lin Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a sweep of his thoughts, he grasped her intentions. In truth, it was not just her. The female attendants who came here had all, to varying degrees, received hints from their sects or family elders on how to win the favor of the Lord of the Hall. Whether they would take this step after grappling with their own desires would depend on their individual resolve. Lin Xing was well aware of this dynamic, yet he remained indifferent. For him, attendants were primarily valued for their ability to generate profit. The allure of beauty was secondary. However, with such an opportunity presented before him, Lin Xing, not one to feign moral superiority, saw no reason to be coy. He raised his right hand, and Yang Rui's form floated into his embrace. Gazing at her delicate, bashfully closed eyes, Lin Xing inquired with a calm demeanor. Have you made up your mind? Yang Rui, with her eyes tightly shut, nodded and shyly implored. I beseech the Lord of the Hall to show mercy. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Lin Xing awoke amidst a flurry of distress signals. rising with a refreshing clarity of mind. Upon noticing Yang Rui attempting to rise to serve him, he promptly halted her. "No need to rush. Please rest for now." As he spoke, 3 items materialized in Lin Xing's hand: a cultivation technique, elixirs, and a delicate spiritual weapon, a flying sword. These were the standard provisions for disciples entering the outer sect of the Carefree Hall. This is the cultivation method for our outer sect disciples. The Jade Clarity Flying Immortal Technique, along with 10 superior-grade spiritual pills and a low-grade spiritual weapon, the Misty Rain Flying Sword. Once you are up, please store them away and devote yourself to cultivation. There will be tasks assigned to you shortly. Yes, thank you, Lord of the Hall. Yang Rui quickly knelt on the bed, bowing deeply to Lin Xing. He nodded and replied, "All right, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Lin Xing swiftly exited the room. Inside, Yang Rui gazed at the cultivation method and treasures left behind, her face blossoming with gratitude. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. In an instant, her expression shifted dramatically. My cultivation level has actually reached the Grandmaster realm? Although Yang Rui had trained in martial arts, her prowess had always been rather mediocre, barely reaching the innate stage. Remarkably, in just one night, she had ascended to the Grandmaster level. Such a transformation was astonishing. Could it be attributed to the Lord of the Hall? Meanwhile, Lin Xing remained oblivious to Yang Rui's musings. Observing the distress signals flooding in from the system, he wore a relaxed expression. Shailawang, Lord of the Hall. The spatial wormhole has reopened, and monsters are invading. The world is in peril. We seek assistance. After all this preparation, Newt has finally stirred up trouble, Lin Xing remarked with a smile. When he departed from the Pacific Rim world, his mental scan had already pinpointed Newt's hiding place. However, he had chosen not to confront him, preferring instead to allow him to open the wormhole and unleash a horde of monsters for amusement. Before leaving, Lin Xing had specifically left a communication talisman with Shailawang, instructing her to contact him in the event of a catastrophic crisis. Unexpectedly, it had taken this long for her to reach out. Now let us see what gifts these pioneers have prepared for me, Lin Xing mused as he locked onto the coordinates of the Pacific Rim world and traversed through. In the Pacific Rim world, in the capital of magic, chaos reigned. Monsters rampaged through the streets, their massive forms rendering all obstacles futile. Surrounding them, white unmanned mechas stood valiantly against the monstrous onslaught, engaged in fierce combat. Yet, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and the mechas began to falter. At the headquarters of the Shao Corporation, on the rooftop, Xiao Liwen watched in alarm as mechas were destroyed one after another. At this moment, two colossal monsters loomed nearby, a level 5 beast, the Thunder Beast, and a level 4 beast, the Sparrow Stinger. Beside them, the Vengeful Wanderers and Phoenix Gorillas fought desperately to hold their ground. But the situation grew increasingly dire with each passing moment as they sustained more and more grievous injuries. Beside Xiao Liwen, General Quan spoke urgently. Chairman Xiao, we must deploy the Super Mecha at once. The Phoenix Gorillas and Vengeful Wanderers can barely hold on. However, Xiao Liwen's expression remained resolute. No. That mecha is designated for the Lord of the Hall. No one else may touch it. But the operators of the unmanned mechas were within the building. Should the structure be breached, the monsters would run rampant, leading humanity to devastation. Fear was etched upon General Quan's face, reminiscent of a suit-clad figure caught in turmoil. Roar. At that moment, a furious growl resounded as the Thunder Beast unleashed a powerful electric strike upon the Phoenix Gorilla. Seizing the opportunity during its momentary malfunction, the beast charged forward. The Phoenix Gorilla was violently torn apart upon impact, and with a decisive stomp, the Thunder Beast obliterated the cockpit, resulting in the demise of all 3 mech warriors within. No. Jack and his companion cried out in despair within the confines of the Vengeful Wanderer. With a fierce swing of their chainswords, they repelled the level 4 monster, the Shrike, in a desperate attempt to rush forward and rescue the Phoenix Skirmisher. At that moment, the massive tail of the Thunder Beast lashed out violently, striking the Vengeful Wanderer with tremendous force and sending him crashing to the ground. General Xiao, upon witnessing the destruction of the Phoenix Gorilla and the downfall of the Vengeful Wanderer, General Quan's face was flushed with urgency, his veins prominently visible. Xiao Liwen clenched her hands tightly, her anxiety palpable as she observed the tense scene before her. Master, when will you arrive? She thought, feeling an undeniable need for assistance. Just then, a voice, calm and untroubled, echoed through the air. Xiao Liwen's face lit up with joy as she turned to see a graceful figure approaching. exuding an aura of formidable presence that captivated all who beheld it. Lord of the Hall, Xiao Liwen exclaimed with enthusiasm. Having met the Lord of the Hall, General Quan promptly paid his respects to Lin Sheng with a bow. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the individual before him. The last time the vengeful Obsidian attacked Sydney, it was effortlessly vanquished by two elder figures, leaving the world in shock. Those two elders were evidently subordinates of the man standing before him, which spoke volumes about the strength he possessed. Indeed, Lin Sheng nodded, then surveyed the surrounding scene before speaking leisurely. It appears your situation is rather dire. We beseech you, esteemed Lord of the Hall, to lend your assistance and save humanity. Xiao Liwen bowed deeply before Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng remained silent, gesturing towards a towering mech in the center of the base, over 100 meters tall, with a sleek, aerodynamic design and a striking golden hue, inquiring, "Is this prepared for me?" Indeed, this is the culmination of the most advanced technology and materials available globally. Crafted for your esteemed self, we humbly request that you bestow it with a name. Lin Sheng nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Let it be called Endless Armament." With that, Lin Sheng concentrated his thoughts, and with a mere gesture, the colossal mech ascended into the air effortlessly. "Oh my goodness!" exclaimed Xiao Liwen and her companions, utterly astonished. What extraordinary power was this? Merely a wave of the hand enabled this colossal mech, weighing several thousand tons, to ascend into the air. It is worth noting that this mech was custom-built for Lin Sheng, designed according to his specifications, disregarding weight constraints, and focusing solely on the most formidable configuration, the most striking appearance, and the most formidable firepower. Furthermore, in a bid to appease Lin Sheng, this mech was constructed to be immensely large, the tallest and most powerful ever created, towering nearly twice as high as the mainstream mech, the Vengeance Wanderer, and weighing several times more, approaching a staggering 10,000 tons. This mech, upon its creation, was deemed by humanity's foremost experts in neuronal medicine to require at least 5 individuals to operate simultaneously. Yet, astonishingly, it possessed only a single cockpit. With a fierce roar, the thunderous beast toppled the vengeful wanderer and charged towards the Shao Corporation building, intent on wreaking havoc upon the structure that housed the operator of the unmanned mech. However, just as it was about to collide with the edifice, a shadow loomed ominously above it. The creature glanced upward, only to witness a colossal mech descending with great force. With a resounding bang, the sheer weight of the impact sent the formidable 5th-level beast crashing to the ground. "Indeed, I shall take the helm for a moment," Lin Sheng remarked, his figure flickering before he instantaneously transported himself into the cockpit. "Ah, what is this?" Xiao Liwen and General Quan were once again astonished. What kind of divine operation was this? With Lin Sheng's celestial-level cultivation, a mere sweep of his mind rendered the operation of this colossal mecha clear as day. Subsequently, as he connected with the mecha, the towering, over 150 meters tall, infinitely armed mecha's eyes suddenly gleamed to life. Roar. Upon witnessing the thunder beast being struck down by the mech, the Shrike could no longer concern itself with the fallen vengeful wanderer. With a furious cry, it charged towards the mech piloted by Lin Sheng. "So you have come. Let me offer you as a sacrifice." A faint smile graced Lin Sheng's lips as he swung his infinitely armed arms, summoning 2 chainswords that gleamed with a golden radiance. With a resounding thud, the endless armored mecha advanced several paces, its right hand wielding a chainsword that descended with tremendous force. In an instant, the burrowing thorn, a formidable level 4 beast, was cleaved asunder by a single strike. Subsequently, Lin Sheng pivoted gracefully, brandishing the chainsword in his left hand and driving it into the creature's brain. In but a fleeting encounter, this level 4 monstrosity, which had been locked in a fierce struggle with the vengeful wanderer, was vanquished by Lin Sheng's mastery of the endless armored mecha. Roar. At this moment, the thunder beast rose to its feet, its helmet closing tightly as it charged fiercely towards Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng maneuvered his mech to execute a sudden backward leap, soaring through the air as he swung down the connecting blade in his hand. Instantly, a gaping wound was inflicted upon the thunder beast's body. With a resounding thud, the relentless armored mech descended, advancing without pause. In a few swift strides, it caught up with the charging thunder beast, delivering a decisive blow that severed its head in an instant. In the blink of an eye, these 2 incredibly ferocious creatures were effortlessly dispatched by Lin Sheng. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. This is impossible. A man controlling something with a tablet atop a towering building exclaimed in disbelief, his face contorted with anger. Newt felt as though he were on the brink of madness. Over a month ago, He had been steadily advancing his plan to control the drone mechs and establish a link to an alien wormhole. Suddenly, two individuals appeared from nowhere, disrupting his plans involving his manipulative female boss and Sanmatsu. To make matters worse, his identity was exposed on the spot, prompting him to flee with several mechs in haste. After hiding for over a month, Newt finally managed to gain complete control over the drone mechs, severing all ties with the Shao group. Cautiously, he opened the wormhole. By the time it was detected by the PPDC and drone mechs were dispatched to intervene, 5 monsters had already emerged from the other side, including a level 5 beast. The incoming drone mechs were effortlessly torn to shreds. Soon after, the pioneers on the other end of the wormhole began to send forth monsters in a relentless stream. In just a few days, dozens of ferocious beasts had surged forth. Had it not been for the relatively decent stock of drone mechs under Shao Liwen's command and the formidable strength of the 6th-generation machines, the world might have succumbed to chaos. To utterly eradicate human resistance, Newt left 5 monsters to guard the wormhole while he personally led 10 beasts towards the Magic City, intent on obliterating the Shao Group's headquarters and extinguishing human defiance. Just as success seemed imminent, a massive mech suddenly appeared. In mere moments, one of his level 5 monsters and a level 4 monster were dispatched, leaving him questioning his very existence. Damn it, where did that colossal mech come from? How is it possible to operate such a machine? Who summoned its pilots? Newt cursed, his face reflecting sheer hysteria. On the rooftop of the Shao building, General Quan stood in stunned silence, murmuring in disbelief, "Incredible, simply astounding. This lord can operate such a gigantic mech single-handedly." Tears glistened in Shao Liwen's eyes as she excitedly nodded, declaring, "I knew he could do it. The lord certainly can. He is the savior of the Blue Star." On the ground, the vengeful wanderer watched in awe as the endless display of armored mechs unfolded. "My God, I always thought this mech was merely a showcase toy. I never imagined it could actually be controlled," Jack said, his expression blank as he beheld the towering mech, over 150 meters tall, leaving him questioning his own reality. It's double the size of the vengeful wanderer. It must require at least 5 people to operate. Nate was equally astonished. "The power of this mech is beyond belief. I suspect no monster could withstand it," Jack asserted, simultaneously maneuvering the body of the dangerous wanderer to quickly repair and regain its stance. Lin Xing felt exhilarated, personally operating 2 mechs, defeating monsters with the mech's armaments rather than relying solely on his own formidable celestial powers. It felt entirely different, giving him a sense of a game spilling into reality. "Unfortunately, there aren't enough monsters. I haven't even tested the mech's full capabilities." Lin Xing pouted, then turned his gaze towards a nearby skyscraper, his eyes honing in on Newt atop the building. "Newt, your monsters are somewhat lacking. Can you summon more?" Lin Xing spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction and teasing, causing Newt to instinctively retreat in fear. He had thought the giant mech had discovered him, certain that his demise was imminent. However, upon hearing Lin Xing's words, his face froze in shock. The adversary not only spared his life but also requested more monsters. A more contemptuous act was hard to fathom. Enraged, Newt's expression twisted into a grimace as he rapidly manipulated the tablet. "Damn it, you think my monsters are weak and want more? I'll grant your wish." With his commands, the monsters that had been wreaking havoc in the Magic City abruptly halted, turning their attention towards the endless armored mech operated by Lin Xing. With a resounding roar, the monsters surged towards Lin Xing. He nodded in satisfaction. This was more like it. With that, Lin Xing sheathed his chainsword and charged forward. A level 4 beast, adorned with long, twisted horns, charged at him. With a flick of his right hand, an electric whip materialized alongside his endlessly armed right side. In an instant, he lashed out, ensnaring the creature's horns with the whip. Roar! A tremendous surge of electricity coursed through, causing the beast to emit a series of anguished howls. In an instant, Lin Xing yanked forcefully, drawing the creature closer. His infinitely armed right fist radiated a brilliant blue light, striking the beast's horn with such force that it shattered. Subsequently, with an impressive grip, he seized the colossal creature, measuring over 80 meters in length. Without hesitation, he executed a powerful knee lift, combined with a downward thrust of his arms, ultimately delivering a devastating blow that cleaved the beast in two. The onlookers were utterly astonished. How brutal it was to literally snap the monster's body in half. Is this the advantage of colossal size? Indeed, it seems that mechs must be grand. Roar! 2 more monstrous beasts charged forward. With a mere thought from Lin Xing, an array of tactical missiles erupted from his heavily armed shoulders and waist, striking the beast with precision. Instantly, the creatures were felled to the ground by the force of the missiles. At that moment, a piercing shriek pierced the air as a flying beast descended from the sky, targeting the endless armor controlled by Lin Xing. The endless armor looked up, and two beams of laser shot forth from its eyes, striking one of the creature's wings and piercing it with a gaping hole. The beast lost its balance and plummeted to the ground. As a fully equipped mech boasting cutting-edge technology, the endless armor was not without its laser weaponry. With a single strike, Lin Xing brought down the flying beast and stepped forward, seizing its neck with the massive arm of the mech while his right hand's plasma cannon gathered energy. No, no, no. Newt shouted frantically as Lin Xing fired, obliterating the beast's head. Damn it. This is your doing. You forced my hand. Newt screamed, his fingers dancing rapidly across his tablet. Instantly, the city trembled, and swarms of smaller creatures surged forth like a flood, overwhelming countless streets as they raced toward the remaining beasts. General Quan's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "This is bad. Stop them." Lin Sheng observed the rapidly advancing smaller monsters, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why stop them? He had been waiting for their arrival. Lin Xing was well aware that Newt was unleashing his ultimate move, intending to merge these creatures into a super beast. As for Lin Xing's perspective, he calmly anticipated the completion of their fusion. The previous level 4 and 5 monsters appeared as mere small animals beneath the towering frame of Lin Xing's endless armor, which stood over 150 meters tall. It felt as if he were merely familiarizing himself with the mech's capabilities. These monsters fell in an instant, devoid of any gaming experience. Now, a significant challenge was finally approaching. Indeed, the remaining 6 monsters hastily converged at a single point, their bodies pressing together. Swarms of smaller beasts climbed atop them, and in an instant, the larger creatures began to fuse rapidly. In Magic City, the headquarters of the Shao Group, Newt had labored for years, secretly producing countless small monsters, with an abundance of smaller creatures. The number that could be fused far exceeded the mere 3 that had combined in Tokyo in the original narrative. As they beheld the slowly coalescing fused beast, the faces of Jack and his companion from the Vengeful Wanderer paled. "We can't allow them to merge successfully. We must scatter them," they shouted, directing the missiles from the shoulders of the Vengeful Wanderer toward the creatures in the midst of fusion. Simultaneously, the Vengeful Wanderer charged toward the beast, swinging its dual blades with determination. However, at that moment, the fusion was complete. A towering creature, standing 200 meters tall and weighing nearly 20,000 tons, rose abruptly before them. Roar! The beast let out a furious bellow, striking out with its formidable claw, instantly shattering the blade of the Vengeful Wanderer. In that moment, the creature lunged forward, delivering a powerful headbutt that crashed heavily onto the Vengeful Wanderer. The impact sent the Wanderer hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground, leaving the cockpit utterly destroyed. Inside, Jack and Knight lay amidst a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. Damn it! The Vengeful Wanderer is finished. General Quan slammed his hand against the railing, anguish etched across his face. How could this combined beast be so powerful? Despair overwhelmed him. Xiao Liwen also displayed signs of panic, but when her gaze fell upon the endless armed mech charging towards the formidable creature, her expression swiftly transformed into one of calm confidence as she declared, "I have faith in Lord Master, no matter how powerful the beast. It shall be utterly vanquished in his hands." Indeed, the creature possessed considerable might. Observing the beast, which was even larger than himself, Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction before stretching his body. It is time to take the stage. With that, the immense form of the endless armed mech sprang into action. With a resounding roar, 2 plumes of fire erupted beneath the colossal war machine, propelling it skyward as it charged towards the monstrous behemoth. Suspended in midair atop the mech, the crew unleashed a torrent of firepower, launching missile after missile and unleashing beams of laser energy upon the formidable creature. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed as the colossal monster endured a barrage of missile strikes. Regrettably, its massive form merely swayed slightly, sustaining little damage. However, Lin Xing was utterly unconcerned. Suspended in midair, a radiant glow erupted from beneath her feet, and with a forceful strike, she descended upon the creature's head. With a resounding crash, Lin Xing's electric heavy kick struck the monstrous creature, causing its massive form to sway momentarily. However, the immense force of the attack rapidly transmitted through its body, ultimately converging at the tip of its colossal tail. In an instant, it retaliated with a fierce swing, hurling its tail towards Lin Xing. Astonishingly, this creature could counterattack. Lin Xing deftly evaded the sweeping tail, which obliterated a nearby skyscraper in one fell swoop, cleaving it cleanly in two. Unfazed, Lin Xing brandished his chainsword, moving with agility akin to a martial arts master, relentlessly assaulting the super monster. Despite the creature's formidable strength, it found itself on the defensive against Lin Sheng's nimbleness, providing him ample opportunity to indulge in the thrill of being a mech warrior. Boom. At last, Lin Sheng brought his sword down with force, striking the monstrous tail. The blade shattered upon impact, and having had his fill, Lin Sheng retreated. Above the towering building, Newt's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Huh, the blade is broken. Let us see what you can do now. My precious, go forth and rend it asunder. Newt, under the delusion that Lin Sheng had become defenseless and incapable of retaliation, commanded the beast to charge forward. Alas, the Lord's blade has shattered. General Quan gasped in astonishment. Xiao Liwen furrowed her brows, troubled. Is the quality of the weapon truly inadequate? She pursed her lips, grappling with the uncomfortable reality of such a significant flaw in her product. However, at that moment, the heavily armed mech retrieved another intact blade. It is time to conclude this. Lin Sheng exhaled, his tone decidedly relaxed. Come forth, the Xianjing's soul-locking spear. Outside, the colossal beast lunged towards the heavily armed mech. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed across the sky, revealing a spear emanating a dark radiance. This spear, initially measuring about 2 meters, rapidly elongated in the wind, transforming into an imposing Xianjing spear over 200 meters in length. As a premium artifact acquired through Lin Xing's 10 consecutive draws, the spear possessed the remarkable ability to adjust its size. With the spear now perfectly suited to his needs, the mech grasped it firmly in both hands and faced the oncoming beast, thrusting the spear forward. The creature's armored shields swiftly converged, attempting to block the attack. Yet, the might of a premium artifact was beyond the capacity of a mere third-tier beast to withstand. With a soft pop, the creature's skull shield was effortlessly torn apart as if it were made of paper. In an instant, the gun's tip precisely pierced through the monster's eye, swiftly penetrating into its brain. With a resounding crash, the colossal monster toppled to the ground, having engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Xing for an extended period, only to be vanquished in a single, decisive blow. No, this is inconceivable. Newt was instantly consumed by madness. What manner of weapon is this? General Quan was also taken aback, turning to Xiao Liwen with a questioning gaze. Is this weapon of your design as well? Xiao Liwen shook her head. A look of bewilderment etched upon her face. At this moment, Xiao Liwen was also in a state of bewilderment. The combined monster, with its colossal size and formidable strength, undoubtedly surpassed a level 7 beast, exhibiting an impenetrable defense. Even the super mech, infinite armament, constructed with all the advanced technology of the Xiao Group, found it exceedingly challenging to breach its defenses. According to Xiao Liwen's estimation, only the use of nuclear weapons could potentially eradicate this creature. However, just as despair began to envelop her, Lin Sheng unexpectedly produced a long spear capable of altering its size at will. With a single thrust, he pierced through the defenses of the super monster, annihilating it completely. Xiao Liwen was utterly stunned. What kind of weapon was this? How could it possess such extraordinary power? It was entirely understandable that she could not comprehend the might of such a treasure, as an ordinary inhabitant of Blue Star could hardly fathom its grandeur. After vanquishing the super-combined beast, Lin Sheng stowed away the Xianjing soul-locking spear and made his way directly towards Newt. Observing the destruction of his creation, Newt was left in a state of utter shock. Upon seeing Lin Sheng approach, a look of sheer terror crossed his face. Damn it, he is coming. I must flee. Panic-stricken, Newt turned to escape, but there was no way Lin Sheng would allow him to get away. Come here. Lin Sheng directly unleashed the gravitational slingshot, causing Newt, who had just turned to flee, to be lifted into the air and land in the grasp of Lin Sheng's endless armament. What do you want? Newt shouted in panic. Lin Sheng wore an expressionless face, employing the soul-searching technique from the Hongmeng Emperor's scriptures, instantly infiltrating Newt's mind. As a pinnacle expert of the 4th tier in the celestial realm, who cultivated a transcendent technique of the 10th tier, extracting the soul of an ordinary person was utterly effortless. In a mere moment, Lin Sheng acquired the information he sought. Casually discarding Newt, who had fallen into a state of idiocy, he sent him plummeting from a height of over 100 meters, resulting in Newt's immediate demise upon impact. However, Lin Sheng remained wholly indifferent. With the monsters eradicated, the only utility Newt possessed was to relay the information regarding the progenitors through soul-searching. Through Newt's memories, Lin Sheng discovered that the progenitors were a race possessing advanced spatial and biotechnological capabilities, capable of creating countless war beasts to aid in their conquests across various worlds. Moreover, the progenitors operated under a strict hierarchy, with higher-ranking commanders controlling numerous lesser progenitors in their campaigns against alternate realms. Currently, the entity invading this Pacific Rim world was a sixth-tier progenitor. As Lin Sheng swiftly organized the information gleaned from Newt, his eyes gleamed with excitement. The Pacific Rim world indeed proved promising. He had not anticipated that the progenitors could connect so many worlds. Were not these worlds all rightfully his? Furthermore, if he could amalgamate the technologies of the Blue Star world with those of the progenitor world to forge weapons or produce monstrous creations, it could potentially yield a significant boost in business for the Celestial Palace. Presently, the Celestial Palace had enlisted the expertise of Master Yao for alchemical endeavors, and Lin Sheng had also provided Master Yao with the true insights of the all-world alchemy, prompting further research. The alchemical business of the Celestial Palace was undoubtedly secure in the short term. However, the aspect of weapon forging remained a considerable shortcoming. Lin Sheng had initially hoped to encounter a world advanced in forging before addressing this deficiency. Yet, upon witnessing the technological level of the Pacific Rim world and the progenitor world, he felt confident that the Pacific Rim could serve as his forging base. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Sheng's figure flickered, leaving the endless armament and approaching Xiao Liwen. Master Lin, Xiao Liwen, and General Quan hurriedly bowed before Lin Sheng, their faces reflecting a profound reverence. It was terrifying. The seemingly formidable beast legion was utterly obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere ants under the might of Master Lin. Such colossal mechas could be piloted single-handedly, showcasing an unfathomable level of psychic power that transcended human capabilities. Lin Sheng glanced at the two and remarked, "The materials from these beasts are abundant and can be utilized to advance the technology of Blue Star. Li Wen, I am pleased with the mechas you have crafted, but I believe they can be further enhanced." Xiao Liwen promptly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Sheng pointed his right hand, tapping her forehead. An immense influx of information surged into Xiao Liwen's mind. This encompassed advanced technologies from the Pioneer world, which she could integrate with their own to produce more powerful weapons. Mechas and armors, specifically to serve my Xianyao Hall. Thank you, Master Lin. I will not disappoint your expectations. Xiao Liwen's eyes sparkled with joy at this revelation. The technology of the Pioneers was astounding. Just look at those beasts, capable of creating more creatures like a deity. This alone placed Blue Star humanity in their shadow. Not to mention the advanced wormhole technology, high-strength materials science, and neuron technology. Now, these technologies were within her grasp, and Master Lin had directly assigned her to serve Xianyao Hall, a tremendous blessing indeed. In addition to transmitting the technological knowledge of the Pioneer world, Lin Sheng had also imparted some insights about Xianyao Hall, leaving Xiao Liwen with a sense of awe regarding its power and the extraordinary nature of its existence. She felt that by aligning herself with Master Lin, she could achieve immortality. However, she lamented that Master Lin seemed more focused on her abilities. If she faltered, the risk of being replaced loomed. In that moment, Xiao Liwen resolved to diligently absorb the knowledge she had just received from the Pioneer world. Observing her attitude, Lin Sheng nodded. This girl, resembling a sweet and charming figure, exhibited a certain dominance in front of others, yet here, her demeanor was notably humble. He then turned his attention to General Quan and spoke in a calm tone. From now on, the Blue Star world shall be under the protection of our Xianyao Hall. The Xiao Group will serve exclusively our hall, and I do not wish to see anyone, any nation or organization troubling them. Furthermore, should the Xiao Group require assistance, I expect cooperation from all nations. Please relay this message to the leaders of Blue Star, should they have any objections. Lin Sheng paused, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. General Quan felt a chill run down his spine and hastily responded, "Rest assured, Master Lin, I will convey your message. I believe there will be no dissent." Lin Sheng nodded slowly, stating, in return, "Xianyao Hall will assist you in entirely eliminating the beasts that have crossed over from the Pioneer world. Additionally, we shall launch a direct assault into the Pioneer world through the wormhole, eradicating them completely." General Quan's eyes lit up, according to Master Lin's words. The issue of beast invasions would be resolved once and for all. He excitedly exclaimed, "Thank you, Master Lin." Lin Sheng regarded the two and announced, "Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Shortly, I will send someone to oversee Blue Star and monitor this world." With that, Lin Sheng activated the communication system and returned to Xianyao Hall. Outside the shop, since its inception, a continuous stream of people had gathered. Even though most of the small fry in the martial world lacked the means to enter the shop, as they couldn't even muster 10 wealth points, it did not deter them from coming to marvel at it. The shop had undeniably become a sacred ground of the martial realm. Traditional prestigious sects like Zihong Jingjai and Shaolin Wudong paled in comparison to the shop's prominence. On this day, many martial practitioners outside were engaged in lively discussions. Have you heard? The emperor of the Sui dynasty's daughter has been promoted to an outer disciple of Xianyao Hall. She is no longer simply a member of the shop, but one affiliated with the hall itself. Of course, this news has spread far and wide. Haha. You must be living under a rock. I heard that upon learning of Princess Rui's promotion to an outer disciple of Xianyao Hall, the Turks sent envoys to the Sui dynasty overnight, declaring their intention to withdraw from Jinzhou within 3 days. It seems the Sui dynasty has indeed secured a province. Still, they cannot compare to the Ming dynasty, which currently controls a province and a half, while the northern Song is on the brink of collapse. As the crowd continued their chatter, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, what is that?" Everyone looked up to see a luminous portal appearing in the sky above the open space in front of the shop. Following this, a massive iron construct descended from the heavens, prompting the surrounding crowd to scatter in alarm. With a thunderous crash, the colossal steel structure fell to the ground, causing the earth beneath to tremble. Many individuals from nearby shops rushed out in alarm to witness the spectacle. However, upon laying eyes on the enormous figure before them, astonishment gripped everyone present. Standing at an impressive height of over 150 meters, a magnificent steel giant loomed, dwarfing the nearly 100-meter-tall shops beside it. This towering automaton, adorned with a copper-gold hue interwoven with crimson patterns, exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur. Its vast form, coupled with the ominous red glow emanating from its eyes, instilled a profound sense of intimidation. What is this? Could it possibly be another treasure of the sect master? The sight of it left me utterly astounded. This steel giant was none other than the Super Mech Endless Armament, which Lin Xing had brought back from the Pacific Rim world. Upon returning to the Xiaoyao Hall, Lin Xing had casually transported this colossal mech along with him. However, placing such a magnificent entity within the confines of Xiaoyao Hall seemed a waste. Instead, he decided to position it outside the shop as a grand decorative figure. After all, even Universal Studios employs Transformers as mascots. What harm could there be in having a mech outside my shop? Furthermore, this mech possessed an automatic defense mechanism, standing there with its full arsenal ready. Any ill-intentioned individuals attempting to commit crimes outside the shop would be swiftly identified and met with high-tech retribution. Although the shop had already become a sanctuary for martial arts practitioners, attracting a substantial crowd daily, it also invited numerous opportunists. Despite the presence of the Great Sui Army maintaining order, there were always some who slipped through the cracks. By positioning the Endless Armament here, the surveillance and enforcement capabilities would extend throughout the city. While other areas may remain unguarded, at least this vicinity would undoubtedly become a safe haven. This arrangement would also provide a favorable environment for customers. Disregarding the opinions of those inside and outside the shop regarding the Endless Armament, Lin Xing summoned Yang Rui, Zhang Sanfeng, and Lang Fandon into the Xiaoyao Hall. Upon entering, the trio bowed respectfully to Lin Xing, who stood with an elegant and striking presence. Yang Rui's cheeks flushed crimson at the sight of him. Lin Xing acknowledged them with a nod and, without further ado, said, "Zhang Zhenren, Lang Daxia. You have both been part of my establishment for over a month now. I wonder how your wealth points have accumulated?" Zhang Sanfeng stroked his beard and replied, "Thank you for your concern, esteemed sect master. Through the completion of various tasks, I have amassed 180,000 wealth points. In a few days, I should have enough to request your assistance in resurrecting my beloved disciple." Lang Fandon nodded in agreement. "I am in a similar position. I shall also rely on your esteemed help when the time comes." Lin Xing smiled and said, "Then allow me to congratulate you both in advance. However, you need not continue accumulating wealth points for the time being, as I have a task for you." He then turned to Yang Rui and continued, "The task world I first took you to is a subordinate realm of our Xiaoyao Hall. I have decided to appoint you to oversee that realm on my behalf. Your immediate objective is to eliminate the monsters that have invaded from another world. What say you? Me? Manage a realm?" Yang Rui was momentarily taken aback. Although she hailed from royalty, she had never entertained the idea of ruling as an empress. The thought of governing an entire nation had never crossed her mind, let alone an entire world. Yet, upon hearing this unexpected challenge, she felt a stirring excitement within her. Indeed, your responsibility will be to produce and gather resources in this world to supply the shop. In return, you will receive 1% of the wealth points derived from these resources. 1%. Such a considerable sum. Yang Rui's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. As the daughter of Emperor Yang Guang of Sui and an employee at the shop, she had heard tales of Ing Zheng's substantial profits in the first-tier doomsday world. Now, entrusted with the stewardship of an entire realm, even if she were to receive merely 1% of the tribute's wealth points, it could amount to several thousand or even tens of thousands each month. Over the course of a year, that could easily total over 100,000 wealth points. If Lin Sheng were aware of Yang Rui's thoughts, he would surely scoff in disdain. My dear sister, your ambitions are too modest. In a fully developed third-tier world, the potential earnings could rival those of our current comprehensive martial world. At that time, even just the tribute could yield tens of thousands of wealth points each month. Do you not wish to accept this opportunity? Lin Sheng inquired, gazing intently at Yang Rui. Willing. Yang Rui nodded eagerly, yet her expression soon turned somewhat melancholic. However, if I were to venture into that world, would it mean parting ways with the esteemed lord of the hall? As she spoke, Yang Rui cast a glance at Lin Sheng, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Lin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This young girl, has she truly developed a taste for such company? Is she already unable to part from me? Do not fret, Lin Sheng reassured, his gaze softening as he looked at Yang Rui's face, a smile gracing his lips. In that world, you can activate your employee token at any time to return to the blissful hall. I shall also make it a point to visit that realm whenever I find the opportunity. That is splendid, Yang Rui exclaimed in a moment of sheer excitement. What about you? Lin Sheng turned directly to face Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan. Naturally, Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan would not decline. They were merely a few thousand wealth points short. Now, by assisting Yang Rui in vanquishing the monsters of that world, they could directly offset those points. This task promised substantial rewards and was imperative to undertake. In accordance with the decree of the esteemed palace master, observing Zhang Sanfeng and his companion's agreement, Lin Sheng nodded. With a flick of his mind, the employee tokens of the three began to levitate. Lin Sheng lightly tapped with his right hand, and 3 beams of primal purple light descended upon the tokens, vanishing in a gentle flash. I have infused your tokens with a strike of power. Should you encounter an insurmountable danger, you may activate this attack to transform peril into safety. Upon hearing this, Yang Rui and her companions were instantly elated. Bowing to Lin Sheng in gratitude, thank you, esteemed palace master. Though the palace master's strike appeared to be casually bestowed, the caliber of the palace master was beyond compare. Even a casual attack from him could likely annihilate a peak third-tier powerhouse. Given that the Pacific Rim world was merely a third-tier realm, the greatest threats would likely be third-tier powerhouses, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Furthermore, Lin Sheng continued, you shall proceed to the Celestial Repository with the tokens to acquire some equipment and supplies. Upon your return from the Pacific Rim world, you may return them. Now that we have accepted disciples, it is imperative that the Xiaoyao Palace possesses a solid foundation, a sex repository and lending system, which facilitate the completion of tasks by disciples, are absolutely essential. With a wave of his hand, Lin Sheng placed various spiritual artifacts and an array of offensive and defensive materials within the Celestial Repository, allowing Yang Rui and the others to proceed. Indeed, Yang Rui and the others responded respectfully, then proceeded toward the Celestial Warehouse located in the northwest of the Leisure Palace, following the directive from the staff order. As they watched the trio depart, Lin Sheng fell into contemplation once more. It was time to embark on the large-scale development of the Pacific Rim world. However, the current personnel from the Leisure Palace were insufficient. After a moment of reflection, Lin Sheng's eyes brightened, and a smile graced his lips. Inside the shop's hall, a constant flow of customers created a bustling atmosphere. Suddenly, a message appeared on the large screen in the first-floor hall. Interdimensional summons. The Leisure Palace is calling upon experts of second tier and above to participate in the conquest and development of a third-tier world. All individuals of second tier or higher may volunteer to enlist. Wealth points will be awarded based on task completion, with exceptional performers granted the opportunity to join the Leisure Palace as auxiliary disciples. Goodness, the Leisure Palace is recruiting again. This is monumental news. Hurry, spread the word. Why must one be at least second tier to apply? ISNT that the qualification for masters? Did you not read the message? What purpose does a first-tier individual serve in a third-tier conquest? Merely to serve as fodder? No, I must acquire elixirs to elevate myself to the realm of mastery. Indeed, Lin Xing was preparing to initiate a collective mission. The Leisure Palace was short on manpower and could not afford to recruit indiscriminately. Thus, it was fitting to issue a task, allowing the experts of the Jiuzhou continent to volunteer their services. A modest reward in wealth points would suffice. As this announcement spread, the entirety of the Jiuzhou continent erupted in excitement. This was a world mission of a third-tier realm, personally decreed by the Palace Lord. A successful endeavor could lead to an opportunity to join the Leisure Palace. What is the Leisure Palace, you ask? It is a transcendent force that reigns supreme over the Jiuzhou continent, and even the lowest rank of auxiliary disciple is a mark of superiority. Remember how Duan Lang was previously scorned in the Tianxia Association? After joining the Leisure Palace, even the formidable Xiang Ba dared not utter a word against him and sought peace through Nie Feng, assuring that the Tianxia Association would not pursue his defection. In a brief span, the entire Jiuzhou continent, from imperial dynasties to sect masters and wandering heroes, was abuzz with fervor. In the Qin Empire, at the Xianyang Palace, Ying Jing turned to his left, addressing Dong Huangtai directly. Dong Huang, this new mission from the Leisure Palace must not falter. Are you confident? Dong Huangtai promptly rose and bowed to Ying Zheng, assuring, Your Majesty, rest assured. This time, our Yin Yang sect will dispatch Yan Fei, Yushin, Xinghan, De Siming, and Xiao Siming. Each of them is at least a Grandmaster-level expert, ensuring the successful completion of the mission and entry into the Leisure Palace. Previously, when the Leisure Palace was recruiting shopkeepers, Dong Huangtai misjudged the situation and sent Xiao Siming, who was regrettably dismissed due to her lack of attributes. Consequently, the Qin Empire secured only one recruit for the shop, and that was from the Mo family. This incident left both Ying Zheng and Dong Huangtai feeling quite vexed. Thus, upon this new mission's announcement, Dong Huangtai swiftly convened the left and right protectors of the Yin Yang sect and the five elders, even summoning the reclusive Dong Jun Yanfei, a prodigy of the Yin Yang sect, who had been engrossed in seclusion and training. Now, her prowess had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, second only to Dong Huangtai within their sect. The fact that he dispatched her underscores the importance placed on this mission from the Leisure Palace. Li Si, displaying a hint of concern, stepped forward and cautioned, Your Majesty, if too many of our experts from the Qin Empire attend the Leisure Palace mission, could it jeopardize our support for the Han? After all, the Mongolian Yuan side boasts 3 formidable land deities, not to mention numerous other experts. Ying Zheng, with an expressionless demeanor, coldly replied, There is no need for concern. I could easily vanquish those trifling land deities with a mere flick of my hand. Upon hearing Ying Zheng's commanding declaration, the atmosphere within the hall lightened, and the gazes directed toward him brimmed with growing respect. At the Sui Empire's demon sect, the masters of the two factions gathered rarely in unison. Zhu Yuyan and Shi Zhishuan occupied the leading seats, addressing the assembly with solemnity. In this interdimensional mission, our holy sect shall commit our full strength. We must seize the opportunity to join the Leisure Palace. Indeed, the crowd unanimously agreed, a rare occurrence. The dragon-protecting villa of the Great Ming, the heavenly gate of Zhongzhou, the Zhongzhou Alliance, and the 6 major sects at the Mongol-Yuan border were all mobilizing their forces. Within the recruitment hall on the 4th floor of the shop, a tall and imposing man respectfully clasped his hands before Huang Rong. I am Qiao Feng, eager to enlist for the expedition to the otherworld. Having arrived at the shop some time ago, Qiao Feng sought to unravel the mystery of his lineage following the incident in the apricot forest, traveling for several days to reach this place in hopes of consulting the Lord of the Hall. However, upon arriving, he realized the immense stature of the Shao Hall. Although his prowess was indeed formidable within the Northern Song, it merely placed him at the level of a Grandmaster, which, according to Shao Hall's categorization, was merely a lowly 2nd-tier realm. The Lord of the Hall, on the other hand, was at least in the 4th tier, as evidenced by the 3-tiered masters and even earthly immortals who displayed deference akin to that of subordinates in his presence. As the leader of the Beggars sect, Qiao Feng had ascended from humble beginnings, demonstrating a keen intellect beneath his rugged exterior. Thus, he recognized the folly of seeking the powerful Hall Master to divulge the truth of his origins, feeling it overly presumptuous. For the past month, he had been training in the Great Sui's Luoyang, gathering intelligence while awaiting the opportune moment to request an audience with the Hall Master. Luoyang had become the epicenter of the 9 provinces, attracting myriad forces and individuals from various walks of life, making it an ideal locale for information gathering. Had Lin Xing been aware of Qiao Feng's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly commended him. Indeed, Qiao Feng, your reasoning is astute. Despite being a favored character from Lin Xing's past life, he, now as the Lord of Xiaoyao Hall, had little interest in catering to former protagonists. What a jest. I am the protagonist now. It should be you who seek my favor. Not only Qiao Feng, but numerous characters from past novels had recently sought his attention or requested favors, all of whom Lin Xing disregarded, some even being blocked outright. For instance, Qin Jialua of the Red Flower Society had the audacity to demand his assistance in overthrowing the Qing dynasty, invoking notions of duty and righteousness. You, a mere male protagonist, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Are you courting death? Lin Sheng promptly blocked him, ensuring he could never enter the shop again. Thus, Qiao Feng's decision was undoubtedly sagacious. After nearly a month of waiting, the opportunity finally presented itself. The shop was assembling a team to embark on an expedition to another world, with the chance for outstanding performers to join Xiaoao Hall. What was there to hesitate about? Qiao Feng did not aspire to join Xiaoao Hall. He merely desired the chance to meet the hall master and resolve his inner turmoil. Consequently, he rushed to the 4th floor of the shop to enlist with Huang Rong. Indeed, Huang Rong was once more in charge of the recruitment for this expedition. Observing the tall man before her, she smiled and said, "There is no need for formality, Qiao Gangzhu. I am well aware of your strength. You are more than qualified to enlist. Thank you very much." Qiao Feng replied with a respectful clasp of his fists. "Do not mention it, Gangzhu. In truth, we were once colleagues of sorts. I led the Beggars sect in the Southern Song while you did so in the Northern Song. It is a pity we have never met." After taking on the role of Southern Song's Beggars sect leader, Huang Rong had managed few affairs, spending much time in seclusion with Gui Jing on Peach Blossom Island, leading to minimal interaction with the Northern Song sect members. Qiao Feng chuckled wryly. "I am no longer the leader of the Beggars sect, alas. My purpose in coming here is to seize the opportunity to achieve merit and gain an audience with the hall master to seek answers. Then I wish you swift success." "Gangzhu," Huang Rong replied cheerfully. At that moment, several master-level swordsmen entered the shop, prompting Huang Rong to continue her duties. In the Pacific world, Yang Rui, Zhang Sanfeng, and Lang Fanyan had arrived at the location of the wormhole above the Pacific Ocean. Behind them, Xiao Liwen flew in a helicopter, closely accompanied by 10 unmanned battle drones. Upon reaching the Pacific world, Yang Rui and her companions quickly located Xiao Liwen and conveyed Lin Sheng's orders. Learning that Yang Rui was to guard the Blue Star world on behalf of Lin Sheng, Xiao Liwen complied without hesitation, detailing the situation. Ultimately, Yang Rui, Zhang Sanfeng, and Lang Fanyan resolved to first vanquish the dozen or so monsters clustered around the wormhole. "Guardian Yang, ahead lies the wormhole from which those monsters have crossed." Xiao Liwen communicated via intercom. As Yang Rui represented Xiaoao Hall in managing the Blue Star, Xiao Liwen naturally referred to her as the Guardian. The three of them flew on their swords, pausing midair to survey the scene ahead. The ocean's surface lay tranquil, yet beneath it, they sensed a formidable energy. "Guardian, be cautious. The monsters are lurking beneath the surface," Xiao Liwen warned urgently. Just then, a fish-like monster erupted from the water, soaring into the air with its body suddenly unfurling a pair of wings. In an instant, the creature accelerated toward Yang Rui and her companions, its gaping maw wide open. Is this what a monster truly looks like? The sheer ferocity and size of the beast momentarily stunned Yang Rui. "Prepare for battle," Xiao Liwen shouted. At that command, the 10 accompanying drones descended onto the ocean's surface, activating their combat modes. "There's no need to be anxious." Yang Rui paused for a moment before swiftly regaining her composure. With a flick of her foot, the misty rain sword shot forth, piercing through the creature's twin wings with precision. Roar! The fish-like monster let out a wail before plummeting to the ground. Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fanyan were taken aback by the sight. They had presumed that Yang Rui was merely a pampered princess, who, despite joining the Xiaoyao Hall and becoming an outer disciple, relied solely on the influence of the Sui dynasty and the favoritism of the hall master. To their astonishment, she effortlessly dispatched a second-tier beast with a single strike. Yang Rui maintained a calm demeanor. Following the hall master's bestowal, her strength had soared to the realm of a grand master. She then diligently practiced the celestial cultivation technique, the Jade Clarity Ascension Sutra, gifted by the hall master, which further propelled her power to unprecedented heights. It is noteworthy that Lin Xing was a pinnacle 4th-tier celestial expert, his combat prowess comparable to that of an ordinary 5th-tier master. The formidable essence he possessed was astounding. Under Yang Rui's cultivation, she directly transformed true essence into spiritual energy, elevating her cultivation to the golden core realm, merely a step away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage and ascending to the 3rd tier. A golden core master wielding the formidable mist and Rain Flying Sword would find the second-tier monsters no more challenging than slaughtering chickens or dogs. Roar. At that moment, another furious roar echoed, and from the depths of the sea emerged a total of 15 fearsome beasts, surging towards the 10 recently landed unmanned mechas. Damn it, not 10 beasts, but 15, Xiao Liwen exclaimed in shock. Yang Rui's eyes remained calm as she remarked, "It matters not, whether it be 10 or 15. It makes no difference to us." Indeed, the princess spoke wisely. Let the additional 5 be entrusted to the 2 old Taoists. Zhang Sanfeng offered a gentle smile. And then the flying sword beneath his feet fell directly into his grasp as he charged towards one of the monsters. Lang Fangyan displayed an impassive demeanor, nonetheless. The flying sword also found its way into his hands, and with a single stroke, he unleashed the full essence of the Rainfall Sword intent, sending forth a brilliant beam of sword light to cleave down upon a scorpion-tailed beast. With a crisp sound, the 4th-level monster was struck down. Its skull shattered beneath the radiant sword light of Lang Fangyan. Both Lang Fangyan and Zhang Sanfeng were already pinnacle experts in the celestial realm. Now, equipped with spiritual weapons from the Xiaoyao Palace, their strength had increased significantly. These monsters, typically low-tier 2nd-level beings, were rendered as insignificant as ants in their presence. In less than half an hour, with the assistance of 10 unmanned mechas, Zhang Sanfeng, Lang Fangyan, and Yang Rui annihilated the monsters surrounding the wormhole. Subsequently, they destroyed the unmanned mechas below that were continuously supplying energy to the wormhole, rendering the monsters that had traversed into this Pacific world utterly helpless. Yang Rui gazed at the tranquil sea and addressed Zhang Sanfeng and Lang Fangyan. "Master Zhang, Senior Lang. The Palace Master is gathering the experts from the Jiuzhou continent to prepare for the battle against these monsters in this world. Before that, let us cleanse the beasts of this blue star." "Very well, we shall tidy up this place for everyone," Zhang Sanfeng replied with a smile. And the trio transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the next monster congregation. Within the Xiaoyao Palace, Lin Sheng scrutinized the information relayed by Huang Rong. Xiao Feng, Gui Jing, Huang Yaoshi, Xiao Siming, Moon Goddess, Star Soul, Yin Fei? Lin Sheng pondered. Ah, Yin Fei is participating as well. Upon seeing her name, Lin Sheng was momentarily taken aback. These were individuals who had come forth to enlist for the assault on the 3 realms. However, Lin Sheng recalled that in his previous life's anime, Yin Fei seemed to have eloped with Yin Dan, betraying the Yin Yang family, ultimately ending up imprisoned by them. It was surprising to see her on this list. As he contemplated, Lin Sheng's thoughts shifted, and he investigated further, soon comprehending the reality. In this world, some details diverged from his previous life. Yin Fei had been in seclusion without any entanglements with other men. Within the Yin Yang family, she was a figure second only to Dong Huang Tai Yi, shrouded in an even greater mystery. Reflecting on Yin Fei's cold, noble, and enigmatic allure, Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. She would indeed be a fitting addition to my Xiaoyao Palace. However, with Yin Fei's fate diverging from the past, he wondered if Yin Lingji still existed. A smile crept upon Lin Sheng's lips. One could say that Yin Lingji had set the precedent for the 3D female protagonist goddess in the national anime. Her status in national anime was even comparable to Tifa in 3D games. After perusing this batch of names, Lin Sheng ceased further examination, confident that with the store's presence, the experts from the Jiuzhou continent would undertake their expedition into other worlds seamlessly. At that moment, the system's notification sound chimed. Ding. The release of the top 10 dynasty rankings has reached 1 month. Would you like to proceed with the settlement? Has it been a month since the list was published? Lin Sheng responded. Settlement is a must. He remembered that if the list gained sufficient influence, he could receive feedback. Although Lin Sheng had already stirred the Jiuzhou continent's dynamics through the list, leading to explosive sales and significant profits for his store, he had not yet claimed the system's rewards. Now, the time for settlement had finally arrived. Ding. Ranking influence settlement successful, influence level, SSS. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the chat group function, allowing you to randomly summon characters from worlds above the 4th tier into group chats. Unrestricted by level limitations, only applicable to the protagonist. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the right to sell 4th tier goods in your store, allowing you to establish a headquarters in the Xiaoyao Palace. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the 24/7 Hot News feature, which can be displayed in a scrolling format in your store. Seeing these 3 rewards, Lin Sheng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Wow, this feedback is impressive. The chat group function. Was this the legendary multiverse chat group? While others merely had a group chat system, his was an additional feature within the system, exuding grandeur. Moreover, the ability to summon characters from above the fourth tier meant he could traverse to higher-level worlds anytime to gather resources without waiting for system rewards. Currently, Lin Sheng could only search for coordinates to one fourth-tier world each month. He had no idea how long he would have to wait for even higher worlds. The chat group function seemed to perfectly resolve this issue. If he could summon characters from the 7th, 8th, or even 9th tiers, he could strategically position himself within those vast worlds ahead of time. In those grand worlds, even a single root of heavenly spiritual essence might surpass the entire value of the third-tier world. Lin Sheng contemplated eagerly, almost ready to activate the chat group function. However, he ultimately composed himself and turned his attention to the other two rewards. The elevation of the store as sales rights. He could establish a headquarters in the Xiaoyao Palace? Quite commendable. Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. These two functions complemented each other. Currently, the store could only sell third-tier goods, and Lin Sheng still had many items not available for public sale. Unfortunately, the Wuzhou world was rather weak, not to mention fourth-tier goods. Even high-tier third-level items would disrupt the balance of the continent, especially since few could afford them. Thus, Lin Sheng had long harbored the intention to allow individuals from the Duqi continent to shop at his store. However, as the Jiuzhou continent was his own realm, he was reluctant to let outsiders in directly for fear of unforeseen consequences. Now, the System S rewards had perfectly addressed this issue. Being able to establish a store headquarters in the Xiaoyao Palace to sell fourth-tier goods alleviated his concerns. As for the Jiuzhou continent store, it would only offer third-tier and below items. With a plan forming in his mind, Lin Sheng turned to the next reward. The 24/7 hot news scrolling feature. This was akin to the today's headlines from his past life, displaying the chat group and headlines. Was the system intending to recreate the essence of the internet from his previous life? Lin Sheng chuckled inwardly, finding this function quite appealing. It would certainly facilitate his access to news. He wouldn't have to personally observe the happenings in the Jiuzhou continent anymore. After reviewing the three rewards, Lin Sheng exhaled lightly. A month had passed. It was time to unveil the second round of rankings. In the store's grand hall, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the screen. Instantly, the eyes of everyone within the hall turned towards it. The second round of the Jiuzhou continent's top 10 dynasty rankings is now released. Upon seeing this, the store erupted in excitement. Wow, it's already the second round? This past month has been tumultuous. I wonder if there will be any changes to the rankings? Are you foolish? The dynasty that ranked 10th last time has already been annihilated. Of course, there will be changes. Quick, pay close attention. Amid the murmurs, the information rapidly displayed on the screen. The 10th place in the top 10 dynasty rankings. The Turkic dynasty, reward, low-grade spiritual weapon, fire spirit, flying sword. The ranking of the top 10 dynasties places the Han dynasty in 9th, rewarded with a low-grade spiritual artifact, the purple gold Dao robe. The 8th position is held by the Southern Song dynasty, receiving a low-grade spiritual artifact, the crimson gold pagoda. The 7th place belongs to the Qing dynasty, honored with a medium-grade spiritual artifact, the heavenly origin sword. The 6th position is claimed by the Great Xia dynasty, which is awarded a medium-grade spiritual artifact, the cold Qi Insha whip. The 5th place is occupied by the Eastern Japan dynasty, rewarded with a medium-grade spiritual artifact, the purple gold gale spear. The 4th ranking is the Eastern Ming dynasty, which receives a high-grade spiritual artifact, the Biyuan golden cauldron. The 3rd position is taken by the Sui dynasty, rewarded with a high-grade spiritual artifact, the Xianfeng red scale armor. The 2nd place is held by the Yuan dynasty, honored with a high-grade spiritual artifact, the purple jade Xiantian seal. The 1st position is claimed by the Qin dynasty, rewarded with a top-grade spiritual artifact, the Canglong breaking waves flying boat. Upon the announcement of the rankings, all awarded spiritual artifacts will automatically belong to the monarchs of the corresponding dynasties. As soon as the list was released, the crowd in the hall eagerly examined it, only to erupt in a chorus of astonished exclamations. What? How did the Yuan dynasty suddenly rise to 2nd place? Haven't you heard? All the immortal masters from the 3 continents of the Yuan, who had vanished for decades, have re-emerged, commanding all tribes of the Mongols to submit to the Great Khan. Now, the Mongols are truly united as one. Their power is undeniably formidable. How did the Han dynasty fall to 9th? Is it truly that dire? Huh, dire? They've been pushed all the way to Luoyang. Who knows if the Han will survive this? What accounts for the Eastern Japan dynasty's high ranking? It's merely a small nation, isn't it? It seems this diminutive country holds deeper secrets than we imagined. Amidst the discussions, spies from various powerful dynasties swiftly disseminated news of the top 10 dynasties' ranking. In Bianjing, northern Song, the Liao and Jin armies camped 10 miles outside the city. Within the grand tent of the Liao army, Yel Hongji toyed with the Heavenly Origins sword in his hands, a satisfied expression gracing his face. The Emperor of the Song is such a coward. I merely intimidated them. Yet they gifted me such a spiritual artifact. What bliss! Even if he ultimately fails to annihilate the Northern Song, acquiring this medium-grade spiritual artifact is a significant gain. Just as Yel Hongji reveled in his triumph, the Heavenly Origins sword in his grasp suddenly vanished. What? Where's my spiritual artifact sword? How could it disappear into thin air? Could it be that Zhao Su has played a trick? As he raged, a message unexpectedly arrived through his celestial command token. Upon reading it, Yel Hongji's expression shifted drastically. What? This spiritual artifact changes its allegiance monthly? It clearly is no longer in that fool, Zhao Su's possession. I seized it. Why should it not be mine? If Lin Sheng were to learn of Yel Hongji's outburst, he would likely scoff in amusement. What do you mean yours? This belongs to the free and unfettered palace. Kill. Slay Yel Hongji. Kill. His Majesty the Ming Emperor has commanded the complete annihilation of the Liao and Jin coalition. Kill. Just as Yel Hongji was engulfed in confusion, a sudden cacophony of battle cries erupted from beyond the great tent. Alarm surged through him, an enemy attack. Yel Hongji sprang to his feet. Outside the Liao Jin encampment, the Mingsong allied forces had burst forth from the city, charging straight towards the stronghold of the Liao Jin coalition. With the exceptional intelligence capabilities of the Ming dynasty, as soon as the second edition of the Top 10 Dynasties ranking was released, Zhu Hozhao had already received the news. In an instant, he felt as though he might burst with rage. The Ming's ranking had inexplicably plummeted, falling to 4th place. Although the reward remained a top-grade spiritual weapon, a drop in ranking nonetheless stung deeply. And how could Zhu Hozhao, who was basking in triumph, endure such a setback? Thus, upon discovering that the new list would result in a redistribution of spiritual weapons, Zhu Hozhao took decisive action. The Liao Emperor's mid-grade spiritual weapon was now gone, providing the perfect opportunity to annihilate them and seize complete control of the Northern Song. Kill. Zhu Hozhao soared through the air, leading the charge as he approached the encampment of Liao and Jin. Suddenly, his form underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a towering giant, standing 100 meters high. This colossal figure, resplendent with shimmering starlight, wielded a magnificent top-tier spiritual artifact, the Bai Yuan Golden Cauldron, and brought it down with immense force upon the enemy camp. With a thunderous roar, the sturdy fortress was effortlessly torn apart before the might of a superior spirit weapon, as if it were mere paper. Zhu Hozhao let out a furious shout and charged in. Within the confines of the Celestial Palace, Lin Sheng remained blissfully unaware that the release of his latest rankings had ignited a new conflict across the realms of the Jiuzhou continent. After publishing the list, he promptly activated the chat group feature. Ding. The chat group has been initiated. Would you like to summon new members? Ding. As this is the host's inaugural summoning, you may invite 5 new members. Subsequently, 2 new members may be summoned each month. Commencing the assembly, Lin Sheng did not hesitate and directly activated the summoning system. Ding. The assembly of members has begun. Ding. Hanli has joined the group chat. I love drinking beast milk has joined the group chat. Iron Hero Stark has joined the group chat. Orphan of Caomiao Village has joined the group chat. Master Tong Tian has joined the group chat. Who? Lin Sheng almost leapt in surprise. The Tong Tian cult master? How did he join the group chat? Is this a joke? He is a formidable figure of the Ninth Order. But wait, isn't he currently besieged by the Four Saints? Does he have the leisure to join a chat group? Lin Sheng felt utterly speechless. At that moment, someone in the group chat finally broke the silence. In the primordial world, the Tong Tian cult master sat majestically within the Azure Pool Palace, surveying the multitude of disciples below, filled with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ever since the rift with his second brother, Yuan Shi, over ideological differences led to their separation, the Tong Tian cult master had been eager to prove himself. Now, with the calamity of the witch and demon races behind them, both factions were left severely weakened, and the leaders of the demon clan, Di Jun and Tai Yi, had perished. among the 12 ancestral witches of the witch race. The Earth Mother was sealed within the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld, while the remaining 11 ancestral witches had all fallen. The entire primordial land was momentarily engulfed in a power vacuum. At this moment, his, with its myriad of celestial beings paying homage, was subtly emerging as the foremost power in the realm. The Heavenly Court? That brat Hao Yin is merely a disciple beside the Tao ancestor. The Chan sect? The vast Chan sect, with its disciples, barely amounts to a handful. The human sect? It seems my elder brother has but one disciple, who remains indifferent to the affairs of the primordial world. As for the Western teachings, two impoverished figures hardly compare to my authentic Xianyuan lineage. With this thought, as he gazed upon the countless disciples seated in reverence below him, the Tongtian cult master felt an exhilarating surge of ambition. However, at that moment, a voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! The Lord of the Carefree Palace invites you to join the group chat. Would you like to accept? What person? The Celestial Master of the Way was immediately taken aback. As a formidable saint of the heavenly Tao, he was virtually invincible in this primordial world. Yet, someone had spoken directly within his consciousness without his slightest awareness. What was the meaning of this? The Celestial Master swiftly scanned the entirety of Golden Ao Island with his saintly awareness, but found no sign of anomaly. Could it be the Tao ancestor? No, this voice was undeniably not that of the Tao ancestor. In that moment, the Celestial Master was struck with astonishment. Below, the Taoist Master of Treasures observed the change in the Celestial Master's expression and inquired, Master, what has transpired? Regaining his composure, the Celestial Master noticed the concerned faces of his four closest disciples and replied coolly, It is nothing. Despite his words, he nonetheless pressed the acceptance button. How could a dignified saint of the heavenly Tao fear such ghostly tricks? I shall see who dares to cast their gaze upon me. After all, within the primordial realm, a saint of the heavenly Tao is undying and indestructible. Thus, he harbored no real fear of danger. Who would dare show disrespect to this saint? Upon entering the group, the Celestial Master immediately posed a question. Lin Sheng was bewildered. This situation was amiss. Why had the Celestial Master been drawn here? Was he not a major figure in the nine-tiered world? The task still indicated that he was being besieged by others, seeking assistance. Pondering this, Lin Sheng could not help but ask, Master, how is it that you are here? Were you not being besieged by the four saints? How do you find the time to join my chat group? The Celestial Master was instantly enraged. What did he mean by being besieged by the four saints? I have been preaching the great Tao on Golden Ao Island. There are no such four saints. Within Golden Ao Island, upon seeing the inquiry from the group leader, the Celestial Master became furious. Here I am, imparting teachings to my disciples, and you dare claim that I am being besieged by the four saints? The four saints? There are currently 8 esteemed saints in the world. The Tao ancestor is my master. I, Yuanshi, am his brother. Hutu is sealed in the underworld never to emerge. And then we have Enhua, Jian, and Zhuanti. Are you attempting to conjure another saint? Moreover, Enhua herself did not dare to act when her brother was slain by the Wu clan, although it was partly due to her brother's intervening. To say she would wish to strike against me is not without reason. But do Jian and Zhuanti dare to join in? This wretched group must surely be mocking me. Inside the blissful palace, Lin Sheng was also somewhat perplexed. What was happening? The Celestial Master had not been besieged. What had transpired? In a rush, Lin Sheng opened the Celestial Master's profile. Name, Celestial Master of the Way. World, 9-tiered primordial world, just before the decree of canonization. Strength, Saint of the Heavenly Tao, early stage of the 8th tier. It truly is the Celestial Master of the Way. No wonder he is a major figure in the 9-tiered world, his strength indeed reaching the early stage of the 8th tier, far surpassing my own. Lin Sheng gasped upon reading the Celestial Master's introduction. Subsequently, as he examined the system's information, he began to comprehend the situation. The 9-tiered world possesses a timeline. Different timelines may trigger tasks, allowing entry into the world through these tasks. Unless the task is completed, there is no impact on the timeline. By means of this group chat, members can directly enter this world according to their respective timelines and exert a long-term influence on it to reap benefits. Now, with the Celestial Master joining the group chat, he was present just before the decree of canonization following the calamity of the witch and the demon. Realizing this, Lin Sheng's mind began to race. This is a splendid opportunity. The resources of the primordial world are exceedingly abundant, and I must seize the chance to profit immensely. The Celestial Master must be bound to my chariot. However, before that, I must first earn the Celestial Master's trust. With this thought, Lin Sheng spoke directly in the group. Apologies, Master. I overlooked the fact that this event has yet to occur. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this will undoubtedly transpire in the future. Your being besieged by the Four Saints is a fate that is already sealed. What? The Celestial Master was taken aback, destined to be besieged by the Four Saints? Absurd. Who was this audacious youth, daring to mock me? The Celestial Master reprimanded, his immense primordial spirit sweeping across the entire chat group. Yet, he found himself utterly unable to discern any anomalies within the group, nor could he identify any points of infiltration. This was a predicament he had never encountered since becoming a sage of the heavenly path. Could it be that this so-called group leader was more powerful than a sage? Fear not, Master. My immortal palace transcends the heavens. I possess the ability to perceive the past and future of your primordial world, witnessing the fates of all of you. If you doubt my words, you shall soon see. You will shortly receive a decree from Hongjun, summoning you to the Purple Cloud Palace to discuss the signing of the Divine List. He dared to directly invoke the name of the Dao Ancestor? The Celestial Master's eyes widened in disbelief, his suspicions regarding this so-called group leader intensifying. Humph. How could the Dao Ancestor's methods be fathomed by you? Whether it is true or not, Master shall soon know. However, I can reveal to you in advance that this divine list is a scheme devised by the heavenly path against your Jia sect. Both the human and Chan sects will turn their hostility towards you, compelling your disciples to be included on the list. Saint Lin spoke with a smile, delivering this information to the Celestial Master, leaving it to him to choose whether to believe it. If he did not, then I could simply gift him a copy of the Investiture of the Gods. This young man seeks to sow discord between me and my two elder brothers? Such malice deserves punishment. The Celestial Master erupted in fury, the pressure of his saintly aura inadvertently surging forth. Instantly, all disciples in and around Bo Palace were forced to the ground by this overwhelming force. Master, please calm your anger, exclaimed the Golden Spirit Holy Mother hurriedly. The Celestial Master then realized he had lost his composure and was about to continue his tirade against the so-called group leader when a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Come to the Purple Cloud Palace at once to discuss the matter of the Divine List. In an instant, the Celestial Master stood frozen in shock. Master, I am not attempting to incite discord between you and your two elder brothers. I am merely stating what is to come. Master, why do you not respond? Saint Lin waited for quite some time, noticing that the Celestial Master remained silent, leading to his growing confusion. Could it be that the Celestial Master dismissed his words? Too disdainful to engage? Upon observing that the Master still lingered in the group, Saint Lin let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he hasn't left the group. If he had exited, my aspirations to develop a ninth-tier world would be postponed indefinitely. Such a generous boon from the system cannot be allowed to slip away. As he pondered, Saint Lin began to reflect on whether his words had been somewhat too impetuous, perhaps ruffling the feathers of this proud and impulsive Celestial Master. Just then, another voice chimed in the group. I love drinking beast milk. What are the two uncles arguing about? Please don't quarrel. Little Stone invites you to drink beast milk. It's quite delicious. Little Stone? Lin Sheng's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the member information. Name, Sure Hao, Childhood, World, 8th tier, Perfect World. Strength, 2nd tier. Indeed, it is he, the unrivaled Emperor of the Wild. Lin Sheng was instantly filled with excitement. This time, it is bound to be a success. It turns out to be the unparalleled Emperor of the Wild, and moreover, from the Perfect World, a realm of the 8th tier. Has the system finally decided to bestow warmth upon me today? Lin Sheng was so moved he felt tears welling up. Although the chat group can freely summon characters from worlds of the 4th tier and above, there are numerous mid-thousand worlds of the 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers. Lin Sheng initially had modest expectations, considering it a success just to draw a member from a 6th tier world. Unexpectedly, he had drawn characters from the 9th tier Primordial World and the 8th tier Perfect World in succession, truly a stroke of incredible luck. With this thought, Lin Sheng's demeanor softened. Hee. Uncle is just discussing some trivial matters with others. Little Stone, there's no need to be nervous. If you fancy some beast milk, feel free to ask me. I have plenty to share. Really? Little Stone's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course it's true, Lin Sheng replied, sending a special red envelope directly to Little Stone. It's merely beast milk. There's an abundance of it in the continent of comprehensive martial arts. With a flick of his mind, Lin Sheng summoned a portion and delivered it to Little Stone. In the perfect world, within Stone Village, Shihao opened the red envelope, and before him appeared a large basin of milky beast milk, causing his eyes to widen in delight. No Little Stone could resist the temptation of such a bounty. Without hesitation, Shihao buried his face in the basin and began to drink heartily. At that moment, someone else spoke in the group chat. Iron Hero Stark, TSK. What kind of black technology is this? I had Jarvis decipher it for half the day and came up empty-handed. Alright, I admit, this chat group's programming has some merit. Congratulations, you have caught the attention of the illustrious Mr. Stark. Now tell me, after all your efforts in staging this performance, what is it that you seek from me? Lin Sheng was once again taken aback. He did not need to refer to any materials to know who was speaking. Just moments ago, he had been curious as to why the typically loquacious Tony had remained silent in the group for so long. It turned out he was busy cracking the chat system. He chuckled to himself. If you manage to break the system, I shall call you Big Brother. Mr. Stark, it seems you are quite confident. However, I wonder if you have resolved the issue with your chest? In the Avengers world, Tony was momentarily stunned. How could this person know about his chest injury? He had not confided in anyone. Was there a traitor among them? Instantly, Tony's brows furrowed in concern. Wow, this beast milk is delicious. Uncle Hall Master. Do you have any more? Exclaimed Shihao, having finished his drink and now speaking up in the chat. After all, it costs nothing, if you want a drink. There is an abundance. With that thought, Lin Sheng sent several red envelopes into the group. Immediately, little Shihao jumped up in excitement. At this moment, the silent orphan from Ko Mayakan finally spoke. Excuse me, what is this place? How did I end up here? Lin Sheng promptly checked the details. Name, Zhang Xiaofan. World, 4th tier, Zhuxian world. Strength, 1st tier. The Zhuxian world is rather low in rank. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. However, considering that he already possessed a world of 8th and 9th tier, he knew he should not be overly greedy and calmed his mind before beginning to explain. This is the chat group of the Celestial Realms, established by my Xianyao Hall to alleviate the suffering of beings from various worlds and to alter their tragic fates. Members can post tasks and share resources. I, as the Hall Master, will do my utmost to assist everyone. Here is a guideline for joining the group. You may download it to read. With a thought, Lin Sheng composed a joining guideline and sent it to the group, which briefly introduced the situation of Xianyao Hall and the functions of the group. Han Li downloaded the joining guideline. The orphan from Ko Mayakan downloaded the joining guideline. I Love Beast Milk downloaded the joining guideline. Iron Man Stark downloaded the joining guideline. As soon as it was uploaded, the joining guideline was swiftly downloaded 4 times. What surprised Lin Sheng was that Han Li, who had remained silent, was the first to download it. Truly impressive, Han Li. A renowned old fox, indeed. However, the leader seemed to be preoccupied, as the first to speak had not downloaded it. In the primordial world, the Tongdian cult master's expression shifted several times before he ultimately calmed down. He looked at his disciples below and said, "This lecture concludes here. You may return and cultivate in seclusion." With that, the Tongtian cult master did not linger, and with a flicker of his form, he vanished from the grand hall, respectfully bidding farewell to the master. Within the halls of the Bo Palace, the disciples of the GS sect bowed in unison with utmost reverence. However, the expressions of Dao Bao Daran and the Golden Spirit Mother shifted noticeably. It was peculiar. What was amiss with the master today? Dao Bao, filled with curiosity, inquired. In previous teachings, such anomalies had never arisen. The Turtle Spirit Mother also felt a twinge of intrigue. The Golden Spirit Mother, her countenance grave, interjected, "Enough pondering. The master has matters to attend to. Let us disperse for now." At that moment, the Tongdian Jiao master had already ventured into the chaos, making his way towards the depths of the Haoming, where the boundless chaos energy raged. Occasionally, fierce gusts of chaotic wind swept through the treacherous environment, so inhospitable that even a peak de Luo Jin Xian could not linger for long. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. Yet, amidst this tumultuous setting, a figure darted like a streak of light. Hastening towards a specific direction, it was indeed the Tongdian Jiao master. At this juncture, he was engulfed in perplexity. The mysterious chat group that had just appeared was beyond his comprehension. More alarming was the group's leader, who had prophesied his future, foretelling that he would be besieged by the Four Saints. Initially, Tongtian had dismissed the leader's words with scorn. However, the leader soon claimed he would be summoned by the Dao ancestor to the Zixiao Palace to discuss the matter of the canonization, warning that this would bode ill for him. Just as Tongtian had retorted, He heard the Tao ancestors' summons to the Zixiao Palace regarding the canonization. What was this canonization? Tong Tian had never encountered such a concept before. Whence did the group leader derive this knowledge? He was certain that the leader was not Hong Jun. Yet, if he was not, how did he possess insight into Hong Jun Tao ancestors' intentions? It was widely known that Hong Jun was the most formidable figure in the entirety of the Honghuang world, and Tong Tian found himself at a loss as to who could foresee his actions. Caught in this uncertainty, Tong Tian soon arrived at the Zixiao Palace, entering with a restless spirit. He was shortly joined by Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Tongdian Jiao master. To his surprise, it was indeed his third brother who had arrived first. Who would have thought that you would come before us? Taishang Laojun chuckled. Yuanshi Tianzuan scoffed. His subordinates are merely a bunch of lowly creatures. What could they possibly need guidance on? Naturally, they arrived swiftly. Tong Tian, however, feigned indifference to Yuanshi's remarks. At that moment, as he gazed at Laozi and Yuanshi, he couldn't help but recall the leader's words. Laozi and Yuanshi would soon turn their attention towards him. Could this truly be the case? Doubt began to creep into Tong Tian's mind. Observing Tong Tian's silence, Yuanshi's brow furrowed slightly. Something about Tong Tian's demeanor today seemed unusual. Typically, he would vehemently object whenever he heard Yuanshi disparaging his disciples as lowly beings. Yet today, he offered no retort, leaving Yuanshi feeling rather unamused. He turned to Laozi and directly asked, "Elder brother, do you know why the Tao ancestor has summoned us? What is this canonization affair?" Laozi's brow knitted in concern as he shook his head, saying, "I too am uncertain. It seems the Tao ancestor has his own plans." At that moment, a flash of light illuminated the main seat of the Purple Sky Palace, where an elderly man suddenly appeared. His presence seemed entirely natural, as if he had always belonged there. He exuded an aura of serene tranquility while subtly radiating the overwhelming pressure of the heavenly Tao, causing the three figures to regain their composure and bow respectfully to the elder. Disciples, pay homage to the master. This venerable figure was none other than Hong Jun, the Taoist ancestor of the primordial chaos, whose strength was unparalleled and whose essence was one with the heavenly Tao. "Very well, take your seats," Hong Jun instructed calmly, observing the three with an impassive countenance. Once they were settled, he began to speak. Since the calamity of the witch and demon tribes, the cosmos has been thrown into disarray. Currently, Haoyan presides over the heavenly court, yet it is devoid of capable individuals. The stars have lost their positions, and chaos reigns in the primordial realm. Recently, Haoyan conveyed that your disciples have fallen into a murderous calamity, unrestrained and without oversight. And he claims there is no one in the heavenly court to govern the primordial realm. Upon reflection, I find this situation untenable. Thus, I have summoned you to discuss the matter of the investiture of the gods. You three are to deliberate on a list of names to be inscribed upon the divine list, in accordance with the principles governing the cosmos. As Hong Jun's words resonated, the three of them were momentarily taken aback. "What is this?" exclaimed Yuanshi, his voice laced with incredulity. "A mere boy like Haoyan dares to come here to complain and expects us, the three saints, to provide him with disciples? Is this a jest?" His anger simmered beneath the surface as he continued, "Master, my disciples are esteemed sages. They do not fall under Haoyan's jurisdiction. Any minor disputes between us are simply trivial squabbles, and there is no reason for them to be listed for his command." Tong Tian, rarely in agreement with Yuanshi, nodded in concurrence. Although Laozi remained silent, it was evident that his sentiments did not align with Haoyan's. All three had attained a level of saints, impervious to all laws and undying through the ages. What was Haoyan to them? The thought of their disciples serving him was absurd. Hong Jun's expression remained stoic as he cast a detached glance at Yuanshi and Tong Tian, his voice devoid of emotion. "The grand design of the heavenly Tao is immutable. You need only to reach a consensus." With that, he offered no opportunity for dissent and vanished, leaving behind a divine list that gently descended from the heavens. As they beheld the list, the expressions of Tong Tian, Yuanshi, and Laozi shifted dramatically. It was evident that there were 365 divine positions awaiting fulfillment. This signified that the three sects collectively needed to provide Haoyan with 365 elite disciples. That insolent child Haoyan. How dare he treat me with such disdain? Yuanshi erupted in fury. Laozi, raising an eyebrow slightly, remarked, "Given the circumstances, the master's will cannot be altered. We must proceed with the selection of candidates." Tong Tian gazed at the divine list, his eyes momentarily glazed. Was this truly the process of determining the investiture of the gods? Would his two elder brothers now conspire against him? Recalling the words of the enigmatic leader, Tong Tian couldn't help but look towards Laozi and Yuan Shi. Noticing Tong Tian's gaze, Laozi furrowed his brow and nonchalantly replied, I have but one disciple in the human sect, and thus shall not be included on the list. Tong Tian paused, realizing that indeed, with only one apprentice, Laozi would not be required to contribute. Then, he turned his attention to Yuan Shi. The latter scoffed disdainfully. Humph. My disciples are all individuals of profound fortune, and thus should not be included on the list. As for you, third brother, your disciples are a mixed bag, filled with lowly creatures and ruffians. It is only fitting that they be listed to fill the divine positions. Tong Tian's anger flared as he retorted coldly, Second brother, it was clearly stated by the master that it was your disciples who offended Hao Tian, leading to this situation. Now you wish for my disciples to take the fall for your sect? This is utterly absurd. Yuan Shi shot back. Your disciples cannot be compared to mine. Mine are all individuals of great fortune. My disciples are equally fortunate. Tong Tian interjected forcefully, rising to his feet. The two brothers engaged in a heated exchange. At last, Laozi interjected, Brothers, this matter of the investiture is orchestrated by the Tao ancestor himself. We must handle it with care. Third brother, you have many disciples. It would be prudent to include them all. What? The Tongdian Jiao master was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Laozi, then at the self-satisfied Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and his expression swiftly shifted. Indeed, it had come to this. The Tongtian Jiao master felt a tumult of emotions within him. The agreement to confer godhood had taken place. And now Laozi and Yuan Shi were conspiring against him. What more could possibly unfold? Would he be besieged by the four saints? In an instant, a chill enveloped him. Noticing the change in his countenance, both Laozi and Yuan Shi furrowed their brows with concern. Third brother, what troubles you? Laozi inquired with a hint of worry. Distraught and agitated, the Tongtian Jiao master retorted, Discuss the matter of conferring godhood amongst yourselves. I shall not partake. With that dismissal, he disregarded both Laozi and Yuan Shi. His figure flickering as he returned to the primordial realm, swiftly arriving back at the Bo Palace. Upon his return, the Tongdian Jiao master opened a chat group. Young one, what else do you know? Speak it all to me. Lin Sheng, who was in the group explaining the concepts of the Shaoao Palace in the chat group to Little Stone and Iron Man, was taken aback when he saw the Tongtian Jiao master's inquiry. Oh, judging by that tone, he seems to have taken my words to heart. He couldn't have coincidentally stumbled upon the conferral agreement, could he? With this thought, Lin Sheng began to investigate. Name, Tongdian Jiao master. World affiliation, 9th tier primordial world. During the conferral of godhood. Strength, Dao Saint, early stage of 8th tier. Remarkable. What a coincidence. Lin Sheng felt a surge of joy. This was fortuitous indeed. With the trust of an 8th tier powerhouse, he could easily exploit the situation to his advantage. Excited by the prospect, Lin Sheng boldly declared, It seems you have already encountered some of the events I mentioned. How do you know this? The Tongdian Jiao master was once again stunned, but quickly realized his slip of tongue and fell silent. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and continued, Not only do I know these things, but I also foresee that in the future, your Jia sect will face utter annihilation, your disciples will suffer grievously, and you yourself will be completely confined. Utilizing the art of persuasion, one must always present the most shocking truths, especially since what he spoke was indeed the reality. What do you say? The celestial master felt a shiver run down his spine as he contemplated the complete annihilation of his vast sect of the intercepting teachings and his own total confinement. Anger ignited within him. Saint Lin continued, Whether you choose to believe or not rests solely with you, master. If you are interested, I happen to possess a detailed record of events yet to unfold. Would you care for it? Within the confines of the Bo Palace, the celestial master narrowed his eyes and declared, Bring it to me. Ah, master, this pertains to matters of future destiny and cannot be disclosed lightly. Otherwise, I cannot predict what unforeseen dangers may befall me, Saint Lin replied, his expression remarkably relaxed, showing no trace of concern. Can the heavenly Tao of your primordial realm truly dictate the affairs of the master of my tranquil palace? What do you intend to do? The celestial master inquired directly. Extra payment required. Lin Shengyang contemplated uttering this phrase, but upon reflection, he deemed it rather commonplace, realizing he was not a figure of renown. Thus, he altered his tone and expressed, I have always held a profound interest in the rare treasures and spiritual artifacts of the primordial world, as well as the sacred manuals of cultivation. Should I acquire some and observe them closely, the matter of revealing secrets should pose no issue. Within the confines of Bo Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu was taken aback. This young man was essentially requesting benefits from him. After all these years traversing the vast expanse of the primordial realm, he had yet to encounter anyone bold enough to negotiate terms directly with a saint. Yet, this so-called group leader dared to converse with him in such a manner. However, was it merely benefits he sought? As a saint of the Jiejiao sect, he truly lacked for resources, aside from the innate treasures that suppressed fortune. In a fleeting moment of realization regarding the myriad functions of the celestial chat group, Tongtian Jiaozhu promptly sent Lin Sheng a targeted red envelope. Ding! Tongtian Jiaozhu has sent you a red envelope. What? A red envelope from the master. Accept. Lin Sheng immediately opened the red envelope sent by Tongtian Jiaozhu. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the quasi-saint level cultivation technique, the Qingjing Immortal Method. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Xianyuan Water Controlling Banner. Incredible. The master is generous. Lin Sheng was utterly astonished. This was, without a doubt, a quasi-saint level cultivation technique and a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. How much wealth must these be worth? He was nearly beside himself with excitement. Is this sufficient? Tongtian Jiaozhu inquired directly. To him, these two items were of little consequence. The Qingjing Immortal Method was a standard practice among the elite disciples of his own sect, while the Xianyuan Water Controlling Banner had seen little use since he acquired it and was merely lying unused. Though both treasures would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among beings in the primordial realm, in the face of the future fate of Jiejiao, these two items were, in Tongtian's eyes, inconsequential. Enough. Sensing the urgency in Tongtian's words, Lin Sheng quickly focused his thoughts and conjured the investiture of the gods into a tangible book. He then promptly sent a red envelope to Tongtian. Ding! Group leader Lin Sheng has sent you a red envelope. Tongtian hastily opened it, and a copy of the investiture of the gods materialized in his hands. His eyes narrowed. Did this contain the matters concerning the decree of divinity? As he pondered, Tongtian opened the pages and began to skim through it rapidly. However, with each passing moment, his expression shifted from astonishment to fury. How dare you? How despicable! Yuan Shi, you have sunk to such shameless depths. Yuan Shi, you scoundrel! You conspired with outsiders against your own brethren. Ah, how infuriating! The wrath of a sage can indeed shake the very foundations of the earth. Throughout Golden Ao Island, the mountains crumbled and the seas surged. Dark clouds gathering ominously as the terrifying pressure of the sage swept across the land. On Golden Ao Island, the many disciples of the Jie sect were left in utter shock. On Sanshao Island, Yinshao felt the fearsome pressure emanating from Golden Ao Island, and her expression changed in response. What has come over our master today? I sensed something amiss during the sermon. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. Sister, do not worry. Our master is a sage. What could possibly trouble him? Surely he is merely experiencing a deeper understanding of the Tao. Is that so? Yinshao furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical. Not only did Sanshao, Duobao, and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit feel the immense pressure from Tongtian, but their expressions also shifted dramatically. Today's interception of the teachings was destined to be anything but tranquil. Lin Sheng remained oblivious to the profound transformations he had brought to the Hongwang world However, he found himself quite intrigued by the Xianyuan Water Controlling Banner and the Upper Clear Immortal Technique bestowed upon him by the Master Tongtian. Although the Upper Clear Immortal Technique was a quasi-saint level method, he deemed it unnecessary for himself to cultivate, especially considering that his Homing Emperor Sutra was a 10th-tier technique, substantially superior by 3 levels. Yet, in the vast expanse of the myriad realms, it remained a remarkably esteemed cultivation method. Should this technique be put up for auction, its value would surely skyrocket. Regrettably, the current market might not accurately reflect such an advanced method, so he resolved to wait for a more opportune moment. Nonetheless, he could peruse the technique for reference in the meantime. At that moment, the group leader, Tony, began to send messages again. Upon seeing Tony's inquiry, Lin Sheng curiously replied, "What is it? Do you have something to discuss? Is it true that the Shaoao Palace is truly omnipotent? Can you genuinely heal my injuries?" After a brief silence, Tony inquired, "You wish to address your heart condition, while also seeking insights into the future trajectory of this world and the extraterrestrial entities." Lin Sheng's words stirred a tempest within Iron Man's heart. The mechanical device in his hand clicked ominously. Could the group leader possess the ability to read minds? Or perhaps foresee the future? In that moment, Iron Man reached a definitive conclusion. As a researcher of technology, he was only interested in matters he firmly believed in. and Lin Xing had now become a steadfast presence in his mind. I can assist you with your injuries. Rest assured, the chat group will not harm you. It will only provide benefits, Lin Xing explained, seemingly sensing the lingering doubts in Iron Man's heart. No, I do not doubt you, esteemed group leader. I merely wish for your help in healing my wounds. As for vengeance, please feel free to propose it. I will comply within my capabilities, Iron Man asserted. Each word pronounced with conviction, unwavering in his commitment to Lin Xing. Afterward, Iron Man promptly uploaded the task to the Group's task board. Very well. I accept your task. As Iron Man uploaded the task, Lin Xing accessed the panel and accepted his mission. Glancing at the rewards listed, Lin Xing smiled subtly. In the world of Avengers, Iron Man's wish, to heal Iron Man's injuries and alleviate his troubles, would yield 100 wealth points, along with a set of mech design blueprints. In this world, towering skyscrapers reached for the heavens, and the atmosphere was imbued with a sense of science fiction. Rays of light danced across the sky, heralding the departure of various heroes. Lin Xing strolled along the streets, his figure flickering before he arrived at a high-rise building. Iron Man awaited anxiously within the edifice. A renowned researcher with substantial financial resources, he was unfortunately plagued by fate. During a previous kidnapping, shrapnel had entered his body, threatening to reach his heart with every heartbeat, placing his life in perpetual jeopardy. Were it not for temporary technological measures to suppress it, he would have likely perished long ago. Lin Xing was his sole glimmer of hope. Even Iron Man, who typically eschewed reliance on technology, found himself pacing nervously in the corridor, awaiting the arrival of that singular figure. Tony, greetings. Lin Xing raised his arm in a cordial wave. Upon seeing Lin Xing's ethereal and otherworldly demeanor, Tony's expression shifted dramatically, as Jarvis could not identify the person before him. It seemed this was indeed the enigmatic group leader. Having met the esteemed group leader, I humbly request your assistance. Whatever is needed, I shall cooperate to the fullest. It is not a significant matter, merely a trifle. Lin Xing waved dismissively. A radiant light flowed from Lin Xing's fingertips, cascading forth. Relax. With a few soft sounds, Tony extracted all the fragments from his body, while simultaneously allowing his spiritual energy to circulate throughout him. He felt a warm current flowing within, and his tense body gradually relaxed, his limbs and bones feeling exceptionally light. The power of Lin Xing was indeed formidable. Even a casual release of spiritual energy was sufficient to rejuvenate Iron Man's limbs, dispelling ailments and toxins with ease. The mere presence of those fragments within him was a trivial matter easily resolved. Grateful for the group leader's assistance, Tony quickly rose and bowed deeply to Lin Xing, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. It was merely a small task. I have accepted your reward, Lin Xing replied, shaking his head with a gentle smile. I shall not linger. Should you encounter further difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance once more. Farewell, Guild Master. Iron Man gazed at the slowly vanishing figure of Lin Xing, standing still and motionless. However, within his heart, he felt a twinge of skepticism. Having regained his strength and endowed with the power of Iron Man, what challenges could possibly lie ahead? He sensed the surge of energy coursing through his veins, a vitality he had never experienced before. It felt as though he could leap 3 to 4 meters high in a single bound and surge up dozens of floors in a single dash. No longer was he the frail Iron Man of yore. Wonderful, Pepper clapped her hands, the unease within her dissipating. Truly, she was grateful to this gentleman. He had encountered a remarkable friend. She sincerely felt a sense of relief and well wishes for Iron Man, and her spirits began to soar as well. Not bad. Within the serene confines of the Celestial Pavilion, Lin Xing did not gaze at the intricate mecha design schematics or the stored hard drive in his hands. Instead, he nodded with satisfaction. He was acutely aware that Tony would never dare to deceive him. Should Tony possess such audacity, Lin Xing had 100 methods to render him tormented beyond measure. With a mere thought, Lin Xing dispatched the data directly to Yang Rui, who resided in the world of Pacific Rim. What is this? Yang Rui inquired, perplexed as to why Lin Xing had suddenly handed her a hard drive. A valuable item. Do not ask questions. Simply deliver this to Xiao Liwen. He will know what to do. Lin Xing preferred not to elaborate further. Understood, my lord. With that, Yang Rui swiftly departed with the hard drive to seek out Xiao Liwen. At that moment, Xiao Liwen was immersed in her work within the laboratory. When she noticed Yang Rui's arrival, a flicker of curiosity crossed her mind. As Yang Rui handed over the hard drive, Xiao Liwen's intrigue deepened. What is this? What are you giving me? Open it and see for yourself. I am unaware of the specifics. Oh, very well. Xiao Liwen assumed Yang Rui was merely playing coy. Thus her curiosity was piqued, but not alarming. Without hesitation, she connected the hard drive to her computer. The instant the hard drive was linked, it began to whir into action. With a sense of inquisitiveness, Xiao Liwen began to explore the various folders. The first folder contained nothing more than surface treatment processes, nothing of great significance. However, upon reaching the second folder, she was utterly astonished. How is this possible? What is the matter? Noticing her expression, Yang Rui felt a hint of curiosity. Before her lay the design blueprints of a mechanical battle armor, the kind that could be donned by a human for combat. Xiao Liwen gazed at these documents, her astonishment palpable. She could scarcely fathom such intricate designs. I would wager that the architect of this mechanical armor is undoubtedly a genius. Each individual design is exquisite. When all these designs converge, the resultant armor will possess unprecedented significance. In comparison to the perilous wanderers, what of them? Upon hearing Yang Rui's inquiry, Xiao Liwen fell silent for a moment before continuing. They are equally formidable, if not surpassing. The mech hunters derive their operational capability from their substantial size, providing ample space to integrate the power system, weaponry, and reconnaissance systems into a formidable combat force. However, shrinking it to a conventional human size presents a daunting challenge. The crux lies in ensuring that, post-reduction, it retains such formidable combat prowess while remaining wearable by an ordinary person. Yet, this design blueprint adeptly resolves these quandaries. Observe here, the structure. Xiao Liwen began to elucidate the intricacies to Yang Rui. Look at the power system here, and the weapon system here. Yet, the complexity of these concepts left Yang Rui somewhat bewildered. It was indeed a tall order to expect a princess of the Great Sui to grasp the pinnacle of technological advancements. What do these signify? She inquired. You see, each component has been meticulously miniaturized and refined. Imagine if we could mass-produce all these elements. What might ensue? Yang Rui possessed little knowledge about those objects. Yet she was exceedingly well-versed in mass production. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she took a deep breath. The creation of a mechanical armor legion. Yes, the very establishment of a mechanical armor legion. If only she could achieve mass production of these items. It would be remarkably straightforward to construct a legion of mechanical armors comprising 1,000,000 troops. Upon hearing Xiao Liwen's words, Yang Rui could not help but gasp in astonishment. She was well aware of the formidable strength of the mecha hunters, each possessing at least second-tier capabilities. A legion of 1,000,000 mechas equates to 1,000,000 second-tier warriors. Such might could easily sweep across the entire continent of Jiuzhou. The sheer terror of it left Yang Rui in shock. Meanwhile, far away in the primordial world, Tongtian Jiaozhu was consumed by fury after concluding his reading of the Investiture of the Gods. A violent aura of the sage enveloped the vast expanse of the primordial land. Countless individuals gazed toward Jinbi Island, bewildered by the unfolding events and ignorant of what had provoked the wrath of Tongtian Jiaozhu. Not only they, but even the likes of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit were equally perplexed by their master's unexpected rage. At this moment, Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes burned with a crimson fury, filled with murderous intent. He had never anticipated such a dire fate for his sect. The realization was profoundly unsettling. Very well. How dare they? Tongtian Jiaozhu ground his teeth in seething rage, almost driven to madness. Yet, swiftly, he regained his composure. Recognizing that his current fury would yield no fruitful outcome, the crucial matter now was to devise a solution within a short time frame. Otherwise, when the time of the investiture arrived, orchestrating any plans would prove exceedingly challenging. Almost instinctively, Tongtian Jiaozhu recalled that enigmatic chat group and its mysterious leader. Upon logging into the chat, he was greeted by Lin Sheng's inquiry. Having read the Investiture of the Gods, do you have any thoughts? Tongtian Jiaozhu could hardly believe that Laozi and Yuan Shi would so easily conspire with outsiders against their own kin. If he had remained oblivious, perhaps it would have been acceptable, but now that he was aware, he would not let this transgression go unpunished. It was evident that Tongtian Jiaozhu was engulfed in overwhelming rage, yet he managed to maintain his rationality, which was why he sought Lin Sheng. You need not be overly distressed. This is merely a contest of fate. It is expected that you lack the means to suppress it. Their actions against you were foreseeable. But how could they dare? After countless eons of brotherhood, they turned their backs without a second thought. Such treachery is truly disheartening. In the face of profit, what brotherhood holds any significance? Tongtian Jiaozhu had become a prime target for Lin Sheng, who now viewed him as a golden opportunity. When speaking of Laozi and Yuan Shi, Tongtian Jiaozhu was anything but courteous. Do you possess any means to help my sect overcome this calamity? He asked directly, displaying his decisive nature. Lin Sheng had anticipated this question but refrained from appearing overly eager. However, you must understand that if I assist your sect, the teachings of Rinjiao and Chanjiao will not fare well, Lin Sheng cautioned. Since they disregard brotherhood, why should I be concerned? Should I wait for them to come to my door? Tongtian Jiaozhu trembled with rage at the thought. The scenes depicted in the investiture of the gods were harrowing, leaving him with a sense of dread. The potential reality of those events was almost beyond his comprehension. Since you think this way, it suggests you are beginning to grasp the situation, Lin Sheng remarked. In fact, I do have a method to help your sect navigate this crisis. Intrigued, Tongtian Jiaozhu expressed his eagerness for Lin Sheng's guidance. I hope you will not hesitate to share. However, Lin Sheng was not so easily placated. As his nature dictated, he would not reveal his hand without due consideration. Sharing the method is not out of the question, but Lin Sheng deliberately left his statement unfinished, confident Tongtian Jiaozhu would piece it together. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Sheng's words, Tongtian Jiaozhu promptly sent him an exclusive red envelope. Friend, this is a treasure I have crafted, a token of goodwill. Tongtian Jiaozhu had proven to be amenable. Lin Sheng smiled subtly as he opened the red envelope. Congratulations. You have received an exclusive red envelope from Tongtian Jiaozhu. Congratulations. You have obtained a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the Soul Descending Banner. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Sheng smirked slightly, initially expecting something akin to the exquisite Xianyuan water control flag, only to discover it was merely a postnatal treasure. However, upon reflection, a mid-grade postnatal treasure was still substantial, especially coming from Tongtian Jiaozhu. Recalling the pivotal role Tongtian played during the Investiture War, where he wielded the legendary Six Soul Banner, reputed to inscribe the names of saints and potentially harm them, it was clear that treasures targeting the soul were immensely powerful. The Soul Descending Banner, forged by Tongtian, would undoubtedly serve as an excellent tool for either offense or defense against spiritual threats. Satisfied, Lin Sheng accepted the spiritual treasure and pondered his next words, leaving Tongtian Jiaozhu in a state of anxious anticipation. Friend, may I inquire about your proposed method? The method is quite simple, but I fear you may not accept it, Lin Sheng replied. Do not hesitate to share, Tongtian Jiaozhu implored, his impatience evident. Lin Sheng nodded and continued. You merely need to send all your disciples onto the investiture list. What? Upon hearing Lin Sheng's words, Tongtian Jiao Master widened his eyes in astonishment. Sending all his disciples to the Fengshen list would undoubtedly spell the end for his sect. Is my friend mocking me? His intention had always been to prevent his disciples from being included on the Fengshen list, and now Lin Sheng unexpectedly suggested that he send all of them there. Was this a jest? Do not be alarmed, my friend. Allow me to elaborate. Lin Sheng spoke with a calm smile. In the foreseeable future, barring any unforeseen circumstances, your sect will undoubtedly be schemed against by Yuan Shi, Laozi, and the two sages of the West. Although you are a sage yourself, your adversaries possess 4 sages, making victory a daunting task. Furthermore, after the great battle, your sect will be utterly obliterated. Rather than face such a fate, it would be wiser to send all your disciples to the Fengshen list from the outset, thus minimizing potential casualties among your followers. When the time comes, the decision of who to send or not to send will be entirely at your discretion. Moreover, sending all disciples to the Fengshen list is not without its advantages. Consider this. If the Fengshen list is entirely composed of your sect's disciples, then the influence within the celestial court will inherently favor your sect. With such a vast foundation of personnel, it would be far easier for your sect to establish its presence in the celestial court. Ultimately, the entire celestial court could be at your sect's disposal. Once your sect gains the supreme authority of the celestial court, it will possess dominion over the 3 realms. Are you suggesting that my disciples should seize the power of the celestial court? Tongtian Jiao Master responded, beginning to grasp Lin Sheng's intention. Indeed, otherwise, why would I propose sending all disciples to the Fengshen list? If this can be achieved, it may not be such a bad thing after all. As an immortal sage who had lived for eons, he was acutely aware of the risks and opportunities at play. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if this plan came to fruition, his sect would dominate the 3 realms. This would undoubtedly be an immense boon for his sect, possibly elevating his power to unprecedented heights due to the vast fortune. As he contemplated this possibility, Tongtian Jiao Master could hardly contain his excitement. However, at that moment, Lin Sheng interjected, this matter requires careful consideration. While the opportunities are immense, the risks are equally grave. A moment's carelessness could plunge your sect into irreparable ruin. Currently, my sect stands at a critical juncture of life and death, facing inevitable demise. It is better to take a chance. Tong Tianjiao Master, a resolute individual, swiftly made his decision after weighing the benefits. My friend, please allow me a brief moment. I shall return shortly. With those words, he vanished from the chat group and reappeared, swiftly flying towards the Zixiao Palace. At that moment, Laozi and Yuan Shitianzuan were still deliberating matters concerning the function list. They were taken aback by Tong Tianjiao Master's sudden return. Junior brother, why this haste? Laozi inquired, maintaining his congenial demeanor. Yuan Shitianzuan, however, regarded Tong Tianjiao Master with a scrutinizing gaze. Nothing significant. I merely believe that since my sect has so many disciples, while you two have so few, we should rightfully take the lead in this function endeavor, Tong Tianjiao Master asserted, as if he had truly come to a realization. This left both Laozi and Yuan Shitianzuan astounded, initially believing he had gained insight. However, they quickly dismissed that notion. What insight? Perhaps he was merely fearful of reprimand from the Dao ancestor, prompting such a decision. Understanding the crux of the matter, both Laozi and Yuan Shitianzuan's expressions toward Tong Tianjiao Master shifted accordingly. It seemed that while he often acted recklessly without considering consequences, he remained perceptive in certain situations. Then, Tong Tianjiao Master took the function list before him, preparing to inscribe the names of his disciples. Observing his actions, Yuan Shitianzuan feigned concern. Junior brother, are you certain? Once your disciples are inscribed on the function list, there will be no turning back. Laozi nodded in agreement. Indeed, you must think this through. For once you sign the function list, there will be no room for retreat. If Tong Tianjiao Master had not been aware of their true intentions, he might have been swayed by their words. However, he was resolute and saw through their deceit. If he were not mistaken, they were likely reveling in joy at the prospect of him signing the list, eager to see it filled. Their talk of caution and deliberation was nothing but nonsense. There is no need for further discussion, my brothers. I am resolute in my decision. Tong Tianjiao Master's unwavering stance astonished both Laozi and Yuan Shitianzuan, who were simultaneously pleased. If someone wished to take their place in signing the function list, it could not be better. In that case, we shall leave it to you. Junior brother, thank you for your noble intentions. My gratitude is boundless. They exchanged pleasantries, not sparing any expressions of appreciation. Inwardly, Tong Tianjiao Master scoffed. Picking up the vermilion brush and inscribing the names of his disciples on the function list, starting with his most trusted disciples and concluding with those of lesser standing. The function list boasted a staggering 365 divine positions, with an additional 14,800 lesser deities. Only his sect could muster such a number. No other sect could possibly rival it. When Yuan Shitianzuan and Laozi witnessed Tong Tianjiao Master's commitment to sending all his disciples to the function list, smiles involuntarily crept onto their faces. It's done. They silently rejoiced. Unbeknownst to them, Tong Tianjiao Master was inwardly mocking their delight. Laugh while you can. Soon enough, you shall have cause to weep. After completing the signing of the function list, Tong Tianjiao Master leisurely set down the vermilion brush. The function list has been signed. I await your judgment, Master. Good. Laozi nodded with an air of pretentiousness. At that moment, Yuan Shitianzuan also seemed somewhat impatient. Subsequently, the three of them sat cross-legged on the meditation cushions, chanting the name of Hongjun. The once vanished Hongjun Daozu reappeared before their eyes. Master, the list of deities has been finalized. Please review it. Laozi, as the leader of the three pure ones, was the first to speak. Upon hearing this, Hongjun Daozu was taken aback. How could it be completed so swiftly? He pondered the nature of the relationship among the three. He had anticipated that they would quarrel over the matter of signing the deity list, and that it would take considerable time to reach an agreement. However, he was astonished that they had concluded their discussions so rapidly. Summoning the list of deities, Hongjun was further astonished upon seeing the names inscribed. All the disciples on this list belonged to the Jiejiao sect. To verify this, Hongjun Daozu scrutinized the list several times. Yet he found no disciples from the other two sections. This peculiarity piqued his curiosity. When had Tong Tian become so accommodating? Why were all the names solely from Jiejiao? Reporting to Master, the disciples willingly permitted all Jiejiao disciples to be listed. Upon hearing the words of the Heavenly Lord, Hongjun Daozu couldn't help but glance at him again. Do you not understand that once a disciple is placed on the list, they must obey the commands of the list holder for all eternity, without resistance? Hongjun Daozu truly could not comprehend how the Heavenly Lord was able to place all his disciples upon the list as well. Disciple understands. But why then do you still act thus? Among the three teachings, there is but one disciple of the human teaching, while the disciples of the revelation teaching number only a few dozen. Among the three teachings, my sect of interception has the most disciples. After much contemplation, I cannot bear to see my two elder brothers left with no followers. Therefore, I humbly suggest that the disciples of the sect of interception be prioritized on the list, and I hope for the Master's gracious approval. Upon finishing this statement, the Master of the heavenly interception prostrated himself on the ground. This gesture moved both Laozi and the primordial supreme being. It is indeed commendable that this junior brother of theirs considers their well-being. The three pure ones are truly a family. Although they have separated, their bond remains unbroken. Deeply touched, the primordial supreme being even began to reflect on his previous criticisms of this junior brother, questioning whether he had been too harsh on the Master of the heavenly interception. Even Hongjun, upon witnessing the actions of the Master of the heavenly interception, could not help but feel a sense of incredulity. Who would have thought that this seemingly reckless master would display such loyalty in a critical moment? It appears that, in his heart, despite their separation, the three pure ones still regard themselves as one family. Truly, he is a devoted and principled disciple. Hongjun, observing the series of actions by the Master of the heavenly interception, felt a twinge of regret, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of unease. For within the future he foresaw, the evolution of the heavenly Tao was far from this scenario. In the battle of the gods, the three pure ones would engage in fierce conflict. Yet now, after the Master of the heavenly interception has placed all his disciples on the list of deities, such a future seems to vanish. After all, without any conflict, the reasons for strife dissipate. Logically, the three pure ones should prosper in harmony. This undoubtedly seems a fortuitous occurrence. However, the Master's actions appear to be disrupting the flow of future events, leading to the collapse of some of Hongjun's plans. This realization left Hongjun in a state of inexplicable agitation. Fortunately, the grand trends of the primordial world remain unchanged, though minor adjustments can occur. Thus, the Master of the heavenly interception's behavior can be somewhat justified, having little significant effect on the future of the entire primordial world. How strange. This indeed aligns with the heavenly Tao's design, for the Tao desires the orderly functioning of the primordial land. Yet, this contrasts with Hongjun's own aspirations. Alas, I had suggested they sign the list of deities. Now these three disciples have amicably completed the signing. Should I, as the Tao ancestor, go back on my word? Very well, let it be. Hongjun's thoughts swirled, yet his countenance remained unchanged as he nodded and spoke. If that is the case, then proceed as you wish. From today forth, you shall commence preparations for the deification. We shall dutifully obey the Master's command. The Master of the heavenly interception and his two companions knelt once more. When they rose, Hongjun had vanished yet again. Unbeknownst to them, as Hongjun uttered those words, his unease intensified, as if some cataclysmic event were about to unfold within the primordial realm. However, regardless of how Hongjun calculated, he could not discern the truth. Upon seeing Hongjun's disappearance, the Master of the heavenly interception and his companions hastily exited the Zishu Palace. Since the matter of deification had ceased to involve the revelation and human teachings, the list of deities they held became of no use, and so they entrusted it to the Master of the heavenly interception. Upon returning to Golden Tortoise Island, the Master of the heavenly interception immediately began to summon his disciples, preparing to arrange matters concerning the deification. Meanwhile, as he gathered his disciples, Zhang Xiaofan resumed his inquiries in the chat group. Esteemed leader, do you happen to know who was responsible for the destruction of Tsaomiao village? Of course I know. Lin Xing admitted directly. If you wish to know, you may post a task in the group. After receiving the task, I shall reveal to you the identity of the murderer. As stated in the group guidelines that Lin Xing just shared, members are encouraged to post tasks in the group's task space if they have any questions or require assistance. Those with interest may directly accept the tasks. However, since it is indeed a task, the publisher must provide some form of reward. Hence, the question arises, does Zhang Xiaofan possess anything to offer as a reward? Upon hearing Lin Xing's words, Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. He was but an orphan, newly entered into the Qingyun sect, and was, to put it frankly, destitute. What valuable items could he possibly offer to undertake a mission? Was there truly no other means to uncover the identity of the murderer? Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of frustration. The information regarding the perpetrator was right before him, yet he could not muster the requisite reward. This predicament drove him to a near frenzy. Without an appropriate compensation, there seemed to be no way forward. Lin Sheng, somewhat troubled, remarked that the chat group adhered to certain rules that must not be violated. To obtain anything, one must offer something in return. In their world, even a simple inquiry demanded a fee. If you wish to know who the murderer is, then provide some form of compensation. What's the harm in that? Even I had to pay a significant price to have my injuries treated by the group leader. Tony chimed in, hinting that the consulting fees for the esteemed members of parliament were notoriously exorbitant. As for what one might consult about, who could say? Perhaps it was merely sharing a meal and exchanging pleasantries, and the parliamentarians would pocket substantial fees, occasionally bestowing favors through policy decisions. Don't question it. Such is the nature of our beautiful nation. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan felt utterly helpless. Am I truly just a pauper? Tony's demeanor revealed his true character once more. If Zhang Xiaofan was indeed impoverished, then there was little reason for him to seek such knowledge. If you truly wish to uncover the truth, then strive to earn some wealth, he advised. Oh, by the way, while money may not be necessary here, certain skills or other forms of compensation are required. Zhang Xiaofan's heart sank, yet a spark of determination ignited within him. Lin Sheng, glancing at the messages in the chat group, decided to disengage from the matter. Although Zhang Xiaofan was the protagonist in the tale of Zuzhan, even he could not expect to receive benefits without effort. Young man, endeavor to accumulate some wealth. With that thought, Lin Sheng closed the chat group and turned to explore the newly introduced hot news feature of the system. It must be said, the 24-hour hot news feature was quite intriguing. One could witness significant events unfolding across various realms and could even publish them directly within the store. This brought Lin Sheng back to the days of scrolling through headlines and engaging with trending topics. Suddenly, a piece of news caught his attention. The Ming dynasty defeats the Liaojin allied forces, slaying 100,000 enemies and capturing countless livestock. The North Song Emperor Zhao Su abdicated, passing the throne to Ming Emperor Zhu Hozhao, much to the astonishment of the populace. Perusing the news, Lin Sheng felt a twinge of surprise. It seemed the Ming dynasty possessed formidable strength. Achieving such a decisive victory was no small feat, especially in an era governed by cold weapons. This made his astonishment all the more profound. But what was this about the North Song Emperor abdicating? The newly appointed emperor was none other than the Ming Emperor? Did this mean the two nations had merged following a conflict? Such revelations left Lin Sheng in a state of bewilderment, absent-mindedly stroking his chin. Another piece of news soon appeared before him. The Han Emperor expresses willingness to pay homage to the Qin dynasty, seeking their support. This immediately piqued Lin Sheng's interest. The current Han Emperor was indeed Han Lingdi, Lu Hong, who had been severely oppressed by the powerful families, to the point of resorting to openly selling official positions. Back in the store's main hall, Lin Sheng refrained from creating exclusive content with the headline news. After all, news is meant for the public to see, to stimulate consumer interest and foster better business. At that moment, these two pieces of news sent shockwaves through the establishment. 24-hour hot news. What is this? Is it like online gossip? Wow, the Ming Emperor is really something. He just decimated the Liaojin alliance. The North Song Emperor abdicated to Ming Emperor Zhu Hozhao. Has our Song dynasty fallen? Bro, don't be too disheartened. While the North Song may be gone, the South Song still stands. Your Song has not perished. The Han Emperor has pledged allegiance to the Qin. Does that mean the Qin will dominate the three regions? Don't celebrate too soon. The Mongols have three formidable land deities. Who knows if the Qin can withstand them? Mere barbarians could never stand against the might of our Qin cavalry. We are invincible. Amidst the fervent discussions, these pieces of information rapidly spread across the 9 provinces. Meanwhile, outside the capital of the Han dynasty, Luoyang, the Mongol forces lay in wait. Their ranks a sea of dark figures, stretching endlessly. The fierce steeds remained eerily silent, and the heavily armored cavalry sat resolutely upon their mounts, wielding curved blades with grave expressions. The battlefield was enveloped in an unsettling silence, yet a palpable aura of hostility seemed to disperse the clouds above. The soldiers atop the walls of Luoyang observed this scene with mounting anxiety, gripping their weapons tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation in the air. The oppressive atmosphere threatened to drive them to madness. On the periphery of the battlefield, 3 imposing figures radiating immense pressure stood quietly. Should any martial artist from the Jianghu see them, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. These were none other than the three top masters of the Mongol Empire. The foremost figure was tall and imposing, exuding a calm and steady presence, his fair skin reminiscent of a finely crafted crystal statue. His penetrating black eyes seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. With a prominent nose and sharply defined lips, his dark attire contrasted starkly against his pale complexion, enveloping him in an enchanting yet terrifying aura. This was none other than the formidable demon sect master, Meng Qixing. His prowess was unparalleled. Even the renowned demon master, Pang Ban, was but his disciple. In the presence of the demon sect, the appearances of the national master, Ba Siba, and the emperor, Si Hanfei, appeared rather ordinary. Yet, the weight of their presence was enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. "Let us begin," Ba Siba intoned, reciting a Buddhist mantra, embodying a semblance of compassion for all beings. In stark contrast, Su Laiwu, whose Chinese name was Si Hanfei, wore a ferocious countenance, brimming with menace. "Commence! Annihilate them all." Si Hanfei's voice was not loud, yet it resonated instantaneously throughout the ranks. At that moment, the Mongol forces surged forward as if they had received a command, their previously motionless formation charging towards Luoyang City. "Kill! Annihilate them all! Kill!" In an instant, the cries of battle and screams of agony echoed relentlessly, creating a cacophony of chaos. The entire city of Luoyang transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Countless soldiers of the Mongol Yuan army surged onto the city walls, only to be swiftly met with death at the hands of the defenders. Disfigured corpses plummeted from the battlements, accumulating into a thick layer below. Yet, such losses seemed to elicit no concern from those in power. The Mongol forces continued their relentless assault on Luoyang. "I shall take action now," Meng Qixing announced to Si Hanfei and his companion. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already 10 zhang away. In contrast to others, Meng Qixing's appearance and stature were strikingly conspicuous. The moment he plunged into the throng, he was instantly recognized by those atop the walls. "Kill him, quickly." The commander of the defenders, having identified Meng Qixing, sought to thwart his advance. However, how could a mere commander hope to hinder a figure as formidable as a deity on the battlefield? With a single leap from below the walls, Meng Qixing ascended like a soaring eagle. Before he even approached, a terrifying force surged toward him. Humph! With a cold snort, Meng Qixing's body suddenly exploded, creating a scene of such brutality that it was truly horrifying. Following his lead, both Basiba and Si Hanfei swiftly followed suit. The trio moved with such incredible speed that ordinary soldiers stood no chance against them. A single strike from their hands could leave terrifying imprints on the ground, and within their reach, soldiers were obliterated without a glimmer of hope for survival. Amidst such relentless assault, a gaping wound was swiftly torn into the heart of Luoyang City. The once firmly sealed gate was shattered by Meng Qixing's onslaught. Those witnessing this spectacle were driven to madness, while others may have been oblivious. They understood all too well the gravity of the situation. This gate weighed thousands of pounds, requiring dozens of men to operate it simultaneously. Yet, in an astonishing display of might, it was effortlessly blasted open by a single blow. Such formidable power was beyond belief. After this day, the Han dynasty would surely perish. Meng Qixing wore a chilling smirk as he surveyed the surrounding soldiers, his gaze reminiscent of one surveying a throng of corpses. As he breached the gate, a tide of Mongolian iron cavalry surged into the city. The imperial capital of the Han, Luoyang, could no longer withstand such ferocious onslaught. A palpable atmosphere of panic spread among the masses. In fact, the moment the gate was shattered by Meng Qixing, some had already lost their will to fight, kneeling in surrender. After all, this level of assault was utterly terrifying, something no rational person would wish to confront, especially when they were merely ordinary soldiers. In that moment, a resounding thud echoed as Si Hanfei suddenly leaped from the city wall, swiftly turning to deliver a powerful palm strike. The formidable city walls crumbled under the sheer force of his blow, resulting in the immediate demise of hundreds of Han soldiers, who scarcely had time to utter a cry. From this day forth, the capital of the Han kingdom would become our dominion. Stepping upon the shattered bricks, Si Hanfei emerged from the swirling dust. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, the despairing Emperor Lu Hong of the Han was engulfed in hopelessness. All was lost. The legacy established by his ancestors had disintegrated under his watch, leaving him in profound terror. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within him, for he had recently resolved to submit to the Emperor of the Qin. If only the Qin Emperor could arrive swiftly, there might still be salvation. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated from afar. "The Emperor of the Han has bowed in submission to me, Henceforth, all Han lands belong to Qin. Who dares to act recklessly? The voice thundered like a rolling storm, leaving the inhabitants of Luoyang momentarily stunned. It was none other than Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng. As the city fell and the capital of the Han transformed into a hellish landscape, the Qin emperor made his entrance. In an instant, every individual raised their gaze towards the horizon, where a magnificent vessel, the Azure Dragon, glimmered with golden light, hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. Within moments, Qin Shi Huang piloted the Azure Dragon above Luoyang. As he soared, beams of radiant light erupted from the vessel, raining down upon the Yuan forces that were mercilessly slaughtering the Han populace. In an instant, vast swathes of the Yuan army were obliterated by these luminous strikes. Do you dare to persist in my presence? Qin Shi Huang stood at the bow, observing the scene below. Adorned with the supreme seal of the 5 dragons upon his head, he radiated a divine golden glow, appearing as if a celestial being had descended, sacred and untouchable. Simultaneously, the chilling aura of imperial authority emanating from him compelled all to kneel in reverence. Splendid, Your Majesty. You have finally arrived. Lu Hong seemed to shed all remnants of dignity, kneeling before Qin Shi Huang in full view of all. I, humble Wang Lu Hong, have met His Majesty the First Emperor. From the moment Lu Hong pledged his allegiance to Qin Shi Huang, he ceased to be an emperor. Even if he were to reclaim territory from the Mongol forces, he would merely be a king, not an emperor. Ha ha. Upon witnessing Lu Hong bowing in submission, Qin Shi Huang erupted into laughter, reveling in the ease with which he had subdued a nation without shedding blood. It was undoubtedly a tremendous advantage for him. By annexing the Han, his Qin dynasty would rightfully claim dominion over the 3 provinces, establishing itself as the preeminent empire of the realm. However, he first needed to address the immediate troubles at hand. With that thought, Ingzheng's gaze shifted towards Meng Qixing and the other 2. Ingzheng, why are you not in Xianyang but here instead? The sorcerer Meng Qixing displayed a blatant lack of respect for Qin Shi Huang's status, directly addressing him by name in front of everyone. Impudent! You barbarian, do you not kneel before me? If you wish for me to bow, you must first demonstrate the ability to compel me. Meng Qixing's eyes glinted coldly, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Basiba and Sahanfei joined him, casting frigid glances toward Ingzheng. Stubborn and unyielding, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Just in time to experience His Majesty's prowess. Kill! Meng Qixing roared fiercely, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the heavens. In a breathtaking display, he seemingly ascended through the air, taking 4 steps as if treading upon a staircase, and thus propelled himself directly toward the soaring vessel of Qin Shi Huang, the Songlong Polang. Seeking death, Qin Shi Huang's expression turned stern as he waved his right hand. In an instant, 5 flying swords representing the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth shot forth like lightning, aimed at Ming Qi with lethal intent. These were the exquisite elemental swords that Ingzheng had acquired at the auction. The brilliant sword light surged forth with a fierce roar. To everyone's astonishment, Ming Qi did not dodge or evade. Instead, he raised his hand to meet the onslaught head-on. The resplendent hands, akin to jade, directly collided with the sword's brilliance, remaining unscathed. Such is the terrifying prowess of the realm of terrestrial immortals. Very well, let us continue. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qin Shi Huang not only remained unperturbed but erupted into hearty laughter. At that moment, Sihan and Fei rushed in from either side. Instantly, the 4 of them were engulfed in a fierce melee. The air was filled with flying swords and surging energies. The 4 pinnacle masters of the 3rd tier unleashed their full might in the city of Luoyang. The ferocity of this clash was truly formidable. Each move was imbued with an overwhelming power. For ordinary individuals, merely being swept by such an aura would result in either death or grave injury. In an instant, the surroundings were devoid of onlookers. Humph! Barbarians are indeed barbarians. Even if the 3 of you join forces, in my eyes, you are but mere chickens and dogs. As he spoke, Emperor Qin Shi Huang astonishingly stowed away the Songlong Breaking Waves flying vessel. Thus, adorned with the supreme seal of the 5 dragons and wielding the 5 elements flying sword, he engaged in a fierce battle against Meng Qixing and his companions. At this moment, Emperor Ingzheng, having cultivated his immortal techniques, had reached the great ascension stage. Even facing 3 terrestrial immortals, he exhibited no signs of inferiority. Moving with remarkable ease, the terrifying sword light surged wildly among the 4. The air crackled with sizzling sounds amidst the sword radiance, and even the earth was cleaved apart. With a fierce roar, Zhang Hanfei leaped into the air, his spear swiftly lunging towards Emperor Qin Shi Huang. With a sharp clang, Si Hanfei unleashed a spear strike that embodied the pinnacle of his martial prowess, surpassing even the force with which he had previously felled the Northern Gun King, Tong Yuan. The speed was astonishing, as it instantly pierced towards Qin Shi Huang, producing a thunderous sound. The surrounding bricks disintegrated into dust under the force of the impact, creating a cloud of debris so thick it rendered visibility nearly impossible. Yet, a smile did not grace Si Hanfei's face. In that fleeting moment, he felt no sensation of impact. It was as if his strike had struck a layer of cowhide instead. As the swirling dust began to settle, Qin Shi Huang remained standing calmly, unscathed, his attire untouched by even the slightest injury. Surrounding him was a shimmering aura of golden light, which had astonishingly deflected Si Hanfei's formidable spear thrust. How is this possible? The three were utterly astonished. They could never have anticipated that with such a thrust. Qin Shi Huang would emerge unscathed. After a brief moment, Meng Qixing's attention was drawn to the five-dragon supreme seal atop Qin Shi Huang's head. He immediately realized that the reason Ing Zheng was able to withstand the blow was undoubtedly due to this seal. It was truly unexpected that Ing Zheng possessed such a treasure. Haha. Qin Shi Huang paid no heed to Meng Qixing's words. Now, you three kneel and relinquish your powers to return to the Mongolian Yuan while there is still time. Dream on. Die. Si Hanfei roared as he charged once more at Qin Shi Huang. Among the three, Si Hanfei, as a member of the royal family, could scarcely tolerate such words. Today, I shall grant you a death. In the face of Si Hanfei's renewed assault, Qin Shi Huang remained unfazed with his sword. The other two also rushed towards Qin Shi Huang without delay. The battle among the four reignited. However, in comparison to Qin Shi Huang, Meng Qixing and his companions appeared significantly constrained. Lacking protective treasures, they could not afford to abandon defense as Qin Shi Huang did. The fight was considerably simpler for Qin Shi Huang. With the five-dragon supreme seal above his head, he felt no need for defense. The five elements flying swords transformed in his hands into a myriad of sword shadows, swiftly advancing towards the three adversaries, overwhelming them with the sheer speed of his onslaught. I refuse to believe I cannot kill you. Si Hanfei bellowed, channeling all his energy into the spear he wielded, launching yet another attack against Ing Zheng. Just then, a sharp flash of blade light suddenly sliced through the air beside him. This blade light was astonishingly brilliant yet imbued with despair, steeped in boundless killing intent and a terrifying aura of death. Any ordinary master, upon merely glimpsing that blade light, would be driven to the brink of madness. Aside from Qin Shi Huang, all others were left dumbfounded by the sudden assault. No one anticipated that someone would lurk in the shadows, launching a surprise attack. Si Hanfei immediately felt an icy chill wash over him, a visceral sense of dread approaching. Dodge. I must evade, or I shall perish. Alarm bells rang in Si Hanfei's mind. He shifted sideways in midair, moving half a foot to escape. Yet, that resplendent sword light clung to him like a parasite, locking onto his position. The brilliance of the sword light shone like snow, captivating the world. With an unstoppable ferocity, it surged towards Si Hanfei. The sword came with such swiftness that none could react in time, not even Meng Qixing and Basiba, who sought to intervene. In an instant, Si Hanfei was struck by the sword light, resulting in a severed right arm. The dismembered limb was flung away, and blood gushed forth, creating a scene of unimaginable brutality that was hard to behold. After this decisive blow, the assailant swiftly approached Qin Shi Huang and stood poised, sword in hand. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden edges, the figure emanated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, evoking visions of a sea of corpses and the anguished wails of countless souls. This blood-soaked visage resembled that of a vengeful demon king emerging from the depths of hell. Upon recognizing each other, both Basiba and Meng Qixing were taken aback. Si Hanfei, clutching his shattered shoulder, exclaimed in shock, Lord Baiqi? I thought you were dead. Indeed. The figure before them was none other than Lord Baiqi, the renowned general who had mercilessly slaughtered 400,000 Zhao soldiers during the Battle of Chongping. In this world, few possessed a murderous aura as palpable as his. It could be said without hesitation that he was a figure capable of silencing the cries of children across the 9 provinces. One could only imagine the terrifying reputation Lord Baiqi held in this realm. His presence alone sent shivers down their spines. You have not perished, how could I possibly die? He declared. Amitabha, I never expected your prowess to have reached such heights. Truly, I am taken aback. Your sins are too great, destined for boundless hell. Today, I must sacrifice myself to vanquish evil. Basiba intoned a Buddhist chant, and behind him, a grand will began to rise. Baiqi scoffed with disdain. You, a bald monk, think you can eliminate me? Have you prepared for your demise today? If you wish to kill me, you must first prove your capability. Si Hanfei, nursing his wound, was filled with deep resentment. Having suffered the loss of an arm at the hands of another, the enmity was profound, an irreconcilable vendetta. "Let us test this," he said resolutely. "I have secluded myself for many years, and now that I have broken through my limits, you shall serve as my offering to the sword." As the foremost general of the Qin Empire, Baiqi had long reached the pinnacle of martial prowess. The Qin king would have to be mad to destroy his own fortifications. Previously, Baiqi had utilized the massacre of 400,000 Zhao soldiers to loosen the constraints of his martial path, aiming to ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals. However, fearing an ambush during his vulnerable state, he had allied with the Qin king to stage a deceptive pretense of demise, successfully fooling all. His sole aim was to break through to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Only recently had he finally shattered that barrier, coincidentally drawing the attention of Qin Shi Huang. At this moment, the 5 pinnacle masters of the 3rd tier faced off against each other, their auras intensifying to the point where the very air felt as though it had solidified. "Kill!" Si Hanfei bellowed in fury, unable to contain himself any longer. And he lunged at Baiqi with the remaining arm he possessed. Both Basiba and Ming Qixing attempted to assault Baiqi in unison, only to be met by 5 flying swords that swiftly barred their path. "Yin-Yang Life and Death Wheel," Basiba shouted, as the celestial Yin-Yang Life and Death Wheel hurtled towards the 5 swords, colliding with them in a fierce confrontation. "Spirit Sword!" Ming Qixing exclaimed furiously, unleashing his ultimate move. With his profound cultivation that transcended the heavens and the earth, he could even manipulate matter with his spirit. At this moment, he directly condensed the Spirit Sword, aiming to sever Yin Zheng's spirit. 5-element sword formation. In the face of the onslaught from 2 formidable adversaries, Yin Zheng bellowed, and 5 flying swords coalesced into a formidable array. Instantly, streams of sword energy crisscrossed, intercepting the assaults of the Yin-Yang Life and Death Wheel and the primordial Spirit Sword. At this moment, all participants had unleashed their true ferocity. Each move was terrifying, as if they could shatter the very heavens and earth. Meanwhile, Baiqi regarded Si Hanfei with a fierce glint of murderous intent. Even with both hands, Si Hanfei was no match for him. Now, with one hand, his demise was inevitable. "Kill!" With a thunderous roar, Baiqi brandished his bronze sword and charged directly at Si Hanfei. His techniques were remarkably straightforward, characterized by grand gestures that, while seemingly unadorned, revealed his subsequent moves at a glance. Yet, it was precisely this simplicity, combined with his overwhelming power, that rendered Si Hanfei unable to evade. Each strike effectively pinned Si Hanfei down, compelling him to endure the onslaught. After several strikes, Si Hanfei found himself in retreat. "Damn it! I will not lose. I will not lose." "Ah, Iron Blood Spear, kill!" In the face of his retreat, Si Hanfei roared, and the iron spear in his hand erupted with an indomitable momentum, thrusting toward Baiqi. "Come forth! Sword of the killing path!" Baiqi shouted fiercely, as the light of his bronze sword surged, imbued with an unstoppable killing intent, meeting Si Hanfei head-on. Clang! As the 2 figures passed each other, Baiqi came to a halt, his bronze sword dripping with blood. A fissure appeared on Si Hanfei's towering form, and in an instant, his body was cleaved in 2 by the bronze blade. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground. The formidable Si Hanfei, a master of the land and a being of celestial prowess, was slain by Baiqi in such a manner. Both Basiba and Ming Qixing were taken aback by Si Hanfei's demise, their movements faltering in shock. Seizing the moment, Qin Shi Huang urged his flying sword forward, unhesitatingly charging at the 2, while Baiqi capitalized on the opportunity, advancing towards them. The synchronicity of their actions was nothing short of exquisite. Basiba and Ming Qixing found themselves utterly unable to evade the impending assault. Snicker with a resounding bang, the sword winds surged fiercely, brimming with murderous intent. The yin-yang wheel of life and death in the air, along with the spirit sword, shattered into fragments. With a sudden exclamation, both Basiba and Ming Qixing, caught in a pincer attack, faltered and were immediately overwhelmed, spewing blood and sustaining grievous injuries. "How splendid!" Ming Qixing quickly withdrew, his eyes filled with ire as he regarded the 2. In contrast, Basiba appeared somewhat more at ease. "Amenba, esteemed patrons, I have witnessed your formidable skills today. Should the opportunity arise, I hope to experience your prowess again. No need for a next time. Let it all end here today." Qin Shi Huang scoffed, as he summoned the 5 elements flying sword once more, launching an assault against the 2. At that moment, Baiqi also charged toward them. However, Basiba and Ming Qixing, clearly contemplating retreat, swiftly divided and fled in opposite directions, their speed akin to lightning. Both Yin Zheng and Baiqi found themselves unable to pursue them in time. "Your Majesty, shall we chase them?" Bai Qi inquired, standing beside Qin Shi Huang. There is no need. One of the deities from the three continents has perished, and two are gravely injured. This time, the Ming Yuan has truly suffered both losses and setbacks. As the saying goes, do not pursue a desperate foe, let them go. With that, Qin Shi Huang turned to make his way toward the Han Palace. At that moment, Lu Hong awaited at the palace entrance. Upon seeing Qin Shi Huang approach, he immediately adjusted his attire and rushed toward him. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have valiantly faced three foes, opposing the deities of the three continents without yielding an inch. Your renown shall undoubtedly spread across the seas, compelling the world to submit. As he spoke, Lu Hong knelt before Qin Shi Huang, disregarding his dignity. In comparison to his own life, what was a modicum of pride? As long as he could preserve his life and safeguard the ancestral empire, he would willingly pay any price. Qin Shi Huang, upon hearing Lu Hong's words, could not help but scrutinize him anew, surprised by the youth's remarkable talent for flattery. Enough of your sycophancy, Qin Shi Huang remarked. From this day forth, you shall serve as the Prince of Han. You are no longer permitted to refer to yourself as Emperor. Indeed, Lu Hong nodded repeatedly. Furthermore, all the noble clans within Han territory should be relocated to Xianyang. What purpose does such a small Han state have for so many aristocratic families? If these clans refuse to comply, they should be dealt with decisively, after all. If they do not heed the call, they serve no purpose. When discussing this matter, the tone of Qin Shi Huang appeared particularly relaxed, utterly unconcerned that this decree would involve countless lives. Yes, I shall attend to this immediately. Lu Hong dared not delay. Upon receiving Qin Shi Huang's command, he promptly ordered the local scholars and military officials to begin the purge of the major clans. He had long harbored a profound resentment towards these clans. For while the Han dynasty was nominally ruled by the Liu family, real power was predominantly held by these aristocrats. The Emperor Lu Hong found himself impoverished to the point of needing to sell titles in the Western Garden to survive. And he had yearned to take action against these noble families. Now, with Ing Zheng's backing, Lu Hong finally found his resolve. Thus, in Luoyang, still stained with the remnants of a recent battle, Lu Hong instigated yet another wave of slaughter. His resolute attitude sent the noble clans within the Han dynasty into despair. Who could have imagined that those once in a position of power would so swiftly face such a fate? It was simply inconceivable. They contemplated resistance. But the Qin cavalry showed no mercy. Those who dared to defy were executed on the spot. Despite the deep-seated anger and sorrow in their hearts, they could only comply with Lu Hong's orders, beginning to gather their families and hasten towards Xianyang. Emperor Yingzheng fought fiercely in Luoyang against the three terrestrial immortals, with the valiant general Bai Qi re-emerging to slay the immortal Si Han Fei, while Ming Qi suffered grave injuries and retreated. The Mongol Yuan army faced setbacks during their assault on Luoyang, culminating in the death of the terrestrial immortal Si Han Fei at the hands of Bai Qi. The headlines announcing this news ignited a frenzy in the marketplace. What? Emperor Yingzheng is that formidable? He faced three opponents single-handedly. What a spectacle! It is well known that Emperor Yingzheng had acquired cultivation techniques early on, and now he has reached the pinnacle of the third tier. With all the treasures he obtained at the auction, it is entirely reasonable for him to contend against three adversaries. The return of General Bai Qi and his decisive victory over the immortal Si Han Fei sent shockwaves across the realm. The Mongol Yuan army retreated in disarray. Simultaneously, the Liao Jin coalition, having been defeated by the Ming forces and Bianjing of the northern Song, hastily retreated north. The momentum of the foreign tribes invading the Central Plains was utterly shattered. Seizing this opportunity, the Central Plains dynasties united and advanced northward, quickly encroaching upon the territories of the foreign tribes by several hundred miles. This placed immense pressure on the Mongol Yuan and the Liao, Jin, and Qing states. Within their ranks, some suggested a continued retreat to the north, waiting for a more opportune time to strike back. However, others insisted on remaining to confront the Central Plains dynasties in a decisive battle. Some even proposed seeking peace, only to be met with outright rejection. What folly! Historically, it had always been the nomadic tribes of the north that invaded the Central Plains, reducing their dynasties to mere vassals, forced to pay tribute and offer marriages. The notion of seeking peace with the Central Plains was nothing short of a delusion. In this tumultuous atmosphere, the foreign tribes found themselves in a predicament. Meanwhile, the situation in the Central Plains was equally tense. The Qin, having previously annexed the Han, and the Ming, having absorbed the northern Song, left the remaining southern Song, Sui, and Xia dynasties feeling increasingly anxious. With you two so formidable, our sense of security is alarmingly fragile. The entire atmosphere of the Jiuzhou continent grew more tense. as all factions scrambled to strengthen their forces, scouring shops for resources. This surge in demand led to an unprecedented boom in shop revenues. As the arms race intensified, a month slipped by, and the fourth universal auction was soon to commence. Lin Xing had previously made it clear that this auction would not only feature individuals from the current world, but also participants from the fourth-tier world. This revelation instilled a palpable sense of pressure among the populace of Jiuzhou. Various factions frantically gathered resources, meticulously cataloging all valuable items to exchange for wealth points in preparation for the auction. Moreover, on the Duki continent, the ancient 8 clans, the Piltower, and other top-tier factions were also actively preparing. Initially skeptical upon receiving the news, they quickly began their preparations upon seeing other clans doing the same. Regardless of the authenticity of the so-called heavenly orders, if others were preparing, they too would follow suit. What if it turned out to be true? Even if their preparations bore no fruit, it was far better than being unprepared should an opportunity arise. In the Duki continent, at the sacred Pill City, the headquarters of the Alchemist Association, the 3 leaders of the Piltower were busily engaged in their preparations. How's the resource collection coming along? Xian Kongzi inquired of his companions. We are well prepared, having amassed a significant quantity of rare materials and various potions, including 7th and 8th tier elixirs. We initially aimed to prepare 9th tier elixirs, but their value is exceedingly high, making it quite difficult for us to acquire them, replied Tian Lazy. If we cannot obtain them, then so be it. Having 7th and 8th tier elixirs is still commendable, Xian Kongzi remarked. However, a hint of worry crossed the face of Xian Yi, one of the 3 leaders. Lately, the ancient 8 clans have been very active, relentlessly gathering all manner of valuable items across the continent, even to vie for something of considerable value. It seems that everyone places great importance on the so-called auction. The Ancient Clan and the Soul Clan are among the great families of the 8 ancient clans, although the Shao Clan has fallen into decline. The pinnacle forces of this world still prefer to refer to these prominent families as the 8 ancient clans. This is entirely reasonable. Given the enigmatic origins of the Shiyou Hall, it is better to believe in its existence than to doubt it. If the descriptions are indeed as wondrous as claimed, then even if the preparation of resources proves somewhat troublesome, it would still be exceedingly worthwhile, even if those resources ultimately hold no utility. Storing them within one's own household would yield no loss. Xian Kongzi, a seasoned figure, remains rather unconcerned about the actions of the 8 great ancient families. Upon hearing his words, Xian Yi and Tian Lazy nodded in agreement. Xian Yi chuckled, remarking, I have recently heard that some individuals are even preparing to exchange for wealth points. Such an exchange is not entirely out of the realm of possibility, provided that the Shiyou Hall possesses items of sufficient value. Xian Kongzi does not find it strange that someone would consider exchanging. After all, items are meant to be utilized. If something cannot realize its inherent value, then even its worth is merely ornamental. Yet, the value of such items is indeed exceedingly high. Tian Lazy, not finishing his thought, finds that the 2 beside him instantly grasp his meaning. If the Shiyou Hall truly possesses something worthy of our, then it would not be out of the question to exchange our cherished. With Xian Kongzi having articulated this notion, his intent is unmistakable. The remaining 2 cease their conversation. In Zhangzhou, within the Soul Hall, Soul Mieshing sits in the main seat, his expression shifting unpredictably. Beside him, the venerable Soul Qing respectfully reports, Master, all manner of heavenly materials and precious spiritual items, as well as a multitude of alchemist souls, have been prepared, ready for the Patriarch to collect at any moment. Soul Mieshing snorts derisively. Humph. The Patriarch is truly something. For a perplexing auction, he insists that our Soul Hall relinquish a significant portion of our collection. I believe the Patriarch is master. You must tread carefully. Soul Qing, alarmed, hastily interrupts Soul Mieshing's remaining words. Soul Mieshing's countenance changes as he realizes his slight indiscretion, quickly adding, Very well, let the items remain here, awaiting the Patriarch's arrival. Indeed, the soul-cleansing sage replied respectfully, subsequently retreating. On the throne, however, a glimmer of cold light appeared on the face of soul destruction. The Celestial Palace, humph. Meanwhile, the Ancient Clan, the Medicine Clan, the Flame Clan, and other major factions were all engaged in their final collections. Lin Xing remained indifferent to the circumstances of the various factions on the Duki continent. After all, as long as they desired the shards of the ancient Emperor Tua Shi, they would have to obediently gather resources and exchange them for wealth points. This method of reaping a vast world through auctions was one Lin Xing had mastered through his operations in the Jiuzhou continent. The forthcoming season promised bountiful harvests. Lin Xing mused contentedly, looking forward to the upcoming auction. At that moment, a message suddenly arrived in the celestial chat group. Master of the Hall, Master of the Hall. I beseech you to lend a hand. Lin Xing was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the group chat message. Why was this fellow back again? The sender was none other than Iron Man, Tony. What could be so urgent? Tony, Master, you absolutely must help. Lin Xing, clarify the situation for me. I cannot assist without understanding what is at stake. It's not a matter of great consequence. Really, I was merely beaten up. Tony felt a bit embarrassed. Not only having been beaten but also thrown from a building. Were it not for the strength of his mark suit, he would have already been on his knees. Really? Lin Xing clearly expressed his disbelief towards the nonsense being spouted. Drawing from his understanding of the narrative, he could surmise the situation. If I am not mistaken. You must have misplaced something, correct? Lin Xing remarked with an air of leisure. How do you know? Tony asked incredulously. Don't concern yourself with how I know. Speak plainly. What is the matter? Should my mood permit, I may indeed assist you. But if you continue to ramble, you may as well leave. Wait. I'll tell you. Is that not enough? Tony, fearful of Lin Xing departing, hurriedly began to explain. The situation is actually as follows. Tony's description of the events was in line with Lin Xing's familiarity with the plot. It appeared that a significant incident had transpired in the Avengers world. A deity named Loki had audaciously descended upon Earth to seize an artifact known as the Tesseract. Although this deity possessed limited strength, his abilities were rather peculiar, allowing him to manipulate the minds of others. Caught off guard, Iron Man and his companions suffered greatly, ultimately losing the Tesseract to Loki. Consequently, he sought Lin Xing's assistance in reclaiming the artifact. You want me to help you retrieve that thing? Lin Xing found Tony's request somewhat amusing. Although he was uncertain where his own abilities would rank in that world, he was acutely aware that, should he enter that realm, he would undoubtedly find himself among the elite, even in a confrontation with Thanos. As long as he had not activated the full power of the Infinity Gauntlet or gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, Lin Xing felt confident in his ability to defeat him. With strength that could consume an entire planet, Lin Xing recognized that while the Avengers world was populated with various formidable individuals, it paled in comparison to the vastness of the true multiverse. Few could even destroy a star. What was that worth? Indeed, Tony nodded repeatedly. The Master, possessing formidable strength, would undoubtedly be able to reclaim the Cosmic Cube from Loki. In response to Tony's request, Lin Xing pondered for a moment, should he intervene in such a trivial matter? It would be rather unbecoming. Thus, he decided it was best for Tony to handle it himself. Lin Xing would never admit that he was rather intrigued by Iron Man's wealth as Earth's richest man. Very well, in the coming days, the Celestial Pavilion will host an auction. You may wish to participate and see if you can acquire some treasures to alleviate your predicament. Huh? An auction? Tony was taken aback. He had come seeking assistance, only to find the Master proposing his participation in an auction. Who did he think he was? The head of Stark Industries, he had encountered countless items throughout his life and attended innumerable auctions. However, considering it was the Master-S event, he resolved to attend, albeit reluctantly. All right, I'll take a look, but how do I participate? Lin Xing wasted no time and presented him with a celestial token. Take this, when the time comes. Simply use it to teleport, and you shall join the multiverse auction. Understood, Master. I shall attend the multiverse auction. Uncle, what exactly is this multiverse auction? Little Stone, observing the lively conversation between Lin Xing and Iron Man, grew curious. Lin Xing held a deep fondness for Little Stone, who delighted in drinking beast milk. As he was a remnant of the young Emperor of the Wilderness, establishing a good rapport with the Emperor would surely yield numerous benefits in the future. It's an auction that gathers specialties from various worlds. An auction that assembles specialties from across the realms? Does that mean there will be plenty of beast milk? Little Stone exclaimed, prompting laughter from Tony. Ha ha ha, you little rascal, always thinking about milk. Little Stone retorted, who said I want to drink milk? I haven't had milk in ages. Seeing him like this, Lin Xing felt a pang of sympathy. This little fellow had endured a life of hardship, having only enjoyed a few good days in Stone Village during his youth before spending the rest of his life fighting for humanity. In the end, he lost his wife and son to war and was even written out by a notorious author upon entering the sacred ruins. His life story was one of epic tragedy, a testament to his sacrifices for the greater good. The question lingered in Lin Xing's mind. Would his fate change after encountering himself? Master, may I participate in the multi-Earth auction? The orphan from Grass Temple Village spoke up, catching Lin Xing's attention. At that moment, Lin Xing regarded the orphan with curiosity. Although he could not ascertain the depth of the orphan's poverty, it was evident that it was quite severe. Was this fellow planning to sell himself at the auction? However, He recalled that the orphan was the child of destiny in the world of extermination. While that realm lacked strength, the inhabitants treated him like their own son. After a brief contemplation, he addressed both Little Stone and the orphan. If you wish to attend the multiverse auction, it is permissible. However, be forewarned that the items there tend to be quite expensive. If you are willing to participate, then go ahead, even if you do not purchase anything. It would be beneficial to broaden your horizons. As he spoke, Lin Xing tossed 2 celestial tokens to them. He refrained from offering any to Tong Tian or Han Li, as they had not asked for any. It seemed rather apathetic on Han's part to remain unmoved by the situation. 2 days later, the multiverse auction finally commenced. Inside the grand hall, beams of light flashed as figures emerged one by one. The bustling crowd of the Dookie continent, upon their inaugural visit to the grand auction of all realms, was instantly astounded by the spectacle before them. The auction hall, reminiscent of a starry sky, exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur. As Gu Yuan arrived with the members of the Gu clan and Gu Sooner, his expression shifted dramatically. The density of the elemental energy in the atmosphere was astonishing, surpassing even that of our ancient realm. Gu Sooner, filled with curiosity, surveyed her surroundings. The magnificent and enigmatic architecture left her in awe. Is this truly the domain of that mysterious hall master? Gu Sooner mused, her eyes suddenly sparkling as she called out to a young boy. Brother Xiaoyan, a slender youth exclaimed, his face awash with astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, it was Xiaoyan. Fortuitously, thanks to a celestial token casually bestowed upon him by Lin Xin before his departure, Xiaoyan was fortunate enough to partake in this auction. Upon his entrance, he was utterly awestruck. This place was nothing short of a realm of immortals. However, before he could fully immerse himself in his reverie, he heard Gu Sooner calling out to him. Instantly turning his head, he understood the purpose of Gu Sooner's visit to the Xiao family, and a deep-seated resentment towards her welled within him. Observing Xiaoyan's demeanor, Gu Sooner furrowed her brow slightly, finding his lack of courtesy rather disheartening despite her good intentions. Noticing the unfolding scene, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly but chose to disregard it, stating directly, "Let us proceed to the private box." With that, Gu Yuan activated the dazzling celestial token in his hand, and in an instant, the members of the Gu clan vanished from sight. Humph! Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyan let out a cold snort and found a place to sit down. Although he was the young patriarch of the Xiao clan, he was devoid of wealth and thus could not afford a private box. The Soul Clan, Flame Clan, Pill Tower, Canaan Academy, and Yulan Sect, among various other powers, began to make their appearances at the grand auction of the 10,000 realms. The inhabitants of the Jiuzhou continent, upon seeing these peculiar individuals, began to murmur among themselves. Are these truly the formidable beings from the fourth-tier world? Indeed, the presence of such strong talents is astounding. Can we, from the Jiuzhou continent, truly compete? The crowd is immense, the observers remarked, and the expressions of the formidable figures from the Qin, Ming, and Sui dynasties turned grim. With a swift whoosh, a brilliant light flashed as Iron Man Tony appeared in the grand hall of the multiverse auction. Upon surveying the scene, he could not help but exclaim, "My God! Are these individuals divine beings? They can fly without relying on their armored suits? Oh, my heavens, some of them even possess wings. Could they be angels? Yet, why do some of these angels appear as grotesque old men?" Witnessing several battle kings soaring through the air with wings made of battle energy, Tony was left utterly astonished. In another corner, Zhang Xiaofan and Little Stone also materialized. In contrast, Zhang Xiaofan appeared considerably more at ease. He had encountered powerful beings capable of flight before. But what truly astonished him was the overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanating from these individuals. Even a mere hint of their power sent shivers down his spine. These beings were formidable, some even stronger than the foes who had devastated Saomiao village. If only I possessed their strength, Zhang Xiaofan thought in silent awe. Feeling a burgeoning sense of reverence and yearning towards these figures, the 2- or 3-year-old Little Stone, however, found nothing particularly extraordinary about the prowess of these individuals. His large, watery eyes blinked with curiosity as he scanned the crowd, appearing like a child who had wandered away from his guardians, exploring his surroundings with innocent fascination. Yet soon, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The expressions on the faces of those around him were filled with a mix of bewilderment and astonishment as they gazed at him, akin to observing a monster. This left Little Stone perplexed, unaware that the onlookers were grappling with their own astonishment. If his assumptions were correct, this exquisitely crafted little child was merely 2 or 3 years old. Why then did he possess such a robust and potent life force that it sent shivers through those nearby? Where on earth did this remarkable child come from? Who could have anticipated that such a delicately crafted young one would harbor an inner strength of such magnitude? This was no ordinary child. he was nothing short of a little monster. Adding to the absurdity, this charming little fellow had an endearing way of addressing young men as big brother and young women as big sister, while also greeting older individuals with unabated enthusiasm. This endeared him to the crowd immensely. Had they not sensed the extraordinary vitality radiating from him, no one would have suspected this child to be a practitioner of any sort. Were all the individuals from the Celestial Pavilion so extraordinarily gifted? As the crowd pondered this, Qianqian stood upon the stage, announcing, "Please take your seats. The pavilion master is about to arrive." Given the larger-than-usual attendance, Lin Xing had summoned staff to maintain order. And Qianqian, as one of the highest-performing attendants alongside Yang Rui, had been assigned a prominent position. Upon hearing her words, the audience immediately trembled with anticipation, quickly finding their seats and awaiting the commencement of the event. Even Little Stone and Zhang Xiaofan casually settled into their seats, excitement brimming in Little Stone's expression as he eagerly anticipated the pavilion master's arrival. Suddenly, a palpable shift occurred in the atmosphere of the auction hall. Everyone felt a formidable presence emerge, causing the very air to feel as though it had solidified. The once dismissive warriors from the Battle Energy Continent, who had previously held some disdain for the Celestial Pavilion due to Qianqian's relatively modest strength, found their arrogance swiftly replaced with respect in the wake of this newfound aura. The power was astonishing. In an instant, the auction hall was aglow with shimmering stars, their brilliance converging upon the auction stage. Amidst this resplendence, a figure gradually emerged. Clad in flowing white robes, he exuded an ethereal grace, accompanied by an aura that was almost celestial in nature. The mere sight of him instilled a sense of reverence in the onlookers, making them hesitant to gaze directly upon him. Impressive. Gu Yuan's gaze was intensely fixed upon Lin Xing, as if attempting to discern any hint of his prowess. However, his efforts were in vain. From the moment Lin Xing appeared, he exuded not a trace of his true strength, leaving Gu Yuan utterly in the dark regarding his capabilities. When the Soul Emperor observed this situation, his eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance. It was astonishing to discover such formidable power in this individual. It seemed that the Hall of Freedom could not be underestimated. "Master of the Hall, you appear even more dashing now," Gu Suna remarked upon seeing Lin Xing again. Feeling that he had become even more ethereal and handsome than during their last encounter. This was to be expected, as they were now in Lin Xing's domain. And under the auspices of the Hall of Freedom, his demeanor had undoubtedly ascended to a new pinnacle. Lin Xing's gaze swept across the assembly, and he spoke gently, "Welcome, everyone, to the grand auction hosted by my Hall of Freedom. We are pleased to have many new friends joining us today, and I hope you find joy in the auction. However, I encourage you to familiarize yourselves with the rules of the auction venue beforehand." As he spoke, his eyes gradually traversed the VIP box occupied by the Soul Clan. The Soul Emperor's brow furrowed slightly, while a fierce glint manifested on the face of the Hall Master of the Soul Palace. Observing their reactions with a subtle smile, Lin Xing continued, "Now, without further ado, let us commence today's auction." With that, he flicked his right hand, and a small boat materialized before him. With a casual wave, the screen behind him illuminated, revealing a scene of cultivators soaring through the air, engaging in fierce combat against another faction of aerial warriors. The display showcased an epic battle involving over 100,000 cultivators, their energies clashing in a spectacular display of might and magic. The audience at the grand auction was left awestruck by the immense scale of the conflict. The spectators from the Jiuzhou continent were somewhat accustomed to such visuals, having witnessed similar displays before. However, the warriors from the Duki continent were utterly astonished. The spectacle was undeniably magnificent, with each of those cultivators representing at least the strength of a dueling expert. As the fierce battle raged on, a colossal flying vessel, shimmering with the brilliance of lightning, slowly ascended from one faction of cultivators. From its deck, a cannon entwined with arcs of thunder emerged, ready to unleash its formidable power. With a resounding crash, a column of thunderous light surged fiercely into the ranks of the opposing cultivators. In an instant, this assembly of tens of thousands of practitioners was cleaved apart, creating a passageway with the strike of the thunderstorm vessel. The sheer might of it was astonishing. Gu Yuan's eyes narrowed in disbelief. My heavens, how powerful! The elder of the Pill Tower's eyes widened in astonishment, while the Soul Emperor rose to his feet in shock. As the screen slowly faded, only the thunderstorm vessel, gleaming with electric brilliance in Lin Xing's grasp, remained. "Allow me to introduce the first item up for auction. This very vessel in my hand," Lin Xing began. Named the Thunderstorm Vessel, it is a superior-grade treasure, uniquely combining both offensive capabilities and flight. It houses a colossal thunder cannon, which can be activated using spiritual energy or spirit stones. Once unleashed, the thunder cannon is invincible in its path. As Lin Xing concluded his introduction, The gazes of everyone in the hall fixated intently on the formidable thunderstorm vessel he held. What an awe-inspiring artifact! Who would have thought it could be so powerful? A superior-grade treasure? This caliber of weaponry is undoubtedly dozens of times stronger than those of lesser grades. The fact that it is equipped with a thunder cannon suggests that the thunderstorm vessel truly possesses the potential for unrivaled dominance. Those holding the celestial orders were acutely aware of the weapon's classification, while the formidable beings from the continent of combat, attending the auction for the first time, were electrified by Lin Xing's description. Such a level of weaponry, if acquired, could effortlessly bolster a vast power. Both Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor were resolute in their intent to obtain this thunderstorm vessel. Its strength was undeniable. Securing this vessel would significantly enhance their odds in any future confrontations. Lin Xing stood upon the stage, observing the crowd in silence, allowing them ample time to digest this staggering information. After an indeterminate period, Qin Shi Huang was the first to break the silence. Master, may I inquire what the starting bid for the thunderstorm vessel will be? Instantly, all eyes turned to Lin Xing, eager to learn the price of such a terrifyingly powerful artifact. With a slight smile, Lin Xing responded, "The starting bid for the thunderstorm vessel is set at 2 million wealth points, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 20,000 wealth points. Let the bidding commence." As Lin Xing announced the starting bid, a collective gasp resonated among the crowd. The previous auction's final item had commenced at a mere 1 million wealth points, yet this time, the opening bid for the first item soared to 2 million wealth points. Such a price. Remarkable. The esteemed lord of the hall had truly made good on his word, asserting that this auction would feature items far superior to those of the last. The inhabitants of the Jiuzhou continent buzzed with excitement, while those from the Duki continent wore expressions of shock. The reason for their dismay was clear. This price was exorbitantly high, while ignorance could have excused their earlier disbelief. They now understood the origins of wealth points. These were procured through the exchange of rare materials or profound techniques. 2 million wealth points represented the entirety of a family's accumulated resources, and this was merely the starting bid. However, was this price truly excessive? Absolutely not. The alchemical industry thrived on the Duki continent, yet the realm of weapon crafting remained rather mediocre. The thunderous vessel possessed immense destructive potential, if wielded correctly. Even a Do Saint could significantly enhance their combat prowess. In this light, 2 million wealth points appeared almost trivial. Finally, someone could no longer restrain themselves from bidding. Lin Xing turned to see who had made the offer, momentarily taken aback. It was none other than the Yunlan sect. The bidder was the overlord of the Jaimar Empire, intricately linked to the protagonist Xiaoyan of Dopa. Within the private chamber of the Yunlan sect, the former sect leader, Yunshan, sat with an air of authority. Influenced by the Soul Palace, he was intent on becoming the unquestioned ruler of the Jaimar Empire. With the acquisition of the thunderous vessel, the imperial family would be nothing more than ants in his eyes. Yunyan observed the fervent gleam in her master's eyes and, biting her lip, inquired, "Master, do we truly need this thunderous vessel?" Yunshan huffed disdainfully, "Humph. You have witnessed the vessel's power. With it, the entire Jaimar Empire will be at the mercy of the Yunlan sect." Listening to her master's ambitious words, Yunyan furrowed her brow, sensing a change in him. 2,100,000 wealth points. As the Yunlan sect's bid echoed, the powers of the Jiuzhou continent reacted swiftly. Astonishingly, a fourth-tier world force had made the first bid. This could not be tolerated. Zhu Hozhao promptly followed suit. He had set his sights on the thunderous vessel. Having meticulously gathered intelligence on the detailed battle situation of Yingzheng against the deities of the three continents, he was particularly envious of the Songlong wave-breaking vessel that had shown in that grand conflict. Now, with the sudden emergence of a vessel exponentially more powerful than the Songlong, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. The Qin dynasty bid 250,000 wealth points, proclaimed Emperor Qin Shi Huang from his private box. The occupants of nearby boxes turned their attention toward him, intrigued. Humph. The Yuan Emperor let out a cold snort. 2.5 million? Yingzheng is indeed miserly. Truly a son of a courtesan. No, perhaps he is merely the offspring of his maternal uncle, nothing more than a bastard. His words caused the people of the 9 provinces to cast incredulous glances. Who would have thought that this Yuan emperor would be so brazen, audaciously insulting the sovereign of the foremost empire in the 9 provinces in such a manner? This was surely a provocation. I offer 3 million wealth points. The Yuan emperor was unreserved, promptly stating his bid. The gray-haired man dared to speak so insolently. This was courting death. Qin Shi Huang glared fiercely in the direction of the Yuan emperor, his murderous intent palpable. His mother, Zhao Ji, had originally been a dancer and concubine of El Buwei, later selected by Ying Yiren, who had received Zhao Ji from El Buwei. It was rumored that she was already with child at that time. Thus, the question of Qin Shi Huang's lineage had always been a taboo for him, and now the Yuan emperor had the audacity to unveil it publicly. This was a matter of life and death. Following the auction, he would undoubtedly march northward to the Mongol Yuan, intending to utterly obliterate this dynasty. For million wealth points, Ing Zheng declared his offer decisively. I bid 5 million. The Yuan emperor's tone turned hostile. Recently, the Central Plains dynasty had persistently attacked their Mongol Yuan empire, leaving them exhausted and beleaguered. This had long since festered within the Yuan emperor's heart as anger. Moreover, the disparity in equipment had caused the Mongol Yuan considerable disadvantage. At this moment, seeing such a precious artifact emerge, how could he possibly let it slip away? I bid 5 million. Zhu Hozhao also joined the fray. The Ming dynasty, possessing the prosperous lands of the Central Plains, found a mere 5 million wealth points to be trifling. Humph. The Emperor Yuan let out a cold snort. I will offer 6 million. 6 million wealth points, such audacity indeed. Qin Shi Huang wore a mocking expression, casting doubt on whether your Mongol empire could truly muster 6 million wealth points. Your words, the first Emperor Qin Shi Huang remarked, inciting a flicker of ire within Emperor Yuan. Was he not blatantly mocking them as a band of impoverished wretches? Even though Emperor Yuan was well-versed and composed, the utterance struck a nerve, igniting an unusual fury within him. The other attendees in the grand hall, upon hearing the first emperor's declaration, were expressions akin to spectators eager for a spectacle. A staggering sum of 6 million wealth points, such an immense fortune was beyond the wildest imaginings of many present. Yet, without so much as a flutter of his eyelids, Emperor Yuan summoned this colossal wealth. This led to speculations about the true magnitude of his riches. Particularly, those hailing from the Duqi continent could hardly restrain their gazes from the private chamber of Emperor Yuan. They had presumed this world to be utterly barren, only to discover that someone could indeed produce such an astronomical sum in one breath. Regardless of whether this individual could truly summon such wealth, it warranted considerable attention. Ing Zheng, do you dare to believe that I could have Xianyang leveled at a moment's notice? If you possess genuine prowess, then let it be demonstrated. Qin Shi Huang's countenance was one of disdain. Do not mistake my disdain for you. Considering the current state of your Mongol empire, should you wish to march southward, I would welcome it. It would spare me the arduous journey of leading my forces to your lands for a bloodbath. Upon hearing such words, Emperor Yuan's face flushed crimson with rage. Curse you, Ing Zheng. I shall not let you escape unscathed. I am filled with anticipation, declared Qin Shi Huang, dismissing the words of Emperor Yuan with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin, who had participated in the grand auction from the Duqi continent, found himself utterly astonished. What had he just heard? Ing Zheng? Qin Shi Huang Ing Zheng? Overwhelmed with shock, Xiao Yin raised his gaze towards the private box where Qin Shi Huang resided. As his eyes fell upon that place, he swiftly captured the attention of the emperor. Their gazes collided briefly in the air, only to vanish as if nothing had transpired. Yet, this fleeting moment left Xiao Yin profoundly shaken. Such formidable imperial majesty, such overwhelming presence. Could this individual truly be Qin Shi Huang? However, Qin Shi Huang remained unfazed by Xiao Yin's glance. After all, he was merely an ordinary person from a fourth-tier world, unworthy of concern. I bid 7 million wealth points, spoke Emperor Ming at that moment. I bid 8 million. It appeared that Emperor Yuan was suppressing a breath of indignation. As he announced his bid, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, involuntarily surveying everyone in the hall. It was abundantly clear that anyone daring to contest him would be opposing him directly. However, such a threat held no weight against the dynasties of Qin and Ming. Was 8 million wealth points considered substantial? Qin Shi Huang merely chuckled in disdain. I bid 10 million. The moment the figure of 10 million wealth points escaped his lips, a stunned silence enveloped the auction house. This bid was simply staggering. To put things into perspective, the base price of the Thunderstorm vessel was merely 200 million wealth points. Within such a brief span, the price had surged fivefold. Such an astronomical valuation was almost beyond belief. Ordinary individuals felt a wave of despair wash over them at this grand auction. With the prices skyrocketing from the onset, it was evident that the forthcoming items would be of considerable worth. In this scenario, they could hardly hope to acquire any treasures, let alone even have the opportunity to bid. Tony was rendered utterly speechless. Though he was known as the richest man in his world, possessing an abundance of assets, even after selling all the technical data of his technological weaponry, he had only amassed a few 100,000 wealth points. In comparison to these magnates, who casually bid in the millions, he felt like a mere child. Not just him, but even Xiao Yin, attending the grand auction for the first time, felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. The ancient jade from his family was worth only a few 100,000, and when combined with other resources, it barely totaled under 1,000,000 wealth points. Such wealth was inconsequential in the presence of figures like Qin Shi Huang. Was this the true might of a great power? Xiaoyan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. 10,000,000 wealth points, now that Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng had placed a bid of 10,000,000. Was there anyone who might offer a higher bid? Qin Shi Huang's offer rendered the entire auction hall silent. Lin Xing observed the hushed crowd and calmly stated, "If there are no higher bids than 10,000,000 wealth points, then the thunderstorm vessel shall belong to Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" 10,000,000 once, 10,000,000 twice. Suddenly, a voice erupted in the auction hall. "I bid 11,000,000 wealth points." Qin Shi Huang, who believed victory was assured, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He turned to regard the bidder, and not only he but the others also looked on. The speaker hailed from the Tianzi box, a representative of the Doqi continent, and those from the Doqi continent instantly recognized their identity. The Soul Clan. Gu Yuan's expression darkened. The relationship between the ancient clan and the Soul Clan was not merely poor, it was exceedingly hostile. Among the 8 ancient clans, with the demise of the Shao clan, the most formidable were the Soul Clan and the ancient clan. It could be said that should either clan annihilate the other, dominance over the Doqi continent would be assured. Now, the Soul Clan had audaciously sought to seize this exquisite treasure, prompting Gu Yuan to take action. Who could it be? But the pest of the Soul Clan? Gu Yuan's demeanor turned frigid, his countenance filled with malice. Humph. Gu Yuan, I never imagined your tongue would still be so foul. What is it? Do you wish to contend with us for treasures today? The Soul Emperor, unfazed by Gu Yuan's remarks, retorted sharply. The previous encounter at the Shao family had already severed any semblance of cordiality. Gu Yuan sneered, his expression dripping with scorn. Compete? Ha! Natural treasures belong to those with the might to claim them. Is this all the wealth the esteemed leader of the Soul Clan possesses? I bid 12,000,000 wealth points. Although the Soul Clan may not boast as much wealth as the ancient clan, this amount was still within reach. I counter with 13,000,000, he declared. His gaze shifting to Gu Yuan, noting the shift in his demeanor, realizing that Gu Yuan was now at odds with him. What transpired next took everyone by surprise. 15,000,000, the leader of the Medicine Clan, Yao Dan, suddenly interjected. This prompted the other ancient clans to react swiftly. Both the ancient clan and the Soul Clan turned their attention towards Yao Dan, both seasoned enough to grasp his intentions almost instantaneously. With the ancient and Soul Clans already so powerful, acquiring such a formidable treasure could render their own secret realms vulnerable, easily breached by adversaries. In an instant, the remaining ancient clans reached a consensus. As soon as Yao Dan's bid was announced, the leader of the Flame Clan, Yin Jin, spoke up. 14,000,000 wealth points. Yin Jin's tone was remarkably calm, as though he were discussing trivial matters, yet everyone could discern the underlying tension. The attendees from the Jiuzhou continent were left astounded by such bidding, marveling at the extravagant wealth of those from other realms. 14,000,000 wealth points was an unimaginable sum, one that most factions in Jiuzhou would struggle to amass. Were these individuals from another world truly that affluent? In stark contrast to the Jiuzhou attendees, Tony felt increasingly disheartened. He had thought himself the wealthiest in his world, believing he would fare well in others. Yet, after participating in this grand interdimensional auction, he found himself humbled, realizing that there were heights he had yet to reach. Holding a mere few 100,000 wealth points, Tony felt tears welling up in his eyes. How could the world's richest man, Tony, find himself so impoverished? He was not alone. Many others from Jiuzhou shared his sentiments. The sheer financial might displayed by these individuals from the Doqi continent was overwhelming, leaving them in awe. 15,000,000 wealth points. At that moment, the leader of the Thunder Clan, Lei Ying, raised the stakes, elevating the price of the Thunderclap vessel by another 1,000,000, projecting an image of even greater wealth than the previous clans. As his words echoed, the Soul Emperor abruptly stood, his fierce gaze locking on to Gu Yuan and the others. When his eyes met Gu Yuan's, the latter noticed instantly, raising his head defiantly. What is it? Does the Soul Clan leader intend to assert dominance here? Patience prevails. There will be a time for reckoning. The Soul Emperor uttered a single phrase before casting a menacing glance towards Yin Jin and Yao Dan, causing both to feel a chill run down their spines. Yet, the thought of the Thunderclap vessel's potential kept their resolve steady. Should the Soul Emperor acquire it, it would spell disaster for them. Not only did they have to guard against the Soul Clan, but the Ancient Clan was equally a threat. Despite appearing somewhat better off than the Soul Clan, the Ancient Clan harbored its own ambitions. Such a terrifying artifact, once in their grasp, would render the other ancient clans restless. Lin Xing observed the tense standoff among the ancient clans and couldn't help but smirk. Distrust ran rampant among the ancient clans. While the narrative suggested that the Soul Clan ultimately annihilated the remaining ancient families, Lin Xing did not regard the ancient clan as a paragon of virtue. If they possessed the power, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to claim the remnants of the other families without hesitation. The allure of ascension was irresistible. Did Gu Yuan not sacrifice even his own daughter for a fragment of the ancient emperor's jade? Thus, the other 6 families perceived little difference between the ancient and soul clans. A consensus emerged. They must not allow either clan to grow visibly stronger. After a prolonged silence, the Soul Emperor spoke again. I offer 16 million wealth points. 17 million. Gu Yuan's bid was direct and unhesitating, shocking the Jiuzhou attendees into a state of numbness. Such an astronomical figure, 17 million wealth points, was beyond comprehension. What treasures would be required to amass such wealth? Could anyone in Jiuzhou produce such an amount? Even Qin Shi Huang would struggle. 17 million wealth points. This is eye-opening, to say the least. Is this the extent of the affluence possessed by those from the 4th-tier world? The Jiuzhou contingent lamented, envious of such wealth. 17 million. Is there no one willing to bid higher? Lin Xing mused, a smile creeping onto his face. It was evident that to profit, one must explore new realms. Come on. Fighters of the Duki continent. 18 million. The Soul Emperor, undeterred by the lavish display of wealth from the ancient clan, continued to bid, his voice brimming with determination. Gu Yuan scoffed, equally intent on claiming the artifact for himself. 19 million wealth points. The Soul Emperor's fury ignited as he coldly challenged Gu Yuan. Are you determined to stand against me, Gu Yuan? An auction, indeed? The highest bidder prevails, since you are unable to present such a substantial amount of wealth. And I am quite capable of doing so, it is only natural that I would place a bid, especially as I hold a profound affection for this item. At this juncture, Gu Yuan paused briefly before continuing. Why not, esteemed leader of the Soul Clan, graciously bestow this treasure upon me? What a jest! How could one possibly relinquish such a precious item to the Gu clan? The Soul Emperor immediately scoffed. Humph, you must be dreaming. And promptly proceeded to place his own bid. I bid, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by another offer. I bid 20 million wealth points. The voice emanated from the Tianzi private box of the Jiuzhou continent, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Following this, the crowd from Jiuzhou erupted into applause. They could discern from the voice alone that the individual making this offer was none other than Qin Shi Huang. Truly, as the foremost dynasty of Jiuzhou, their financial prowess was unparalleled. 20 million wealth points were presented with such ease. The emperor's influence was indeed formidable. We must not allow those from the Duki continent to look down upon us. Humph. Although Jiuzhou is merely a 3rd-tier continent, we are by no means weak or insignificant. It is simply unfathomable to consider the vast treasures accumulated within the coffers of the great Qin Empire, enabling them to produce such an immense sum of wealth points in an instant. How many treasures lie therein? I am filled with envy. I am truly envious. Within the shop, the many figures from the Jiuzhou martial world, gathered in the hall to witness the auction live, erupted in cheers. Indeed, the Jiuzhou world's foremost dynasty brought honor to Jiuzhou. Qin Shi Huang truly excelled, even confronting the wealthy from the Duki continent without hesitation. Such actions undeniably elevated the status of the Jiuzhou world. Thanks to a series of actions by Qin Shi Huang, many began to view him as a figure of faith. Meanwhile, within the auction hall of the Myriad Realms, upon hearing Qin Shi Huang's bid, the Soul Emperor was met with a cold smirk. A group of impoverished beings from a lower realm dares to prance before me? They are utterly oblivious to their own insignificance. I am Ing Zheng, the Emperor of the Great Qin Empire. You are but a mere clan leader. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Though Qin Shi Huang could clearly sense that his opponent's strength far surpassed his own, his pride as the foremost emperor of Jiuzhou forbade him from bowing before this individual. Moreover, he felt compelled to display his imperial majesty to the fullest extent. Merely an emperor of a lower realm, leading a swarm of ants, dares to bark before me? What a jest! The Soul Emperor regarded Qin Shi Huang with utter disdain. In his eyes, only the powerful deserved respect. Individuals like Qin Shi Huang were of no consequence. Impertinent! How dare you speak to His Majesty in such a manner? Do you even know who he is? Zhao Gao from the Great Qin box exclaimed, filled with fury. Beside the Soul Emperor, Han Miexing let out a sinister laugh. Heh, a mere insect from the lower realm. Do you know who our clan leader is? Unlike the composed Soul Emperor, Han Miexing, as the master of the Soul Hall, exuded a more intense aura of menace, instilling an unimaginable sense of pressure. Merely hearing his voice would leave one feeling utterly uncomfortable. With a chilling malevolence surrounding him, he directed his oppressive presence toward the individuals in the Great Qin box. Instantly, Zhao Gao and his companions felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Humph! Ing Zheng let out a cold snort. and above his head. The supreme seal of the 5 dragons materialized, casting a radiant glow that enveloped all the members of the Great Sway. In an instant, the chilling aura surrounding them dissipated. Are the members of the Soul Clan so unruly? Ying Zheng remarked icily. Heh, rules? We, the Soul Clan, are the very embodiment of rules. Huan Mieshing sneered, preparing to strike again. However, the Soul Emperor intervened, casting a cold glance at the crowd in the Qin box and stating indifferently, enough, a mere swarm of ants. Do not disrupt the customs of the Celestial Palace. Is it not merely a matter of wealth points? I bid 21 million wealth points. Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Recognizing the arrogance of Huan Mieshing, he had been poised to teach him a lesson about rules and decorum, only to be thwarted by the Soul Emperor. Consider yourselves fortunate. I shall spare your lives for the sake of the wealth points. However, as for the Soul Clan, Lin Sheng contemplated, a flicker of malice flashing in his gaze. At this moment, the members of the Soul Clan remained blissfully unaware of the peril that loomed before them. After placing his bid, the Soul Emperor contemptuously regarded Qin Shi Huang, as if challenging him to respond. Such words and disdainful looks, even with Qin Shi Huang's exceptional composure, provoked him to clench his fists. Not only Qin Shi Huang, but the other individuals from the 9 provinces were equally incensed by the Soul Emperor's behavior. The arrogance of the Soul Clan was intolerable. They seemed to regard the 9 provinces with utter disdain. Did they truly believe they were invincible? Qin Shi Huang's eyes glinted with cold intensity as he prepared to make a counteroffer. I bid 22 million wealth points. At this juncture, Yao Dan spoke up once more. Throughout the commotion, Yao Dan had remained uninvolved, yet his actions spoke volumes. As long as the item did not fall into the hands of the Soul Emperor or Gu Yuan, he cared little for its rightful owner. Yao Dan, do you seek your own demise? The Soul Emperor thought, taken aback by Yao Dan's audacity to disrupt the proceedings. The Soul Clan's words are excessively harsh at an auction. The highest bidder prevails. I have taken a liking to the Thunderbolt vessel and naturally wish to acquire it. I hope the Soul Clan leader can show me some grace and allow me to have it. Yao Dan's words were nearly identical to those uttered by Gu Yuan earlier. Incensing the Soul Emperor further, I bid 23 million wealth points. 24 million, Gu Yuan added, his tone unremarkable. Gu Yuan. The Soul Heaven Emperor gazed at Gu Yuan with a fierce glint in his eyes. Yet, Gu Yuan remained oblivious to his piercing stare. What? Is the leader of the Soul Clan prepared to relinquish this treasure so readily? Dream on. No matter the circumstances. The Soul Emperor could never relinquish the Thunderstorm vessel to the ancient clan. This conflict transcended mere pride. The Thunderstorm vessel was formidable, whether employed for travel or assault. Should the Soul Clan possess this vessel, their chances of success in forthcoming endeavors would be significantly enhanced. Conversely, if this vessel fell into the hands of the ancient clan, any future attempts to contend with them would undoubtedly require far greater effort, placing the Soul Clan at a considerable disadvantage. Thus, the acquisition of the Thunderstorm vessel was imperative. Very well, I shall see just how much capability you possess. The Soul Emperor's gaze fixed upon Gu Yuan, his fierce expression seemingly intent on tearing him apart. I bid 25 million wealth points. I bid 26 million wealth points. I bid 27 million wealth points. At this juncture, Yin Jin once again made his voice heard. The competition amongst the ancient 8 clans intensified dramatically. As the bidding continued, Yao Dan and the others grew increasingly anxious. The value of this Thunderstorm vessel was already exorbitant. Who could fathom how much more the subsequent items would command? Especially since the fragment of the Tuashi ancient emperor had yet to make its appearance. Their initial aspirations now appeared to be in jeopardy. 28 million. The Soul Emperor regarded Yin Jin's offer with disdain, countering with a staggering bid of 28 million. The collective breath of those present hitched in astonishment. 28 million. This auction had scarcely begun, and the very first item had already reached such an outrageous price. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Even Lin Sheng was taken aback. The cost price of the Thunderstorm vessel was merely 200,000 wealth points. And now it had surpassed 100-fold. Clearly, this was not the end. The fervor of this auction far exceeded that of previous events. Imagining the wealth points flowing into his coffers, Lin Sheng felt an exhilarating thrill. The major dynasties of the 9 continents were equally stunned by the 28 million wealth points. As emperors, they had encountered vast riches, yet the wealth within the context of the 10,000 Realms auction was of an entirely different nature. Acquiring wealth points necessitated exchanging them for rare treasures and profound techniques. The concept of needing to exchange such an immense quantity, 28 million wealth points, worth of rare treasures and techniques was unfathomable. Just from this perspective, the affluence of those hailing from the Dochi continent was simply unimaginable. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a more spine-chilling bid reverberated throughout the auction hall. 30 million wealth points. What? Upon hearing this bid, the Soul Emperor was instantly taken aback. Not only he, but even the others in the hall gasped in astonishment upon hearing the offer. 30 million wealth points. Such a figure could almost be deemed astronomical. Who could possibly be the one to propose such a price? Speculations arose among the crowd. Even the Soul Emperor and Gu Yuan were keenly observing to uncover the identity of this individual. It was evident that anyone capable of making such a bid could not be from the Jiuzhou continent, but rather from the Duki continent. However, to their bewilderment, they could not fathom who this person might be. The voice was exceedingly unfamiliar. Could it be that the individual was a native of this inferior world? This notion simultaneously crossed both of their minds, only to be swiftly dismissed. For in their understanding, it was inconceivable for anyone from this world to produce 30 million wealth points in one go. The one who could propose such an exorbitant price must undoubtedly be a formidable figure from the Duki continent. Unbeknownst to them, standing in the corner of the auction hall, Yaqin was utterly stunned upon hearing that voice. He gazed in disbelief towards the source of the sound, for he was exceedingly familiar with it. It was unmistakably the voice of Zhuang Kongzi, the president of the Pill Tower Alchemist Association. To his surprise, this old fellow had also arrived. Yaqin felt a surge of excitement within him. He had deep ties with the Pill Tower and shared a close camaraderie with the three pillars of the Pill Tower. It was precisely for this reason that he recognized the voice so well. The presence of individuals from the Duki continent at this auction prompted the staff to maintain order. And Lin Xing had specifically informed Yaqin to attend as well. Little did he expect to encounter the despised Soul Clan, along with the unexpected reunion with an old friend. In that moment, Yaqin felt as though he had been transported back to his youth, reveling alongside Feng Xuanzhang and Zhuang Kongzi. Inside the Soul Clan's private box, witnessing the Soul Emperor's perplexed expression, the master of the Soul Hall, Soul Mieshing, promptly realized the situation and stated, "Chief, the one who placed the bid is Zhuang Kongzi, the president of the Pill Tower Alchemist Association. It is only natural for you, having secluded yourself for so long, to be unfamiliar with him." Upon hearing the words of the soul extinction, the Soul Emperor nodded. The task of capturing souls is primarily entrusted to the Soul Palace. Although he had heard of certain factions on the Duki continent, he was not well acquainted with specific individuals. Who might that be? It is none other than Zhuang Kongzi from the Dan Tower. Instead of diligently refining alchemy within the Dan Tower, you choose to come here and vie for treasures with us? The Soul Emperor replied with a cold sneer, speaking slowly. Shin Kongzi finally spoke at that moment. It was merely a coincidence that both the leader of the Soul Clan and the master of the Soul Palace were present here. What an extraordinary twist of fate. Though he expressed it as such, it was evident to all that Shin Kongzi's tone was laced with deep disdain and a hint of animosity. The people of the 9 provinces were unaware of the specifics, but those from the Duki continent were acutely aware of the long-standing enmity between the Dan Tower and the Soul Palace. The primary reason for this animosity stemmed from the Soul Palace's notorious penchant for capturing the souls of alchemists. Consequently, the relationship between the Dan Tower, a sanctum for alchemists, and the Soul Palace had deteriorated to an irreconcilable state. Naturally, the Dan Tower held no fondness for the Soul Clan, which lurked behind the Soul Palace. Indeed, what a coincidence it was. It would be delightful for Shin Kongzi to visit our Soul Palace more often. The sinister expression on Han Mieshen's face as he gazed at Shin Kongzi revealed a glimmer of avarice in his eyes. This man was an 8th-tier pinnacle alchemist, on the verge of stepping into the 9th tier, with a soul of extraordinary strength. Even if separated from his corporeal form, he could survive for an extended period. Capturing such an entity would be an unparalleled triumph. Upon noticing Han Mieshen's gaze, Shin Kongzi felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Who would have thought he would attract such attention? 31 million wealth points, Han Tiandi declared without hesitation, having ascertained Shin Kongzi's identity. Simultaneously, Han Mieshing stepped forward, his voice dripping with coldness as he addressed Shin Kongzi. Shin Kongzi, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. It would be unwise to mislead yourself. Otherwise, upon your return to the Duki continent, our Soul Palace will certainly pay a visit to Dan Tower for a thorough discussion. The Soul Palace indeed exuded a formidable presence. Yet this particular matter was something the old man found difficult to relinquish. Old fool, it seems you have grown weary of life. Han Mieshen's aura surged towards Shin Kongzi, enveloping him. The oppressive atmosphere momentarily cast a pall over the entire auction hall. This was the venue for the 10,000 Realms auction. Any disputes ought to be resolved elsewhere. However, within these walls,